2 minutes, 10 seconds. Judgy, Phyllis, and Angela. Oh my gosh. Phyllis, Angela, combo sass. Combo sass! That's a lot of sass. And, but he said, you know, Karen, she wasn't going anywhere. But then the next day, her desk was cleared off, and he's single and looking. Yeah, he wrapped that up quickly. You know, this was a highly anticipated episode because we had this big cliffhanger from the last season of Jim asking Pam on a date. And here now Jim's saying he's single. Pam has a talking head where she says, oh yeah, we went to dinner a few times. We talked through his breakup, but we're just good friends, and it's really nice to be friends again. Well, I'm with Kevin. Are you kidding me? Yeah, Kevin's not having it. This was also a fun talking head for Kevin and Oscar because it starts with Kevin and then reveals Oscar when Kevin's like, right? And he's like, well, there's no evidence of intimacy, and you know, but they are both in very good moods. We had a couple of fan questions about this plot point. Okay. Julia Johnson and Madeline Nelson noticed Pam has a big change to her hair and wardrobe. Is it because she's dating Jim now? And was there a lot of discussion about these changes? Oh, yes. Well, her hair is very different. Yes. No more clipped back hair, crunchy hair. Yes, this change was a huge discussion. Pam is also not wearing her traditional button-down shirt and her little cardigan. She's wearing this cutesy little sweater with a little kind of bow that ties on the side. A very, very flirtatious shade of beige. Yes, I noticed that too. I was like, well, we didn't go too far. Yeah, get me the cutest beige sweater you can find. Well, it was a big discussion. We couldn't have this giant transformation. Greg did not want that moment from those movies where the sort of nerdy girl with the glasses falls in love, and then after she falls in love, she's got a gorgeous blowout and doesn't need her glasses anymore. You know, that whole story that we saw a million times growing up? It was called Kelly Kapoor. It was called Kelly Kapoor. Yeah. You can only do that with one character. So we met our limit. But we did imagine that this new relationship would possibly affect Pam and how she looked and her desire to make an effort that maybe she didn't have a desire to make before. I get this. I mean, don't you remember, Angela, in your young love phases with someone new that you're dating, you give a little extra zhuzh, right? Yeah. Of course. We had a big fan catch regarding Pam's wardrobe. This came from Megan Robinson, Steph Baldwin, Laura Roldan, Haley McMurdy, and Kelly Ann Nim. They all noticed that Pam's necklace changes in this episode. You know what it is now? She's a butterfly. Fly, butterfly! You're not that worm anymore. Fly! No. I think you mean caterpillar. Caterpillar! Squishy thing! You're not that squishy. You're beautiful. Flying in the wind. Yes, she has metamorphosized into a beautiful butterfly. That's right. No longer the unicorn, now the butterfly. Jim and Pam at 3 minutes are discussing their separate weekend plans in front of Kevin. It's making him crazy, right? Because he's not buying it. Yeah. Pam says, you know, maybe she'll go to the flea market at the drive-in. Guys, I looked this up. There is a flea market at an old drive-in, and it was actually the Reader's Choice Award for Best Flea Market. It's located at the famous Circle Drive-In in the Circle Flea Fair. It's the largest flea market and farmers market in northeastern Pennsylvania. So that is 100% believable that Pam would be going. Yes. And Jeff says he's going to go mountain biking at Montage Mountain. Well, I looked that up. And correct me if I'm wrong, folks in Pennsylvania, but Montage Mountain has, you know, ski runs, but you can't mountain bike on it unless there's some trails I don't know about. I actually found an online petition from April of 2019 of folks wanting to mountain bike on Montage Mountain, but you can't. And there's an online petition because people want to.
Let's get to the mountain.
Wow. Sorry.
Montage mountain.
Had to do a local deep dive. Well, you know what? Perhaps that's the evidence that Jim and Pam are not actually having separate plans that weekend. Because he would know. If Kevin knew that there was no mountain biking on Montage Mountain, he would know. Kevin doesn't know that because he's not athletic. No, but Jim knows that. That's right. Jim got it wrong. Well, now Michael arrives and he breaks the news that Meredith has been hit by a car. Yeah. You know, luckily he was there. Yeah. And he drove her to the hospital. He said the doctors did the best they could. They did everything they could to save her life. And she's going to be okay. Yeah. And Stanley's like, why the hell would you say it like that? Who talks like that? It's so good. I love that line from Stanley so much. Leslie is so good in that delivery. He's so good. And I loved it when Andy's like, well, who hit her? And then Michael's like, kind of good news, bad news there. I was able to be on the scene so quickly because I was in the car that hit her. And Jim's like, oh no. Yeah, Jim's like, who was driving the car? And that's what Pam is like. Oh, Michael. At 4 minutes, 4 seconds, there's a reaction shot of everyone. And the accountants are all sort of standing together. Guys, the return of the floofy blouse. Ooh, is it a floofy blouse in an accountant stack? It's a floofy blouse in an accountant clump. This is more of a clump than a stack. All right. But Jenna, you can also see that over the summer I got bangs. Oh, yes. And Kim Ferry had to try to style my hair. But I think I have sort of stylish bangs. Oh, yeah. Well, there you go. I know. Well, now we are moving into Michael's office. Dwight is trying to make Michael feel better by explaining it's going to be fine. I mean, it's only Meredith. But Michael is upset because he thinks everyone thinks he might be a murderer. Or they were looking at him like he was a murderer. Can you imagine if some of the writers had their way? I know. No kidding. Gosh. Well, now Pam is going to go around the office. She thinks everyone should visit Meredith, and she's collecting money so they can buy her flowers. Yes, but Angela says she can't go because Sprinkles is sick. And Angela needs to go home at lunch to give Sprinkles some medicine and eat lunch with her cat. Yeah. And you guys, there are wonderful deleted talking heads from this episode. So many characters have great talking heads. But this is a talking head that would have happened right before Pam walked over to Angela. And I have to read it to you because it's so fun to me. Angela has a talking head that says, I've had Sprinkles for 16 years. I adopted her when I graduated from accounting school. I knew the kind of life I wanted, one with the companionship and unpredictable good times only a cat offers. The unpredictable good times a cat offers. You know, cats really do offer unpredictable good times. Creed Bratton has texted me this sentence. An unpredictable good time only a cat offers. Creed texted me that the other day. I love that. So, yes. So Angela has that talking head and that you didn't get to see. And it really sort of builds up like, this is like more than a cat to her. I mean, we already know that. But when Pam suggests that Angela should go and that she's ditching on her party planning committee duties, Angela's ticked. Sam, can I get a Pam sass? Pam sass! Yeah. We had some people write in, Paige Banker, Lauren Corwin. They just wrote in all caps, major Pam sass at 5 minutes, 35 seconds. Yeah, I agree, you guys. Pam says, can't your other cats keep her company? And Angela's like, there's bad blood, jealousies, cliques. What's happening at this woman's house? I have to tell you something about this scene. This was what I thought you were going to tell me when you said that I had written you an email about this episode.
Why?
And about what I was doing this week.
Why?
Lady, I was really hungover when we shot this scene. Like super hungover. And if you look at me in this scene compared to every other scene, you can see it on my face. I am gray. I'm kind of green.
Why?
My eyes are puffy. I will never forget it. So, the night before this shoot, I went to a Mexican restaurant and I was with a friend who ordered a margarita.
Okay.
I had never really had a margarita before.
Oh, no way.
Yes, it's true. We've talked about this. I did not have a lot of experience with drinking. I just, I had a Cosmopolitan. I had to research drinking in order to play Drunk Pam. So I took a sip of it.
Yeah.
And I was like, this is delicious. I love this drink.
Uh-oh.
And then I had three. Three over the course of this dinner. Lady, this scene was the first scene of the next day. We had a super early call time, and I was really feeling it. Like, I had not had enough time to recover from my 3 margaritas.
Oh, yeah. My call times were routinely like 5 a.m., 5:30. So you were sweating tequila.
I was. And so I thought when you said earlier that you had an email from me about what I was doing this week, I was like, oh my gosh, did I write Angela about those margaritas?
Sorry to disappoint. You had a mandatory physical, table read, and a sexual harassment seminar.
Exactly. Anyway, that's my little tidbit. Every time I see this scene, I'm reminded of the night that I first drank 3 margaritas.
Well, now I'll always remember it. So now Michael has to call Ryan, because Ryan is his boss, and tell him he hit Meredith on company property. And
with his company car.
Yeah. And Ryan is such a badass boss in this. He's liking being the boss and talking to Michael this way.
Well, and then we go to the Ryan talking head, and Ryan has a new look.
Oh,
he's got his what do you call that? It's not a beard. It's like the permanent stubble.
Yeah, it's like a 5 o'clock shadow, but it's a choice. Yeah.
Yeah, and his hair's all slicked back. He's got like kind of a Gordon Gekko thing going on.
Yeah, he looks like he should be in the show Succession. That's what he looks like.
Yes.
Right? And he has the same kind of like cheesy attitude. He's like, some people keep calling me, Wonder Kid, not really sure what that means. Well, I guess I do know what it means. It's so cringy.
Yeah, it's great. We're going to get a glimpse now of what this new dynamic is going to be like. Well, then we have a scene that I love, Angela, because it's a Dwight and Angela secret scene. Remember, the people in the office, we don't know you're dating, right? So you guys are still kind of like a secret couple. Whenever you want to talk to each other, you have to go be like weirdly secretive about it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess only Jim knows, right?
And Pam, have Jim and Pam hopefully talked about it at this point? We still don't know.
You would think. So, lady, I had a long speech where I talk about all of Sprinkle's medications, and I did that thing like you did on Beach Games. I learned it backwards and forwards so that I could say it just effortlessly, But here it is. Sam, can you play that clip?
Look at this. I found it.
I wrote it out. There's a diabetes shot. Roll the insulin in your hands. Don't shake it. She gets an insulin with her meal. You have to put her right in front of the dish or she won't see it because of cataracts. Mix 1 capsule of omega fatty acid in with her kidney medicine. And you want to give that to her 15 minutes after she's eaten. And, there's a fungal cream because she has this infection under her tail. So you're going to have to lift her tail and put the cream right at the base of her tail.
I love that you memorized it, Angela, because when I watched that, I wondered. I thought the answer was yes, because you delivered it Like you knew. And if you had a cat that was sick, you would know, right? Yeah. You wouldn't be searching for that information. You would know it.
Oh, yeah. And they had, the props department had given me this blue notepad with all of the different steps written out, but not in the same order, not exactly. So, like, actually, if I looked at the notepad, it would have messed me up. But I saved the notepad with all of Sprinkle's medications, and it's the one I hand Dwight in the scene. He's holding it. I saved it. I never tore off that first page, and I still have it.
Very
And the whole
good.
notepad is unused.
Impressive.
And that first page just has all of Sprinkle's like
Sure.
medicines and how to care for her.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, look. Oh, wait. Oh, I took a picture of it. Do you want to see?
Yeah.
Okay, here.
That is amazing. But that's not your handwriting.
No. It's not my handwriting. Someone in the props department wrote that out.
Wow. We have to post that on the pod. We'll post it on the pod.
Okay.
Sprinkle's medication going on the pod. Well, we got a fan question from Tracy Prescott, who said this. I am a cat-focused veterinarian in Atlanta, and I was wondering if an actual doctor of veterinary medicine was consulted about Sprinkle's medical needs, because Angela's list of medications and treatments she gave to Dwight were very realistic.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Well, Greg told me that he had the writer's assistants Nate Fetterman and Jonathan Hughes do research into the accurate cat medicines, and that is why that list of medicines is so realistic.
Well, good job, writer's assistants.
That's right. Well, listen, before we go on, maybe we should take a break, because coming up, Michael is going to try to, I don't know, right this wrong.
He's going to try. It's not going to go well.
It never does.
No. All right, we'll be back.
For 175 years, Gorton's has been committed to spreading the goodness of the sea by making quality seafood accessible to everyone while responsibly sustaining its future.
Over 99% of Gorton's seafood is certified as responsibly sourced.
And Gorton's reached out to us and said, do you want us to send you some of our fish sticks, some of our products, so you can become familiar with it before you speak about it on the podcast? And I was like, Gorton's, I've got you in my freezer right now.
Yeah, you
Okay.
do. You do. Your kids love the fish sticks.
Yes, it's our fave.
Guess what I got? I got the Southern style shrimp. It is so good.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You know, when you're looking in the freezer aisle, the Gortons are in the yellow package. They've got the iconic fisherman on the cover. This brand has been around since I was a kid.
Same. Gorton's is actually a brand that's been around for 175 years.
Oh my gosh,
That's
yes.
so rare. Well, we love Gorton's, and it can help you make your mealtime easy. Visit Gortons.com to learn more, find a store, and get a recipe inspiration.
Whether your resolution is to save money, eat better, or stress less, HelloFresh is here to help you do all three.
Yes, you guys, I love HelloFresh. Jen and I both love it. You know why we love it. And guess what I made the other night?
What?
It was so delicious. I made their pub-style shepherd's pie.
I've made it.
Yes, it's so good. White cheddar and the thyme mashed potatoes.
I know it very well. It's a family favorite.
Well, you know, Josh normally makes dinner, so this was my turn, and I made this, and he loved it, and I was so happy. I was like, I made a shepherd's pie. I'd never made one before.
It's so good. Everyone, you can say hello to your most delicious year yet with fresh ingredients, chef-crafted recipes, all at a price you'll like, delivered right to your door. Go to HelloFresh.com/OfficeLadiesFree and use code OfficeLadiesFree for free breakfast for life.
One breakfast item per box while subscription is active. That's free breakfast for life at HelloFresh.com/OfficeLadiesFree with code OfficeLadiesFree.
HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit. All right, we are back, and Angela, Michael has gone into the break room in an attempt to rally everyone to plant a tree in honor of Meredith. But do you know what I titled this scene? You are always titling scenes, and I have titled a scene.
What?
John eats popcorn.
Oh my gosh.
Did you notice he is eating popcorn through this whole scene? Not carrots, not baby carrots, but popcorn. And the way he's eating it, it's so delicate. Was he trying not to crunch too loudly?
I think he was trying not to be a problem for sound, but he was clearly hungry because he eats it through the whole scene.
Oh my God, was this the year we got that little popcorn maker by Craft Services?
It must have been. This must have been the first week with the popcorn maker.
We went a little crazy for popcorn, and then the sound department, I think, said, okay, guys.
I remember it went away.
Yeah, but we were excited about it.
Well, he's eating popcorn in this whole scene, and it's also in this scene that Pam explains to Michael, you know, we're just going to go visit Meredith. We're going to go in shifts so we don't overwhelm her. But Michael is like, no, we're all going together. At the same time, I'll drive.
So Jim and Pam are like, well, we can each take people in our separate cars. And Oscar's like, separate cars? And Kevin's like, all right, I don't believe it.
I know.
Well, then Michael has a talking head, and he says, you know, I have flaws, you know, what, so sue me. And he's like, no, don't sue me. But Jenna, there was an alt to this talking head, and it's in the deleted scenes. And it made me laugh so hard. And it's also in the bloopers, and Steve couldn't get through it. He kept laughing.
What is it?
Okay, this is it. There's one take, clearly he got through it because it's in the deleted scenes. He says, I am not a bad guy. I am a good guy who runs over women with his car. Why am I having such a hard time getting my message across? Oh my gosh, that is funny. And the way Steve does it is so good.
That's good. I have to go watch that.
Yeah, you have to.
Well, we don't find out exactly how they get there, but the entire gang does arrive at the hospital. Michael has a whole bunch of balloons.
It's the entire gang minus Dwight.
That's right, because Dwight has gone to take care of Sprinkles. Everyone gathers around Meredith's bed, and we talked about this scene with Kate about how Steve improvised crawling on top of her in that one moment. He's like trying to give her a hug. It's pretty amazing.
It's pretty great. There is a deleted scene from this moment where Creed, as they're exiting, just grabs all her meds out of the little plastic cups. They're sitting on her tray.
Oh.
And Creed just pockets all her meds.
Of course he does. Well, I had a favorite moment from this scene, and I wanted to ask you about it because I think maybe you improvised it. When Michael is trying to get Meredith to forgive him, he says that she should think about the Bible because it says that forgiveness is next to godliness. And you mutter, that's cleanliness.
I did improvise that.
Oh, I also wanted to mention in this scene the nurse, who is an improv person from IO. Her name is Sylvia McClure. Well, I looked at her IMDb and I found this very interesting. In addition to playing a nurse on The Office, she has also played a doctor on Young and the Restless, Dexter, and Intelligence, a nurse in Night of the Dead, and a receptionist nurse on The Unit. So she's played a lot of nurses and doctors, and incidentally, she's also twice been cast as a nun.
That is very interesting, like sort of it's like a weird typecasting.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I used to get a lot of auditions for school teachers and nurses.
Have you ever played a nurse or doctor?
Yes, actually, I played a pediatric nurse in this movie called The Promotion.
I played a doctor on an episode of Monk. And I played a sexy nurse briefly in one of our Halloween episodes of The Office.
What were you most often typecast as for auditions?
Before The Office?
Before The Office.
Quirky gal. What's up?
Like quirky fun neighbor?
Quirky neighbor.
Yeah. Yeah. I got a lot of just the school teachers, waitresses, and nurses.
Well, I will tell you, we talked about how hard we laughed in this scene, but 11 minutes, 22 seconds is when you can see us breaking. If you're looking for it, that's when Michael crawls on top of Meredith.
Well, now we can go back to the office, and we are going to find Dwight telling Angela some bad news.
And she's anxious to see him. She wants to know how it went. You can just tell. And then he's like, hey, monkey. And she's like, any problems? well, you left the TV on and your cat is dead. And my character's like, what? And he's like, Sparkles, the white one, is dead.
Yeah, he gets the name wrong. It's bad.
It is bad. This will not end well.
Angela, you get so very immediately emotional and not in a funny way. Like, this is one of the ways that our show allowed characters to be real people, because Angela, the character, really loved her cat, and she is heartbroken. And you see that real pain here from your character. How did you gear up for this scene?
Well, Greg told me, he said, Angela Martin, hearing this news, will be devastated. And I need you to play out the beats of hearing news that kind of destroys you in the moment. And I feel like we've all had moments in our lives where we've gotten that phone call with some bad news, unfortunately. And I just sort of thought about a few of those moments where, at first you're just in total shock, where you're not really sure what you heard.
Yeah.
And then it's like someone slaps you in the face with the information. And then you're trying to make sense of it, but you can't make sense of it. It's the unthinkable, and it doesn't make sense. And your body is doing all of that. You're in shock, you're sad, your mind is trying to make it right, but you can't make it right. You can't figure it out. You don't understand why it happened. And I was just trying to process through all of that. And yeah, that's what I did.
Did you have to do a lot of takes of that scene? Do you remember?
No, I didn't. I was thankful for that.
In the next scene, your character is still crying. She's standing at reception with Pam, and you look like you've been crying for a long time. What did you do to get there, to start the scene in a place like that?
I'm chatty, so my instinct would be, I'm standing by reception with you, would be to be hanging out, being part of the bullpen. So one of the things I did was I went around the corner by the elevators by myself in between takes, and I did not hang out. And I just tried to stay in sort of that sad space. And also the makeup department, they wanted my eyes to really look like I had bawled my eyes out.
And they did.
So I had to get myself back in that emotional place and get sad again. And also the makeup department, Kenneth Paul, who did my makeup, did like this type of eyeliner that really made the inside, it was like on the inside of your eye, reddish pink. So my eyes looked the part, and then emotionally I got there.
Your eyes looked like you had 3 margaritas yesterday.
Maybe
what you look
maybe
like.
that's my prep instead of eyeliner and sad thoughts.
Yeah. No, what happened was Laverne just showed Kenneth Paul a picture of me from the previous day and was like, make her look like that. No, but in all seriousness, Angela, when I was watching these series of scenes where your character is really, really devastated over the death of Sprinkles, I was just so beyond impressed with your performance and your range and your believability. It was just, this is just great work.
Oh, thanks. I appreciate that. I really appreciated Greg writing the storyline for me.
Why
and
does my
I got
not
to
take
do
away?
all these things, and his take as a director was always to try to keep it as honest as possible.
Yeah.
I'm glad that
Well,
was
there's
the first
another
person I
really
said.
great moment in this scene, and we actually had a fan write in. Katie Harvick said, I
That's
think we need to give a shout out to Michael when Angela's cat dies. Not only did he know her name, but he was overcome with grief. He cares
That is
so
too
much
false.
for his employees, and it was just such a sweet moment to me.
But
But I do have to ask, do you think he was truly sad, or did he just see this as a distraction from hitting Meredith that everyone could talk about instead? I personally think he was very distraught about Sprinkles.
Well, I agree. This happens at 12 minutes, 41 seconds, and it is one of my favorite endearing moments of Michael. Now, maybe because it's personal for me, because, I played Angela Martin. I knew how much she loved her cats. But Michael, it's like that moment when the trick-or-treaters come to his house and you see his joy. It's like that moment when he shows up to Pam's art show Yeah.
Michael really saw these people as his family. So Michael knew Angela's love of Sprinkles. Of course he did. And
Yeah.
he was gutted to hear that Sprinkles died. The way he puts his hand up to his face and he kind of collapses into the wall and he's like, oh, shoot. I'm sorry, Angela. I mean, could it get any worse? He's feeling all of that. He really feels bad. And now he gets Sprinkles' name right the first time. And then he makes a big speech and calls her Prinkles. So,
What?
you know.
He does. That's right. He says, so many bad things have happened today. The computer crashes from porn, Meredith's accident, and now Prinkles.
We're cursed. This seals the deal. To him, that's it. The office is cursed. And now he's got to figure out how to break this curse.
Yes, but he does say, I'm not superstitious, but I am a little stitious.
It's like he thinks they're two separate words.
Well, we had a fan question about that line from Jessica Williard and Lauren Corwin. They said, that line makes me laugh every time. Who wrote this joke?
I was curious too. Did you find out?
I did. It was Gene Stupnitsky.
Gene, hilarious.
Yeah, I asked Greg, and he said, I'm pretty sure it was Gene or Lee. I reached out to those guys. Gene said, yes, it was me. He remembers. They were in a group, and this talking head leads to a commercial break. And they needed a button. They needed a little button at the end of this talking head so that they could go to commercial. And he said they were just trying to come up with something, and all of a sudden he said he shouted out, I've got it! This might be stupid, but how about this? And he pitched that line, and it is so genius! It is such a good line, and I hear that line quoted all the time.
It is a Michael Scott classic line.
It is. It's true. Well, speaking of classic Michael Scott, we're now going to move into one of Michael's conference room meetings.
This is an epic conference room meeting. We were in this conference room all freaking day. We got loopy, we got punchy. I'm going to tell you where we flat out lost it. It's so good.
Yeah. I also remember that they very specifically did not seat Jim and Pam next to one another. This was part of Jim and Pam's supposed way of deflecting that we're dating.
Yeah.
And I remember that you have to just be sad and kind of cry through the scene, and that I didn't want to chat you up too much because I knew you had to stay in that space.
And I did. I really stayed sad until the end when Steve made me break into laughter. So Michael in the scene is questioning his employees. He feels like someone must have done something to get this curse, right? Like, have they violated an ancient Indian burial ground? And then, he wants to know what everyone's religious beliefs are.
Which Toby says, Michael, you can't do that. You can't discuss that.
Michael calls Toby Satan repeatedly in the scene. One, because he won a week of free pizza. So he's like, I don't think there's a curse. And Michael's like, okay, Satan. So he goes around the room. Pam and Daryl are both Presbyterians. They high five. Phyllis has this great line where she says, I'm a Lutheran and Bob is a Unitarian. Keeps things spicy. Creed said he's been a follower in a cult and a leader in a cult. The followers have more fun, but the leaders make more money. But Michael has decided he thinks maybe we should do an animal sacrifice.
Yes, that's going to do it.
Maybe that would help.
Yeah. And then he starts naming animals, but they don't exist. I wrote them down. He suggests that we sacrifice an animal that has the body of a walrus and the head of a sea lion, or the body of an egret with the head of a meerkat, or maybe one that has the head of a monkey with the antlers of a reindeer and the body of a porcupine.
Okay, Jenna, when Steve started this runner, they just let him go. Do you remember this?
Yes.
He just started improvising different animal combinations. We didn't know what was going to come out of the guy's mouth. We all started dropping like flies, cracking up. And the other thing is, he would say it with such seriousness. And
this was the comedy killer. The long pauses. He takes such a long pause before he says, body of a porcupine? Yes, we were on the floor. We were on the floor. I am not in any background shots while he's doing these animal combinations because I couldn't keep it together. And at 18 minutes, 11 seconds, you can see Craig Robinson covering his face. I saw it. I remember that. We were losing it. It was so funny. And they let him go for a long time. I mean, you are not seeing all of it. He went for so long. And I remember we were cracking up and we were just like, as a group, we're like, no, get it together. These are too good. We can't ruin these. Well, while all this is happening at the office, Dwight has gone to visit Meredith. And he has this talking head where he's saying, as he's sitting next to her, that sometimes the best thing to do is to put an animal out of its misery. He's a farmer. Yeah. You could power a small fan for 2 days with the amount of electricity Meredith is hooked up to. I have to say, please, if you go back to rewatch this episode, during this speech by Dwight next to Meredith's bedside, please look at the woman in the bed on the other side. Okay? Over Dwight's shoulder. That's all I'm going to say. Just enjoy that performance the next time you watch this scene. It's wonderful. Oh my God, Jenna. When we were all crammed around Kate's bed, that woman was there. I swear, that woman, it was like she was a real patient. She let out some kind of noise, and I thought we were all going to shit our pants. She was a background actor,
What?
but she was so real. She literally, while we were standing there one time, went, like, I think they told her to maybe make a moaning sound. Yeah, and her interpretation of that, we went loopy. Well, watch her in the background of the scene because she's excellent. So now the doctor comes in, and Dwight has some questions for him. And you and I both know that this is our writer, Justin Spitzer. Yes, creator of some of your favorite Dwightisms, Justin Spitzer. And the creator of the show, Superstore. Well, I reached out to Justin, and he told me that he got this role after reading the part in the table read. That he made Greg laugh, which Paul Lieberstein has shared that this would happen. They wouldn't have some of the roles cast, and they would have writers read them. And if a writer read a part, get ready, because there was a good chance Greg was going to put you in the show. Well, he also told me that the look he gives to camera was actually him misunderstanding a piece of direction from Greg. That Greg did not intend him to perform that line to the camera as a little joke. Oh, so that's where it went. He's talking about Meredith's uterus. Yeah. But Greg left it in. I liked it. I liked it too, but he said that was not the intention. That was a mistake. Well, we learn in this scene that Meredith has been bitten by a bat, which we knew, but not only by a bat,
You have to
but
pooch?
recently by a raccoon
Pooch for him?
and a rat. What the hell, Meredith? What is she doing? Honestly, a few of those animals could just live in her van. Meredith's van. Mm-hmm. Well, when Dwight comes back from the hospital, he fills Michael in on all of this. He says, it turns out Meredith had been exposed to rabies. Michael's like, ding, 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 ding. And that going to the hospital might have saved her life because she got a rabies vaccine. That is all Michael needed to hear. He hit her with a car and saved her life. Yes. Now, he also says in this scene, Dwight says the only way to treat rabies is to start treatment before the symptoms start. Well, I looked it up. This is true. Did you know, Angela, that nearly 100% of people who develop symptoms die from rabies? Die. It cannot be cured once you get it. I did not know that. Yes, so this is why you have to seek treatment immediately if you are ever bitten by an animal. And a lot of animals can carry rabies. but since I looked it up, I'll let you know that in the United States, the most likely way to transmit rabies is through bats, coyotes, foxes, raccoons, and skunks. In Africa and Southeast Asia, it is stray dogs.
I mean, what about monkeys? There's parts of like Indonesia, like if you go up to Ubud, like there's monkeys, like all over the
Any animal
place.
bite. If you get bitten by any animal, just go get a rabies vaccine. It also,
What about
said,
squirrels?
yes, any animal. If any animal bites you, I'm just telling you the animals that are most likely to carry rabies in these locations. But any animal can give it to you.
Is a mongoose on the list?
Is a mongoose any animal?
I'm just messing with you, but it's been really fun.
Well, listen. Here is the thing that I found most interesting. This is from the Mayo Clinic website. Here's what it says.
Okay.
If you wake up in the morning,
Okay.
and there's a bat in your room,
Okay.
you should assume you've been bitten. Because a bat can bite you without waking you up. It also said if you find a bat by a person who can't tell you that they've been bitten, like a child or an impaired adult, assume they have also been bitten and go get a rabies vaccine. Because once you show symptoms, there is no cure.
Well, I was watching an episode of Our Planet, and they were talking about these baby seals, and they're vampire bats that go and try to just suck their blood, and they can hop. They hop
The
around.
seals or the bats?
The bats! They jump. I'm going to send you a video. They hop, and they are bloodsuckers.
They hop and bite.
They hop and bite.
Yeah. Well,
Well,
there you go, guys.
there you go.
That's your rabies
Cheat sheet.
That's everything you ever wanted to know about rabies.
Basically, if you get bit by an animal, that's what I learned. Get that rabies shot.
Good. Oh, yes, that was the takeaway I was hoping for.
Well, there you go.
Well, Michael is thrilled to find out that he has saved Meredith's life.
Oh, yeah.
He walks into the bullpen. He declares that the curse has been broken. Turns out there is a God. Everything is great.
But who is Jesus' dad?
Yeah, he's not sure, I guess.
And meanwhile, Kevin, has been on the case this whole episode trying to figure out if Jim and Pam are dating. He's positive that they are, but it's the end of the day, and he's like, you know what? I guess they're not together, and now they probably never will be, and it's too bad because they're like PB and J, Pam Beasley and Jim.
Yeah, and that was an inside joke because at this point, fans of the show had started calling Jim and Pam Jam.
Yes.
They had mashed our names as Jam. And so it was this funny thing that Kevin would call us PB and J and not Jam.
A little nod to the fans.
A little nod. Well, you know what? We see Pam leave for the day. She gets in her car, she drives away, she's by herself. Clearly, the documentary crew is as suspicious as Kevin because they follow her as she drives off. It made me wonder, my gosh, how long do they follow us after we leave work?
Well, I don't think you should be that worried because Pam doesn't drive very far. I was like, Pam, do better. You drove like 4 car lengths and then you pulled over. And then what? Are you going to just leave your car there? Does your car is not that far from work and you're just going to leave it?
No, I'm not going to leave it. I'm going to pick up Jim.
I think they could have done better.
Well, you know what? This is the street we could get a permit for, and we couldn't block off the whole street. This is as far as I was allowed to drive. Well, but it's true. I pull over, and then Greg wanted to kind of further the misdirect, so he directed me to put my head down on the steering wheel. Like maybe Pam pulled off the side of the road because she was just having kind of an emotional moment, and maybe you'd find out what that was or why that was, that she was sad or something like that. But of course what happens is Jim comes over, he gets in the car, they share a kiss, and then they drive away.
Well, I loved this little moment that we got to see. I will say this.
The way you slumped on the steering wheel, I did not think you were overcome with emotion. I thought you were awkwardly trying to hide.
I'm gonna say when I watched that back, it's one of my worst acting moments on the show.
I thought you were trying to hide. The idea was that I was sort of like, oh, what a day. I needed to pull over because, oh, what a day this has been. I need a moment to collect myself. I mean, it didn't work. I don't think it worked. You thought I was trying to hide the steering wheel. I thought it worked because I thought Pam was trying to possibly cover her face from any one of her coworkers who might be leaving since she didn't pull very far away from the building. Well, that's what I thought. It was strange. But there you go. And on the DVDs, guys, there is a very interesting extra feature. There is a rabies PSA. It is Steve, looking like Steve. Cute jeans, button down. He has normal Steve hair. But he's sort of delivering it more like Michael, but he's Steve. I don't know. It's like it was written for Michael, but it's delivered by Steve. It's a rabies PSA. Remember those things on NBC?
Yes.
Like the more, bing, bing, or whatever.
Yes.
And he's giving a few tips about rabies, and then he says, rabies kills nearly 4,000 Americans every 1,000 years.
Well, here's an interesting fact that I found, Angela, which is that the day after this episode aired on September 27th,
This is
2007.
Yeah.
The next day was the first annual World Rabies Day. It was a global health day to raise awareness of rabies.
So do you think NBC had Steve do a PSA?
I don't know. But what a weird, crazy thing.
Yes, and guys, if you get bit, get that rabies shot.
I hope I made that clear in today's episode.
I got it.
I hope you also learned maybe don't drink 3 margaritas before you have a real early call time. Aspiring actors, maybe you can learn that from me today as well.
Jenna, you're giving all kinds of gems today. So many gems.
Well, thank you.
You're welcome. Here's the takeaway from me today. Save the boring emails and then no one will hack you.
That's right. Oh, there we go. Guys, that was Fun Run Part 1. We'll be back next week with Fun Run Part 2, where we actually run.
Oh man, do we? All right, guys, have a great week. Bye. Bye. Are you still here? Bye. Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey.
Our producer is Cody Fisher, our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer, and our associate producer is Ainsley Bubico.
Our theme song is Rubber Tree by Creed Bratton.
For ad-free versions of Office Ladies, go to StitcherPremium.com. For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE. Did you know that the bold, smooth taste of Dunkin' cold coffee can be brewed in your Keurig coffee maker and enjoyed at home?
You heard that right. Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods were crafted to be brewed hot and enjoyed cold.
Each Dunkin' cold K-Cup pod is packed with the smooth, bold Dunkin' flavor you crave.
Pick up a pack of Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods and enjoy a Dunkin' cold coffee at home whenever you crave it.
Just brew over ice and sip in seconds, because the home with Dunkin' is where you want to be. I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
We were on The Office together.
And we're best friends.
And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you.
Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only 2 people who were there can tell you.
We're the Office Ladies. On your mark, get set, go.
Angela, it's a fun run. Wait, I got a carb load, a bunch of fettuccine 3 seconds before I run. Good idea. That's not going to turn on you. Give me the creamy carbs seconds before I take off on a huge adventure. Guys, it is Fun Run Part 2. This is the very beginning of Season 4, written by Greg Daniels, directed by Greg Daniels. Let me hit you up with a summary. Last week, Michael hit Meredith with his car, breaking her pelvis. And we discovered, though, that Meredith's trip to the hospital may have saved her life, since it was revealed she had possibly been exposed to rabies and has now received a vaccine. We also found out that Sprinkles died on Dwight's watch. On Dwight's watch? Well, this week, Michael organizes a fun run to raise money for rabies in honor of Meredith, and we find out what really happened to Sprinkles. Do you see what I'm wearing in honor of this episode? You're wearing your office lady Sprinkles sweatshirt. I am wearing my Sprinkles sweatshirt. Well, lady, I did not wear anything in honor of Sprinkles today. Well, you know what? That tracks for Pam in this episode, because she helps, like Angela, let's see, zero amount. Sorry. Okay. She's distracted because in this episode, it's also going to be revealed that Jim and Pam are dating. Listen, the one thing I thought of when I watched this episode was, wow, Happy Pam is a sassy Pam. She gives 0 F's about what's going on around her. She's a totally different person. Happy sass. Happy sass. Happy Pam sass. Happy Pam sass. Well, let's get into these fast facts. Fast fact number 1. You know, this episode is technically the second part of the episode that we broke down last week, right? Because these episodes were an hour long. But if you notice, I feel like these episodes really stand on their own. They kind of both had their own little plots, right? For sure. Well, I talked to Greg about that, and he told me that Kevin Riley requested 4-hour-long episodes to kick off season 4. So the first 4 episodes of this season are all an hour long. Kevin loved our show, but was there any other reason besides he was like, I want more Office? I think it was just that would be a big announcement in the press. The return of The Office, 4-hour-long episodes. Maybe also they didn't have something for the other time slot, so we were filling 2 time slots. I'm speculating, I don't know. I like your speculating face and tone, because my husband does this sometimes when he wants to let the kids down easy. Like, it's like, hey guys, so about those pumpkins that we were gonna get, they exploded from the heat, but yeah. Well, I was excited that we got these big supersized episodes. It meant that for the supporting cast, some of our storylines would definitely stay in, and that was exciting. Yes. Well, Greg also told me that Kevin Riley told him they're only going to run in this hour-long length once at the beginning of the season. Then we're going to have to rerun them later as half hours. And that's really why they stand alone. Greg said it was a challenge because he had to wrap up the first episode in a way that would make it satisfying for a future viewer to watch it in a half-hour form, but he couldn't wrap it up too much for the people who were watching it as a 1-hour episode. He said it was kind of a writing challenge. That sounds like a challenge. I think he did it, though. I think he crushed it. Greg Daniels, you crushed it. Fast fact number 2, lady, is a wardrobe breakdown with Carrie Bennett. I love me some Carrie Bennett. Let's hear it. We got so much mail about the wardrobe in this episode, which makes sense because we're seeing everybody out of their office attire, which Carrie said was always a challenge because she had created these office uniforms for people. So anytime we wore our quote-unquote street clothes, she was like, who are these people in their street clothes? Here's some of the mail we got. Alicia W. and Amanda Mitchenfelder said, did you get to keep your shirts from Fun Run? And Emily Thomas wants to know, did you get to keep a Support the Rabid wristband? Yeah, I kept both. I kept my shirt and I kept my wristband.
I had my wristband for a long time. It's probably somewhere in my scrapbook bin. My t-shirt I did not keep. Carrie kept it in case we ever needed Angela Martin to wear it again, because we weren't sure how long this mourning process was going to go, you know?
Well, we should remind people, Angela, you did not wear one of the famous blue Fun Run t-shirts. You wore a shirt with a picture of sprinkles on it.
Yeah.
Because people wrote in about this shirt too, Angela. Molly C. and Isaiah Johnson asked, where did Angela's sprinkle shirt come from, and did you get to keep it? You said you did not keep it.
I did not keep it. And Carrie made that shirt. She had that shirt made. And also when I had my wardrobe fitting for this, Carrie and I talked, and Angela would not be in shorts. She would not wear shorts. So that's why I have sort of those little crop pants. And then at first they had kids for me, and I was like, I can't run in kids, and I have to actually run. So
Yeah.
I need an actual sneaker.
There you go.
There you go.
Well, Carrie told me about those blue shirts, the famous blue shirts with all the writing on them. So she designed those. We made them ourselves. She said that she just tried to imagine Michael getting on the phone and ordering those t-shirts with the ridiculously long name and insisting that all the words be on the shirt, which I think is a very funny way to approach that design.
I mean, I thought it was perfect. And honestly, while we're talking about the shirt, what the heck kind of budget did they have for this? Not only did they have bracelets and those t-shirts, they had flyers and banners. They had a giant Meredith photo poster and a giant check. What was their budget?
I mean, we're going to see when we get to that scene in the conference room that we spend quite a bit of our donation money just throwing the fun run. Carrie also told me that she chose the color blue for the shirts because everybody had to wear it and blue looks good on everyone. She said she always applies the same logic for photo shoots and promo shoots. Blue just looks best.
That's right.
Well, let's talk about Dwight. Fan question from Ella Lewis. Why isn't Dwight wearing a Fun Run shirt? I feel like he would have been the most likely to support Michael's ideas, yet he's wearing a Shroot Farms shirt instead. I think it makes perfect sense that he would self-advertise.
I agree with Ella. I was surprised that Dwight would not just champion Michael the way he does.
Carrie told me that she made this shirt. She literally just used a standard stencil and she spray painted it in that parking lot right before we started shooting. But after the episode aired, NBC marketing department got so many requests for that shirt that they called her and asked her for her art files so that they could mass produce it and sell it. And Carrie was like, don't have an art file.
Have a spray painty thing that I made in the parking lot. If you want to come get my spray paint stencil.
Yeah. She was like, okay. All right, well, our final question about the clothing comes from Ian MP and Marina Blank. They're asking, is Michael wearing women's shorts for Fun Run?
Oh man, they're definitely some kind of like biker short with like the little windbreaker short over it.
Yeah. Carrie says no, they were not women's shorts. She said the thing with Steve was that he's actually really fit. And Angela, you and I know this. He was really into fitness.
Well, he got into great shape. We've talked about that for 40-Year-Old Virgin, and then he's just made that part of his lifestyle. And I think in this episode, when he gets in his shorts and his t-shirt, you can see how fit he is. There's no hiding how fit he is.
He has like 0% body fat, and it's very clear. Carrie said it was really a challenge to make him look like Michael anytime he was out of his sort of frumpy Michael suit because he just was in such great shape. She said it was just kind of difficult. So there you go.
Yeah.
That is the costume breakdown.
I like
So
it.
much.
I like it.
All right, fast fact number 3. As you know, in this episode, Jim and Pam do not run. A lot of people run, but Jim and Pam do not. They walk. They go to an estate sale.
Jim and Pam don't run, and Oscar and Stanley and Creed take a cab. But Jim and Pam do not run.
They walk in the back, they hold hands.
Well, there was a reason for this.
I know.
The reason for this is because in May of 2007, we shot this in August. In May, I fell down a set of stairs in New York City and I fractured 4 bones in my back and I was not allowed to run. So the writers had to write a reason for me to only walk through this episode.
That was such a scary night. I was with you.
I know you were.
That was so scary.
Yeah, so here's what happened. It was May and we were in New York and we were promoting The Office. We were promoting the season finale and they threw this big party, in quotes, party. It was a work event at this club called Budokan.
Yeah, it was our job to kind of hobnob with advertisers and stuff. We were at work, but it was a fancy work.
Yes. So we're all dressed up and this club is 2 floors. So you enter on the upper floor. They had this little bar with drinks and they were serving these like pineapple-y daiquiri things. And it was sweet and I was like, this seems great. So I grabbed one, but then to get to kind of the main part of the event, you had to go down this long set of stairs that were marble.
And they were steep, you guys. They had a really deep pitch to them.
Yeah, they're still there. This club is still there. So I'm walking down these stairs. I've basically just arrived. I've taken 1 sip of my little daiquiri and something happens. My foot slips out from underneath me and I go crashing down on the edge of these stairs hard. To add insult to injury, I also threw my drink in my own face. So that was fun. So I'm sitting on the ground. I'm half covered in daiquiri and I immediately start to feel like I'm gonna vomit or everything gets dizzy. And I remember this bouncer comes over and picked me up and he was treating me like I was like a boozy, drunken Hollywood starlet. Like he was in no way regarding me with much care. It was like, get her out of there, get the boozer out. And I was like, but I was all disoriented, you know? So I remember they took me back to the storeroom, Angela, and you were there. And I told you I didn't feel good. And I remember you lifted up the back of my shirt and you said, call an ambulance.
Well, I was behind you on that staircase and I saw you go down. It happened in slow motion. Someone had spilt their drink or something on those stairs and they were marble and they were slick. And you had these wedge shoes on. You turned your ankle and you went down so hard. And you know when you're the person watching something happen, how you're like, nah, like I didn't know how to stop it. It was all in motion. And yeah, I'll never forget that night because your back it looked bad. And yeah, I was scared.
Well, I don't remember much else after that. I don't remember the ambulance ride, but I know you were with me, Ange. And I remember going in and out at the hospital and you were by my side the whole time, lady. And you were there. And I remember they x-rayed me. I remember you told me the guy in the bed next to me was handcuffed to his bed.
There was a guy in a chair next to your bed and they brought him in. He was real surly and they handcuffed him to the chair. And I shut the little curtain around your bed and also I was staying with you and I was really adamant about it. You know, I was like, she has no family here. I am not like going anywhere. She's in an emergency room in a city that's not her own. She has no family, and you are stuck with me, buddy. So they didn't mess with me, and I stayed with you till 4 a.m. We got you a hospital room, and we knew more details then. And once we got you set up in your room, I was supposed to be on the Today Show that morning. With Rainn Wilson. We were supposed to be interviewed for The Office, and they had a whole piece about Dwight and Angela. And I asked NBC, you know, I was like, I'm supposed to be on the air in an hour, but I'm in a hospital room with my friend. I can't be there. And they said, don't worry, we'll let the Today Show know. So years later, I'm at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. I'm sitting at the NBC Today Show table. And we're just talking about, oh, when was the last time we saw you? And they were like, you were supposed to do the Today Show with Ray Wilson, and you were a no-show. And I was like, what? I wasn't a no-show. I was with Jenna in a hospital. Didn't they tell you that? They never told them. They never told them why you didn't show up. No. They just thought you were like a flaky actress. This night branded me in this bouncer's eyes as some boozed up actress, and then the Today Show the next day thought you were a flake. And we were like, no, tragedy happened. Yeah, and I've done the Today Show now since, but I was like, how many years did they just think I didn't show up? Oh my gosh. Well, I'll never forget the doctor coming in, and he said, the good news is you're going to walk again. Oh my God. And I was like, that is good news, but that sounds like there's a lot of bad news coming. So as it turns out, I had fractured 4 of the transverse vertebrae in my back. If you're going to have a back injury, I guess this is the best one because they heal on their own, similar to a broken rib, and motion is the best thing for you. So even though walking and moving was really difficult for me, I was encouraged to do it. Here's a crazy twist to the story. NBC had put us up at the Ritz-Carlton for these 2 days that we were going to do press. They had a deal with the hotel, and the entire cast was put up at the Ritz-Carlton. And remember, lady, we asked for adjoining rooms. And we were so excited. Talk about country mouse come to town. We're at the Ritz facing Central Park, 2 whole nights. We were so excited. Well, I couldn't go home. I couldn't leave. So NBC had to pay for me to live at the Ritz-Carlton for 2 weeks. And guess what? What? For the first week, I was with you the whole time. I know you didn't leave my side. I didn't leave your side because you had family on the way, but, they needed a few days to get there, and so I was there, and I just remember that time, and I think every friendship has these milestone moments that you're forever bonded by, and we've certainly had a few, and best friends listening to this out there, you know those moments. This was one of those moments when you're helping your friend get on the toilet. Yep, and Jenna, you did this for me after my C-section. You helped me. Like, I remember this. This was one of those BFF moments. We have both been with the other while one has had a catheter. Yeah. Do you need your friend to step out while I give you this catheter? Nah. No, I actually prefer to hold her hand. Yeah. I'd like someone here with me. Yeah, so anybody out there, if you're wondering why Angela and I are best friends and will be best friends forever, friends who catheter together stay together, all right? Oh, man. My final piece of this story is simply that I couldn't shower for several days and my hair was so smelly. I'm sorry you had to live with that, Ange. That pineapple, it really turned real gross. And I did wet a wash rag and try to dampen your hair with the wash rag. You did. But anyway, guys, that's why Pam doesn't run in this episode. I was healed, but I don't think at this point I was driving myself yet, and I wasn't allowed to run. Your doctor had you on a very specific sort of recovery plan because you do not mess with the back. You don't mess around. But I'm fully healed now, no problems, no residual problems. Well, I loved the storyline for Jim and Pam. I thought it made it just really sweet. Like they were just going to hang out. They weren't going to participate. And then they had this sort of lovely walk and they got to hold hands. And I thought it worked out great. It worked. Well, guys, thanks for listening to us go down that memory lane. We'll take a break and we'll be back to really dive into this episode. Jenna, you and I both love to learn new things. We like to explore new things. And I have to tell you a little something I did over the holidays. What did you do?
Well, my daughter was very curious about the classic holiday movies. What are the holiday movies? And there are so many different genres, right, within a holiday movie. But we really sort of narrowed in on the rom-com holiday movie.
Yes.
And I went on Amazon Prime, and there were a bunch of movies on there. I now think I can write a holiday rom-com.
Well, I think it's very important to stay curious, stay open to exploring new things, and you can do all of that with Amazon Prime. With Amazon Prime, you get Prime Video, Amazon Music Prime, and Prime's fast free shipping. Whatever you're into, it's on Prime. Visit Amazon.com/Prime to get more out of whatever you're into. For 175 years, Gorton's has been committed to spreading the goodness of the sea by making quality seafood accessible to everyone while responsibly sustaining its future.
Over 99% of Gorton's seafood is certified as responsibly sourced.
And Gorton's reached out to us and said, do you want us to send you some of our fish sticks, some of our products, so you can become familiar with it before you speak about it on the podcast? And I was like, Gorton's, I've got you in my freezer right now.
Yeah, you
Okay.
do. You do. Your kids love the fish sticks.
Yes, it's our fave.
Guess what I got? I got these Southern style shrimp. It is so good.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You know, when you're looking in the freezer aisle, the Gorton's are in the yellow package. They've got the iconic fisherman on the cover. This brand has been around since I was a kid.
Same. Gorton's is actually a brand that's been around for 175 years.
Oh my gosh.
That's
Yes.
so rare. Well, we love Gorton's, and it can help you make your mealtime easy. Visit Gortons.com to learn more, find a store, and get a recipe inspiration.
This show is sponsored by BetterHelp.
You know, around New Year's, we all reflect, and people really start making lists of what they can do to be their best self for the next year.
Yes, I think, the new year definitely makes you think New Year's resolution. What do I want to change?
New year, new me, that kind of thing.
Yes, but perhaps this year we could be reflecting on what we're already doing right.
Yeah.
And therapy can help you figure out your strengths so that you can ditch this idea that you need some extreme change or this extreme New Year's resolution and
Right.
just, you can make changes that really stick because they're based on your strengths.
I like that.
If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try.
It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule.
Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists at any time for no additional charge.
Celebrate the progress you've already made. Visit BetterHelp.com/OfficeLadies today to get 10% off your first month.
That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/OfficeLadies. Okay, we are back. This episode opens with Pam answering the phone. Michael Scott's Dunder Mifflin Scranton Meredith Palmer Memorial Celebrity Rabies Awareness Fun Run Race for the Cure. But it's the Pro-Am race for the cure.
My favorite thing about that whole moment was how you delivered. They hung up. It's so good. It's so good.
Well, we got some fan questions about this from Gabriel B, Frank F, Kalos D, Alberto R, and Camille Y. Jenna, did you have to memorize that long title for the fun run race for the cure, or did you look at a piece of paper every time you said it? No, you guys, I had to memorize that, but I did have it sitting on a piece of paper in front of me. Like, I would look at it intensely, because that is a mouthful. That is a lot to have to say.
Yeah.
But I did memorize it for that scene.
And it's a mouthful that doesn't make sense. Like, for me, I can memorize something if it makes sense. My brain will piece it together for me. But if it's just like a list, you have to work at it.
Yeah, that is more difficult, for sure.
Like, there's no way I could have ever been one of those doctors on ER or whatever, like on Grey's Anatomy, where they're running down the hallway and they got someone on the stretcher and they're like, we need 3 BPUs and get the suture sewn up.
I think that all the time when I watch those shows. All the time. I think like they're just yelling out jargon.
They have no idea what they're saying.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, then Michael has an amazing talking head that I really love, where he lets us know that a woman should not have to be hit by a car to learn that she has rabies. But here we are.
Well, you know what? Michael is there fighting for women once again.
Yes, exactly.
Well, then we go out into the bullpen. We're panning around. People are, I guess, on the phones, kind of phone banking, trying to get donations for this cause. He has the whole office doing this. It's unbelievable that any of us had a job after this day. And I love that he walked up and said, "Hi, Stankley." Like, when is Michael going to learn you can't do bits with Stanley? Stanley doesn't want your bits. He doesn't. Stanley is a bit-free person. Yeah, don't bring your bits to Stanley. Well, Phyllis is hard at work on the rabies quilt. She holds it up. How many quilts does this company make? I mean, I felt like this was a callback to the depression quilt from Safety Training. Any wonder Dwight was like, should we do a depression quilt? And Michael's like, no time to sew the quilt. Because clearly it's a thing. It's a thing. Put Phyllis on it. Well, we had a fan question from Mary Halsey. Who made the rabies quilt? Well, guys, it was Phil Shea. I mean, he didn't personally make it, but he had to get someone to make those squares. And if you want to buy it, there is a full-size version of the quilt online. Just Google it. Get out. Rabies Quilt The Office. People are making them. You can buy them. I am going to Google that. I want to see it. You know, my mom's a quilter, you know. Yes, Angela, in my notes for today, I literally wrote, Angela, your mom quilts. I have several pieces of your mom's quilting. My mom is old school type of quilter where, you know, no machine. She cuts out all the pieces and then she like makes her pattern. She'll use like one of the bedrooms in the house and then she sews that all by hand. And she'll do the backing sometimes, you know, with the machine, but she actually purchased in Pennsylvania years and years ago from an Amish family a wooden quilt rack, and every peg, everything is wooden. There's no metal screws or anything. And she puts her quilt top on there and quilts. And I feel like every single one is a piece of art. Since we're talking about quilting, I want to bring up this artist that I love, Lisa Butler. She makes these huge life-size quilted portraits that I'm slightly obsessed with. Go to her Instagram page. It's at Lisa Butler. They look like paintings, but they're not. I'm going to look at it right now. Okay, look at it. Oh my gosh, they're beautiful. Yeah, I just love her work, lady. I love it. I can't wait to see it in person one day. It's beautiful. It's art. It's gorgeous. And she was featured in the New York Times as well. She had this, I mean, she's all over the place. She's a big deal. But check it out. Lisa Butler on Instagram. Well, you know, we're about to move on to an Andy talking head here about nipple chafing. But did you notice Andy is now sitting at Karen's desk? I did. And also, we didn't mention this last week, but when Karen cleared out, did she take the company phone and the computer? Like, everything was gone. Everything. It was all gone. Yeah, well, we had a fan question about Andy's nipple chafing from Lindsay L., who said, who came up with the nipple chafing idea? Was it based off of a personal experience? Well, Greg told me that this was an idea from Justin Spitzer, so I asked him about it, and he said, yes, this was his idea, and that he had once handed out waters and blankets to runners who were finishing the Chicago Marathon, and he could not believe how many men were crossing the finish line with blotches of blood on their shirts over their nipples from nipple chafing. He said it shocked him and haunted him, and he had been obsessed with it ever since, and he was finally able to write it into an episode. So I think this was very healing for him. He was able to take this experience and turn it into art. Well, it's a real thing, and of course I looked it up. Jenna, it's also called jogger's nipple. Oh, I had no idea it was such a thing, and it's more common in the winter because nipples are erect then. But there's many ways to prevent it, and one of them is sort of like covering them like this, and there are all kinds of companies that make these. And now there's nipple covers for women, like when you don't want your nipples to show in clothing. You know, we've had wardrobe fittings where sometimes they're like, oh, we might need to put something there. Yes, there's a whole other industry for men, and you know, I love a good name, Jenna, for businesses. I love it. So we've got a few that I found were Nip Ease,
Mr. Nip strips. Wow.
Well, I guess because men have hairier chests. Like what I noticed when Ed was like covering his nipples was, I just kept thinking, what happens when he tries to take that off because of the hair? Will these companies solve that problem for me, I guess, if I'm a man?
I don't know.
Mr. Nip, was that one of them?
Mr. Nip and nip strips. Nippy.
Maybe the nip strips.
Well, I remember talking to Ed about like that tape and cotton ball thing that he had to do, and he said it was really uncomfortable. Like this was not a comfortable episode for him.
I don't doubt it. Well, lady, now Andy is going to tell Angela how very sorry he is that her cat passed away. This might be leading her maybe toward Andy.
Yeah, there's a deleted scene where Dwight and Angela are exchanging instant messages, and Dwight's trying to make amends, and Angela's not having it. She's getting fed up, and she looks over her shoulder towards Dwight, and Andy is directly behind him, and he thinks Angela is looking at him.
Oh.
So I think they're planting little seeds here.
Well, now you have a talking head, Angela, where you are crying. And you're talking about how Sprinkles was your best friend. And you're sharing pictures of Sprinkles. Because you're including one from the last Halloween.
Yeah,
where you're just a couple of kittens out on the town. Well, lady, we got some mail about this.
Yes, about photos.
Yes, from Kate Sieber, Mandy Pascal, and Anne Marie Morrison. Did you have to do a photo shoot, or did they just Photoshop a cat into your arms?
I did a little bit of both. So if you'll notice a few of the photos, like in particular, there's the picnic blanket one. I'm laying on a picnic blanket. There's a bowl of grapes, and I'm holding the cat. If you notice, I am wearing my outfit from Beach Games.
Oh, yeah.
Right? So
Yeah.
there's a few photos of me in my Beach Games outfit. Well, Phil Shea pulled me aside and was like, Angela, we're going to need some photos of you with Sprinkles for an upcoming episode. So that day where we started out for Beach Games on the bus in the parking lot, Phil Shea just said, Angela, I'm going to grab you when I can, and we'll just quickly take these, okay? So the day that we started Beach Games, before we went to the beach, when we were still leaving Dunder Mifflin, I snuck off with Phil Shea, and we took a bunch of those, and I walked over in my own flip-flops, and you can see them in the photo. That's why I'm barefoot. Isn't that weird? That Angela Martin would be barefoot with a pair of flip-flops, and you can see a little eagle on the flip-flops because they're American Eagle. They're my American Eagle flip-flops.
That is incredible. Well, I loved you in this talking head so much. You're so good in this whole episode, Ange.
Oh, thanks. Thanks so much. Well, up next, Jenna, we have the scene. It starts at 24:02, and I titled the scene, The Moment the Crew Turned on Us. Sam, can you play this?
I'm having relationship problems. And since you're always having relationship problems, I thought you'd be able to give me some advice. What's wrong? I have this crazy thought that I know is crazy. That maybe Dwight killed my cat. When I got home, Sprinkle's body was in the freezer where Dwight's sitting after. But all my bags of frozen french fries had been clawed to shreds. Something's not right. The vet's doing an autopsy. Angela, I'm sorry. Didn't really ever kill one of your cats. I'm not a dog person.
Jenna, do you remember us doing that scene?
Yes.
We got to break it down for people because literally the director came over and was like, I'm just going to stop you right now.
It was Greg.
I know. So I had to pop up over the partition and I start off with like, psst. And then
That got me. Right there, I was done. I just started laughing. Just from your head popping over the partition, started laughing. No words have come out yet.
And every single time you started laughing, then I would start laughing. And then there were times I would get it together and I'd come up over the partition and you'd already be laughing.
Yeah. Because I knew Angela, you have to imagine from my point of view what it's like to have your tiny blonde head pop up suddenly.
It's very funny. And we should also mention this scene was scheduled right before lunch.
Yes, and everyone was really hungry.
You're always really hungry before lunch because you get called into work at 5 a.m., 6 a.m., but lunch is not until 1. So you are hangry at 12:40. Everybody on a set is super hangry at 12:40. Even though there's snacks, you want to sit down, you want your 30-minute break, you want to eat a hot meal. And here you have these two actresses who cannot even get one line out.
These two gals who are literally laughing so hard they can't speak. And Greg was like, why don't we take a break? Why don't we give you guys a minute to get it together? And I said, oh no, they're turning on us. And like,
I felt so bad because normally when we would break in a scene, the crew was laughing with you.
And other actors would laugh too and be like, you guys.
Yeah.
No one was laughing.
No, it was just us. We were so tickled to have a scene together. We always were. And this was a comedic scene we got to do. This was funny.
Yeah. And I'm surprised we even have one take that's usable because we were laughing so hard. And now let's just take a minute to talk about Happy Pam sass. Because Happy Pam doesn't give Angela anything. She's like, oh. Can you imagine Angela finally reaching out to Pam and all she gets is, well, I'm more of a dog person. Are you flipping kidding me?
Well, Angela, what do you expect? Anytime Pam has ever tried to comfort or help Angela, Angela just insults her. I think Pam is being self-protective. She's having good boundaries, in my opinion.
She's got good boundaries and she's getting laid. And she doesn't have time for anybody anymore.
Oh my God! Oh my God, that is private. Well, Angela, I will say this. We have a fan soapbox, and I think you're going to like it.
Ooh, I want to hear it.
This is from Amy Wagner, Rivka Wasserman, Kayla Kelly, Kaylin White, and Christina Chadbourne. They all wrote in to say this. I hate to break it to you, but Pam is actually responsible for the death of Sprinkles and the breakup of Dwangela. Pam guilts Angela into seeing Meredith at lunch instead of taking care of Sprinkles, which is why Angela has to ask Dwight to do it and why Sprinkles ends up dead.
Oh my gosh. Ladies, I had never put that together. You are right. Pam killed Sprinkles.
Well, that's going a little far. Pam killed Sprinkles. Oh my gosh, you are so mad at Pam right now. Pam is just happy. Why when Pam gets happy, does everyone turn on her? That's something I've noticed, by the way. When Pam becomes assertive, there in particular are a bunch of men on Twitter who tweet about how they don't like Pam sassy. Nobody likes assertive Pam. Well, everyone, you're going to have to live with it.
I don't give a crap about assertive Pam. It's sassy Pam, guilt trip Pam. I don't give a shit Pam that I have issue with.
Well, I thought you'd like that fan soapbox.
I very much like it, ladies. Thank you. I feel seen.
Well, speaking of Jim and Pam, they're flirting in the break room right now.
Oh, I titled this scene. Ready?
What is it?
Part 2 of our country song. Ain't no more heartbreak in the break room, baby.
Oh, yes. Yes. Happy times in the break room, everyone.
Happy times.
Well, the camera crew breaks the fourth wall and they bring Jim and Pam into the conference room and show them footage of them away. This is huge. Why is the documentary crew getting involved? Remember, they left Andy floating in a lake, but they pulled Jim and Pam aside to show them this footage.
They didn't say, Meredith, get out of the way.
I don't think they saw Meredith. They were focused on Michael. I don't think the documentary crew could have stopped that accident.
You know? I mean, there's been many times where they probably should have stepped in and they didn't. Why now?
I don't know, but they get Pam to admit that she and Jim are dating.
This is another Pam Sass moment where she doesn't care. She's like, you know what?
we're dating. This is such a cute scene. It's so cute. It has all the feels. It's really cute. And you and John are so good in it. It's a really great jam moment. Well, we had a fan question from Linnea B, who said, what was it like coming back from the break between season 3 and 4 to a new relationship between Jim and Pam? You guys, it was awesome. I had a great time in season 4. Pam was happy. I was happy. I just spent all day being happy in a comedy, basically. Because I don't know about you, Angela, but I was going to ask you, you have to play this season in a lot of emotional turmoil and mourning, and it takes a toll when you have to play jealousy or you have to play sad. Like, it does take a toll. Well, it does. Playing sad takes a toll. Playing angry is fun. Yeah, I will say that because I loved the juxtaposition from this very sweet, cute moment with Jim and Pam to me body checking Dwight like a file cabinet. It's so great. And that whole scene that I have with Rain over my accounting where I'm backing my chair into him, we had such a great time with that. That was so much fun. Well, that is a really good scene. Dwight seems to think you're going to feel better after you run the 5K because exercise helps with depression. And you're just like, you're not getting it. I'm not depressed. I'm pissed off. You're grieving. I'm grieving and I'm angry. Yes. So now we go into the conference room, Angela. Jim, Michael, Pam, and Dwight are putting sort of the finishing touches on the fun run plans. And Michael wants a giant check. What is this thing with giant checks? He got a giant check in product recall. Yeah, I don't know. I think I swear, I think it goes back to when he was a little kid and that owl came to his assembly in a costume with props. This is how you get people's attention, how you get them to care about things. You have big props and costumes and outfits. Why have we not explored Michael's feelings about Carrot Top, the most famous prop comic? I think he loves Carrot Top, and I think he loves who's the guy that hit all the watermelons? Gallagher. Yeah, I think you're right. Well, here's what he wants. He wants a giant check, even though it will eat up 25% of their funds. He wants a rabies doctor to present the check. Yeah. Jim suggests maybe they hire a nurse, like by the hour, like you would for a party. Michael's like, sounds great. Dwight suggests they just donate the money to Meredith's son's college fund. Dwight is the only person making sense in this meeting. Yes, surprisingly, Dwight has the best idea. Jim and Pam are just egging Michael on. But Michael's like, have you seen that kid? He's not going to college. Exactly. Well, I think we should take a break here, Jenna, and when we come back, we might need to talk about the dangling participle. It's an accidental flashing. He did say come in. I agree. Yes. All right, we'll be back. Well, folks, you know I have a lot of family in Texas, and I just want you to know, if you travel to Texas, there are vast landscapes, cultures, regions, destinations, activities that allow for an infinite number of different travel experiences. You can have fun in the sun. Texas has 350 miles of coastline. That's right. Or if you like more of a rugged vacation, there are campgrounds, hiking trails, state parks, and the food. Can we talk about the food? Tex-Mex and barbecue. There's live music, art museums, cowboy experiences. Come on. Right now, Travel Texas offers a one-of-a-kind online trip builder that allows users to generate a custom visually led trip matched to their unique interests. So you go in there and you click your interests and it'll say, here's where you want to go in Texas. Visit traveltexas.com/get-your-own to get the only trip to Texas that matters, yours. That's traveltexas.com/get-your-own. Whether your resolution is to save money, eat better, or stress less, HelloFresh is here to help you do all three. Yes, you guys, I love HelloFresh. Jen and I both love it. We You know why we love it. And guess what I made the other night?
What?
It was so delicious. I made their pub-style shepherd's pie.
I've made it.
Yes,
It's so good.
white cheddar and the fine mashed potatoes.
I know it very well. It's a family favorite.
Well, you know, Josh normally makes dinner, so this was my turn, and I made this, and he loved it, and I was so happy. I was like, I made a shepherd's pie. I'd never made one before.
It's so good. Everyone, you can say hello to your most delicious year yet with fresh ingredients, chef-crafted recipes, all at a price you'll like, delivered right to your door. Go to hellofresh.com/officeladiesfree and use code officeladiesfree for free breakfast for life.
One breakfast item per box while subscription is active. That's free breakfast for life at hellofresh.com/officeladiesfree with code officeladiesfree.
HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit. All right, we are back, and Pam's about to get the shock of her life.
Jenna, how did you film this? Okay, so Pam is, like going in to tell Michael something, right? She knocks on the
She
door.
wants to tell him that 5K means 5 kilometers, not 5,000 miles.
Right. And he says, come in, and she opens the door, and he's decided to change into his running outfit in his office.
Yeah. And he is nude from the waist down. And Pam is shocked. Well, this was a really interesting scene to film. We had a fan question from Tara Nunez. When Pam walks in on Michael naked, what was Steve actually wearing? Steve was actually wearing like a flesh-colored Speedo.
It's still not pleasant to look at, guys. Those reactions are honest. Whenever anyone has to wear flesh-covered anything, it's just off-putting.
Yeah, you kind of look like a Ken doll or a Barbie doll or something.
Yeah.
It's very weird. You still are seeing
Outlines.
right. Anyway, the thing that was difficult here when we were shooting it, and we shot this several times, because Pam has to get far enough into the room and open the door wide enough that the camera can see Michael. Because in my early takes of this, I can see him, but the camera wasn't catching it because I was reacting too quickly.
You're pulling the door shut too fast.
Yeah. So the first thing that we did was Greg said, why don't you be looking at the paper longer and like give a look to camera as you're opening the door? Like, can you believe he thinks it's 5,000 miles? So that I can get the door open wider for camera to see him almost before I see him. So that's how we ended up fixing that problem. But it was very, very funny. We were laughing a lot during this scene.
Lady, after this aired, a friend of mine and I were talking about this episode, and I'll never forget it because I heard a term I'd never heard before in my life. And they said this is a thing sometimes guys will do. I don't know where they do it, but it's called shirt cocking.
Oh.
And it's a thing, okay? And if you look it up, it says it's a shirt cocking is a verb, and it's when a man wears a t-shirt but goes naked from the waist down. Oh, listen to this. This practice is a natural outgrowth of Burning Man events, which value radical self-expression, but are held in clothing-optional environments.
Oh. I've never been to Burning Man.
Well, neither have I, but apparently this happens there, guys.
Well, I've never been shirt cocked either.
I've never been shirt cocked, but beware, it happens.
It's a thing.
I guess it's a thing in the desert, guys, where people get together to have radical experiences.
Well, Michael shirt cocks Pam. And Pam tells Jim that the incident is now burned into her brain.
Back in the break room, Jim and Pam don't hang out at front reception anymore. They just go to the break room to hang out and have their little conversation.
Yeah, happiness in the break room. The break room is a great place now. Well, Michael knocks on the break room door and enters. He's trying to teach Pam how to properly enter.
Oh, can I come in?
Yeah. And Pam is like, you said come in. You said come in.
Well, Pam has a major Pam Sass moment. She says, I didn't see where it started, but I saw where it ended. Wow. I couldn't believe that line.
Wow, Pam is really just saying anything on her mind now.
See?
You're right. Yeah. She's looking up celebrity porn on the computer. She's sassing Angela. She's sassing Michael.
She's not going to run in your stupid fun run.
It's true. Let's get to the fun run, lady.
Let's do it.
We're in the parking lot. Jan is checking people in. Creed registers. He's very disappointed there's no prize money.
We find out, by the way, that Creed's birthday is November 1st and he's going to be 82.
That's so ridiculous. That was so ridiculous.
Jan tells Pam to stay away from her man. Heard she was peeping in on him.
I know. Oh, that was so fun to do. I love doing that scene with Laura where she's just putting Pam in her place, and Pam is like, but you know, guys, Jan is no longer our boss.
Yeah.
She holds no authority over us. She is just there as Michael's girlfriend.
Well, I have to tell you something. So all of this is happening while you have this scene between Pam and Jan going on. There is a scene between Bob, Vance, Phyllis, and Angela. So in the background where Toby is stretching, Angela's standing there, and Phyllis and Bob walk up, and Bob points to her shirt and says, "Oh, is that the cat?" And he turns to Phyllis and says, "Is that the one that Meredith?" And Phyllis quickly cuts him off and goes, "No. And then Angela spits on Bob.
What?
And storms off.
What is happening in that scene? Did Meredith do something to one of your other cats?
I have so many questions. What has Meredith done to one of her cats? It certainly might explain why Angela really does not like Meredith. But man, Angela is talking about angry. She spits at Bob.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, now Michael welcomes everyone and he gives a speech where he sort of warns everybody of the dangers of rabies. In the background, then, Daryl is feeding a peanut to a squirrel. That is such a random funny joke. That's a very Simpsons-esque joke, if you ask me.
I loved it. And I love Michael's like, "Stop it." He's like, "But he's so happy."
Well, then we have Elizabeth the stripper is back. Jackie DeBotton. She walks in this little nurse's outfit to present Michael with the giant check made out to Science. Just Science.
Yeah.
$340 to Science.
Just a piece of cardboard that costs $200 for nothing.
And when Michael sees Elizabeth in her outfit, he's like, "Oh my gosh, you went back for your degree."
Yeah.
Amazing. Well, I have a little wardrobe tidbit.
I think I know your tidbit.
Oh, really?
Go.
All right. Carrie told me that this nurse's outfit was custom made. And if you notice, she had to make it a red circle with a white cross in the middle. And this is because the Red Cross does not like their symbol to be used for fictional content. So she could not have a red cross in a white circle. She had to invert it.
Yes, lady. Well, do you know that is the same costume that Angela Martin wore in season 7? They saved that costume. Season 7, the Halloween episode, where we have a costume contest. I wore that outfit.
What?
Yep. I wore that outfit. It's the exact same one. And it was a little too big for me. So I had to wear a little lace tank top underneath it. And, you know, we'll get to season 7, but they gave me the chicken cutlets to make everything a little bigger. Yep, same costume.
Wow. I guess in our Dunder Mifflin world, this is like a little costume that you could buy, I guess. But Carrie Bennett told me that she made it. There it is. You're wearing it.
You can see it's the same white cross, the same hat. I just have a tank top because it's a little big.
That is crazy.
I know, crazy.
Well, speaking of crazy, Michael is now downing some fettuccine Alfredo. Just downing it. He's carbo loading before the run.
Oh.
Is that a thing? Do people carbo load? They do, but like not moments before they run, right?
I looked it up. There's two things happening in this moment. First of all, we have a fakey bag catch fakey bag, fakey prop bag, that bag that Dwight is holding is not a real bag. It's one of the ones that doesn't make noise. And here's the thing about carbo loading. So, guys, this is something that people will do, but it's recommended that you do it the week before a high week before a high endurance activity. Yeah, the reason why you do this carbo load the week before is to boost the glycogen that's stored in your muscles, right? So you can sort of burn on that while you're doing your high endurance activity. You don't do it minutes before.
It's so gross.
So gross.
It's so gross. A lot of people wrote in asking how much fettuccine Steve had to eat. Pretty much none. I don't know if you noticed, but we cut away before he has to really swallow the fettuccine. They had a bucket there, so he would shove a bunch in his mouth and he would spit it out.
Thank God, because it was almost 100 degrees that week every day. Yeah, we were outside, hot outside eating fettuccine.
Can we talk about the ginormous gun that Dwight shoots off to start the race? Not a starter's pistol, an actual gun with actual bullets in it. Obviously, we shot off blanks, but what the heck?
I know. So, according to Dunderpedia, Dwight uses a 6-inch Colt Anaconda, and it's the same caliber gun used by Dirty Harry.
Well, it's ridiculous.
I believe, though, that he would have some gun that Clint Eastwood fired, like a Dirty Harry gun. That tracks.
It's perfect for his character. Well, the race is underway. We fired this gun. Creed, Stanley, and Oscar immediately get into a cab.
Yeah.
Which is amazing.
Brilliant.
Stanley says he will work out today. He will work out a way to avoid running for a stupid cause.
Yeah. They all three have talking heads and deleted scenes that talk about why they're not doing it. Stanley had an alt that said when he runs, his feet swell up to the size of a pot roast, and you don't want to see that.
Oh, well, Angela Martin certainly would not. She does not like gross feet. No. Well, we sort of see everybody's approach, right? Like Andy's going to run, Michael's going really fast, and this is when we find out that Pam and Jim are happily in last place together, just strolling.
Andy's going to draft behind Kevin.
Well, now we have a scene that I love so much where Jan is handing out water to the runners. She's somehow moved from the starting line where she was checking people in to a new table where she's handing out waters and people haven't even gotten to her yet. I found that interesting.
Yeah,
she obviously drove, I guess.
She quickly drove.
Spot.
Yeah.
Well, Michael refuses to take the water. He explains that rabies victims have to live with an irrational hatred of water, so it's really the least he can do to refuse the water. Well, I looked it up, Angela. You know, last week I told you a lot about rabies and the importance of getting a shot if you're ever bitten by an animal.
Hey, I did not look it up. In fact, I wrote myself a note. Ask Jenna, rabies expert, is this true?
No, you did not. I have to say I do know a lot more about rabies than I ever thought I would, thanks to this podcast. But this condition is called hydrophobia. And it is an irrational fear of water, and it does present itself in the advanced stages of the disease of rabies. But here's why. Basically, patients start to fear liquids because it is so painful to swallow. Like they don't want to drink or eat anything. So it's not like having water touch them would bother them, but ingesting anything becomes so painful that's why.
This is horrible. This is horrible.
Rabies is a horrible disease. I cannot stress enough how important it is to get that shot if you are bitten by an animal.
Well, we also didn't mention that Toby ran by and took a swig of water, but threw most of it on Jan.
Yes, this is true. Well, Toby's doing great, and we're about to find out why. Michael is not doing well because of the fettuccine.
Yeah.
But Dwight tells him he's going to be fine. You'll probably still win because he put Imodium in Toby's coffee.
Michael's so excited. He's like, excellent! And then goes, wait, don't you mean excellence?
Yes. Dwight has helped Toby.
Yeah.
I want to point something out about this scene. During this scene, I swear Michael and Dwight run past Oscar's house, or at least the location that we used for Oscar's house. So I looked it up, and yes, we are filming on the same street in Sherman Oaks that has Oscar's house. We filmed there a lot. It was really close to our set, and yeah, I think we run past the location of Oscar's house.
We film there a lot for all those reasons, and also this particular neighborhood in Sherman Oaks has really great old, huge trees that might resemble the East Coast more than normally what LA would look like. Yeah. Meanwhile, Andy's nipples are starting to chafe, and Great, Stanley and Oscar are at like an outside cafe. They've ordered another round of drinks. I like their style.
Yes, and Pam and Jim are now going to stop at an estate sale.
I love estate sales. My mom, this makes me think of my mom. Whenever we went anywhere, any kind of road trip, if we saw a sign that said yard sale, garage sale, estate sale, my mom would literally pull off the road.
Well, in my sophomore year of college, I got my own apartment. And the summer before I went back to school, my mom took me around to estate sales and garage sales. And that's where I bought all of my dishes and my pots and pans and all the stuff I was going to need for my kitchen. And I still have some of that stuff. I still have a baking dish from one of the garage sales that we went to in order to get all my stuff for college.
I still have a little piece of like kitchen art. It's like a pear and some grapes, and it's like someone made this. Someone made the image and then got a piece of wood and then shellacked over it. Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
And it's this sort of kitschy little piece of kitchen art, and I got it at a garage sale. I love that. I did that too.
I love estate sales and garage sales because I think they're such a great way to recycle and reuse. You know, you don't have to buy everything new. When someone's done with it, use it.
I love that. I love that too. I always love the idea of what that story was. Like what did that green bowl with that one little chip, what was that about? Now I'm going to have it.
Yes, I agree.
Well, now I love that Ryan in Fancy Corporate calls Dunder Mifflin and no one is answering. And he gets this message that says, "You've reached the offices of Dunder Mifflin Scranton. Currently, the entire staff is out doing the Michael Scott DMSMPMC Rabies Awareness Pro-Am Fun Run Race." And then Michael chimes in. That's all your voice. And Michael chimes in and goes, "For the cure." And then Pam says, "Leave a message." I thought it was hilarious. I thought it was so funny. And Ryan is like,
Well, you know, Michael was just hovering over Pam's shoulder as she created that outgoing message.
oh my goodness. I would love to have seen how many like ways that he made her say it until they got it right.
Well, now, lady, Dwight is going to try to sweet talk Angela.
He is. He runs up next to her, tells her she looks cute as a button. She's not into it. She doesn't want to hear it. And there were a lot of things that made this scene a little trickier than it looks. We had to deliver all of our dialogue while running, but we couldn't run so fast that you would never see Steve, who was positioned just behind us and between us. We couldn't run too close to one another, and we had to pace this out because the camera was getting us in the foreground and Michael in the background.
I imagine it was difficult. Also, we only had so much sidewalk.
Well, we had a specific place we had to stop too on the sidewalk, and we had to try to hit that same mark every time because then we see the neighbor, and we have this great moment that I love where we're like, "It's nothing," and Dwight's like, "I'm robbing her," and I'm like, "It's fine," and then at the same time we're like, "It's nothing," and then we go right back to our conversation we were having.
Well, we had a fan question from Steph Bailey and Debbie K. Kind of more of a statement. Angela, for not being a runner, you have really great form.
Do I?
I thought so too. I thought you were a very cute runner.
Well, thank you. I mean, I ran cross country in high school, you guys. Maybe somewhere in the back of my brain it was still there. Well, there you go. When were you running cross country while also playing basketball and trombone? I don't understand. And tennis, and I was a cheerleader. I was busy in high school, Jenna. This was my mom's attitude was if you're busy, you don't have time for trouble. Well, you were busy. I was very busy. I also want to read you this letter from Patrick Wright, okay, because I agree with Patrick. Here's what Patrick had to say. I really wanted to express my respect for Angela as an actress, especially in this episode. She is a mixture of tragically funny and also just heartbreaking. She gives such a fabulous, nuanced performance throughout this entire episode. We as an audience truly feel for her hurt and anger throughout the story, and my heart broke as she runs away from Dwight with her adoration of the man she loves, but at the same time shattered. The performances from everyone in the cast was brilliant as always, but I felt compelled to single out Angela for her marvelous acting. Aw, that is so nice. Thank you. I so appreciate that. We really feel Angela being torn here because Dwight admits he killed Sprinkles. He mercy killed Sprinkles. And, you know, Dwight tried to do it in the kindest way and for all the right reasons in his mind, right? Yeah, in his perspective, and gave her antihistamines until she fell asleep. And then Angela's like, but then she threw them up and she tried to claw her way out. And she's like, why didn't you talk to me about this first? Like, how is this not a conversation? If this was the solution you thought needed to happen, why not talk to me about this? And there are sad moments to the scene, and then there's these moments where obviously there's a joke written, but I have to say it really earnestly, like the cat heaven is a beautiful place, but you don't get there if you're euthanized, you know? Yeah. But one of the notes Greg gave me was, as you run away, you know, Dwight's like reaching out for you, and I say, you don't understand. And I kind of start to cry as I run away. And he said, you know, what Dwight isn't getting is that this is unforgivable for you. Yeah, and you love this man, but he has severed this bond. You don't think you can be with him anymore. But Dwight doesn't know that yet, but you know it. Well, I've had this happen in relationships where you're dating and you're so in love, and the relationship is just all promise and optimism. And then something happens and the person reacts or acts in such a way that you realize there is a fundamental difference of values. Yeah, and she knows it, and she knows she can't see him the same way. And it will take a very, very, very long time, as we know, for her to forgive him. Yeah. Well, guess what? Jim and Pam bought a lamp. Just the base of a lamp. Yeah, it was $8, and now Jim gets to carry it. It's an odd choice, this green lamp. It looks like two octopus tentacles are holding hands or something. I don't know what's happening with it. How does Jim feel about Pam's taste, if this is the lamp she wanted to buy? Is he concerned about moving in together one day? Maybe sharing a house? This lamp is not great. But also, Michael is really struggling. Phyllis and Bob pass him up. I mean, he's laying on the ground. His lips are all white. He doesn't look good. He doesn't look like he's going to make it. In the meantime, Toby wins the race. Yeah, and I thought it was so perfect that Kelly is at the finish line, like on her phone. Yes. And he's like, where are we? And she's like, we're about 5 kilometers from the office. And Toby's like, why didn't Michael make it a circle? No, he couldn't have made it easy. He made it a straight line. Well, it's interesting. So that spot where they are is pretty much right outside of our real office, actually. That was on Satakoy Street where we shot. So we actually were very, very close. Like we just walked back to set at the end. Yeah. So we actually did end very close to our office. You know, I guess it's interesting because Pam, like, I think she's going to give Michael a pep talk, but she's like, no, you don't got this. It's more like Pam says, and like, there's other people that are better at helping people. Why don't you just let this one go? And then Michael's like, you don't know me. You've just seen my penis. And somehow Pam not cheering him on makes him cheer himself on. And he has this talking head where he's like, finishing that 5K was the hardest thing I've ever had to do. I ate more fettuccine Alfredo and drank less water than he ever has in his entire life. This was so funny to me. He slowly makes his way across the finish line, and I caught a palm tree.
Yeah.
Did you
Yeah.
see it?
Yes, I did.
Yeah. 39 minutes, 46 seconds. Palm tree alert.
We did not. I guess we didn't paint that one out.
Yeah, I'm sure there are others along the way because, you know, we're filming outside so much. But he finally makes it across the finish line, and Jim gives him the lamp as a trophy, and he pukes.
Yeah. Probably some kind of mushroom soup.
Oh, it looked gross.
It was so gross.
It looked so gross, and he let it just dribble down his chin. I'm like, wipe that off your face.
So gross. Well, this episode ends with Michael in the hospital, and Meredith has wheeled herself in to his room to visit him.
Yes, there is a deleted scene that Michael checked himself into the hospital for dehydration, and he requested his childhood pediatrician come visit him. And his pediatrician is a very elderly man. And he's saying, you know, Michael doesn't really need to be in the hospital. He got a little dehydrated. Really, this all could have been solved with a bottle of water, but and then as he's talking, Michael's like, "Where's my lollipop?" And he like gives him his.
Oh my gosh,
Yes.
is that why he has a lollipop in this scene with Meredith?
Yes, because his pediatrician stopped by and checked in on him and gave him a lollipop.
Well, the lollipop leads us to a very cringy final moment,
Yes.
which is that Michael is sucking on the lollipop, and he suggests that they share it. So he hands it to Meredith, who then sort of puts it in her mouth, and then she offers it back to Michael, and he says, "Nah, no, I'm good. I'm good." Well, we had some mail from Eliza Jarvis and Natalie Benari. Please tell me the lollipop Michael shares with Meredith is switched out before they share it. Did they really share it? Guys, I wondered the same thing. When I watched this scene, there is no cut. It's a one-er shot of Steve taking the lollipop out of his mouth and handing it to Kate. So we asked Kate about it.
We had to ask her about it.
And she said they did not rinse it off.
She also said Steve improvised that in the moment, and she just went with it.
Yeah. And I think that's why you see her pause a second. I think you are watching Kate, the person, decide if she's going to do this.
Yeah.
She's like, am I going to do this? But brilliant ending. Good for you, Kate. Way to really go for it on the show. She said she got a thrill out of doing her own sort of stunts. So
Yeah, well, she's brave. And you know, there was a Dwight deleted talking head that I think would have come after this, where it kind of broke my heart, where he talks about forgiveness and what it is to forgive someone, and that he hopes that his friend will forgive him. Because if Meredith can forgive Michael for hitting her with the car, maybe his friend will be able to forgive him. And he's hopeful. I know. It made me sad.
yeah. Well, I think that finishes out Fun Run. We did a fun run.
Thank you guys so much for joining us for the Michael Scott DMSMPMC Rabies Awareness Pro-Am Fun Run Race. We'll be back next week. Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey.
Our producer is Cody Fisher. Our sound
sound engineer is Sam Kiefer, and our associate producer is Ainsley Bubico. Our theme song is Rubber Tree by Rabbi. For ad-free versions of Office Ladies, go to StitcherPremium.com. For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE. Did you know that the bold, smooth taste of Dunkin' cold coffee can be brewed in your Keurig coffee maker and enjoyed at home? You heard that right. Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods were crafted to be brewed hot and enjoyed cold. Each Dunkin' cold K-Cup pod is packed with the smooth, bold Dunkin' flavor you crave. Pick up a pack of Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods and enjoy a Dunkin' cold coffee at home whenever you crave it. Just brew over ice and sip in seconds, because the home with Dunkin' is where you want to be. I'm Jenna Fisher. And I'm Angela Kinsey. We were on The Office together. And we're best friends. And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you. Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only two people who were there can tell you. We're the Office Ladies. Hello, Pam Sass. I'm wearing my Pam Sass shirt, and I'm loving it. It is so stinking cute. I can't wait to get mine. They're really cute, and they're a conversation starter because I parked in the parking lot here at Airwolf, and as I was walking in, a guy, by the way, it was 10:50 a.m., the guy had a cocktail in his hand and said, what party are you going to? Okay. I was like, he was in fluorescent yellow shorts with a white t-shirt. And I was like, I'm what? Is it because of my Pam Sass shirt? You think I'm going to a party? I'm pretty sure it had absolutely nothing to do with your shirt. That you could have been dressed in literally anything. This is 100% about him and his shorts and his cocktail before 11. Yeah, well, he's doing it. All right, today is Dunder Mifflin Infinity Part 1. This is Season 4, Episode 3. This is another one of our 1-hour shows that was meant to kick off Season 4. We're dividing it into 2 parts. This episode was written by Michael Schur, and it was directed by Craig Zisk. Yes. All right, Jenna, you're up. It's summary time. Here is a summary of what we are covering today. When Ryan tries to implement new ideas, like issuing everyone a BlackBerry and announcing the new Dunder Mifflin Infinity website, Michael feels he may be a victim of ageism. Jim and Pam's relationship goes public, and they are now forced to face the scrutiny of the entire staff. Meanwhile, Angela is going to give Dwight one more chance after his mercy killing of Sprinkles. Yeah. All right, fast fact number 1. Like I said, this episode was directed by Craig Zisk. He had been an executive producer on Weeds, The United States of Terra, and The Larry Sanders Show, and more recently, Brooklyn Nine-Nine. He's directed a ton of television. He directed a bunch of episodes of Scrubs and movies. Do you remember Craig? I do remember Craig, and actually, when Craig came to direct, we had a little thing in common, which is I had worked with his brother, Randy Zisk, who's also a producer and director, and he had directed me on my episode of Monk. So when I saw Craig, we sort of like had this moment. He was like, "Hey, you were on my brother's show," and I was like, "Yes, how are you?" Well, I had a little thing, not in common with Craig, but in adoration of him, because when he was 25 years old, he was one of the producers of the television show Cop Rock. Do you remember Cop Rock, Angela? No, I've never heard of it. Oh my God! What? Oh my God! Okay, it came out in 1990. Okay. It was on ABC. It was, brace yourself, a musical comedy drama show about the LAPD. Oh my gosh, there's so much happening. Okay, It was created by Stephen Bochco, who had also created the very famous Hill Street Blues. And basically, Angela, it was a cop show. Like, maybe imagine Law and Order if all of a sudden in the middle of the episode they break into song.
No,
Yep.
no,
Yep.
I can't do it.
Here is an audio clip from an episode.
Oh, God.
You know when they all gather in the room and like the lieutenant is like, here's what's on the docket today.
Yeah.
We got this happening and this happening.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what he's doing at the top of this scene. Sam, will you play the clip?
Item last on the teletype, we still got the Franklin Avenue flasher. Okay, that's it. And hey, let's be careful out there. Let's be careful out there. We had a 187 at the 7-Eleven on the corner of 4th and Main.
No, they did not. They did. No, they didn't. It was canceled after 11 episodes.
Why?
TV Guide ranked it number 8 on its list of the 50 worst TV shows of all time in 2002. But it actually won 2 Emmy Awards for editing and outstanding achievement in music and lyrics. I want you to know, I loved this show. I watched every episode.
This is all we need to know about you, Jenna.
It was like Glee, but a cop show. It was brilliant. You can find it on YouTube.
That sounds like an SNL parody of like a cop show or something. That is amazing. I now have to go see just one. I mean, I have to see one where they're like, we got the perp in the cell. We're gonna frisk him now.
I think that's a song. I think there's.
I got the perp. Frisk him up.
Ooh, frisk 'em up.
Frisk him
That's a good one.
Frisk him up. Frisk him up. Frisk him up.
Frisk 'em down. What did you find? Is there a gun? Is there a knife? You gotta frisk him up. The show really rates itself.
Oh my gosh. Wow. I want you to be
All right.
safe out there. You heard him.
This is now like a hybrid West Side Story cop rock.
That's all I could picture in my mind. Oh my lord. Okay, that's amazing. And Craig worked on it.
He was one of the producers. Well, I'll bring us back with fast fact number 2. Okay. This episode, Dunder Mifflin Infinity, aired in October of 2007. And also in October 2007 was a big office convention in Scranton, Pennsylvania.
Yes, and a whole bunch of us went. A huge group. I mean, it was like Greg went and Mike Schur and Jen Solana, a bunch of the writers and the cast. I think the whole entire cast was there, except for you and Steve, right? And John. Everyone else went, like the whole shebang.
I was not allowed to go because remember I shared last week about how I broke my back.
Yeah.
And I was not cleared for plane travel at this time.
I was super sad you weren't there. I found some emails where we traded emails. You were like, please tell everyone I said hi. But it was a absolute blast. Scranton was so much fun. Scranton, everyone there was great. And then me and Craig and Brian went on the Today Show with Al Roker. Al Roker came to Scranton, and we did the Today Show from there with him. And it was just a blast.
I was so jealous. That looked like so much fun. You guys did like a whole Q&A panel and like a meet and greet, right?
And we did like a concert. Like there was a concert and a bunch of people from the office performed, like Craig and Melora, like everyone got up on stage. It was so much fun. But you know, lady, this was something you and I both share because I was able to go to this convention, but then at the end of the show, there was another one, like a big rap party convention. And it was my daughter's birthday, so you went to that one. So I found all these emails, Jenna, where we sort of bookend this experience for each other because I went to one and you got to go to the other.
Yeah, I remember that. I was so glad I got to go to that one at the end of the show because I couldn't
like leave the experience of the office having never visited Scranton. So I just remember I was really jealous that you got to go, and I was bummed that I had to stay home. But
Well, we've never gotten to go together, and that's on my bucket list. When this podcast is done, I want you and I to go to Scranton. That's on my wish list.
I want you and I to go to Scranton and just anonymously sign up for the office tour.
Oh my
And just show up and be like, take us on the tour.
Yes, to all the spots. I want to do it. Well, listen, there was something else going on during this time. I don't know if you remember, but we were on the cover of Entertainment Weekly magazine. We were. It came out October 5th, which was the day after this episode aired. And there were a few sets of couples. Steve and Melora, as Jan and Michael, were on one cover. And then Angela and Dwight were on one. And Jim and Pam. And then Ryan and Kelly. So you could pick which issue had the cover. But then we were all on the inside in this big group photo.
I remember doing that photo shoot.
It was so fun. It was such a cool day, and I couldn't believe it. Like, I'd always, picked up Entertainment Weekly. I loved television. It was like my dream to be on TV, and then to all of a sudden be on the cover and be in it with you guys. I couldn't even believe it. I have one framed.
Well, this is what was happening at this time, which was that the show was truly blowing up, and we were on covers of magazines, and it was so surreal. Early on, I tried to save every single mention of us or the show from any publication because it just felt so fleeting. And then at this time, it became impossible. It was just constant, and we were really out in the zeitgeist. Is that the right word?
Yeah, no, the show was just really catching on. I'll tell you what, between my mom and my grandmother and my cousin Carol and my Aunt Brenda, I think I have everything we were ever mentioned in because they saved everything and they would send it to me.
Well, speaking of being out in the world in a big way, fast fact number 3, we got a lot of fan mail from people about the Dunder Mifflin Infinity website. And they wanted to know if it was real. Well, it was real, and it went out into the world around this exact same time as this episode.
That is right, and we reached out to Joya Balfour. Joya, as you remember, Jenna, was part of the team at NBC.com, and you guys, networks were not doing digital content during this time. It's just something they didn't do. So NBC was really on the forefront, and I talked to Joya, and she was saying they were trying to find ways to sustain the fandom to keep fans engaged. And one of the things they did was they launched DunderMifflinInfinity.com. You could go on and play these games. There were virtual branches that fans could join. They could perform tasks where they would earn Shroot Bucks. And then they could spend their Shroot Bucks on virtual items in sort of like the office. And they went around to all of our desks. They took pictures of the set so that they could actually buy virtual items. And this site ran for 3 years on NBC.com, and fans got signed items from the show, and also if they submitted their artwork, it would be displayed in episodes. Jenna, fan art was put around the set, so your art might make it into the show. It might end up on the refrigerator in the kitchen or on a bulletin board like by Creed and Meredith, and fans could look for their art if they won. Is that amazing?
It's really incredible because I just want to remind everyone there was no Instagram. There were no apps back then. Like, this was really, really revolutionary in terms of that idea of fan engagement and getting to participate in some way actively with your favorite show.
Yes, and they even made a video, and actually I have audio of it. Sam, can you play the video of DunderMifflinInfinity.com?
Like favorite like you. Dunder Mifflin is looking for bright, energetic paper people to open up their own branch and become part of Dunder Mifflin family. Interested in your own future? Go to DunderMifflinInfinity.com to
I love it. Isn't that great? And I asked Joya who did that voiceover, and she said that's just a voiceover actor that they hired. She has a whole page on her website, joyabalfour.com, where you can look at Dunder Mifflin Infinity and what all they did with it. You can actually watch that video that we just played for you. And I told Joya over the next few episodes, the next few seasons, I'm going to reach out to her, kind of like your Kintopedia, because I really started becoming a more active participant on NBC.com. I did a thing called Adventures with Angela. We had the accountant's webisodes. There were a lot more fun things we started to do, and I'm going to hit her up along the way.
I love that. They should relaunch this. They should relaunch Dunder Mifflin Infinity as an app.
I know.
And you can do all these same things. Someone, Joya, I don't know, who does this?
Peacock, get on it.
Peacock, are you listening? Do this.
Yeah.
Well, lady, listen, I think we should take a break. Those were incredible fast facts. We are killing it today and giving us compliments. But let's take a break and then we'll come back in and get into this episode.
Okay, great, because I've got more details, lady.
More details.
I know I'm not Kintopedia, but maybe I'm Kinseypedia on this one.
Kinseypedia after the break.
Kinspedia.
For 175 years, Gordon's has been committed to spreading the goodness of the sea by making quality seafood accessible to everyone while responsibly sustaining its future.
Over 99% of Gordon's seafood is certified as responsibly sourced.
And Gordon's reached out to us and said, do you want us to send you some of our fish sticks, some of our products, so you can become familiar with it before you speak about it on the podcast? And I was like, Gordon's, I've got you in my freezer right now.
Yeah, you
Okay.
do. You do. Your kids love the fish sticks.
Yes, it's our fave.
Guess what I got? I got the Southern style shrimp. It is so good.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You know, when you're looking at the freezer aisle, the Gordons are in the yellow package. They've got the iconic fisherman on the cover. This brand has been around since I was a kid.
Same. Gordon's is actually a brand that's been around for 175 years.
Oh my gosh.
That's
Yes.
so rare. Well, we love Gordon's, and it can help you make your mealtime easy. Visit Gordons.com to learn more, find a store, and get a recipe inspiration.
Whether your resolution is to save money, eat better, or stress less, HelloFresh is here to help you do all three.
Yes, you guys, I love HelloFresh. Jen and I both love it. You know why we love it. And guess what I made the other night?
What?
It was so delicious. I made their pub-style shepherd's pie.
I've made it.
Yes, it's so good. White cheddar and then pine mashed potatoes.
I know it very well. It's a family favorite.
Well, you know, Josh normally makes dinner, so this was my turn, and I made this, and he loved it, and I was so happy. I was like, I made a shepherd's pie. I'd never made one before.
It's so good. Everyone, you can say hello to your most delicious year yet with fresh ingredients, chef-crafted recipes, all at a price you'll like, delivered right to your door. Go to HelloFresh.com/OfficeLadiesFree and use code OfficeLadiesFree for free breakfast for life.
One breakfast item per box while subscription is active. That's free breakfast for life at HelloFresh.com/OfficeLadiesFree with code OfficeLadiesFree.
HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit. This show is sponsored by BetterHelp.
You know, around New Year's, we all reflect and people really start making lists of what they can do to be their best self for the next year.
Yes, I think, the new year definitely makes you think New Year's resolution. What do I want to change?
New year, new me, that kind of thing.
Yes, but perhaps this year we could be reflecting on what we're already doing right.
Yeah.
And therapy can help you figure out your strengths so that you can ditch this idea that you need some extreme change or this extreme New Year's resolution and just, you can make changes that really stick because they're based on your strengths.
I like that.
If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try.
It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule.
Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists at any time for no additional charge.
Celebrate the progress you've already made. Visit BetterHelp.com/OfficeLadies today to get 2% off your first month.
That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/OfficeLadies. All right, we are back
And we open this episode in the break room where there is no more heartbreak. In fact, there is flirty flirt cuteness in there.
In fact, I'm pretty sure it's now called the flirt room.
I think you're right. Jim and Pam. Pam has already gotten Jim a soda because she knows what he likes because she's his girlfriend.
And she gives him a little peck, a little kiss as she's leaving.
But Toby sees.
Can we talk about Paul's expression?
We can.
I froze on his face. I was laughing so hard. I don't even know what all it's conveying. It's conveying so many things at 20 seconds, Toby's face.
Well, Paul does some amazing reaction acting in this episode. If you are an actor and you would like to study great reactions, this is a real good one to study.
Yeah.
Well, what happens after this is that Toby puts out a memo regarding PDA in the workplace, and everyone's reading it. And Jim and Pam are like, what is this about?
Toby is so passive aggressive.
He really is.
He clearly has issue, but he's going to put out a memo? Come on, Toby.
Well, Michael thinks that the memo is about that night that he and Jan did some stuff in his office, but I mean, he says almost everyone was gone for the day. This is ridiculous, Toby.
Yeah, and then Angela thinks it might be about her and Dwight, so she yells from across the room and makes this big statement that she's never been intimate with anyone in the office.
And that is when Toby says, no, it was a complaint about Jim and Pam. And then he basically outs their relationship to the whole office.
I mean, Toby, this is twice now. Because he did this with Oscar. And now with Jim and Pam, he's announced that they're dating. And everyone freaks out, but no one freaks out more than Michael.
Well, Michael is giddy. Michael doesn't even know what to do with himself. And Steve's performance is so sweet. He is so genuinely excited that Jim and Pam are together. He makes them hold hands and he makes a big declaration. This day will go down in infamy.
He makes you guys hold hands and then he really bear hugs Jim. And then he goes to hug you, but your phone starts ringing. And Pam's like, up, like rescued by my phone. And he's like, no, Pam, let it ring. Let the bells of Dunder Mifflin chime out your love.
But then he has that really famous line that I've seen people write on their graduation hats.
I've seen it everywhere. I've seen it like stitched on a pillow, on a graduation hat. It's so good.
Say it, Ange.
My heart soars with the eagle's nest.
Incredible. Now, we said this episode was written by Mike Schur, and that has to be a Mike Schur special right there.
It has to be. Now we see a series of talking heads, and Jenna, I was very curious about this because you like to deep dive on positioning. Ooh, that sounds like that's what she said.
That sounded different than what I think you mean. So go on.
As it was coming out of my mouth, I knew it was wrong. That's what she said.
That's what she said.
So Dwight's talking head, he's like, I don't see it. I think they could do better. He is sitting in front of the wall, and off of his left shoulder is the bullpen, right?
Yep.
Then it cuts to me, and I say, I'm not surprised. Pam is the office mattress, which is such a great line. But I'm sitting in front of the window with the wall to my right shoulder.
Yeah, there's more wall and more window depending on whose talking head it is. It's not always the exact same shot. I noticed that too.
And then it cuts to Andy, and he's framed the exact same way that Dwight was. And I realize I'm becoming one of the fans of the show where I'm like, is there something there? But I'm like, this is an interesting love triangle that's about to play out. And this is a little bit of a Dwight, Angela, Andy sandwich.
I don't think you are reading into it. I noticed the same thing. I feel like they purposely didn't set all the shots the same, and they also differentiated Angela from the two men.
Yeah,
that can't be an accident.
It can't be. All right, well, now we're going to get into the episode, right? We have our opening credits, and the first scene is the party planning committee. They're setting up for Ryan's return. Phyllis and Angela are hanging a banner that says, "Welcome back, Ryan." 3 minutes, 28 seconds. Skin alert.
What's a skin alert? Well, my sweater in this episode, I feel like the dry clean shrunk it. Like it fit one day and then the next day it got a little tighter. And as I'm hanging the banner, you see like my midriff.
Oh my gosh, that's very out of character for Angie.
Very scandalous. It's scandalous.
Well, double skin alert, Kelly arrives.
Mm-hmm.
She is all zhuzhed up. She's like, oh, is Ryan coming back today? I had no idea. She looks super cutie pie.
She looks super cutie pie. We also in this scene have a list of that's what she says that Michael had ready to go.
Oh, please read it.
Here it is. Can you make that straighter? That job looks hard. You should put your mouth on that. You might want to trim it a little.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I liked it when he said you might want to put your mouth on that, and Pam says, "How? I don't understand how you were even planning to use that naturally."
Yeah.
And he was like, under his breath, he's like, "If you were blowing up balloons,
It was just
balloons."
I had it ready. It was ready.
Interesting little spy shot. We've got some black and white footage of the elevator bay, which is meant to be, I guess, security camera footage.
Yeah, but this is like something we don't do on the show. So it was jarring to me when I saw it again because I hadn't seen this episode in so long. And I was like, whoa, what's up with the security camera footage?
Well, what was odd is that we then switch to a spy shot from our regular documentary camera.
Yeah.
So it was a little bit, I found it a little bit odd as well, but that's what that black and white footage is supposed to be. And the reason they're showing this is because Dwight and Angela have met in this elevator vestibule so that he can present her with a new cat, feral barn cat. Feral? Feral?
How do you say
Feral? Feral?
You say
Tomato, tomato?
You say feral?
Feral.
A feral cat?
A feral cat. Feral?
It's feral,
Right? It's tomato.
Sam? Sam sided with me! And Dwight says feral in the episode. But anyway, Jenna, we'll just chunk that aside and let you say feral.
Listeners, do any of you say feral? Please write us.
All right, so yes, Dwight gives her garbage, and this poor cat, they put like stuff in its hair to make it look kind of grungy, like it had been eating garbage.
Well, we had a fan question from Rivka Wasserman. Did they gel the cat's hair before the shoot to make him look like more of a stray cat? Well, I reached out to Kim Ferry, and she said they did, that her memory is that the trainer had a little bit of honey. We had warned the trainer of this very well-trained, domesticated cat that we wanted it to look feral. And so they suggested something natural like honey to kind of rough up the cat's fur. And so that's what they used.
Yes, these trainers were so great with the cats, and obviously honey isn't going to do anything, that's just like organic. I do have amazing memories of this scene. I want you guys to know that this cat was crawling all over Rain, all over him.
Well, you can see it in the episode. Like every shot, the cat is in a different position.
It kept jumping out of his arms, and so we really had to sort of deliver the emotion of the scene, but get our lines out quickly because this thing was climbing off Rain and wanted to go exploring the whole scene.
Well, my favorite is the shot where it's like clearly crawling over his shoulder, and then 1 second later, he's holding it like a baby.
Yeah.
In his arms. That's amazing. Clearly the cat was everywhere.
The cat was everywhere, and the cat wranglers were like stepping in and being like, okay, here, try holding him this way. Try this. When the cat jumps out of Rain's arms at the end, that was like the easiest moment to film because it wanted to go explore.
Well, Ange, a lot of people asked if this was the same cat that Andy gives you later that becomes Bandit. I mean, I wouldn't think it was meant to be the same cat. Like, I think what they're thinking is, oh, Dwight lets this cat go, and then years later, Andy finds it again and calls it Bandit.
Well, that would be hilarious, but that was never conveyed to us in the script. It's just that, Andy wants to give Angela a cat. What I found interesting about that, and obviously we're going to get to that episode, is that Angela accepts the cat from Andy, right?
Yeah.
But does not accept the cat from Dwight, and does it right in front of Dwight to sort of, just really drive the point home that he's not her fella anymore.
Well, as a person who worked in animal rescue for years and years, I will tell you that I don't recommend giving pets as gifts, because so many of the pets that are surrendered were gifts that people were not prepared to take care of in the long run, or they break up, or whatever happens. I just think people should pick their own pets, or really what my mom always said is let the pet pick you. That's how you get your match.
Yeah, I like that. I definitely feel our pets picked us for sure.
Yeah, that's how we got Sunny. We went into this rescue center because we were told that one of the volunteers was going to bring in this box of fluffy gray and white cats. They were so cute. They'd sent us pictures. My daughter was all excited. And we got there and the woman was running late. So they took us into a room with all of these adoptable cats and kittens, and this one little scrappy orange fella would not leave us alone. I always say it was like he walked up to us and he was like, "Hey guys, what's up? Good to see you. My name's Sunny. I'll be coming home with you. You can take a look at these other guys if you want, but I will be your cat."
Yeah,
And that's kind of how we got Sunny. He wouldn't leave us alone.
Yeah.
We could have never been happier.
that was Biscuit. Biscuit just tried to hide in my sweatshirt, and I thought, well, you got to come home with me now. Exactly, my sweatshirt is your home.
Well, listen, switching gears back to the show.
Yeah, don't get us started on our rescue pets. It would be a huge tangent.
Pam and Jim are going to go to Toby and offer to sign one of the famous love documents.
Yes, the relationship disclosure form. And Toby's like, you know what? That's only for people who are serious. And he's sort of implying this isn't serious, right? Because Toby has this big crush on Pam. And so he's hoping this is casual. But Jenna, there's a great scene in the bloopers where at the end of the scene, Toby just tries to hold Pam's hand in front of Jim. And you guys couldn't get through it. You just start laughing.
I remember trying to shoot that. I don't think we ever got it, and that's why we never included it. But it was also just something we thought was so funny in the moment. It was like an improvisation that Toby would slowly try to hold Pam's hand during the scene and squeeze her hand.
Yeah, and Jim's like, what's happening?
Well, then Ryan returns.
Yes, Ryan with his new look and his love of blackberries walks in.
Oh my God. BJ's performance is so good when he's absorbed in his phone and Pam's like, "Hey, Ryan," look, he's like, "1 second." And then, after he's done typing, he puts it down and he's like, "Hey, Pam, how's it going?" It was so good.
Well, in this scene, I know what you guys are all really here to find out about is a sad plant alert. Oh no. 6 minutes, 7 seconds, sad plant. I think Pam now, for sure the plants aren't going to have a chance because she's in love.
Yeah, she doesn't have time.
It's the tiniest little, two green leaves sticking out of the pot. It's so tiny.
Well, the thing that I remember about this scene, Angela, is when the character of Kevin runs up to Ryan and ruffles his hair.
He gives him a noogie. He puts him in a headlock and gives him a noogie.
Those guys could not get through that moment. Every time it would make BJ laugh. BJ thought it was so funny and he would break. And I remember we couldn't get through it.
And Brian too. I loved it when he's like, "Fire guy," and then Andy comes over and he's like, "Fire guy," and Brian is Kevin's like, "We weren't here for that."
And then Andy says, "Here for what?"
Yeah. So good.
It's so good. Well, we had a fan question from Lauren C. She wanted to know about Ryan's new look. He's got the facial stubble. He's slicked his hair back. He's wearing a fancy suit. Lauren wants to know, was BJ told to grow facial hair for this season where he's the boss, or did he just personally decide to grow some? Well, I texted BJ about this. He said this look was definitely not a personal choice. He said he thinks it was a pitch by Gene and Lee. At first, the pitch was a goatee, but Greg said no. He said it was too on the nose.
Yeah, goatee was too much. The whole look was very kind of like Gordon Gekko, you know, the movie Wall Street. It was like, you know, Ryan thinks he's the king of New York now.
Yes. BJ said that he always just kind of rolled with pitches like this. And then he said, case in point, the upcoming blonde hair.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Ryan's going to go through a few looks before this whole thing is over.
Well, Ryan in the scene, though, really puts Michael in his place. And everyone, he's like, hey, you know what? Enough. This is inappropriate, and it stops right now. And the whole bullpen, it's like, you could hear a pin drop. You're like, oh my God. And then Michael has this fantastic talking head. I just loved it so much. He's like, yeah, maybe he spoke to me like that, but there was a twinkle in his eye. And that twinkle said, dude, we're friends. And you know me, and I never take you for granted in a million years. I miss you. I love you. And then he's like, he goes on and on. He's like, his words, not mine.
This episode, in addition to having great facial expressions from Paul, has amazing Michael talking heads.
They're so good.
Well, now everyone's going to meet in the conference room so that Ryan can unveil his Dunder Mifflin Infinity program.
I have to point out something. First of all, where did the giant TV screen come from? It's not in there when the party planning committee is setting up. Secondly, you might notice there's no more banner on the wall because there's a deleted scene where as they all come in, on the banner, Kelly has written, she's scratched out Ryan, and it says, welcome back, asshole. And Michael runs up to it and quickly rips it down so Ryan won't see it. That is amazing.
Well, in this scene, Michael announces two pretty big things. Number one, all essential personnel will be receiving an office BlackBerry phone. And second, we are soon to be launching the Dunder Mifflin Infinity website that is going to streamline ordering. It's going to streamline efficiency. These are his two big announcements.
Yeah, he says the company is going to get younger and sleeker. And this starts a Creed storyline that is so fantastic. Creed played this so well. His reaction to the words younger, sleeker, he starts looking around. And then he goes up to Ryan at the end. He's like, when's this new website launch? And then he's like, Queens. Like he's trying to be hip or something.
Well, he runs into Michael's office after the meeting. And he's like, you realize what this means, right? You, me, Sammy, Phyllis, the chick you hit with your car, we're all goners.
Who is Sammy? Who is Sammy? Who does Creed think Sammy is?
I don't know. Did he mean Stanley?
Probably. Also, he has sat across from Meredith for years and couldn't think of her name.
It's incredible. It's just great.
Well, he calls my character Andrea, the office bitch. So Sammy is probably Stanley. So now we have a very cute scene back in the flirt room. The flirt room, break room. Jim and Pam are eating lunch together, and Jim's like, I can't believe I didn't tell you this. This is going to blow your mind. And he tells Pam that Dwight and Angela are dating. And Pam's like, yeah, I already knew that. It's been like a long time.
Since before your barbecue, she says.
Yeah. And then I love this. This next moment is just titled Phyllis Sass. Phyllis walks in and says, sorry, I didn't know you guys were in here. And Jim says, oh, we're just sitting here. And Phyllis goes, couldn't see your hands. What? What is she blind? First of all, she knew they were in there. Okay, so she knew they were in there. She went to find Pam to tell her this information. Secondly, couldn't see her hands.
Well, and then John does this awesome move with his hands where he shows them to camera like they're so clearly right here. I loved that moment. That was a Krasinski special right there.
No, it was perfect. And then Phyllis with a smile, Sass with a smile, is like, I'm glad you guys are dating, but Pam, when we get a new client, you have to just send it to, the first available salesperson, not whoever you're sleeping with that week. That week! That week! It's like Phyllis and Angela both are in cahoots this episode because Pam is the office mattress.
Well, Angela, I'm calling this a fan sass catch from Smea G. She points out the major Phyllis Sass as well.
But she added this. According to Phyllis, Pam is in charge of assigning clients to salesmen randomly. Well, according to my husband, who's in a similar kind of office, this is a lot of power given to one person. That is not how the customers are typically assigned to salespeople. The assignment is based on the client's zip code or county to ensure that there is always a clear rule regarding this assignment. Well, I have to say, after college, before I moved to Los Angeles, I was the only receptionist / administrative assistant at a small marine audio company in Missouri. Marine audio. They made like water-resistant, waterproof stereo systems for boats.
Thank you. I needed clarity. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Whenever we got a cold call
For marine audio.
right, I would just transfer them randomly to an available sales associate. It was kind of my call.
Wow.
Yeah, it didn't come up very often, but every once in a while we would get a cold call.
Pam's job has this weird hierarchy. First of all, she has to ask Angela for petty cash. And then she has these sad plants and this candy that Angela expects her to put out. But now we find out she passes on clients to the sales department.
Yeah,
And she's Michael's secretary. It's very layered.
you know, I based a lot of my Pam stuff off of this job that I had at this marine audio place. It was about the same number of people as Dunder Mifflin. There was a warehouse where we shipped all the orders, and I was literally Pam. I made the coffee in the morning. I answered the phones. I did everyone's administrative work.
Did you date anyone there?
I did not.
Smart.
Yeah, I did not date anyone at Marine Audio.
Okay. Well, now we have a Jim talking head, and he says that is why we waited so long to tell people. Did you notice Jim is facing the bullpen with his back to the outside?
No,
Because his future's in the bullpen.
his future is Pam, and she's out there.
Yeah.
He now has a future at Dunder Mifflin.
Yes, in his heart.
It's very interesting.
Yeah.
I want to go back 1 second,
Okay.
just 1 second. I have been wondering for several episodes now, out loud, when did Jim and Pam tell one another about their shared knowledge of Dwight and Angela? And it is finally revealed in this episode. It's right now at work. What? Do we believe this? This took forever.
No, I believe it because I think the beginning of them falling in love and finally getting to be together, it was so special to them. I mean, I just feel like they were really absorbed with one another. And now they're at the point, they've been dating a few months where they're like, oh, by the way, did you know? You know what I mean? I think they're at that place. I think they were sort of in that fog of love for a few weeks. I buy it. You do not buy it, but you're sassy.
I think it would have been the first thing I would have said on our first dinner date.
I don't think so.
Hey, by the way,
I don't think after years of loving this guy, the first time you're alone with him, he's like, wait, I'll kiss you in a second. First, we need to talk about Dwight and Angela.
you're probably right. All right. Well, now Michael and Ryan are in Michael's office. Ryan is so busy typing on his BlackBerry. Do you remember at this time, Rain and I both had BlackBerries in real life, and we were Ryan? We were constantly on our BlackBerries. We were so annoying. I think Brian Baumgartner had one too.
Excuse me, I had one.
We all had one. That's what you had. You had a BlackBerry. There were no smartphones.
You had a BlackBerry and you did not take pictures with your phone, which is why you and I have so many photos, like old-timey photos, because we would bring our cameras to the set and we would take pictures and then we would go to the mall, to that kiosk, and we would develop our photos.
Yep, it's true. But we could now do emails at work while we were standing between scenes because we had our BlackBerries.
Yes, and our thumbs were so fast. We got so good at it. And
I was a holdout. I did not get the iPhone till way late because I was so attached to my BlackBerry.
I was the same. I really resented the smartphone screen thing where I like pressed on the screen. I was real into the tangible button thing.
I kept on my phone for a long time when I finally got an iPhone. You know how you can choose the sound so it goes click, 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 click?
Yeah.
Because I was attached to the sound.
Well, Michael in this scene wants to make sure that they're on the same page. It's business as usual. And Ryan is like, no, it's the opposite of business as usual. We're literally throwing out the old playbook. We're starting over. We want a younger, faster company. Which leads us into just an incredible talking head by Michael. Just incredible.
Yeah, they had a foreign exchange student that lived with him, and he said we called him my brother because he was, and then he went back to what was formerly Yugoslavia, and he took all of Michael's blue jeans.
Yeah, Michael had to wear shorts all winter.
Why, Jenna? Why? Why couldn't his mother buy him any replacement blue jeans for the winter?
I don't know, but we had several people write in and wonder if this is why Michael covets his blue jeans today and why he dry cleans them. Because of this traumatic event where this foreign exchange student stole all his jeans.
And his mother punished him by not letting him buy any new ones. But yeah, he says that is what Ryan is like, a fake brother who steals your jeans. Well, Jenna, we should probably take a break. Before we do, I want you to know there was a deleted scene that would have happened in this area of the episode where Michael gets a message and he says to Pam, hey, can you put that in my BlackBerry? I'm too busy right now to input it. Will you put that in my BlackBerry? And he makes a big speech. So it's like, I am using my BlackBerry. Pam, please enter that in my BlackBerry. And then there's a Pam talking head. And she goes, yeah, Michael doesn't know how to use his BlackBerry. And so when he says for me to put it in his BlackBerry, he means for me to write it on a Post-it and stick it on top of the BlackBerry. And then you see his phone is covered, his BlackBerry is covered with all these little miniature Post-it note stickies.
You would love that.
I would love that.
That's the best way to give you a message on your BlackBerry.
I know, just put a sticky on it.
All right, well, we'll take a break and we will be back with some Kelly Ryan drama.
Oh man, Kelly's in rare form.
Let's talk a little bit about hydration in the new year, particularly about liquid IV. Angela, you turned me on to this, and I'm going to have to give you props.
Oh, thanks.
It's pretty great. You told me that you use this when you travel to stay better hydrated. I started doing the same thing.
You know, whenever we go on a road trip, it's like I don't want to drink too much water because then I'll have to pee, and then I find myself so dehydrated. So I use this.
Well, I like it for hikes. Here's what it is. You get a little packet and you put it in your water. And then you are going to get 3 times the electrolytes of a leading sports drink, plus 8 vitamins and nutrients.
It's not GMO and free from gluten, dairy, and soy. It is perfect for daily use before a workout or when you feel run down or after a long night out,
Hint, hint.
hint, hint, or even on really long flights.
Rehydrate yourself for the new year. Grab your Liquid IV Hydration Multiplier sugar-free in bulk nationwide at Costco, or get 20% off your first order when you go to liquidiv.com and use code OfficeLadies at checkout.
That's 20% off your first order when you shop Better Hydration today using promo code OfficeLadies at liquidiv.com. So now we're in the annex, and Kelly is telling Ryan, you know what? I'm doing great. In fact, I am dating a lot of guys. And he's like, Kelly, and she's like, what? She's like, so pissed. And of course, Toby is listening to the whole conversation.
Well, then Kelly says she's pregnant.
Yeah. And then she has a talking head where she just shakes her head now.
It made me laugh out loud. It was so funny.
And then this is how she gets Ryan to go to dinner with her. He's like, okay. She's like, I'm keeping the baby. And he's like, I can't talk about this now. Let's go to dinner. And then she has a talking head where she's like, we have a date.
Yes.
Well, also in this conversation, Ryan says, I did take our relationship seriously. Karen asked me out 6 months ago and I said no.
Oh, he's such a liar. He's such a liar.
Well, this was a fan question from Hannah Carlson. Do we think Karen really asked Ryan out, or was he just saying that to make Kelly jealous?
No, he was trying to show Kelly how committed he was. The truth is, he hit on Karen and asked her out, and they talked about it in the bathroom in Women's Appreciation.
That's right.
It came up. Jim was like, yeah, she told me about that. So no, Ryan's being a big old liar right here.
Well, we got a letter from Renata in Brazil about the Ryan and Kelly relationship.
Okay, Renata.
She was very passionate about it, and here's what she had to say.
Okay.
She says, I love this episode so much, but I just need to make a comment about Kelly and Ryan's relationship and how relatable it can be and how it shouldn't be. I've met a lot of Ryans in my life, and ladies, it is not worth it. I just want to send some love to all of you and say that you deserve someone who's going to put your love on top. So I hope that this crazy relationship will teach you something about what not to accept because you deserve more. I don't know, maybe someone out there needs to hear this. That's from Renata.
Renata, applause. You're right. You're absolutely right. Another thing going on during this scene is we quickly see Phyllis and Stanley trying to figure out the BlackBerry. And Jenna, if you go to 12 minutes, 41 seconds in the deep background, you can just see me surfing the internet. You see me like scrolling through. I jot something down. I scroll through some more. I'm probably shopping.
That's amazing. Well, then we move into Angela and Dwight having another one of their back-to-back conversations in the kitchen.
Yes, but do you know who we have to thank for this moment?
Who?
Pam.
Why?
In a deleted scene that would have come right before this, Pam is going to give Angela some advice. Sam, I'm going to play the clip. You tried to give me a new cat to replace Sprinkles. As if you could replace Sprinkles. He just has a hard time expressing himself. It's really upsetting me. You probably noticed that this last week I've been a raging bitch. What should I do? Look, there's a lot of good parts to this relationship, right? Your business. Right. We'll just try to focus on those. Why don't you guys go out to dinner tonight and talk about whatever you always talk about? Maybe you were right. Yeah. I said maybe. So yes, Angela and Pam met at the elevators, and Pam gives her this relationship advice.
I am so sad that did not make it in. That was delightful.
It was so fun. It was so fun. So Angela actually takes Pam's advice and is like, okay, there's something worth fighting for here. I'll ask him out to dinner, and maybe I'll be able to forgive him, and I'll start with this dinner.
Well, Dwight offers to make you dinner. He says he will cook you noodles and cauliflower with a side of baked potato. I want you to know, Angela,
What?
for whatever reason, this caused me to Google noodles and cauliflower.
I just saw it as like, she loves her starches and she's a vegetarian. What'd you find?
Noodles and cauliflower is a very popular vegetarian dish.
Oh,
The New York Times cooking page had a recipe that looks so good. I think I'm going to make it.
ooh, send it to me.
Guys, Google noodles and cauliflower.
Okay.
It's a bonanza. It's
God.
fantastic. I can't wait.
Lord, who knew? Well, now we have what I think is such a deliciously tacky scene. It is a tacky off, if you will, between Jan and Ryan. Oh, it's so good. He's like, well, we should probably talk about the elephant in the room. I got your job. And she's like, didn't get my job, not my salary, but you'll get there. And it's super tacky. And then Ryan says, Scranton suits you. And Jan says, best decision I ever made. Ryan says, you were let go. And Jan goes, she looks maniacal. She says, you know what? Love the beard.
keep it forever, and scratches his beard.
And that makes him super insecure about his beard.
I thought it was amazing. Love the beard. Keep it forever.
Well, did you notice what she's wearing in this scene?
It's a velour jumpsuit, right?
A juicy couture velour jumpsuit,
Yeah.
which were all the rage at this time.
Yeah, they said juicy across the butt. Do you remember that?
Some of them did, not all of them.
Oh.
But the zipper for the hoodie, because it was a hoodie and pants set, the zipper, it had a little J as its, what do you call that thing you hold in your thumb and finger to zipper?
The zipper toggle?
Yeah, is it called a zipper toggle?
I don't know, but that's what I call it.
Yeah, well, it was a J. I remember there was this really, really popular thing, which was that brides would change into a white, juicy couture jumpsuit after the wedding, some point during the reception, and they would get it embroidered with like just married or like Mrs. whatever their new last name is going to be. And I might have done that. When I got married, I might have ordered one of these white.
But you didn't wear it. I was at your reception. You never came out in your little jogging outfit.
Well, Angela, there was like an after party for the reception for everyone who stayed at the hotel. You left at a certain point.
I left early. You were annoyed with me a little bit, but
I was? I don't remember being annoyed.
Well, you just said, and you can't leave yet. And I was like, Jenna, because I had a toddler. I was like, it doesn't matter what time I go to bed. She's going to wake up at the same time.
Were you there for the miniature burgers and fries? Because those came out at midnight, and I think that might have been why I wanted you to stay. There were also miniature shakes, because you know I like miniature foods.
I know you do. No,
I like it when you take a regular burger and you just shrink it on down to baby size. Little fries, little fry containers, a little shake with a tiny straw.
I left around 10:30, and you were like,
What? You left at 10:30?
I had a young
Nothing
kid.
happened yet.
I had a young kid. I had to get home. I had a sitter who I said I'd be home by 11. And you said to me, you're like, Angela, we're going to watch the sun come up. And I don't know if you know this about yourself, but every once in a while, you're determined to party until sunrise.
Yes, and I've done it a handful of times. And it's always the best time. I don't do it too much. I keep it as like a special treat.
Yeah.
My wedding night was one of them, and around 2:30 in the morning, I changed into my white velour, juicy couture, custom embroidered, just married Mrs. Kirk jumpsuit.
Well, that's so cute. I want to see a picture of that. I did get a cute little jacket that I wore at the end of my wedding as I left that said Mrs. Snyder on the back.
I remember that.
Yeah. Okay, so I didn't know that was a thing, and I didn't even know you did it. Oh my God.
Well, now you know.
Now I know.
I'll show you pictures.
Yeah, I want to see.
Well, now Jan and Michael are having lunch, and Jan is going to explain ageism to Michael, which is just wonderful.
It's so good. And there is a deleted scene that they cut to where Michael says to Dwight, I need you to find out everything you can about something for me. Ready? It's called ageism. Write it down. And he's like, I don't know what it is. I need to find all the details. I don't know if Jan is just pranking me or if it's a real thing. But I need you to find it all out. I need you to do it in an hour.
Well, Michael has this great line where he's like, wait, are you saying that old people have the same rights as young people? And Jan's like, yes.
Yeah.
So fan catch from Sadie S in this scene. Hi, Jen and Angela. I'm Sadie. I'm 14 and I love The Office and your podcast.
Thank you, Sadie.
At 15 minutes, 10 seconds, when Michael is having lunch with Jan, it looks like Michael has a personal homemade salad dressing. It is on his desk in a jar with his face on it, a picture of a salad, and it says, Great Scott, just like the production company of Threat Level Midnight. She said, I couldn't stop laughing when I noticed this. Who thought to make this prop?
Oh, Sadie, you and I are on the same page. I have a post-it note. 15 minutes, 10 seconds. I put salad dressing. I think it's a callback from the Fun Run episode.
But wasn't that a deleted scene?
Yes. So, guys, there's a deleted scene, and it's so good. It's in Fun Run. Michael has this talking head where he's talking about his charity for rabies, and he says, look, it's struggling. And he says, what do I look like, Paul Newman? And then he goes, actually, that's not a bad example because people have told me I look like Paul Newman. You know, it's the eyes and the face. And he said, also, I make my own salad dressing. He mixes Newman's Ranch with Newman's Italian and sells it at a flea market for a loss. He could make a profit on it if he changed one of the ingredients to Wishbone, but he won't do it.
That is incredible.
So I think that is his mixture of Newman's Ranch and Newman's Italian.
Well, what I like to think is that, you know, once something has been established on the show, we like to track it. They're eating a salad, so of course they're going to put his salad dressing out. I bet when we filmed this episode, we didn't yet know that that was going to be cut out from Fun Run because they were still in post-production on it, and that's why this salad dressing remains.
Yeah, that's right. I totally believe that. And you guys, as they continue talking and eating their salad, I want you to know at 15 minutes, 50 seconds, I think Steve, as an actor, makes a very bold choice.
The broccoli?
He eats a piece of broccoli. I mean, you can't talk after that. It's a good thing the scene ended. That would have taken a long time to chew. And I feel like I see a moment, not Michael Scott, I see Steve Carell go, oh crap, I just put this piece of broccoli in my mouth. I think you're right. I do too. I think you see a moment of regret.
Mm-hmm. Well, now Angela, someone enters the office with jet black hair.
We don't know who because the camera is tracking him behind his head through the office.
And it is revealed to be Creed. He wants you to know he's only 30. I mean, well, in November, he'll be 30.
He'll be 30, yeah.
Yeah, in November. We got a lot of fan questions about this. Charlia G, Catherine Otto, Kelly Hendricks, Andrea V, and Julie Brown all asked, did Creed really dye his hair for this episode? Well, we texted Creed.
We did. We had a delightful text thread with him yesterday.
It was so funny.
I know.
Well, he said that it was a vegetable dye that washed out completely, no problem. But he suggested that we tell you all that it was a permanent dye that caused all of his hair to fall out so that he could possibly use this as evidence to sue Kim Ferry, who would then countersue him for libel. And I was like, you're turning our podcast into a courtroom thriller.
I think Creed yesterday was really tickled because he had a whole text thread with us where he went on and on about his different ideas of like a better story of how they dyed his hair.
Yes,
He was having a good time texting us.
but the truth was it was just a washout vegetable dye. Sorry, Creed.
And of course we find out in this conference room scene that Creed used all the ink from the printer. He put the printer ink. There is a deleted scene, Jenna, where he has a mirror and he's filling in the spots he missed with a black Sharpie.
Oh my gosh.
I know.
Oh my goodness. Well, we might have to start a different text thread with him about that black Sharpie scene because I need to know more. By the way, we not only had a text thread with Creed yesterday, just the three of us, we also had a lot of activity on our group office text thread. We were like all texting each other up a storm.
Yes, and I had a separate text thread with just the accountants going. So we were text happy as a cast yesterday.
I guess we were. Well, like Angela said, everyone is gathered in the conference room. Ryan enters to do his BlackBerry tutorial, but Michael tells Ryan, I'm sorry, this is still my office. Have a seat.
I could not believe that Ryan entertained this. I couldn't believe it.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as he saw the pictures on the wall,
Yeah,
he was like, oh, Michael, here we go.
here we go. It's the lady from Titanic. The Where's the Beef lady.
Yeah, and then the picture from Big where they're dancing on the keyboard.
Yes.
And then the last one has been Kingsley.
Yeah. And this is when Pam is like, why did you reuse the old photos? And Michael says, because the ink ran out of the printer.
Yeah, and Creed kind of is like, there's like,
But then all of a sudden someone enters the room, just as Ryan has had enough. In walks Robert Dunder, one of the founders of Dunder Mifflin.
how fantastic was that scene with him?
It was so good.
Oh man, I rewatched it like a few times because he's so perfect. His delivery is spot on.
Well, Robert Dunder was played by this actor named John Ingle. And this is the only episode that Robert Dunder appears in. But John Ingle starred on General Hospital. He played Patriarch Edward Quartermain. From 1993 to 2012, he did 485 episodes of General Hospital. Wow. He also did a ton of other television work. He was also an acting teacher at Beverly Hills High School from 1964 to 1985, and listen to who he taught while he was a teacher there. He taught Nicolas Cage, Albert Brooks, Swoosie Kurtz, David Schwimmer, and Jonathan Silverman, among others. He was also an active volunteer for Habitat for Humanity. He had 5 daughters, and he passed away in 2012.
Well, we were so fortunate to have him. He was such a seasoned actor and so delightful. And I love the scene.
He goes on this very, very long, meandering story.
But the way he connects it all is so real and organic. And you guys, we have been there. We have all been there at that, family gathering where someone gets up to talk and you're like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, you ask some innocent question like, oh my gosh, where'd you get your sweater? And they're like, well, it was 3 years ago, and it was raining that day. I remember
because I just got my hair done, and they gave me a plastic net to put over it.
Yes, and my friend Cynthia called, and she said,
well, Cynthia, she had lived abroad, and when she came back, she divorced and married that younger guy.
Well, she did, but first, remember, she had that period of time where she went on that sex sabbatical.
She did. That's right about when she got that mole removed. Do you remember her dermatologist? He was such a nice guy. Of course,
Tall guy.
Tall, and had an accent.
Yeah, but I could never figure out where he was from.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he made a very good dip. And you're like, what?
You're like, where's the sweater from? Where's the sweater?
Jen and I just completely improvised this random conversation, but you guys know you've been in this moment.
Yeah, that was Robert Dunder. And so Michael throws him out.
Wait, can we also, sorry, this is hopping around. Can we also talk about how Michael introduces Robert to everyone?
Please.
He says, who is this worthless bag of bones? That's his introduction to the founder of the company.
Well, we also had a fan question query from Aaron Kearney, who says, Robert Dunder mentions Robert Mifflin's wife and her husband, Jerry Trupiano, a South Jersey guy who was tall. My question is, was this a reference to Jerry Trupiano, the longtime Red Sox broadcaster? I thought it might be because so many of the cast members and writers were Boston area folks.
Well, I believe it to be true because Mike Schur, who wrote this episode, is a huge baseball fan.
Yeah.
And I 100% think that's true.
I think that's a good catch.
Yeah.
Good catch.
Yeah, he snuck in a baseball player in there.
Well, as everyone is leaving the conference room, Ryan tells Michael, this day was a wash. Michael needs to embrace the new technology as the way of the future. He really needs to get behind this new way of doing things. And Michael's like, no, you know what? I'm going to prove you wrong. That the old way is the best way. I'm going to prove you wrong. We don't know what that's going to be. But Michael says that. And Jenna, there is a deleted scene. I have to tell you, there's another department that's very stressed out about this because Ryan has a moment with the accountants where he shows them the new program they're going to use online for all of the accounting of Dunder Mifflin. And it's basically going to make them obsolete. Wow. So people are freaking out about this new technology that Dunder Mifflin is going to be using. Well, we're going to get more of Michael's reaction to all of this in the next episode. We end this episode, though, with Angela and Dwight's dinner date. Yes. Well, lady, I have some location trivia. I know you love a good location story. I do, and I will tell you, Ivy Burke will be very excited to hear what you have to say, because Ivy would like to know where you filmed the Dwight and Angela dinner. We filmed it in the most beautiful neighborhood. It's called the Malibu Lake Mountain Club. It's a private community, so much so that there are no signs off the freeway for it. Wow. Yeah, it's like they don't want to be found. It's really, really beautiful. This neighborhood was created in 1924. It was just like a valley, and they made a lake, a man-made lake, and the members really wanted to keep it a secret. So they removed the highway signs that gave directions to the lake, hoping to hide it from tourists. In 1936, they built a clubhouse with a ballroom and a large patio, and it had a speakeasy poker room and a mural of the original members, and only members can use the lake and the swimming pool and the tennis court. So it's this little private community. Ronald Reagan was the honorary mayor, and technically that's the first political office he ever held. Wow. Mm-hmm. Now let me ask you a question. Did you film at this location because this lake is going to feature prominently in the next episode? Ding, 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 ding. Okay, so we had this location for one day. Dwight and Angela filmed their dinner date in the Lodge at Malibu Lake, their restaurant. And then we will see what happens to Michael and Dwight with the lake in the next episode. But that was all the same day. We filmed our scene at night. So Jenna, I had a late call time. Oh. There was this huge moon, and after we did the scene, I walked out on this floating dock and just watched the moon for a minute, and it was just like, one of those magical nights on set where you're like, this feels so cool, because it's really a beautiful little area. And Steve Carell has made their official website. Ready for this? It says, just a few of the famous faces that have shot here. Charlie Chaplin, W.C. Fields, Diane Lane, Lloyd Bridges, Lucille Ball, Steve Carell, Betty Davis, Henry Fonda. It goes on and on, but Steve Carell made the list. I love that. I know, right? Really fun. But this scene between Rain and I just loved doing it. We took the scene apart because Dwight is hoping that it's one thing. Angela's trying for it to be a reconciliation, and then she just can't do it. Yeah, and they wanted me to be able to show that emotion in my face, that I was trying, and then I just couldn't get past it. I couldn't get past it. And it's got a couplet of dialogue that I love. It's when Angela says, I heard a joke today. And Dwight says, oh, that's funny. And Angela says, yes, it was. Yeah. Well, this scene is just beautiful. It's beautiful for all the reasons you said. It's funny, but then it breaks your heart because your performance, Angela, we really see your character's heart breaking in this moment. And it's just real. Like, you aren't playing it for comedy. It's just real. And these are the moments of The Office that I'm so proud of as a television comedy, that we took these moments to get really real. Thanks, lady. Thanks. I really enjoyed this storyline. I loved Dwight and Angela being together, and I loved when they were at odds. It was equally fun to play. Yeah, it's such a good dynamic. Well, Jenna, one of the things that got me so tickled was that during this time, The Dwight-Angela relationship was compared by a TV journalist to Hot Lips Houlihan and Frank from MASH. And that was a show I grew up watching with my dad, and I just was so tickled by that.
Oh, that's perfect. And that was Dunder Mifflin Infinity Part 1.
Yes, and I would like to say thank you to Joya Balfour for giving us the digital media inside info, and you can check out her website at joyabalfour.com for some fun stuff that they were doing at NBC.com.
Well, when we pick up this storyline, we're going to have some lovely gift baskets and a huge stunt.
Especially for our show.
I was so impressed. I can't wait to talk about it.
All right, you guys have a great week.
We'll see you next time.
Bye. Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey.
Our producer is Cody Fisher. Our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer. And our associate producer is Ainsley Wilco.
Our theme song is Rubber Tree by Creed Bratton.
For ad-free versions of Office Ladies, go to StitcherPremium.com. For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE.
Hi, you guys.
Hello.
Hello. We are on our winter break, but we wanted to pop on and wish you guys a happy holidays.
Yes, happy holidays, everybody.
And Jenna, I have a little bit of a Christmas craft brag.
Are you saying brag or bag? Do you have a Christmas craft bag or
No. Okay, first of all, listen, maybe I should have picked a better choice of words. It's kind of hard to say. A Christmas crafting brag. I have something to brag about in the crafting world that is Christmas.
Oh, begin brag. Please begin brag.
My Christmas craft brag. I made a wreath for my front door.
Of course you did.
Lady, it was so fun. It wasn't that hard. I got some old cardboard and I cut like into a circle and then I wrapped ribbon around it. And then I got some of our older ornaments. You know, you have some sad ornaments that you've held on to, but you don't want to get rid of them. Well, I glued them all in a circle and I made a wreath. It kind of looks like a third grader did it, but you know what? The kids love it. And I hung it on the front door.
That is adorable.
Thank you. You know, my secret wish is to have a really mediocre crafting show. Like anyone who's like, I can't do that. Martha Stewart, you're crazy. I'm going to go over to crappy crafting with Kinsey.
I imagine you, like, you've got your glass of rosé and your glue gun.
Yeah.
And you're doing, like, this amazing kind of, like, half-assed crafting job.
Oh, no, it's fully half-assed.
Am I
It's
getting it
fully
right?
half-assed. I just want friends to come over and drink wine and do crappy crafting. That's my show.
We're starting this show in the new year. 100%. Look for it on YouTube, Crappy Crafting with Kinsey. I'm there. Well, listen, lady, this makes sense because we actually come from a very long line of crafters. Your mom is amazing. I mean, we've talked about her quilting. She's incredible, but every year she sends me something homemade that she's made.
Yes, she makes homemade Christmas ornaments. She makes these little Christmas trees out of recycled denim. She's super crafty. She is not crappy crafty. She's super good crafty.
Well, and then we've talked about how my dad is an amazing builder. And this year, out of wood, he made a little sunny cat wearing a Santa hat.
You're kidding me.
No, I'm not kidding you. And he made a Christmas tree out of wine corks. Oh, my dad and your mom need to start an Etsy store.
They do, and they also need to be guests on Crappy Crafting.
Well, listen, let's get to this week's episode. It is one of our very favorites. It's season 2, Christmas Party.
Yes, and we thought, for some of you guys who are new to the podcast, this was one of our favorite episodes. It's got everything. It's got the party planning committee, Yankee Swap, and of course, the teapot. I do talk a lot about the teapot, don't I? You do. Well, you guys have a wonderful holiday. We are, crafting and drinking wine and eating in sweatpants.
That's right. And we will see you in the new year. But let's get to it. Christmas party.
Let's do it.
I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
We were on The Office together.
And we're best friends.
And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you.
Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only two people who were there can tell you.
We're the Office ladies. Hi, everyone.
Ho, ho, ho!
This is a big episode.
It's the Christmas episode!
It's the Christmas episode. The very first Christmas episode of The Office. Season 2, episode 10. You know, it's not, we call it the Christmas episode.
Yeah, we do.
Or Christmas episode, but it is technically called Christmas Party.
What?
Yeah, that's the name of this episode.
I don't
Christmas
believe
Party.
you. I don't believe you. No, I'm kidding. We did. We call it the Christmas episode.
We call it the Christmas episode. Even though there were many more, this is the Christmas episode. I have so much to say. I have 12 typed pages today.
It looks
12.
like you're holding like a mini phone book.
I feel like I'm holding a one-act play or something. It's very large. And when I came in today, I will share that I refused to speak to anyone because I said I was saving it for the mic. And I'm saving it for the mic.
She did. I tried to make small talk with her. And she's
No.
like, I'm saving it for the mic. I was like, okay, lady, you do you. I just gonna tell you, I liked your hair.
You got little pigtails today and they're real cute.
I have plaits.
What are plaits?
That's what they say in the UK. They're like, oh, look at your plaits.
Oh yeah, they also call bangs fringe.
I know, I like it.
Yeah.
I don't know if you noticed my side of the table.
Totally filled with note cards.
By my side of the table, you guys, I've made a buffet of note cards. Like, I actually have to be aware, like Sam was saying, to stay in front of the microphone because I have so many cards. I'm gonna have to slide back and forth.
Yeah.
Down my buffet of cards.
You love a buffet.
I love a buffet, baby.
It's note card.
Give me that Vegas buffet.
All right, Christmas Party, written by Mike Shore and directed by Charles McDougall. Here's a synopsis. It's Christmas at Dunder Mifflin. Today is the day of the office holiday party. The group originally plans to have a secret Santa gift exchange, but when Michael doesn't like his gift, he turns it into a Yankee swap. This causes a multitude of confusion and hurt feelings, and Michael's solution is then to go out and buy booze, which is against company rules, and to try to get the party back on track.
15 bottles of vodka. That'll do it.
Fast fact number 1, as I've already said, it's our very first Christmas episode, but we filmed it nowhere near Christmas.
No, you never do, because
No.
you have to stay ahead. So
Yeah.
you're always, it's like Christmas in July kind of thing.
Well, we had a fan question from Sarah McGreen. Did you as cast members ever have Christmas parties or do a Yankee swap? And if so, what was the best, funniest gift someone brought? A lot of people also asked if we exchanged gifts as a cast. Not at the holidays. We would do what's called a wrap gift, which happens at the end of the season. And we would usually finish filming our seasons in April?
Yeah.
And then the cast would get together and we'd pool our money and we would buy the crew. Every member of the crew would get a gift from the cast. And then sometimes cast members would give each other wrap gifts.
Little individual gifts.
Yeah.
I did host a Yankee Swap Christmas party, and I did it every year for a few years, and I actually want to bring it back. I took a few years off because just, life, kids, and, stuff like that.
Yeah.
But I hosted a Yankee Swap party every year, and
Oh, yes, you did.
it was a big party, and everyone would come, and it got so rowdy.
Yeah.
My favorite person to have at a Yankee Swap party
Yes.
is Oscar Newman.
I was going to say Oscar.
Oscar. He makes up chants. Like I remember one of the gifts was like a really lusciously thick fake ponytail
Uh-huh.
that you ended up
I
getting.
took that home.
Yeah,
I
and
took home a fake
Oscar,
ponytail.
like started chants like ponytail, pony. I mean, they're not really creative chants, but you'd be surprised how much they catch on.
I remember one year Lee brought a small hand axe.
That thing was
Super
a hot
popular.
trade. Yes.
I want to put it out there, guys. If you're going to a Yankee swap, consider bringing a small axe.
Didn't the next year Lee brought a brand new water hose?
A garden hose.
A garden hose.
That was also a hot item.
really popular.
Just like practical household items that maybe you need but you haven't been buying yourself.
Well, the next Yankee Swap party I have, I'm actually going to include the kids because those were adult
Oh,
only.
yeah.
And I want to do a family Yankee Swap,
Okay.
and invite. The kids are such at the age where they're really getting into it.
Oh,
We
yeah.
went to one last year. But I want you to know, Jennifer, all the people that used to come, So at the end of the night, there would be these crap gifts that people would not want. And a friend of mine would, unbeknownst to me, hide them around my house.
I remember this.
And I would find them months later, like, because he really hid them.
Yeah.
Like up, like sort of on a top shelf by like the spare batteries would be like a weird porcelain clown.
Yeah.
You know? And Zach Woods brought this gift and he said, Angela, I am the failure of Yankee Swap, because he brought a Egyptian, so
The King Tut thing.
it was a King Tut miniature sarcophagus
Yeah.
that opened up and you could put things inside it.
I fought for that.
I thought it was really great.
I loved that.
Well, it got traded a bunch, and he was like, I don't think anyone likes it. I was like, Zach, you're wrong. I know I'm talking a lot about my Yankee Swap party, guys, but I was really inspired.
Well, this is a side note about Zach Woods. You guys, he played Gabe in later seasons.
Yes.
He became a good friend of ours. When my son was born, he did the same thing. He gave me a gift and he said, I
Don't mind anymore. I don't know why, but I guess before, I had printed them out at some point.
smart.
So now I'm going to start going to them for each episode, and I did for this one, but I'll save it for a bit because it happens later in the episode.
Okay, great. Fan question from small actor in a pea coat. Who kept the camera with all of the pictures that Michael took?
NBC.
Yeah, they were property of MC, and they had them up on their website for a while.
But guess what? You can still find them.
Yes.
Jenna and I were texting last night. We both found them over at officetally.com.
Yeah, so you can see all those pictures that he was really taking pictures.
Yeah, and they're really like not centered, and like people's heads are cut off. It's as if you just went around clicking away, but there's some real gems in there.
I know.
6 minutes, 54 seconds. Michael really shows what he thinks about Christmas, which is a gift should say, I love you this many dollars worth.
Yeah.
Oh, this is not going to go well.
Well, speaking of gifts, we have a scene where Toby reveals what he got Angela in Secret Santa,
Mm-hmm.
and it is the Jazz Baby poster.
Yeah. I have that poster, guys.
You have it? That was one of my questions from Chris Cordova. He wants to know, did you keep the baby poster?
Well, there was about 20 of them. They made a bunch. One hung by my desk for years.
Yes.
Yeah. So we got to see it every day. And I have one. It's rolled up in a little poster thingy.
Now, do you know the story behind that picture? Because I traded some text messages with Phil Shea.
Mm-hmm.
So Phil Shea had to make that poster. He did not buy that poster. He put out a casting call for babies.
And 2 babies were cast, baby actors.
He said it was really hard to find tiny jazz instruments. He said that was really difficult. In fact, he said, Amazon didn't exist back then. You couldn't just Google baby jazz instrument. And they couldn't be fake looking, like they couldn't be like blue and pink. So he did eventually find them at a place called Hollywood Costumes. He was particularly proud of the tiny sunglasses that he found. This poster ends up coming back in conflict resolution. Like you said, it stayed up there, but then it comes back again.
It comes back again. I would like to know the 2 babies that were in the poster.
Oh, guys,
Where are they today?
if you are a baby
In
from
that
the Baby
poster.
Jazz poster, will you please write to us at officeladies@earwolf.com?
One thing about that baby jazz poster, I remember Mike Schur telling me that they thought it was really funny that Angela would really enjoy babies dressed as adults. Okay, where are we?
Well, we're talking about the gifts, and Mike Schur actually said that the gifts were incredibly hard to manage because they start off as Secret Santa, so everybody had a person that they bought a specific gift for, and then you had to track the gifts as they went around in the Yankee Swap. He actually, in the script of this episode, there is a whole page where he lists the gifts, who bought who what, and he did this for Veda, our script supervisor. We haven't really talked about her, but Veda's job is to sit and watch every take that is filmed and make notes about everything that happens continuity-wise. So, really specific. So, if in a scene you take a a drink of your tea on a certain line and then scratch your nose on another one, Veda writes it down so that you do it the same every time for editing purposes.
Yeah, or Veda would come up to us and say, Angela, you were holding that pen in your left hand in the first take, and in the second take, you picked it up and held it in your right hand. So that's not going to match. So you need to pick which hand you're going to hold that pen in and do it in every take the same way.
Yeah, because otherwise, when you edit it together, the pen is magically bouncing from hand to hand. So Mike was really worried about Veda in this episode. And so he made this list just for Veda. And I have it from the script.
Oh,
okay, so this is what everyone was intended to give. And we got a lot of fan questions about this. Like, a lot of people wrote in and said, you know, eventually Michael's going to get the paintball lessons from Dwight.
Yeah.
Like, who did Dwight intend that to go to? So I have all the answers right here. Are you ready?
yeah.
Okay. Dwight got Phyllis the paintball lessons and the pellets. That was his gift to Phyllis. Phyllis made Michael an oven mitt. Michael got Ryan an iPod. Ryan got Toby a book of short stories by George Saunders, who happens to be one of Mike Schur's favorite writers. Toby got Angela the baby poster. Angela bought Stanley a picture frame. Stanley got Kelly a nameplate. Kelly got Oscar a shower radio. Oscar got Creed a shamrock keychain. Creed got Jim one of his own shirts. Jim got Pam the teapot. And this is something that got cut out. Pam made Meredith a drawing of The Office.
I read about that online.
Yeah, and there was this big thing.
It's in the deleted scenes. This is something I have to tell you. I got a DVD player for Christmas.
What?
My husband got me a DVD player. So I got the CDs. He bought me the CD set, and I got a DVD player. And last night, I got to watch all the deleted scenes.
Oh, Angela, you must be so happy.
I was so happy, and there's so many.
Oh, yeah.
There's so many. For the Christmas episode, you guys, there are so many great deleted scenes. I don't want to get us off topic here, but they're in the deleted scenes. Meredith opens up her painting.
That is from Pam, and it's a
Yes.
drawing of The Office. Well, there's a big backstory here, again, with Phil. I don't do Pam's drawings. People ask me that all the time. I'm not an artist. I mean, we've talked about this, or have we, that I do cartoons. I do cartooning.
She's very good at cartooning, and I have a few that you've drawn that I've saved. I think you're fantastic.
Well, I love my little expressive cartoons, but I needed Pam and wanted Pam to be a better artist than I am. So there is a young art student that does all of Pam's drawings. They went out to a bunch of people, like 12 different artists, to turn in samples to be the artist behind Pam, and they picked a young woman.
Now, Jenna, I read, and you can tell me if this is true,
Mhm.
I read that the first painting that they had for this episode to give to Meredith from
Yeah.
Pam, they had one of our set art people, who was a man, do it.
Yeah.
And when they looked at it, it looked too masculine.
Yeah,
And so then they went out to female artists. to
That's
have
true.
A little bit of a softer touch.
yeah. And there were something like 12 different artists who all submitted their work. And I wish I knew her name. Unfortunately, I don't. But maybe I can find that out and reveal that in a future episode. And then, so finally, 2 more gifts. Meredith got Dwight some shot glasses from Cancun, and Kevin got himself a foot bath. Guys, around 5 minutes, 55 seconds, there is a scene where Michael is talking to Jim at Jim's desk. This is when he reveals that he got Ryan for Secret Santa. And I just want to say, you see a ton of background action. Angela, you're walking from reception. Over Steve's shoulder, you see Toby and Mindy talking.
Yeah.
They are 100% not in character.
Not in character at all. I saw that too. I was like, they're just talking about probably something in the writer's room or a story pitch, or they're just having a conversation.
Yeah, I mean, Paul is just being Paul.
Yeah.
If anyone's curious, the difference between Toby and Paul, go to 5 minutes, 55 seconds,
Yeah.
and you can see Paul and Mindy having a conversation in the background.
Yeah, exactly.
Tree lighting!
Okay, I've been waiting for this moment. The Christmas tree lighting. This starts the beginning of everyone happy, Angela pissed. So this Christmas tree, the top of it has been hacked off by Kevin. It is covered in so much tinsel.
Yeah.
So much tinsel. It has a smattering of just blue and red ball ornaments. It's just not their best effort. And then it has the tiniest of tiny white lights, thanks to Phyllis. So Dwight makes a big deal of it. He like takes the outlet, like the plug. What do you call it? The plug. He takes the plug from Stanley. He wants to plug it in. He's like, just like Rockefeller Center. And everyone gathers around and it's like, brr, brr. And Phyllis is like, I'm sorry. And at 6 minutes, 38 seconds, you see my first pissed off face. Dang it, Phyllis.
It's also one of those moments where I feel like Angela's like, I knew it. I knew I couldn't trust her.
Why do I
lights?
Why do I even have her do anything?
Why do you have anyone do anything?
Yeah.
You can't let anyone do anything.
These people are worthless.
Exactly. You know that the Christmas tree light thing is based on a real thing from Mike Schur's life.
I know.
He said that when he and his wife got their first tree in New York, he bought a bunch of small lights for the tree and he wrapped them around, and when he plugged it in, you couldn't really see them. I love that. I love when writers work those little moments from their real life into the show. I thought, speaking about people who are acting like themselves instead of their characters, I thought Jim's talking head about Creed's gift is so John.
It is John.
That is John right there.
Yeah.
All the delivery, the smile, all of it. And then, of course, Creed's talking head made me laugh so hard.
Creed is very funny in this episode. I mean, everybody has some great moments, but Creed cracked me up a bunch in this episode. So now Secret Santa is starting.
Yep.
And
everyone is gathered around in some office chairs. And I want to say, truly, I know we were joking with Charles McDougall, but the amount of energy and movement that he uses the camera to give this scene of people sitting in a circle. I mean, it is impressive from a directorial standpoint. I think, like, I don't want to be crazy, but I think, like, film students should study this portion of the episode, because I'm imagining myself trying to film a group of people sitting in a circle doing a gift exchange, and it would not look nearly this dynamic. It's really, really impressive directing.
No, he's great. He is really great.
Okay, so we're starting the Secret Santa, and Pam opens Jim's teapot. She loves it, but Dwight moves things along so quickly that she doesn't have time to look inside or notice the card that's in the box.
Dwight wants no chitty chat between gifts. He's like, go.
He's me coming in today.
He is.
He's like, save it for the mic.
So he's moving things along. So it's Pam, and then the next one,
we find out that Michael buys Ryan a video iPod that costs $400.
You guys, this was not product placement.
It was not. So many people wanted to know.
Yeah, we were not paid. It was just sort of a really cool topical gift at the time.
Yeah.
And they were trying to think of a gift that would sort of be a showstopper that Michael would think was very impressive, that everyone would want. So this was coincidence. We weren't paid to use it. So I read that.
Well, here's the something. A ton of people wanted to know who kept it at the end. Nobody. We weren't allowed to keep any of the stuff. It all goes into a giant warehouse, and it gets labeled for the episode for props, because if for some reason we have to go back and reshoot something, they take it off the shelf and they bring it back in.
That's true.
I don't know what happens after it's been in the warehouse for a while, but it just goes to prop house storage.
I feel like it's still in a box labeled The Office Christmas Party.
It probably is. There was a fan question from Beard Up, Beard Down. Was the iPod sponsored by Apple? It wasn't. We said it was not. It's just a total coincidence. But there's more coincidence. So the week after this episode aired, Apple revealed that you could now download episodes of The Office onto these video iPods. Again, this was not planned. And then The Office became the #1 downloaded show on iTunes.
Yes.
The #1 downloaded show.
I remember Rainn Wilson turned to me and said, I think we're going to make it. I think we're going to. This was the first moment it felt like the tide was turning for us and that we might not get canceled.
All right, so next up, Michael gets his gift, the oven mitt, knitted by Phyllis.
Oof. Now, everyone had a $20 limit, you guys. That's why this iPod really shakes everything up, because he spent $400.
Yes. And he has his line where he says, out in the hallway, he's holding the mitt, and he says, do you know what this says? This says, I only care about you a homemade oven mitt's worth. He is such a child.
He is such a bratty kid in this episode.
Oh my gosh. Well, we had a fan question from Chelsea, Raconza, and Amanda, and many others actually, who actually knitted the oven mitt. Well, I asked Phyllis, She does not knit in real life. Although she told me that she knitted a scarf for her mom a couple of years ago, but she said that's it. She didn't, just one scarf.
I want you guys to know, you know how we talk about what was at everyone's desk? So at Phyllis's desk, like sitting on the floor sort of next to her desk for so many years was a whole knitting basket. Do you remember? It had all the yarn and the knitting needles, and it sat there as if her character would ever do anything with it, but it was established there and it sat there.
Well, Phil Shea told me he found a woman at a knitting store in Valley Village, California, and she knitted the oven mitt. Again, oven mitt knitter, if you're listening, please write us at officeladies@earwolf.com and we'll give you a shout out. You knitted the famous mitt.
I thought it looked like a great oven mitt, and it had like the little like
the Teflon
thingy on the one side. Yeah. So Ryan gets the iPod, and at 8 minutes 24 seconds is the next phase of Angela pissed offness.
Okay.
You see my face at the fact that Michael spent $400.
Oh, yes.
The limit was 20. All of my instructions, I'm sure I sent out an email about Secret Santa and the rules. So one, Phyllis has ignored my request for bigger lights and got the tiny lights. Now two, Michael has spent $400 instead of the agreed upon $20. So we're ramping up. She's getting ticked off.
I have no doubt that you sent a very detailed email about this to everyone with a follow-up reminder.
Which is why Kevin does not come forward when he gets himself, because he would have had to tell me.
He would have. Yeah. You know what? I really relate to Angela on so many levels.
Listen,
really do.
There's on some levels, you're way more Angela than I am.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I would have generated 2, 3, 4 very detailed emails about the party, the plans. If I assigned someone to do lights for the tree and that's what I got, I would feel so pissed and let down.
If people went over the $20 budget, you would have been furious. You would have been like, what's the point? Why even have that number?
Is Angela wrong?
No, I don't think she's wrong.
She's just, why is no one helping her?
She's a by-the-book person. Why can't people follow the rules?
I agree.
So at 9 minutes, 39 seconds, she gets pissed off on a whole new level because, as you were saying, this is when Michael is really ticked off that he got the oven mitt and he switches the party. No more Secret Santa. He says, now we're doing Yankee Swap.
Yes. Yankee Swap / White Elephant / what was the other one he said?
Nasty Christmas.
Nasty Christmas.
There was actually a little debate about what do you call it? And people were like, well, we call it White Elephant. And someone else was like, we call it Yankee Swap. And I feel like the writers took that and put it in the episode.
Yeah, I know it as Yankee Swap. What do you know it as?
I knew it as White Elephant.
Yeah. I think it's good they did that.
They
covered everybody.
They covered everybody. But when I threw my Christmas party, I called it Yankee Swap just because I loved it so much.
Here's something that I heard in the commentary, Angela, since we're talking about your character. I guess that you had a talking head in the fire.
I watched it because I have a DVD player now.
Where you cried.
Yes, in the deleted scenes.
Well, Mike said that the writer's room was so impressed with your performance in that talking head that they put a card on the wall that was Angela Cries, and they wanted to find an episode where you could cry a bunch, and this was it.
Mike sure told me, he said, I love to see your character cry. He said she's so pulled together that when you sort of fall apart, it's like really sort of oddly pleasing.
Oh, I love it. I love it.
So yes, at 9 minutes, 51 seconds, I have a talking head. And my character is really upset because she feels like Michael should have talked to the PPC first.
Yeah, well, they should have.
And then
he should have.
And then she breaks down. So she is really starting to spiral.
And then when we cut back to the scene, she's still sobbing. I mean, she's not sobbing, but she's still crying.
She's sullen. She's very sullen.
Okay, this famous line? Yankee Swap.
Yeah.
From Michael. All right, Mike, sure. That's a written line. That wasn't improvised. That Steve would say Yankee Swap. And Mike wrote in the script, in parentheses, crazy voice. And he was like, I know Steve will do something great with that. And that was Steve's take on that. Because they would do that. They would sometimes put little pieces of direction in the script for us, and then we'd have to interpret it.
Yeah.
Guys, did you notice in this episode, it is snowing outside?
I loved this touch. I loved that they
Me
kept
too.
cutting to the windows. It'd be snow.
Do you remember how much fun it was to have the snow? We were so tickled.
We
In
were
the snow.
so excited. You guys remember we mostly just filmed inside and we never even saw outside or what was happening outside.
Yeah.
And so the fact that we had this extra element happening was so fun.
We really did film inside in a windowless warehouse. All the windows were fake. They just had backdrops behind them.
Yeah.
So to see actual sunshine or snow or air was really exciting to us. I have a ton of facts about the snow. I don't know if anyone else will find it interesting, but I had written all about it in one of my blogs/journals.
I'm living for this. I can't wait to hear about it.
All right.
You have to pee.
Oh, do you want me to give you some snow facts when we come back from the break?
I mean, can I?
You should be on an empty bladder when I lay these awesome facts on you.
You don't tell me or my bladder what we're doing.
Well, what do you want? Do you want full bladder snow facts or empty bladder snow
I want
facts?
empty bladder snow.
All right, that's what I'm saying.
Oh, I thought you were telling me that I had to not drink any more water or tea. When we go on a road trip, my husband will be like, "Can you not get an iced tea?"
Okay, clearly you're projecting some other thing on me because I said I thought you should empty your bladder for the snow facts. She's leaving. First, you push away from the mic to eat your snack.
This is for you, Jenna.
So disgusting.
Those are Honey Nut Cheerios.
Oh, God.
Thank you for letting me have my bathroom break. I want to hear all about your snow.
All right. I hope this isn't anticlimactic for people, but the company that came to make the snow is called Snow Business.
Oh, I love that.
Snow Business.
Snow business.
I remembered that. It so tickled me. Okay, so here's how it works with fake snow. There's a guy from Snow Business. He shows up. Now, the snow that falls from the sky is different from the ground cover snow. The snow on the ground is snow.
The snow that falls from the sky, I know because it falls on my character at the end, and it is not snow.
It's not snow.
It's soap.
Yes, you can get a choice. You can get a choice of cornstarch, plastic, or soap. And Greg watched a demonstration of all three, and he picked soap.
Well, when by accident a little piece of that might get in your mouth, it tastes like soap. Because I shriek and a piece of it went in my mouth.
That's what
Yeah.
she said.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. On the ground, though, it's real snow. And they bring this machine, and I don't know exactly how it works, but it's kind of like a wood chipper, but in reverse.
It looks like something out of a Dr. Seuss.
It does. It really does. And it really blows snow. I guess that's what it looks like. It looks like a snow blower, but it generates snow. And then it just blows it all over the ground, all over the cars and all that stuff. But guys, remember, this is we're shooting this in October in Los Angeles. And it's hot in October. It stays warm here.
Yeah.
In the daytime, it's still in the mid 80s, 90s. But it was night, and so we had a little bit of time with it. I mean, it was still warm out.
Yeah, it was probably in the high 60s.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
All right, yes, we were very excited to have snow. And Jenna, we're
Did you like my snow facts? I feel a little vulnerable about them now because we set them up so much. I mean, there was break and in my head about it.
I like your snow facts.
Snow Business. That's cute.
I think snow business is really cute.
All right, but let's go back to the gift exchange. This is when Kelly gets Angela's poster, but Angela, you do get to take it back.
Okay, here's the thing. I wrote in my MySpace blog about this moment, and I wrote that it was one of the hardest things for us to get through as a cast, that the first time Mindy unrolls the poster and looks at it, we all see it. Every person lost it.
Because it's so ridiculous.
It's so ridiculous. We had not seen it. It was an actual surprise to us while we were filming, and we all lost it. I had that. In fact, it was particularly hard on Ray for some reason, and that one take, he broke 3 times because he could not get through it.
I can't believe that Mindy was tasked with having to unroll that poster. How did we ever get a shot of her not laughing?
I don't know, but we were cracking up.
There's a little detail in that scene that made me laugh when I rewatched it, which is how you just very subtly swat the oven mitt away on your way to getting the poster.
That was all me. Thank you very much.
I loved it. It was such a good detail. I loved it. Well, in tracking the oven mitt, Meredith eventually takes the oven mitt. But, Michael has to then call her a sucker and say that he wanted her to take it, and it was reverse psychology when he said he wanted to keep it.
I love that he decided that he needed to break down reverse psychology to all of us, because I don't know if you've heard of it. This is a pretty cool thing. Like, Michael, you're such an idiot.
Do you remember how Phyllis cried during that scene?
Yeah, she stayed in like sort of that sad place.
She cried for like a half hour, and in between takes of that where she had to be crying, she didn't want any of us to talk to her. And Kate and I tried to go up and give her a hug. She didn't want it. Like, she was in this like actor zone. It's so hard to do. It's so hard to do. I know exactly where she was, but I just remember being really worried for her, because when you see Phyllis cry, it is,
you don't want to see Phyllis cry
You
because
don't
it
wanna see her
breaks
cry.
every part of you
Yes.
open. I mean, she had to stay sad, and it is really hard, especially sitting in this circle with people cracking up about a baby poster.
yeah,
But you've got to stay sad.
yes,
It's hard. It's
that
really hard.
is very difficult.
Well, here's the thing. Michael just gets progressively meaner. He calls Meredith a sucker, and then Dwight, he opens the paintball and he's like, how is this better than an iPod? And this moment kind of broke my heart too, when Dwight goes, I never said it was better, Wait, I have an Angela pissed off in this moment.
Oh, okay, go.
At 13 minutes, 58 seconds, look at my face. I wrote it in all caps. So Michael has just called Meredith a sucker because she got the lame, oven mitt. And Phyllis storms out. Okay? She is completely heartbroken now. And the party is falling apart. And the look on my face is just sheer in like rage.
Now, are we at the top of your rage now?
No.
Oh, no. Well, I mean, I know we've still got the parking lot, but
No. Oh no. There's a moment coming and you'll know it. It's there's a 1-2 punch coming at the end for my anger. But yeah. All right. So people are making trades and feelings are getting hurt.
yeah,
And Pam does not go back and get the teapot. She gets the iPod.
she does. When it's Pam's turn to pick again, she picks the iPod instead of the teapot, and Jim is so hurt.
He's so hurt. And I watched this and I was like, come on, Pam. But then, Pam doesn't know what all is in the teapot. She doesn't. And that's what sort of justified it for me. She's just like, this is an iPod.
This iPod has completely hijacked this whole fun party and gift exchange, because everybody who's sitting in the seat is just thinking about trying to get this iPod. And so is Pam. Unfortunately, I think she kind of forgot about the teapot. So it was her time to pick. She was just like, iPod.
But she also doesn't know what's in the teapot.
She
She
doesn't.
doesn't know how high the stakes are for Jim.
No.
She doesn't. I think it's kind of an innocent moment, honestly. And Michael has ruined all of this because the gifts were specific for people. I mean, Ryan gets a placard that says Kelly.
Yeah.
He gets a desk, whatever, nameplate.
Yeah.
Like, these were not meant to be Yankee swap gifts.
They were not. They were meant for certain people. Well, at this point, the party has completely broken down, and Michael goes to the liquor store. Now, I want to point out a few things.
I know what you're
Some
going to
fun
point
tidbits.
out because, lady, I have the DVDs now. So go. Do it.
Do you know what I'm going to say?
Is it about the attendant at the liquor store?
I have one thing to say about him, but I just thought I wanted to point out that it's also snowing outside the window of the liquor store.
Yeah.
They made it snow there, too.
Mhm.
I don't know. Nice detail.
Nice touch.
Good continuity. Veda was on it.
Well, I read that our writers found out in Pennsylvania that if you work at a liquor store, you have to wear a tie.
Yes.
And so that was part of this character description, is that he had to have on a tie.
Isn't that great?
And I thought the actor, his name is Ryan Martin, did a fantastic job. He
So
just
good.
really takes in all of that vodka. It was just
15 bottles.
15 bottles.
Craziness. Okay, so then we go back to the party.
Michael brings all this vodka back into the party, and at 16:10 minutes, this is the next phase of Angela's spiral.
Oh, say it.
So Michael has vodka, and she's like, "What are you doing? There's no alcohol at the party." You know, Angela speaks up and Toby speaks up. No one else cares. But now she's like,
Toby speaks up? I missed that.
yeah, Toby's like, Michael, we really shouldn't have. And he goes, just shut it, Toby. It's a party.
But then later, I feel like Toby brings Todd Packer a drink.
Well, no, it's all bets are off. All bets are off. And you know, you have to remember that Michael told the party planning committee that he wanted this Christmas party to be like, and I quote, a Playboy Mansion party.
Yeah.
That was his hope.
That's his goal.
That's his goal. So, but yeah, Angela is now super ticked because now there's alcohol.
I'm surprised her whole head didn't explode.
Well, it's about to, because the next two are what set it into motion.
Oh boy. Well, now we have the scene where Jim is trying to get the teapot back from Dwight. Jim offers to trade him the Shamrock keychain, and he says, come on, it'll be good luck. And that's when Dwight has his line, a real man makes his own luck. Billy Zane, Titanic. And Angela, you made the entire cast t-shirts with that quote on them, and I still have mine.
Oh my gosh, you do?
I do. It's a gray long sleeve t-shirt.
Yes, with
and
black
just
writing.
Just a quote across it.
Yeah, so I had a friend at the time who had a t-shirt press because she had a small business, and I loved this line so much. I thought it was hilarious. Of all people for Dwight to quote, it would be Billy Zane.
Well, people were asking if we gave each other gifts. That was a gift. You gave that out. I think you actually gave that out at Christmas that year.
I did, and you gave everyone an ornament.
Yes, I got that cast photo, and I had it printed on an ornament for everyone.
Yeah.
Aw. The idea that Dwight wants to keep the teapot in order to wash out his nasal passages with green tea is based on something that Greg Daniels has actually done.
Like with a neti pot?
Yeah, I mean, but I've never put green tea in a neti pot.
I haven't either.
I've only used the saline solution that is recommended.
But I could see Greg reading about it.
Yeah.
Giving it a try.
Yeah.
But Rain, the way Rain was in that scene, and he like shoved that teapot into his nostril.
Yeah.
And just John's face as Jim is just like, are you kidding me? That's who gets my teapot? Like, it's so perfect. He's so bummed.
Now, when I watched this with Lee said he wondered how Dwight didn't find the note in the box, or how Dwight didn't open up the teapot.
I thought of all of those things. I thought Dwight now has the cassette and the sauce packet. I mean, so you have to sort of suspend belief, I guess, at that moment that he took those out and just shoved them aside, like, what's this crap? And just sort of shoved them aside in the box.
Well, also, I don't think Jim is trying to get the teapot back for Pam. I think he's just trying to get the teapot back for himself. He's just going to keep it now. That's what I think the motivation is there. Because Pam is over, up at the desk with Roy looking through her new iPod.
I think Jim just wants to get it back because I think there's things inside it that are embarrassing.
Yes, exactly. But he's going to trade the keychain and he's just going to take that teapot home now. So Pam is up at reception and she's showing Roy her new iPod. He's now at the party. He wasn't there for Yankee Swap, but he's all excited because now he doesn't have to buy it for Pam for Christmas. He was going to buy her this iPod, he tells her, and now he doesn't have to, or he's just going to get her a sweater. Thanks, Roy.
Now the party is like 15 bottles of vodka in. Todd Packer has showed up.
Oh, yeah.
It's getting crazy. And
everyone's doing shots. Angela's fuming.
I am fuming, but the icing on the cake of my pissed offness is about to happen.
Oh, say it.
Michael shouts to the whole bullpen. He says, oh my gosh, yes, Ryan, the king of the party planning.
Oh,
thank you to Ryan for this awesome party. And the camera pans to me and I am livid. Ryan, the temp, the king of the party planning committee? Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Oh, that's it. She is pissed.
Oh no. And it's only going to get worse. That's not even still the worst thing that's happened to Angela.
Nope. I had a headache by the end of this episode.
You must have. You were just scowling and pushing anger out of your temples this whole episode. You know when Todd Packer shows up and he has that line, "What's up, my nerds?" Okay, nerds. That was an improv, sort of. In the script, what was written was, "What's up, nerds?" And he just gave it that extra special touch of "What's up, my nerds?"
I know. Well, that's also Dave Koechner. I mean, I think even the line when he's like, "Packer need a drinky."
Yeah.
The line was probably like he was getting me a drink.
Yeah.
You know?
He brought so much to that role. It was amazing. And well, you know when he has to lay down on the desk and get the silly string on him, like when he passes out? I remember shooting that. He had to lay there forever. So he laid down on those desks, which were not comfortable. Right? And then they silly stringed his head. And then we had all these scenes where that's what he's doing. Well, if he got up, all the stuff that he was decorated in would have fallen off. It would have been impossible to recreate. So he had to just lay there, even when we were on a break.
And he was such a trooper. Talk about a trooper. And I wrote in my MySpace blog that Kate and I, because Kate and I knew Dave from improv days. We'd all like done improv shows together. That Kate and I walked over and talked to him while he had to lay off. And we just sort of like caught up, and that it was so fun to see him. But I want you guys to know, if you're wondering what Todd Packer looks like at 20 minutes and 19 seconds, to really paint a picture here, he's laying on his back kind of across a desk partition, right in the middle of the room. He has blue silly string on his head, Christmas lights around his torso, a Christmas garland around his torso, Dwight's desk nameplate on his stomach, and there's like a red empty Solo cup kind of just like in his, like the crook of his arm. And he had to lay like that with all those things on top of him.
He passes out so quickly. You have to imagine he showed up already half drunk.
You know he did.
You know he did.
You know he did.
Okay, guys, so now we have the scene where Pam reveals to Jim that she got her teapot back. She trades Dwight the iPod for the teapot, and now she's going to look inside and find all the items. And it's very charming and sweet, and she is so delighted. But in this moment, Jim secretly steals the note back and puts it in his pocket.
I know. He lost his courage.
He did. Now, when we reached out to fans to ask them what they wanted to know about the Christmas episode, I would say that about 80% of the comments and emails we received were along the lines of, what is in the teapot note? Because as you know, in this episode, Pam does not read it. It is not revealed. But then in season 9, there's a scene where Jim has the documentary film crew put together footage of their romance, and he shows it to Pam, and Pam sees that there was a note that Jim steals back. And then he hands it to her, and she reads it.
How brilliant is that? And you know who that is? That's Greg Daniels.
Yeah.
Because he was such a master at beautiful callback moments.
Mm-hmm.
I love that.
Well, from the time that Jim stole the note, it drove people crazy. They always wanted to know what had been written in the note. Would Pam ever get the note? For years and years, will he ever give her the note? Around the time of the wedding, people wanted him to give it to her as a wedding gift. Greg saved it till the end. I'm going to say something that I've never said before. I also feel like I'm maybe going to cry.
What? Wait.
What?
Are you gonna say what was in the note? Are you going to say what was in the note?
Sort of.
Because I don't know what was on that card. None of us do.
I'm the only one who knows, and John knows.
Oh my gosh, lady.
In that episode in season 9, I believe Greg suggested to John that he write a personal message from himself to me, just saying what our time together on The Office meant to him.
Oh, Jenna.
Because we were wrapping up filming, we were wrapping up the series, and we were all so emotional at that time, you know?
We were all sort of saying goodbye in different ways.
We were. And so that was his goodbye. Very similar to when we filmed that scene with Steve, where I said goodbye to him at the airport, and Paul Feig told me, just run up and say goodbye to your friend Steve.
Jeff Blitz said the same thing to me when I was in the car with Oscar, and I say I love Dwight. He said, Angela, in this moment, express your love for the show and everyone, and if you couldn't have it in your life anymore. And I disintegrated.
Yeah. So I'm on camera and I open up this note that John's written me, and I just start crying. I just start bawling. The first take was probably not usable. It was the sweetest note. And you know, on camera, Pam says, I'll never say what it said, but just know it was perfect. Well, I'll never say exactly what John wrote, but I will say, just know it was perfect. So that's what was in the teapot note, guys. It was a note from John to me.
A personal note about what it meant to work with you on the show.
Yeah,
Yeah.
about our time together on the show, and it was really sweet.
Well, that would completely wreck me.
Yeah.
Oh, I love that. I didn't know that. Are you okay?
Yeah.
Well, crap. How do we talk about anything else? That was so beautiful.
I'm sorry.
That was so beautiful. I love that that was the direction that Greg gave. Those moments became very honest for us under that kind of direction.
Yeah.
And we all had little moments like that. That's a really big one, though.
Well, there were those moments on the show that were surprises.
Yeah.
Steve didn't know I was going to run up and tell him that basically that same thing. Steve, I'm going to miss you. You know, all the things that I said to him.
Oscar didn't know the note that Jeff Blitz gave me.
Yeah.
So when all that emotion came, it was very, completely out of nowhere for him.
Yeah.
Okay, well, geez Louise.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. Where are we at in this episode?
Well, we're at the moment when Kelly approaches Dwight in the kitchen.
Kelly, that hussy.
Ooh, with her hair half down, half up.
I know. She goes up to my man and lays one on him.
She does.
And Angela sees it, and that is it.
You know, a lot of people wrote in and commented that you're standing in front of a poster that says commitment.
Am I really?
Yes.
Oh my gosh, I didn't even notice. That is so funny. I think I was just so focused on the scene.
Yeah.
Wow. Yes. Angela loses it. And this takes us outside. She's left the party, and now I have some stuff to tell you guys about the scene.
Yeah.
All right. 20 minutes, 16 seconds. The ultimate Angela pissed offness has happened. Here's some behind the scenes of this scene. You have a guy up on the roof, and he's got the soap snow.
Yep.
That he's going to...
Falling into your eyes.
He's going to... Yeah. Stinging. And then there's snow on the ground because they put real snow on the ground. We filmed this scene at the end of the day, and everyone had gone. It was just me and Charles McDougall, Randall Einhorn, and Mike Schur. It was just a kind of a skeleton crew at this point.
Those are always some of my most favorite shoots.
Yeah, me too. And we did not have a lot of time. We didn't have a lot of time to get this.
The clock was ticking.
Yeah, exactly, because we didn't want to go into overtime for everyone, and it was the end of the day. And so Charles McDougall said to me, we're probably only going to do like 2 takes, maybe 3. But they gave me these ornaments, and my instruction was that my character has just lost it. Michael has ruined Christmas. Kelly has kissed my man. Ryan is the king of the party planning committee. Right?
Yes.
He said, I want you to take these ornaments and just throw them and shatter them. They were written in the script as glass ornaments. They were not glass ornaments.
What?
Watch the scene. I throw them down. They bounce straight up in the air.
What were they?
They were like some kind of plastic composite, whatever.
Oh, no.
So when you look, watch it, you guys, you see them bounce in the air.
I assumed, well, that makes sense. We did not have the budget to get special breakaway glass ornaments, and there's no way they would give you real glass.
No. So these things bounced like a tennis ball. And so Charles is like, cut. And he goes, okay, 2 things. 1, we need you to stand closer to the wall. Like, if you can in the scene, get as close to the wall as possible, because that's where the guy is with the soap. Down. Yeah. The soap doesn't fall very far. So we have another take, And he's like, why aren't you breaking the ornaments? I'm like, Charles, they're bouncing. What are you talking about? He goes, can you throw them harder? I was like, yeah, they're just going to bounce higher. Oh. And I was like, okay, I got it. I have an idea. So I know now we're really running out of time. So, and Michael Gallenberg had taken the most awesome photo that I have, and it's the snow falling and me throwing the ornaments and Charles McDougall in the distance watching me. It's
cool. That's great. Michael Gallenberg, our set designer.
Yeah, he took this photo. It was so cool. But anyway, here I am. We're running out of time. I got to stand. I got to get myself to the wall. I got to throw these ornaments, and I need them to break. And I have to shriek, right? So I throw them I said, I'm going to throw them harder this time. I don't know. So I threw them as hard as I could. They bounced up higher. I shrieked, and I just started stomping on them and shattering them with my feet.
Was that your intention going in when you're like, I have an idea, I can do it,
I was thinking, if I can't get them to break, I have to start stomping on them.
Yes.
So that's what I just did. That was just an improv in the moment. I just started stomping on them. Folks notice I'm wearing my sass shoes.
Oh, that's the perfect shoe for this.
I know. And so I shriek, I get to the wall, I'm stopping things, I rip the box apart. We got the scene.
Oh, let me tell you, Tone Loke 89 is going to be very happy because they wrote in with a fan question.
What was that?
One of my favorite scenes is when Angela screams and smashes the glass ornaments. What was it like to film?
All of that.
Yes, exactly.
But now if you go back and watch the scene, you guys, watch like the first two that I throw. I think that's kind of from the first take. They bounce straight up.
So when we go back up in the office, I have to point out that when everybody decides to go to Poor Richard's, Michael gets invited, and the look on his face, it's better than any gift he could have been given.
I know. And this is that moment where you're like, Michael has been just such a jerk this whole episode. And then you see this sort of sad, wounded person that just wants people to like him.
Yes, how much he needs people to invite him to have drinks. He needs it.
Or he needs his gift to be the most popular.
Yeah.
He needs that acceptance.
Well, we have Michael's talking head at the end where he's talking about Christmas and gifts. Here's a little fun tidbit. This talking head was originally shot to be at the beginning of the episode.
Oh,
but when they were editing, they put it at the end because Greg wanted to do kind of a montage of scenes and of people leaving, of us out in the snow in the parking lot. And he was like, oh, wait, that talking head, that works perfectly. Because something that we couldn't do because of the documentary style, you couldn't do a montage with a song.
No.
You had montages were set to talking heads.
And we have had a montage with song, but it's like the song playing in the car.
Sure.
Something like that.
It has to be sound that is, what do they call that? Like a live sound.
A live sound.
Yeah, something like that. Active sound. Yeah.
Before we get to the final scenes of the show, I just wanted to point out two lines that fans have quoted as some of their favorite lines ever in this episode.
Oh, yes. Say them.
One is, happy birthday, Jesus. Sorry, your party is so lame.
Yes.
And another fan favorite is, Yankee Swap is like Machiavelli meets Christmas. And I really do want you guys to check out the DVD deleted scenes from this episode.
By the way, we're not getting paid to say that. We just really think they're good.
We just really think they're good. And you guys, Oscar Nunez is so great with physical comedy. I did a sketch show with him before The Office years ago in my 20s. We've known each other forever. He is a great physical comedian, but he didn't get to do very much of that on The Office. But there is a scene in the deleted scenes where him and Creed move a desk, and he gets pinned in by the desk. Oh, he has to get out from being stuck, and it's really, really funny.
I want to see that.
And Phyllis reveals in a deleted scene for this episode how she met Bob.
Oh!
She says that they met because he works next door.
Oh, well,
so
there you go.
They were right there together. And Kevin has a whole rap. He raps.
Oh!
A whole portion of a song. So really check out these deleted scenes if you can. They're fantastic. All right, let's talk about the final scene inside the office.
All right, it happens in Michael's office. He's getting ready to leave. He's going to go downstairs. Meredith just walks into his office, takes off her top, and then Steve, as Michael, takes a picture and then walks out. I have a fan question.
Well, first of all, Kate, I really wanted Kate to be able to call in for this one.
Oh.
I traded texts with her, but she is starting a tour with Dancing with the Stars.
Oh yeah.
And she's traveling today. She's on a plane, and she called me night before last, and she was like, "And I'm so sorry I can't come in," but she was like, "I really do want to come in and talk about all things Meredith," so she will come eventually.
Oh, that's good. I have a feeling you might know the answer to this fan question.
Okay.
Carrie Schaub said, or maybe it's Carrie Shabe, said, when characters flash each other, are the actors really flashing each other in real life?
No.
No.
So,
I mean, sort of, but no.
I mean, it's still embarrassing. Even if I had to be in a bathing suit, I'd feel awkward. You know what I mean?
Kate was wearing pasties.
Kate had
She was kind of covered.
Yeah, she had things over her hoo-has.
Yeah.
Steve is such a gentleman. He said, "Kate, I'm just going to look at your neck."
Yeah. Stare at your clavicle.
They had no crew inside.
Yep.
Her image wasn't on any monitors anywhere.
That's right. And there was no chip in the digital camera. So the flash goes off. It looks like Michael's taking a picture, but there was actually never a picture taken.
Never a photo. So they were very, very mindful of taking care of Kate in that moment. Kate would go on as Meredith to take off her clothes, and
Quite a bit.
one of my favorite things is that Kate's father wrote her a handwritten letter.
Oh my goodness.
And all it said, this is her father, who, Kate is from Pennsylvania, and all it said was, "Dear Kate, stop taking your clothes off. Love, Dad."
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. What did Kate do? How did she respond to that?
I was like, oh man.
Now, is that her dad having a sense of humor, or is that him being like, seriously, stop it?
I think both.
Oh, all right. Should we talk about the parking lot? We're
Yeah.
almost done here.
Yes, let's talk about the parking lot, because it is definitely one of the most magical moments that I remember in filming all 9 years. And we all say that.
Yeah, people often ask, like, what were your favorite scenes? And it's always hard to explain, because sometimes your favorite scene, it doesn't seem like that exciting of a scene, but it's what happened behind the scenes that make it your favorite. And this parking lot scene is one of mine.
Definitely. Okay, so it's the end of the day. We have all of this real snow on the ground, and everyone is leaving, and everyone's in good spirits.
And it's really nighttime. It was
really
rare for us to ever work past 6 p.m. So we always got excited to walk out in the dark. I think we all felt like we were up past our bedtime.
But also, you have to remember, this is Los Angeles. There's never snow on the ground. So this is magical in itself, that we have a parking lot full of snow. And as we're walking to the cars, I don't know, like the shot you see, I'm actually in the front passenger seat of an SUV, but I'm only half in, like the door's open. But I remember the guys just picked up some snow and flung it at the other one. And then they all started picking up snow and having this impromptu snowball fight.
Yeah.
And everyone loved it, and they wanted us to keep doing it. But it was just sort of like us just all hanging out in the snow.
Yeah.
And
we turned into a bunch of kids. We couldn't help it.
Yeah.
We were up past our bedtime with snow on the ground.
Fresh snow on the ground.
It was so fun. And, I have a picture of all of us together in the parking lot with Charles McDougall. And it's great. I love it. I covet it.
I love that. I want to see it.
Yeah. Well, this is why we have to make our scrapbook thingy, Angela.
We do.
We should combine. Well, that's what we need to do. We need to compile and combine
all
all
of
our stuff,
photos.
and then make it so that we can both have what we both have.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Before we lose it all, we need to do it.
It's 2020. We need to do this. This is a goal for this year. I'm setting the goal for us this year.
Well, you guys, she said it. Now Jenna's going to put me to task. This episode was really special. I really hope we did it justice, because it means so much to us. These episodes are almost harder for me than other ones, because there's so much emotion attached to it. There's so much that happens in the scene. Not only is it special to us personally, but it was like a big moment for our characters.
Yeah.
And just that moment at the end, that snowball fight, that is just a group of people who love each other, who who are all getting to hang out,
Mm-hmm.
and we just happen to be on a TV show together.
Yeah.
It's just a really special moment, and I love that they let that be how it ended.
And that's really how it felt when we left this show, that we were just a bunch of friends who happened to be on a TV show together. Because we were friends.
And we are friends.
Yeah,
And we're family.
we are. So next week, we've got another big episode in.
Huge episode.
I mean, listen, the rest of this season 2 is just going to be one momentous episode after the other. Next up is Booze Cruise with our special guest, creator of the American Office, Greg Daniels.
Greg Daniels is going to be here. We are super excited.
Yeah.
We cannot wait to talk to him. Thank you, Greg, in advance. And Booze Cruise is a huge, huge episode.
We'll see you next week.
Bye.
Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey. Our producer is Cody Fisher. Our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer.
And our theme song is Rubber Tree by Creed Bratton.
For ad-free versions of the show and our bonus episodes candy bag, go to StitcherPremium.com.
For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE.
in Las Vegas, in which he would take people. In order to test their luck in casinos.
Did you know that the bold, smooth taste of Dunkin' cold coffee can be brewed in your Keurig coffee maker and enjoyed at home?
You heard that right. Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods were crafted to be brewed hot and enjoyed cold.
Each Dunkin' cold K-Cup pod is packed with the smooth, bold Dunkin' flavor you crave.
Pick up a pack of Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods and enjoy a Dunkin' cold coffee at home whenever you crave it.
Just brew over ice and sip in seconds, because the home with Dunkin' is where you want to be.
Happy New Year, you guys!
That's right. It is the end of 2020. We're moving into 2021. It's very exciting.
Get here, 2021! Get here! Come on now!
Well, listen, we just wanted to pop on here and wish you guys a great, great new year. But we're not the only ones.
We are not the only ones. Some other folks wanted to wish you Happy New Year, too. Let's hear from them.
Hello, Jenna and Angela. This is your friend, Steve Carell. And I just wanted to say, I declare Happy New Year! Happy New Year, you guys, and Happy New Year to all of the listeners of The Office Ladies.
Hey everybody, it's me, Kate Flannery, Meredith from The Office. Hey, I'm here to wish you a very happy new year. Put some clothes on. Wishing you all a safe 2021. Just remember, a hangover won't last forever.
It just feels like it does. This is Oscar, wishing The Office Ladies and all their wonderful listeners a Happy New Year.
Hey, office lovers. This is Phyllis Smith, also better known as Phyllis Vance Refrigeration. I just wanted to wish you all a very happy and healthy new year in 2021. And we'll put all these crazy days behind us and move forward into a beautiful coming new year. So happy new year, you all.
Hi, this is Leslie David Baker, wishing you and your family a Merry Christmas, a joyous holiday season, and a happy, healthy, and prosperous new year. Take care. Stay safe.
Hey, Office fans. It's Mindy Kaling, friends of the pod, the Office Ladies pod, of course. And I just wanted to say Happy New Year. Oh, oh, oh. That's my Santa impression. Was it good? I can't tell.
Hey, everybody. It's Craig. Have a safe, wonderful, blessed new year.
This is PJ Novak, and I'd like to woof everyone a very happy new year. Wolf.com.
Hey everybody, John Krasinski here, wishing you a fantastic new year. Hello, Office Ladies.
Hello, Office Ladies fans. It's me, Brian Baumgartner here, wanting to wish you a happy new year. Yes, let's work together in 2021 to make it 2020 awesome.
Happy New Year from the Paul Lieberstein. Gotta be more careful. Kidding. Or I don't know. Happy New Year. Greetings, this is Rainn Wilson. I play the character of Dwight Schrute, and congratulations, it is your New Year's Day. That is all.
Hey there, Office fans and Office ladies listeners. Ed Helms here, and I just wanted to wish you all a very happy New Year.
It's Creed wishing you Happy New Year. Later, gang.
Oh my gosh. Oh, you guys, that has me tearing up. I just loved hearing everyone's voices so much. And it's just a special group of people. And they love the show, and they love its legacy, and they love you guys. All were so wonderful when Jenna and I reached out. We sort of divided up a list, Jenna, right? Yeah. We started texting everyone, and everyone was like, absolutely, no problem. And that was just so wonderful. And thank you guys so much. Thank you, the cast of The Office, for sending in those New Year's messages. I love it.
I think you can just hear the love in their voices, the love of this thing that they got to be a part of. We are on this text thread together, Angela, but I haven't heard a lot of people's voices in a while. And so when we would get those audio clips in, just every time, it was emotional.
Yeah. Well, that was wonderful. And we love you guys. And we were thinking, what is a great way to ring in the new year? And, Jenna and I are with our families and we're in our sweatpants, no doubt about that. But there is an interview that we absolutely love. And who better to ring in the new year than with Creed Bratton?
Yes, guys, you might remember we had Creed in the studio with us back when that was allowed. And he stayed with us for the entire episode when we broke down Halloween. So we wanted to relay that for you now. It was a really special treat. We laughed, we cried. It was great. So guys, Happy New Year from the Office ladies, from our team here at Earwolf, Cassie, Cody, Sam, Ainsley. We love you.
We love you guys. Hang out with Creed, and we're sending you all our love.
We'll see you in 2021.
We'll see you next year.
It's almost here. I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
We were on The Office together.
And we're best friends.
And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you.
Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only two people who were there can tell you.
We're the Office ladies.
I love it.
Creed is here.
Creed is here. Creed is here.
Creed is in the house.
Yeah. This is so amazing. Creed's going to be with us for the whole episode, guys.
Okay, Creed, you are our first in-house visitor, right? I mean, we've had people call in, but you're our first in-house guest.
I'm the first one. I might have a bathroom break or something. Don't be for the whole thing, but I'll be in and out.
We can provide you with a bathroom break.
We can take bathroom break.
I'm old school. Well, I'm old, so that's part of it.
I need everybody to know that I've already teared up twice since Creed has been here. You've said two touching, well, first of all, just seeing you, almost burst into tears, but then you've said 5 amazing things that have touched my heart
already. As soon as I get together with you, it's just back when we're back on the set, and it's all
I know.
I miss you girls.
Creed lives down the street from me.
Yes.
I think everybody who knows me knows this.
Don't give my address.
I won't. Okay. Creed's address is. His hidden key is. Yes, we are neighbors, and it's one of the joys of my life that we're neighbors. I love that you are right around the corner. I love that we
see each other walking.
We see each other walking
down the street.
You were walking. Was it your daughter's dog? Your son's dog.
My son's little Yorkie. Yeah.
Little Yorkie, and I hear, "Hey, pumpkin!" And I turn around, it's Creed. And we've also maybe had some adult beverage and read some of cups. We like to do a little bit of what we call the sauce trail and walk around having a glass of wine.
And watching documentaries.
Oh yeah, Creed loves anything where animals go crazy, like Planet Earth.
Yes, all that stuff. I just love it.
All right, well, we are really excited to have you here. We are discussing the Halloween episode.
Yes.
Right.
Season 2, episode 5. This was written by Greg Daniels and directed by Paul Feig, and it is the first episode that Creed speaks.
Well, I actually on University Day
in diversity. I had
I
lines
told her.
with Phyllis.
Yes, I
And
told
they
her.
paid me afterwards. Well, the first AD, remember that girl we had, the first AD?
Yeah.
The first season? She thought I was part of the cast at the time. So she came over her little hands and she said, now you and Phyllis just start talking. Phyllis said, wait. I said, never mind. It's okay. never mind.
Phyllis was going to out you.
Phyllis was going to out me. So never mind, it's fine. And so I started talking about, sacrificing goats or something, trying to tell her what was on her head.
Your improv was sacrificing goats.
Yes,
Fantastic.
So you could hear me in the background, and then later they said, wait a minute, Creed's talking in the background. And I said, oh, shoot, how did that happen?
Yeah, how'd that happen,
And
Creed?
so they paid me on the side, but they didn't. They said, but we can't. I said, no, it's fine. It's fine. And then I'm not off camera, then I also was the voice for the ride.
Yes, for the mining ride.
For the mining ride,
You were so
they
funny.
paid attention to that one.
Yeah, you were so funny as the voice of the mining ride.
Yes.
And Isabel was watching that episode with me, and she said, Mom, I know that voice. I know that voice. And I was like, wait, oh my gosh. She was like, I think it's Creed.
How
yeah.
concerning is she?
She is, I didn't catch it. And then I looked it up, and I'm like, Isabel, we do know that voice. It's Creed.
Yeah. But anyway, this is the first time where I actually had some serious lines. It was 6.5 pages. I remember Ken Zagornek threw the script down. He said, "Okay, here it is. This is your moment."
Wow.
And I had memorized it forwards and backwards. I had set a timer on a little recorder at night, subliminally at 2 and 3 in the morning. That would go off and play the lines while I was sleeping.
Crazy.
I had it backwards and forward. No joke. I had it backwards. I knew this was the Rubicon. This is the place that I was going to get. My intuition said, this is it. And then, of course, we walk in the office, and Greg, they came in and said, by the way, we made changes, of course, to the lines. We reversed them around, add some stuff. You okay, Steve? Goes, yeah, fine. I go, oh.
Because they used to do that to us all the time. We would come in and you just get new pages.
Yep.
And then shoot the scene 5 minutes later.
Yeah, they would hand you the pages, and sometimes we've talked about this. The pages would be hot because
Right off the copier.
Right off the copier.
And we drop them, so they go,
Yeah, ow. Now change your lines that you have learned, and you've been having a tape recorder play at 3 a.m. to you.
Do you remember the backdrop? They're right off of where my desk and Kate's desk was, and the screen there. So you can walk, you can sneak around the back, get to the green room from behind it. That's set up like that. I walked back like that after they told me this, and put my hands up and said, okay, here it is. And I said, I've come this far. I'm going to do this. And once we started that with Steve, it was like into battle,
Yeah.
And there was some improvisation on that scene because I was paraphrasing my lines because I was desperate.
Well, you knocked it out of the park, Creed.
Yeah.
Well, Creed, you started out as a musician.
Yep.
And a very long, successful career as a musician. How did you even end up on the show in the first place as our stand-in / background person?
I was working on Bernie Mac, and Ken Quappas came on to direct an episode, and they'd been using me for all these little vignettes. And where I was doing funny. And if you remember who I told Bernie Mac, you'll see me all the time in the background, mugging up.
I want to see that. I want to go back.
I'm always in the background doing some stupid stuff, but they didn't allow me because I made Bernie laugh. I made him laugh. And so Ken was talking about this guy's funny, and he heard from Joe Moore, the first AD, that I was in the grassroots. So he sent to Amoeba for some albums for me to sign because he's a big grassroots fan. And we started talking about music, and he's very knowledgeable. Then I found out that he was doing the Office American Workplace. And I was a big fan of the Ricky Gervais show. So he gave me his number. I've never, ever called anybody like that before. I called him because my intuition said, this feels right.
And Ken would not have given you his number. I feel like Ken is so discerning.
Oh my God.
He didn't
mean call me.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he did. And so he talked to Greg, and then I talked to Ken later, and he said, well, I talked to Greg. I told him you're a very interesting and funny guy. And he said, well, what we'll do, and this is his words, Greg's words, we'll put him in the background and see if we can work him into the mix. And that first time, that was it, working in the mix. That's all I need to hear. That's why I took the liberties, just kind of like pretending that I was part of the part of the group, and that paid off. Yes.
Oh, I love that.
Oh, that is
awesome. What's next?
Should we do a summary? Jenna, do you have one?
You know I do. Yes. So in this episode, Halloween, Michael is told that he must fire someone during the month of October due to cutbacks at Dunder Mifflin. But in true Michael fashion, he waits until the very last day of October, which also happens to be Halloween. He also has no idea who to fire. He has not made a decision. He spends the entire episode trying to figure out what to do while the rest of us are dressed in our costumes for the Halloween party. I love that.
I love that. I love the juxtaposition of that someone is going to get fired while wearing a ridiculous costume.
Yes.
They're going to have to go home fired in that outfit.
Well, I have a fast fact about this episode. Fast fact number 1, Greg Daniels wrote this episode, and he told me that the inspiration for this episode was that he had always wanted to do a story about someone being fired, but from the point of view of the boss rather than the employee. He felt like we always see stories of people being fired and that how they're wrestling with having been fired, but he was like, you never see what it does to the boss. That's the genius of Greg Daniels right there.
Absolutely.
Well, the problem that this plot presented for Greg was that he was going to have to fire someone on the show. He was going to have to pick a Dunder Mifflin employee to be part of the plot.
Yes.
Well, he couldn't fire any of the series regular characters because we all had contracts, and he didn't want to fire any of the supporting cast, even though at this point you guys still did not have your full-time contracts,
No,
right?
we didn't become series regulars till Booze Cruise. So listen, we were all on the chopping block.
Were you a little worried when you saw
maybe.
this? Well, Greg didn't have any intention of losing them. He didn't want to lose anyone in the warehouse, but he also told me he didn't want to hire someone new that you'd never seen on the show just to fire them. He felt like those stakes would feel very manufactured. So he turned to our 2 background actors, Creed and Devin, and he was like, well, these guys are very well established on the show at this point, and this is where I'd like to know what happened, because I know the end of this story, which is that Greg found out that Devin had a theater contract coming up, that he was going to go on tour with a play, and so
that's what Devin said.
Yeah.
At the time, though, they told us one of you guys have to go.
Oh,
man. But we don't know yet. We're just going to do that. We're going to shoot you both. We're going to see how it works out.
Oh my God!
Wait, they're going to shoot the scene two ways?
They know that we're going to shoot. We're going to shoot the thing because they could have gone back and changed it. I'm sure.
Oh, because Michael could have said, you know what? I said it was Creed and it's Creed. You can't change my mind.
But it was going to be one of us. They said there was going to be one of us, and I remember being a little nervous. Yeah. And Devin and I were friends. We become friends by this time.
Well, sure.
And by the way, on the finale, jumping ahead a lot. I don't know if I could kind of jump ahead.
You can.
When Greg brought me into the office to find out what I wanted to do for the Creed character, I said, well, one thing I'd like to do is sing the song. My song, but I also think we should have Devin back on the show. Because we get together sometimes, have coffee and stuff like that. I was feeling nervous because I was feeling bad that I might have to go, but also that Devin might have to go too. So it was mixed blessings and all that stuff.
All right, fast fact number 2. This is the first time we see Pam's hair down instead of her usual half up, half down hair clip.
That to me is so important.
Oh, well then Creed, then Creed, you're going to love some of my note cards. If that's important, buckle in.
But this was a huge deal. Kim Ferry, our hairstylist, and me, and Greg, and Paul Feig, we all had a meeting about Pam's hair, and if we could let her hair down. And it must have been 30 minutes. We talked about it. There was a lot of concern that she might look too pretty with her hair down, and I can't remember how we got permission. Kim was delighted. Kim had been putting my hair in a hair clip now for like 12 episodes or something. She was so thrilled to be able to scrunch it,
do something different.
Anything different. And it was kind of a big deal. So
Well, they were playing down both your beauties all the time, the way they dressed you and put you in
that's
stuff.
right. Did everyone hear that?
Did you fight?
Creed
That's true.
says they played down our beauty.
That is true. Toward the end, did you guys lobby for, come on, just let us show a little bit of,
I remember really wanting lip gloss.
Yes, something like
So
that. Yeah.
what's funny to me is that was a 30-minute meeting about your hair. Meanwhile, I go to hair and makeup and they put on full, enormous, purple fake eyelashes on me. If you look at me as this cat, I have big purple eyelashes. They were so huge. I had a hard time even navigating them. Like when I watched the episode, I look a little sleepy. I think it's because I couldn't open my eyes. No meeting. They just I was like, are you sure? They just put them on me. And then one of the writers walked up to me, I can't remember who, and was like, do you have purple? It's probably Mindy. She's like, do you have purple lashes on? I'm like,
She might have been jealous.
yeah.
Yeah, she wanted to.
She would want those purple lashes.
No one said anything. Why is Angela Martin putting on purple fake eyelashes?
Everyone was too busy meeting about my hair.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, fast fact number 3. Creed, I don't know if you remember this. Angela, I think maybe you do. The week we shot the Halloween episode, Ricky Gervais and Stephen Merchant visited one day. I know this because I have a photograph with them
in my
cat outfit, and Jim is 3-hole punch Jim, but you can't really see the holes because he's got his arm around someone. So it's a whole picture of our producers and Ricky and Steven and me and John, and I am the only person wearing a costume. I like to imagine that they came to see me in a play where I played a cat or something.
Your one-act play?
Because we look like we're standing backstage.
You're the cats, yeah.
You're the only one in a costume.
Yeah, this is how I know this because I only have 2 pictures of myself with Ricky and Steven, and one of them is me in a cat costume.
I remember that they were there because my ears still hurt from that high contralto. Ricky Gervais, the laugh.
That's such a good impression.
He laughed at everything.
He was
laughed at
so good-natured. Yeah.
Oh, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, he is the sweetest man and just a joy.
All right, those are my fast facts. That's our summary. Maybe do we need that bathroom break? Let's do a bathroom break.
Let's do a bathroom break.
I could use one.
By the way, I just want to say I just love these fast facts.
Oh, well then if you love
Creed,
the fast
thank
facts,
you.
get ready for the note cards, Creed.
Oh my, I can't wait. Be still my throbbing heart.
Okay. It sounded a little weird when you said it like
Started
that.
to be weird and then I drifted away.
Okay. Go to the bathroom.
Whether your resolution is to save money, eat better, or stress less, HelloFresh is here to help you do all 3.
Yes, you guys, I love HelloFresh. Jen and I both love it. You know why we love it. And guess what I made the other night?
What?
It was so delicious. I made their pub-style shepherd's pie.
I've made it.
Yes, it's so good. White cheddar and the thyme mashed potatoes.
I know it very well. It's a family favorite.
Well, you know, Josh normally makes dinner, so this was my turn, and I made this, and he loved it, and I was so happy. I was like, I made a shepherd's pie. I'd never made one before.
It's so good. Everyone, you can say hello to your most delicious year yet with fresh ingredients, chef-crafted recipes, all at a price you'll like, delivered right to your door. Go to HelloFresh.com/OfficeLadiesFree and use code OfficeLadiesFree for free breakfast for life.
One breakfast item per box while subscription is active. That's free breakfast for life at HelloFresh.com/OfficeLadiesFree with code OfficeLadiesFree.
HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit. This show is sponsored by BetterHelp.
You know, around New Year's, we all reflect, and people really start making lists of what they can do to be their best self for the next year.
Yes, I think, the new year definitely makes you think New Year's resolution. What do I want to change?
New year, new me, that kind of thing.
Yes, but perhaps this year we could be reflecting on what we're already doing right.
Yeah.
And therapy can help you figure out your strengths so that you can ditch this idea that you need some extreme change or this extreme New Year's resolution and just, you can make changes that really stick because they're based on your strengths.
I like that.
If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try.
It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule.
Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists at any time for no additional charge.
Celebrate the progress you've already made. Visit betterhelp.com/officeladies today to get 10% off your first month.
That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/officeladies. Let's talk a little bit about hydration in the new year, particularly about liquid IV. Angela, you turned me on to this, and I'm going to have to give you props.
Oh, thanks.
It's pretty. You told me that you use this when you travel to stay better hydrated, and I started doing the same thing.
You know, whenever we go on a road trip, it's like I don't want to drink too much water because then I'll have to pee, and then I find myself so dehydrated. So I use this.
Well, I like it for hikes. Here's what it is. You get a little packet and you put it in your water, and then you are going to get 3 times the electrolytes of a leading sports drink plus 8 vitamins and nutrients.
It's non-GMO and free from gluten, dairy, and soy. It is perfect for daily use before a workout or when you feel run down or after a long night out,
hint,
or even on really long flights.
Rehydrate yourself for the new year. Grab your Liquid IV Hydration Multiplier sugar-free in bulk nationwide at Costco, or get 20% off your first order when you go to liquidiv.com and use code OfficeLadies at checkout.
That's 20% off your first order when you shop Better Hydration today using promo code OfficeLadies at liquidiv.com. All right, let's get into some note cards, can we?
Yes.
All right.
Let's get into the episode.
Let's do it. I have a note card from the cold open.
Oh, what is the cold open of this?
Okay, so the cold open is you say that Jan called and he's like, oh, yes. And Michael, because he knows he has to fire someone.
Right.
And so he calls Jan, and her assistant Sherry answers the phone.
Yes.
And Sherry has so much good sass. She's like, okay, well, who are you going to fire? And he goes, well, I'm not really sure. And she's like, we just need the name.
Jan needs the name.
Jan needs the name.
Yes.
And then he's like, who would you fire? And she's like, just give me the name. And then he thinks he's hung up, and he's like, I'd like to fire you. And she was still here, right?
He's like, I wish I could fire Sherry.
I mean, I want to know who Sherry is. Who is Sherry?
Yes, I thought the same thing. So the first thing I did, I went to IMDb, Internet Movie Database.
I did too.
I looked up this episode, uncredited.
Uncredited. Who is Sherry?
Who is Sherry? I reached out to Dave Rogers. He was the editor for this episode.
You guys, he knows everything about The Office.
He didn't know.
That is saying something, because he is like
He knows
the walking
everything.
Bible of the show.
He's an encyclopedic memory cat.
No one knows.
Listen to what Dave did. Dave reached out to Allison Jones, our casting director, who went to her storage facility.
Oh my Lord.
Found the contracts for this episode, looked it up.
Wow.
Allison, thank you.
Oh my gosh, Allison, you're like an episode of the Pelican Brief.
This is
The movie.
CSI The Office.
You're like CSI The Office.
It is Lisa Malone.
Okay.
And by the way, this was shot on September 13th, 2005.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, Lisa, you were fantastic as Sherry.
You killed it as Sherry.
Oh, man. And Allison, thank you. Thank you for being our CSI The Office.
I want to go back, Angela, because I have a note that precedes your note card.
Is it at 5 seconds?
Is it the shot of Devin and Creed?
The establishing shot.
Yeah.
Yes.
I noticed it too. The second shot of this episode is Creed and Devin at their desks. I have to imagine this was not an accident, that they wanted to drive home Devin and Creed, since we know that one of you.
Well placed.
Yes.
Well placed.
It's Phyllis putting on makeup, and then it goes to Devin and Creed at their desks.
Well, the scene with Michael and Pam. Do you guys remember how he's wearing the second head?
Yes.
And and Pam goes in his office and he tells her that he needs to fire someone, and then he sort of implies maybe it could be her.
Oh, I have 2 cards from this scene.
And so Pam decides to quickly start flattering him.
She pivots hard
about his costume, and then she just gets out of the room as quickly as possible. I could not get through that scene. Listen, Steve is funny enough on his own, but Steve with that extra Steve on his shoulder It was too much, and it wobbled in a sort of
He
weird
was
way.
wobbling it on
He loved
purpose.
it. He loved wobbling that
He
thing.
loved it.
Anytime you give
That's
him
what
a
she
little
said.
cat,
Come on, guys. That was a great. That's what she said. Come on.
He loves wobbling things.
He loved wobbling that thing.
oh, that's what she said.
Hey.
We got it back.
We
Got it back.
We got it back.
Creed, what did I write at 3 minutes 12 seconds?
Oh my God, Pam is diabolical. Her turn to flattery when she realizes Michael would fire her.
Wow.
Diabolical. I'm
Diabolical.
seeing a real devious streak in Pam.
Okay, I want to just comment, if I may.
Please.
The brilliance of Steve Carell, the pain and the anguish in his face when he's getting ready to fire someone. You can just see it. He's just dying. He's absolutely dying. He's not acting. He's like, to me, he looked like a man just suffering
And you know,
preeminent death.
it's interesting you bring that up, Creed, because we've talked a lot about how Michael wants to be popular. He wants to be friends with people. He wants to be the life of the party. But I think this episode goes beyond that. That it isn't just that he knows that he's going to not be well liked by the person he fires. I think it really, it touches on something. He really doesn't want to hurt someone else.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Yeah,
Exactly
so it's
right.
deeper than that, just unpopularity.
I was moved by his performance in that, yeah.
Oh,
Same.
yeah. I mean, he crushed it.
I get more pictures at Halloween of Pam as a cat and Jim as 3-hole punch. I think that is the most popular Halloween costume that I get sent to me.
I get Angela Martin in an Argyle sweater, like with a turtleneck and a headband holding a stuffed animal cat next to some guy in a mustard shirt with a tie and his hair parted down the middle. What about you, Creed?
I get the Joker.
The Joker.
The Joker.
Oh.
And then when Brian comes, damn it, Creed, and he hip checks you. No, that's a later episode.
Later,
Yeah,
so
that
I
when
go
you guys
flying.
are both
But he
dressed in
almost
the same
much
costume.
knocks you over.
Oh, yeah.
And
Oh,
I howl up to myself.
That's a recurring thing.
Brilliant.
Angela, I want to talk to you about your costume.
Please.
Okay, Michael comes over to accounting. You're dressed as a cat. There's 3 cats. Phyllis is a cat. I'm a cat. You're a cat.
Yes, actually, we could do really quickly the rundown of costumes. Kelly is Dorothy. Phyllis, Pam, and Angela are cats. Dwight is a Sith Lord. Kevin is the Dunder Mifflin superhero. Creed is a vampire. Oscar is a lady.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's a character lady or just a lady.
I think he's a lady.
He's just a lady. Jim is 3-hole punch. Jim. Stanley, no costume. Ryan the Temp, no costume. And of course, Michael has the 2 heads.
And Devin was a tramp.
And Devin was a hobo. Yes.
Yeah. Angela, why does your cat only have 2 lines for whiskers and not 3?
Jenna, I don't know. Why does my cat have purple fake eyelashes?
Why does your cat have weird cat ears? I mean, I just want to say that as the resident cat lady of the office, I think you have the worst cat costume.
Why do I have a fuzzy white skirt?
Why?
With a giant tail that was almost impossible to sit in. It was and the skirt didn't quite fit me, and it kept heading south. I had to keep grabbing it and yanking it up.
It almost ruined the whole episode. That old cat. It did.
I think now there was such a big meeting about your hair that my cat costume was just just put this on her.
But you ended up wearing that costume 2 more times.
For years.
And it's the worst one. It really is. I have a vague memory, a very, very vague memory of being in makeup and having them discuss how they were going to differentiate the 3 different cats. And it was decided that Phyllis and I would have 3 whiskers on each cheek, and you would only have 2.
My cat was maimed.
I feel like that happened. I don't know if we can ask Laverne. Laverne was our makeup artist. I don't know. But I mean, right? I just think you
were smaller. You didn't deserve 3.
they decided to give me less. I have to, while we're talking...
height reference.
Yeah. While we're talking about this scene in accounting, I have to point out that we don't often, our camera guys didn't often do a full character slow pan, and they do such a hilarious one. They start at Kevin's feet and they go all the way to his head while he's filing to get him in full red leotard.
With his socks all missing.
And like
bulging in wrong areas.
Oh my gosh.
It's great. It's great.
There's a great slow pan of Kevin.
We should say we loved dressing up in these Halloween costumes.
Oh, yeah.
Because our outfits normally were pretty boilerplate. It was almost like we were uniforms in a way.
And our wardrobe people loved the wardrobe crew loved getting to dress us because it was just like gray turtleneck.
Angela, give us a note card.
All right, at 5 minutes 23 seconds. Creed, this is a runner. This is a reference to a runner, but this is a really big deal.
What?
Kelly has braided like pigtails. Oh, her hair is down.
Her hair is down.
Her hair is down.
Oh my God.
It's not in a bun.
I remember.
Mindy had a bun for the whole first season, and then about, I guess
it was like a twist. A French twist, I think.
I mean, her character really changes her look. And then she starts having her hair down and she gets a little sassy. But this has been a big thing. We've been wondering, when did they change her hair? This is the beginning.
I don't think this counts because it's a Halloween costume.
What?
Yeah. I'm sorry to say.
I agree. I'm going to have to say I'm with Jenna.
Thank you.
Doesn't count.
Well, I don't know if I like you here, Creed. All of a sudden I have someone to veto. Two against one. Oh, fart. Well, I got pretty excited because her hair was down.
Well, but it was a costume, though. Wasn't it a day character thing?
That's what I'm saying.
Am I talking to Jenna or Creed? I don't know anymore. All right.
You know the scene where Pam and Jim set up a resume for Dwight to get a job someplace else? I have a fan question about that. RCJH asked, what were you typing on the computer when you and Jim were working on Dwight's resume? I was typing what we were saying.
Of course, Jenna. Of course you were. Because you're so method.
I was very method.
You're like, I am a responsible.
You would type out your lines on the computer?
Because Jim would say, like, I would say, what should we say here? And then he would say what we should say, and I would type it. And here's the thing, I'm very proud of my typing skills.
Oh, we know.
Yeah.
Creed, do we know or do we know? I mean,
we really know.
You guys.
I'm back on your side, Angela.
Thank you, Creed.
Is this how it feels?
Yes.
This is how it feels?
Yeah, we know.
You'd walk in this thing with your fingers, you'd be sitting there, we'd be talking about stuff at the dresser, and your fingers would be going like you're typing.
Oh, now that is not true.
It was too much.
Tone it down. And then you would tell us about your typing speed and your level of accuracy.
Well, you should know I was typing our actual lines because I could.
Great, though.
I could, and I can, and I will.
And you're fast, too.
That's
She's
right.
very fast.
Michael's scene with Dwight, when he calls Dwight into his office and he tells Dwight that he has to fire someone, and Dwight starts naming all the people he should fire. But then Michael implies maybe it should be Dwight. And then Michael's second head starts talking to Dwight. Do you remember Steve and Rain laughing during that scene? Because I do. I remember they could not get through that scene. I'm sitting out at reception in the background, and they were cracking themselves up in there.
Rain was literally doubling over. Yeah. He was like kind of leaning forward, and he would just kind of collapse into himself. He was laughing so hard.
There must be deleted scenes of that scene.
Oh man, I would love to see those.
That.
Yeah.
That is a funny scene.
Well, Paul Feig called in when we did Office Olympics, and he said one of the things he loved about directing episodes of our shows is that you could really find a shot that was cool, and you would have the support of Greg to just kind of go with it. And he sort of found that shot where Dwight, as the Sith Lord, has his like hood kind of like, it looks like it's straight out of the movie, you know?
Yes.
And they just love that.
Shot from the side, right?
Yeah, shot from the side. And they sort of just found that and went with it. And Greg was totally supportive of it. And Paul was talking about like how fun that was to have that creative freedom and find those little nuggets. And it's so cool looking.
We had a lot of shots like that. They're just more the cookie cutter or stereotype, sitcom stuff. We get interesting shots at times.
Yeah.
You know,
cameraman. So great.
And something that we haven't talked about on the show yet is the idea of actor marks. So usually on a television show, so that they can get these shots, they put a little piece of tape on the ground. And if you, for example, if Jim had to walk up to Pam's desk, there would be a little mark on the ground and he would have to stand exactly on that mark. And it's really hard to do. I mean, do you guys find it hard to do? I feel like I'm always down for the tape. And then I get to my spot and I look up. It's like a hard thing to manage. Well, on our show, we did not have that. They would just let us wander. They would say, just walk up in this general area and the camera will find you.
Yeah.
It was so loosey-goosey, so amazing.
Didn't you say you were in a band called Loosey Goosey?
I was in a band called Loosey Goosey.
What?
I was in a band
You were not.
with Peter White, who used to play with Al Stewart. He probably still does. We had a band with Dave Camp on sax, and remember we played the rap party for this movie I did with, worked on with Bo Bridges. And at the beach house at Lloyd Bridges' house, Loosey Goosey. We played out there, and they were dancing out there like Annette Bonicello with the surf and stuff.
Oh
Loosey
my
Goosey.
gosh.
Yeah.
Creed, we just need you to sit here and tell us about all your
Creed, you
stories.
have literally the most interesting life. I have a fan question
I'm a
for you.
fascinating character.
You are.
And humble, too.
This is a fan question from Todd Myers, and this feels like a good place to ask it. Who is the biggest rock star you ever partied with during your touring days?
Oh,
Wow.
Maybe it doesn't have to be the biggest. It could just what's the most interesting.
I lived for a while at the Camrose Highland Estates, and Linda Ronstadt was there, Laura Nero was there, Jackson Brown used to. There were a lot of people playing at this place who lived there, and they would play their instruments. You hear the instruments going around the Camrose Highland Estates, and Butch Trucks from the Allman Brothers was there, and one night Butch came over.
Wait, I'm so sorry. You all lived together?
No, we lived at this estate in little bungalows. You could rent these bungalows at the Camrose Highland Estates. Now it's been fixed up a little bit. It's right next to the Veterans Foreign War place. I think they're right on Highland Boulevard, right off to get up the freeways right there.
And like a lot of artists.
A lot of artists were living there. So Butch Trucks from the Allman Brothers who came over one night, and Griffin from Bread, and Jesse Ed Davis, who used to play with John Lennon, came over one night, and we jammed. We jammed for hours and hours and hours and hours. And there was a lot of heavyweight guitar players there that night. I remember Butch wanted me to go back to Alabama and be the lead singer for the group Cowboy, but that never happened.
Creed, your life is amazing.
Jenna, I don't know that we would have been hip enough to hang out there.
We would not.
Well, I have a card right here.
Tell me.
7 minutes, 44 seconds. Creed, we have some PPC routing.
Oh, I got it down.
Pam versus Angela.
Angela Sass?
Angela Sass, but also same category. Same category.
What?
I get this. So my character says, what, you brought brownies? Like, what did you bring? And you're like, I brought brownies. And I'm like, but I brought cookies. Same category.
Yeah.
Same category. You should have brought something savory. You know, Angela.
Is that what you say in the thing? Same category?
I say same category.
I don't remember that.
Well, I mean, I feel like there's a backstory missing here. Did you assign me something other than
I'm
brownies?
sure I did.
That's your implication.
Yes.
You're implying that I went rogue and brought brownies
You
instead of
clearly
chips and
did.
dip.
I clearly at some party
Don't you
planning.
say where's the chips and dip or
Yes.
something?
I clearly at some party planning committee meeting said, all right, I will make sugar cookies. Why don't you bring the dip and chips? And then you show up with these freaking brownies. How dare you? Wait, Sam, can we see that? Those aren't chips and dip. No, I made brownies. What? I'm just trying to figure out why you're sabotaging things. I made brownies. And I made cookies. Same category.
All right, after watching that clip, I will admit I think Pam did go a little rogue. Clearly, you assigned me chips and dip.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, same category.
Yeah, same category.
All right, I needed to hear that because I think, Jenna, if it was your house and you were having a party, you would be like, hey, come on.
Yeah.
All right.
Guys, I think we should go to a break and then we'll come back and finish the episode.
All right.
Creed, how are you doing?
I'm doing wonderful.
Oh my God, I love having you here, Creed.
I do too. And we are back with my delightful neighbor and an office favorite, Creed Ratton.
Yes.
you.
Creed, we're going to make you come back on this podcast all the time. I hope you're ready.
Yeah. You know what? We could carpool.
We
I could swing by and pick you up. You're like, oh my God, Angela, lurking. These office ladies.
You guys, do you remember the scene where Jim takes a phone call from a potential employer for Dwight, and he does a Michael Scott impression? It's really good. John does a very good job.
It's at 8 minutes, 34 seconds.
Oh, you've got the time code. Guys, is this when we find out that Michael's middle name is Gary?
Oh, is this the first time it's said?
Because he says Michael G. Scott, Michael Gary Scott.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Because later it was when we had the scene where we showed him as a little boy, and he doesn't get all the love that he wanted because he wanted a family. That's later, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that was Gary there. That might be the first time.
I don't know.
I'm
putting it out there. Our fans will know.
Our fans will let us know for sure. I loved the scene. I just thought that John crushed it as Michael Scott. And it also had the Jim and Pam air high five.
The first air high five.
Yes.
Creed's getting misty-eyed.
I literally, when I saw it, I think I audibly said out loud to no one, "Oh."
Yeah, super cute.
Okay, so I have a question about the air high five.
Say it.
So I was trying to do the air high five with my daughter Isabel. Now, granted, she's 11. I'm 48. Maybe our timing's off. We couldn't get it.
It's difficult.
You guys did it perfectly.
Yeah. And you know what? We kind of did it perfectly the first time. It was meant to be. That speaks to our chemistry, I believe. So shortly after this momentous air high five, very sadly, Pam tells Jim he should go for the job at Cumberland Mills. But the job is in Maryland, and he is so hurt.
This happens a lot with you guys.
Yeah.
Him going off to do a job, it's a recurring theme, right?
It is because he's, later he's going to go off to the other branch.
And then later to New York and do that stuff with the sports thing, right? That kept happening.
And then you go to art camp or school.
Art camp? I went to a university. Thank you very much. Art camp.
Plaster of Paris making place.
Jeez.
But yes, they constantly are being pushed together, pulled apart, right?
Yeah, they are always. Yeah,
it's true.
Always.
But sometimes just through a comment. We're seeing in this second season, in each episode, there seems to be a really sweet moment with Jim and Pam, and then a moment where someone gets their feelings hurt a little bit. Because
so many feelings.
So many feelings. But then at the end, Jim admits that if it weren't for Pam, he would take the job at Cumberland Mills because the pay is twice as much. It's a better job, yada, yada.
So why is he staying? He just basically admitted why he stays at this job.
Yes.
Yeah. What was the one where he admitted that crabs are his favorite food, so he was going to go to this?
Maryland.
Was that Maryland? But that was
that
was the crab thing.
Yeah, soft-shelled crab are apparently one of his favorites.
Yes.
Who knew? Well, he eats that tuna sandwich every day for lunch, so he is a seafood fan.
So he just stinks all the time.
I guess so.
And you could have called him crab if he wanted to.
Oh, crabby. Jim eats tuna sandwiches and Pam eats sour cream and onion chips.
They're a match.
Wow. I eat mung beans.
Wow, what are the smells in this office? I know.
Yeah.
Oh, dear. All right, so finally Michael asks for Jim's help, and he wants to do some role playing where he tries to fire someone, and that is just a delicious scene.
Oh,
did you enjoy that one?
How did John get through it? Is what I want to know. When like Steve as Michael is like, why are you gonna?
I'm gonna kill myself. And he's like, wait, is this you as you, or who are you right now?
What is happening?
John has to check in. And this brings us to your big scene. This is it. After that scene, he calls you in and tell us, break it down for us. What was it like to sit in that chair and now you're going to launch into 5 pages with Steve Carell?
Right.
I mean, I never had 5 pages with Steve Carell, or 6.5. You said 6.5.
6.5. Originally, they may have cut it down, but it took a long, like hours to get through that thing.
And I mean, I never had more than a few lines with him one-on-one. So yeah, let's hear about it.
Well, first of all, there was a scene where I slowly take out the teeth, and I resolve myself. I gird my loins, as it were, and stand up and resolute, and I march in like Nosferatu, the purpose.
Are these some of your notes that you wrote in your script?
No,
attention.
This is just some storytelling, Jenna. That's storytelling.
I'm into the story right now.
Yeah,
exactly.
So you march in.
So I march in, and then I remember I sit back like this, and I put my legs across my feet, and I kind of house down, and I have my arms crossed because I protected myself from attack. Well, Creed, I just don't like this. And you want to leave? He says, no, I don't. No, yes, you do. No, I don't.
You're the hardest person to fire ever.
I'm going to leave. No, really. No, I don't. I'm very happy here. I said, great. I've got to fire somebody. And it's got to be, well, then fire Kevin. He's horrible at his job. I'm so much better at my job. And I'm doing the Creed voice right now, too. It goes up a bit, And then I just fought for my survival. And we kept doing it over and over and over, and finally, and Steve was so great. It's like you all done scenes with people where it's forcing it. It's so hard to get through a scene.
Yeah.
Working with Steve was like he kept tossing me like these big beach balls. I had a nerve battle. Easy to hit those things. God bless him.
He's a very giving person,
actor,
and when you're in scenes with him, he's so eager for you to get the laugh. He doesn't. Some actors, guys out there, they want to get the laugh. They want that moment. And Steve is so eager to share it, and really just what makes the scene work is what he focuses on.
But Dave Rogers later, he said what made him laugh the most is when I stood up and said, no, you're doing a good job. Good for you.
I love that.
I waiting my finger, and all that stuff was just off the top of the head.
Yeah, when I rewatched it, I was like, oh, that is Creed. That is classic. That is just Creed being Creed.
Yeah, that is actually,
yeah. Because I feel like you've left me voicemails where you're like, hey, pumpkin,
I was stuttering.
But you were doing a bit.
I was doing a bit, yeah. No, but still I look at that with fond memories. It was a great, and I thank Steve so much for being so gracious as an actor to work with,
So after that scene, Michael does fire Devin.
Right.
In a much shorter scene. Devin gets so angry, he announces to the office, if anyone wants to join me at Poor Richard's Bar. Poor Richard's Bar, is this the first mention of Poor Richard's Bar?
Well, he says he gives him a chili. She says,
Michael gives him a Chili's coupon,
which is a nice nod back to the Dundies. And he rips it up.
He rips it up, yeah.
But have we, because we end up mentioning Poor Richard's Bar over and over again, and we go there eventually, have we mentioned it yet? Oh, in the basketball episode. I think Daryl suggests that we all get drinks at Poor Richard's.
Okay, in that scene, though, where Devin invites everyone to Poor Richard's, there's 3 people he does not invite.
Oh, yeah, you're right. He lists a bunch of names.
It's very personal. It's personal.
Who are they?
He does not invite Michael. He does not invite Dwight. He does not invite Angela.
He doesn't invite you?
Wow. It's an arbitrary.
I'm sure I've been, bitchy to him at some point. He didn't. I'm sure.
Or maybe he just knew you wouldn't go.
Maybe so.
He might have a crush on you, too.
Oh, come on.
No, he might have. You never know.
So he leaves and he smashes a pumpkin.
There you go.
On Michael's car. And when we go downstairs, we see Hank, the security guy at the security desk, who was played by Hugh Dane.
God rest his.
Yes, he passed away a couple of years ago.
He was so nice.
Yeah.
Just a sweetheart. And so great as Hank. His delivery was always perfect.
Amazing.
Is this the first time we see Hank at the security desk?
I think so.
It has to be.
You guys leave, for to go to the dojo.
Yeah, I don't think we saw him there.
You don't see him, no.
Well, it's brilliant because there he is and he's sitting there, and it's another example of introducing a character in an episode where they don't speak, but they will eventually.
Yeah.
They will come back. He did that with so many people. He did that with Craig in the warehouse and the Alliance. You just see him in the background watching Dwight pop out of the box. Creed, of course, you were in the background forever. And then now Hugh Dane in the background as the security officer.
Just so thoughtful. And this thing that I love about our show when we've talked about Creed is that Greg had the audience just start in the middle. He doesn't explain things to you. You discover it as you go. It's not spoon-fed information. Yes, I love that. Well, I don't think we can end this episode without talking about Michael's list of former costumes.
Oh, please list them.
Okay. He's really, really bummed the camera crew wasn't there the Halloween before. he was Janet Jackson's boob. Very topical. He's really bummed you guys missed it when he was Monica Lewinsky's dress. Yeah, twice. And then he was Monica Lewinsky the year before.
Yes.
And then before that, he was O.J. Simpson. So very topical. Great costumes that he was really sad that the crew missed. I know you're going to want to talk about the very end with Michael and the trick-or-treaters because it's just such a touching moment. All right,
cry.
Yeah.
Every time I watch it.
I did too.
Every time.
I was loving the show, and then when I got to that episode, he just killed me. I said, "Oh my God, this is a perfect episode. One of the great ones, you know."
Yes. At the end of the episode, Michael goes home, and you see him sitting alone, very lonely on the couch. And then the doorbell rings, and there are trick-or-treaters at the door. And there was a big debate on set about how exactly this scene should play out, about whether or not the kids should be nice to Michael, or if they should be annoyed by Michael, how Michael should be with the kids. Should he be off-putting? Should he be kind? And the writers and producers they also discussed if he should be happy or sad while handing out the candy. And they decided that they were going to start on that spy shot of Michael looking sad and lonely, all alone on Halloween night. But when he gets to the door, I'm going to cry saying it. He lights up. He makes his silly jokes. The kids laugh.
The kids love him.
They love him.
And it ends on him making a connection. I just think it is the most kind and heartbreaking, wonderful scene. I think it's moments like this that make The Office so special. We just spend an entire episode kind of laughing at Michael Scott or finding him annoying, but then in the end, he just breaks your heart with his vulnerability.
Take them all. Don't they drop them? Don't worry. Take them all.
Take them all. And they love him.
Yeah.
And
that's the first time we saw him just so loving. Really? Don't you think so? At that moment, we saw his heart. We saw his heart come out there at that moment.
Well, and
it tore
me up. And you have to think that Michael is somewhere being a great dad.
Yeah.
He's a great dad. And I wish we could see that. That's the one thing when we talk about a reunion, obviously, we don't want to tread on hallowed ground that is The Office, and we don't want to mess with anything that everyone loves so much. But boy, I would love to see where some of these people are, and I would love to see Michael as a dad.
Yes.
Do you agree that when you watch that scene, I think more than any other scene I can recall, I see Steve?
Yes.
That is Steve handing out candy.
Absolutely.
Yes. That's the kind of just kind-hearted gentleman that he is.
Sweet man.
And I think that's part of the reason, too, why it hits you that hard, Jenna, because we see our friend. And we see the kind person he is that gets to shine through, which often as Michael Scott does not.
No,
this is true.
Well, I have one little final piece of trivia. All right. In the credits at the end as it rolls, over the Deedle-D logo, which Deedle-D is Greg's company, his daughter Haley actually drew the picture that says Deedle-D when she was little. You hear, and it's the only time it ever happens, Dwight's voice say, "Quiet, you."
Oh, really?
Yes.
Angela!
Do we know why that happened?
I think they loved it. They pulled it from earlier in the episode when Dwight is the Sith Lord.
Is that the only time that
it's the only time there's dialogue over Deedle-D.
Wow.
Oh, I'm kind of moved by that.
That's kind of cool, right?
Yeah.
Quiet, you.
Quiet, you.
Well, we did it, guys. We did it. That was a Halloween episode, Creed.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming. But before you go, will you tell us what are you up to now? What are you doing? You have an album and you're touring.
I'm touring. I was in Europe, UK, and in Scandinavia for a month touring and doing shows. Had like 7. So I'm bragging now. 7 sold out shows in the UK. Went great. I'm off to Australia, New Zealand in February.
And then you did the whole East Coast because I was texting with you and you were like,
then I did the East Coast. Had a great tour there too.
Yeah.
And the fans, and I want to thank all the Office fans for coming out and supporting my character and my music. And it truly means a lot. I'm having my second childhood now doing this.
Well,
and by the way, I have a surprise for you, ladies.
What?
I brought, which I think may be the single, if there's going to be a single from I'm going to play you a little snippet, if you like.
Yes,
please. Of the album. Can we do this in there? right now for you.
And you guys, before he plays the song, I just want to encourage you, if Creed is coming to a town near you, go see his show. It is fantastic. And apparently he also makes fun of me during it.
Quite a bit, actually.
And we are trying to figure out one of your locations where I can come on stage and give it to you right now.
Where can people find the schedule?
CreedBratton.com.
We love you, Creed. All right, let's hear it.
Here we go. And the ride. You taught me how. You taught me then how I could one day be your friend. It's not so hard. Just don't lie. Don't control. Then by and by we'll be side by side. We'll be side by side. Forward, left to the right. Thought it was. All right, that's that song. There it is, gang. What do you think?
Well, Angela's sobbing.
I started crying. The song is so beautiful, Creed, but also, and I totally am emotional, but oh my God, it might be too emotional. Well, you know what? It just, do you ever have just like a wave hit you where you're like, you know, you're in a special moment? Yeah.
Yes.
And it just hit me.
Well, I like today with the two of you today.
Yeah.
I feel like we're in a special moment.
It just felt really special and like something I'll always remember. And I'm facing my best friend, who is now my boss lady business partner, and I'm so proud of us and this journey we've taken together. And then I just love you, Creed. You're like,
I love you, sweetie.
You're like, you know, family. And
well, ladies and gentlemen, the last album I did, I had a song called "More Than You Know," and one of the first people I ever played it for was for you and Josh. You know, at your house. I came over and acoustically played it. You know, and she started crying.
I started crying.
I knew I had a winner then.
Well, Creed, some of my favorite memories on the set were at lunchtime when you would play guitar and Ed would play banjo.
Yep.
Ed's trailer was next to mine. You'd go in his trailer, and the two of you would play through my lunch.
And you guys would call. You'd come over and stick your head in and listen.
We'd come over and hang out for years. My alarm clock is banjo music because it would make me think of you guys. And sometimes, especially when I was pregnant, if we had a little break, I might take a cat nap and I'd wake up to banjo music.
Yes.
And it was like so pleasing that I made my alarm clock banjo because I thought, oh, maybe I won't wake up grumpy.
Ed and I had so much fun. He's a great banjo player. I haven't played with him in a long time because we're working all the time, but I would love to.
Oh, yeah. You guys were great together. Well, thank you again,
Thank
Creed.
you so much for having me, my dear friend.
Creed, can we end with a final fan question?
Yes, of course.
This is from Tim Blair. Tim asked, do you have a favorite Creed line from the whole show?
Which one's Pam? Which question, Pam?
Yes.
Gosh, I don't know. It probably would be someone making soup, or which one's Pam, or
Someone making
but I think actually I would have to be in the 60s. I made love to many, many women, often outdoors, in the rain and the mud. It's possible a man slipped in. There'd be no way of knowing.
Yes. Applause from the booth. And that is how you end an episode, my friend. Thank you, Creed. Oh, everyone, please join us next week when we will be talking about the fight.
The fight.
Yeah.
We'll miss you, Creed. You have to come back.
Well, I'd love to come back.
Okay.
Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey. Our producer is Cody Fisher. Our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer.
And our theme song is Rubber Tree by Creed Bratton.
For ad-free versions of the show and our bonus episodes candy bag, go to StitcherPremium.com.
For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE.
Not that much, but every once in a while I get a chance to Denver with Colorado MUFON, and what a great group that was. So I had a good time.
I'm Jenna Fisher. And I'm Angela Kinsey.
We were on The Office together.
And we're best friends.
And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you.
Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only two people who were there can tell you.
We're the Office ladies. Happy New Year!
Happy 2021, everybody!
Wow, this is exciting. We're in a new year.
Man, oh man, new year. I'm in a new size pants. I really am. I went up a whole pants size. I made some New Year's resolutions, Jenna, and one of them is I'm going to move more. I'm going to keep it really simple. I'm just going to move more.
You know, I did that, Ange, because I felt really creaky when I would wake up in the morning, and I didn't like it. I felt like the age in my bones, you know, and I was like, you know, keep it in motion.
Yeah.
It's a good thing.
Yeah. I'm just going to go on more walks. This is my big New Year's resolution. More walking.
I think that's good. Movement, fresh air. It's good for your health in some ways.
Yeah.
I'm for this.
I can't make my resolutions too complicated or it won't happen. So I'm keeping it real simple.
Make attainable goals. This is amazing. I'm going to walk with you.
Yay! Well, I'm excited.
We'll do it together.
Well, you guys, we are sorry you had to wait so long for part 2, but we were just wanting to spend some time with our families, and we're excited to share with you now Dunder Mifflin Infinity Part 2.
Yeah, and I have to say, it's worth the wait because Michael's going to drive his car into a lake this week.
Oh, and we have lots to say about it.
We do. Let's get started.
Let's do it.
Dunder Mifflin Infinity, Part 2, Season 4, Episode 4, written by Mike Schur and directed by Craig Zisk. Here is a summary. Michael tries to show up Ryan and his emphasis on technology by winning back clients with old-fashioned customer service and elaborate gift baskets. Along the way, he drives into a lake after misinterpreting the directions from his GPS. Also in this episode, Ryan asks Pam to design some logos for Dunder Mifflin Infinity, and then he asks her out. And Angela makes it clear to Dwight that they are done.
Yeah, she is not forgiving him.
Well, gang, since we did Fast Facts on the first half of this episode, and since it is a new year, we thought we should pay a visit to our mailbag and answer some questions.
Yes, it's time to talk to you guys.
Well, our first letter came from Jessie S., and she said, "Hi, I am a hard of hearing person who loves to listen to the podcast, but I do miss some things as I rely on lip reading a lot. I am wondering if transcribing the podcast is an option for other deaf and hard of hearing who are fans of the show and would love to be able to interact with the podcast." Well, guys, we do have a transcription for every single episode going back to the pilot, and you can find it on officeladies.com. If you go to the episodes and scroll down, there's a little button for transcript.
Yes, you go past the sort of summary of the episode, and it's right there, and you can click on it and read the whole thing.
This is kind of personal to me, Jessie, because my sister Emily wears hearing aids, and she also relies on lip reading. And so I know that sometimes being able to both listen and read along is really helpful for her. And also, like when I go to her house, she always has the closed caption on her TV. So we definitely want the podcast to be accessible to everyone. So guys, if there's any other ways we can make it more accessible, let us know.
Yes. And in the meantime, go to officeladies.com. and go to each episode and scroll down, and the transcript is right there. And we have a team here at Earwolf that helps us with that, and we so appreciate it. All right, well, our next question, Jenna, comes from Julie Weiss, and she says, I have a question about kissing the other actors. How do you prep for kissing someone that you were friends with, but not romantically involved with? Was it ever awkward? Oh, Julie. Julie, it's always awkward. It's always awkward. And thank goodness over the years, though, you do become such good friends that it's just like, okay, well, we'll just do this really quickly. But something that made it difficult for me, which maybe you wouldn't think about, is that I often had to kiss Rainn Wilson, and for whatever reason, he was usually eating something disgusting right beforehand. And I'd be like, Rainn, dang it, do you have to eat a tuna fish sandwich right before we're supposed to kiss? Come on.
Yeah, I remember he would always be like downing a cup of coffee in an everything bagel.
Yes.
And he'd be like, I'm ready for my kissing scene. And he would be like, Rainn, a mint. Can you do something?
Anything at this point, just not the everything bagel, you know? My God.
Well, at least for me, John was always very conscientious. He would have a mint.
Thank you.
Some gum.
A mint. Rainn Wilson, a mint.
We were very breath aware.
Rainn, not so much. Also, Julie, we didn't do the big open mouth stuff that maybe you see in movies and whatnot. This was like television. Comedy kissing is very different than like a dramatic movie make out. You know, it's your lips are kind of just together. You know, you kind of fake it.
Fakey kiss, fakey bag. Well, our next question comes from Jessica Willis. I've always been curious, how much ADR did you have to typically do for your episodes? I've noticed that in some episodes, you see characters remove a mic pack and the audio goes black. It's such a real cool detail and a reference to the documentary. So how much original audio did you use and how much was re-recorded after filming?
Well, lady, my memory is we did not do a lot of ADR. I mean, I have one memory of the whole years of going in to do it.
Yeah, in the entire 9 years, I only recorded one line that they had to dub in later. One in 9 years. And I thought that's how it worked.
Yeah.
And when I went on other jobs, part of your job is you go in a studio every week and you dub lines that got missed, or that maybe a plane flew over your head, or there was a sound problem, and they dubbed in, and I'd spend maybe 30 minutes an hour just doing that on other shows, but on our show we did not.
And why is that, Jenna? Because same, all the other projects I've gone on, you have like an ADR day where you go in. But on The Office, I only did ADR once, and it was for the finale. And I got to see footage of the finale before it aired, before anyone saw it, because I went in and had to loop one line. And it was because we were outside, and, you know, we had that storm coming in, and they just needed me to loop a line. And I even took a picture in the ADR booth because I'd never been in there.
You know, first of all, our sound engineers were Emmy Award winning. They won Emmys for their sound design on our show. They're just amazing. But they also had a mic pack on every single actor. We had 2 boom operators in the room, and they hid microphones throughout the office. I had one at reception.
Oh, yeah, we had a microphone in the accounting pod, and they put it next to Oscar's phone, so it would sort of pick up the 3 of us, you know?
But I also remember I would often see our boom operators and camera operators having little powwows, because they would have to choreograph the boom swing with the camera swing so that they could pick up the sound. And it was this crafted dance that they did. And it's really amazing. And I'm actually glad that Jessica wrote in, because it gives us a chance to really shout out our sound department, which was incredible.
Our main guys that were with us on the stage were Ben Patrick.
Yep, he was our main production sound mixer, sound editor. And we had our 2 boom operators, Nick Carbone.
Don't get carboned.
Don't get carboned. And Brian Whittle. Brian Whittle would be the inspiration for the boom operator that we see later in the story.
Yeah. But then we also had a mixing department, and we had other boom operators and people that would rotate in. We just had a really amazing sound team.
Yeah, they were great. Well, we have one more question. This one is from Alicia W. She asked, in the talking heads where the camera is facing into the office, Stanley is almost always in the background. would Leslie David Baker have to stay in the background the whole time they filmed Talking Heads, or was that background edited in? Oh, Alicia, he had to sit there.
Yes.
For 9 years.
Poor Leslie David Baker. He was always in the background. He was always there. You could see him at his desk. And he was such a true. When people had talking heads, when we had a long day of them, he'd sit there.
Yep. And sometimes Phyllis would have to sit there, and sometimes Creed as well.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And early on, they would have people there designated to cross. Like you might see someone like cross to the kitchen or cross back. We did that after a couple of seasons. I think if you look at early season Talking Heads, you see crosses in the background, and then at a certain point, people were like, I'm thinking no. I think I'm not going to go to the kitchen and back to get a cup of coffee for 2 hours.
Yeah, I also like they were a little distracting because I know I did a cross one time, and they had me cross really close to the conference room, that cabinet that was there, and then they're like, no, and then they had me cross way in the back. But I think ultimately they were just like, okay, no crossing.
Well, also, if you wanted to improv, it would throw off the timing of the cross.
Yeah.
And so you would, when you get into editing, it did not work for crosses. It just worked to have poor Leslie at his desk. Yeah, as a constant.
Leslie and then Creed. I think Creed would be the number 2 runner-up for that.
I think so too.
And then before we go to break, we just got a really nice comment, and it made us happy, so we thought we'd share it. It is from Cecilia B, and she says, "Ladies, I have to tell you, you two are amazing." Thank you, Cecilia. I finally got the courage to ask for hour changes at work, and all I kept hearing was both of you ladies in my head saying, "Just go for it. Ask for what you want." And I'm so happy that I listened to you ladies. Now I get to have an extra hour with my daughters. I'm a single mom, and every second with them counts. Thank you, ladies.
Well, that makes me so happy.
Aw. Well, Cecilia, that makes us so happy to hear. And what? Oh, Sam is waving at me. Jenna, before we go to break, Sam, what do you got?
I want to let you guys know on the Office Ladies podcast fan page. I know you guys aren't on Facebook.
We've heard of this though, Jenna.
Yes.
People have shared with us. So hi, you guys. Hello.
There is a whole thread of people agreeing with Cecilia that had similar experiences. There's a woman named Naomi Timmer who went in and told her boss she deserved more money after listening to that episode and got a raise.
Woo!
And then there's a whole thread of people underneath it who realized that they had been operating the same way, negotiating themselves down before they went in the interview, who are not going to do it anymore.
Oh my gosh, that is so great. I love that you're all sharing about it too.
I love that so much. It's awesome. Well, I feel like I should give a shout out to the person who gave me this piece of advice. His name is Jeff Ulrich. Ever since he told me this, it has really resonated with me. I've been like, oh my gosh, I've been negotiating with myself for less than I deserve my whole life. So this is a new piece of advice to me too. So we're all doing this together, folks.
Yes. And Sam, thanks for sharing that. And I've been hearing about this Facebook fan group of Office Ladies, and I just love the community you guys are building there. And if I wasn't 100 years old, I don't know how to navigate Facebook. Guys, I tried. I don't understand it. But
it's too many things too. I have to have just the one. That's the space I'm in.
I know. Like between kids and life, I'm like, I can look at one thing.
But I will say, someone did point this Facebook page out to us because the community that is being built there is really supportive, really encouraging, really positive. And I feel like especially now, what a great community to have built. It's really cool.
Yeah, it means a lot to us. And Sam, you'll have to continue to share with us.
Sounds good.
Okay, yeah, because
if you peek in on the group, will you say what it's called again, Sam?
It is simply the Office Ladies podcast fan page.
Awesome. Well, we should go to break and get back and get into this episode.
Let's do it. Whether your resolution is to save money, eat better, or stress less, HelloFresh is here to help you do all three.
Yes, you guys, I love HelloFresh. Jen and I both love it. You know why we love it. And guess what I made the other night? What? It was so delicious. I made their pub-style shepherd's pie.
I've made it.
Yes, it's so good. White cheddar and then lime mashed potatoes.
I know it very well. It's a family favorite.
Well, you know, Josh normally makes dinner, so this was my turn, and I made this, and he loved it, and I was so happy. I was like, I made a shepherd's pie. I'd never made one before.
It's so good. Everyone, you can say hello to your most delicious year yet with fresh ingredients, chef-crafted recipes, all at a price you'll like, delivered right to your door. Go to HelloFresh.com/OfficeLadiesFree and use code OfficeLadiesFree for free breakfast for life.
One breakfast item per box while subscription is active. That's free breakfast for life at HelloFresh.com/OfficeLadiesFree with code OfficeLadiesFree.
HelloFresh, America's #1 meal. This show is sponsored by BetterHelp.
You know, around New Year's, we all reflect, and people really start making lists of what they can do to be their best self for the next year.
Yes, I think, the new year definitely makes you think New Year's resolution. What do I want to change?
New year, new me, that kind of thing.
Yes, but perhaps this year we could be reflecting on what we're already doing right.
Yeah.
And therapy can help you figure out your strengths so that you can ditch this idea that you need some extreme change or this extreme New Year's resolution and just, you can make changes that really stick because they're based on your strengths.
I like that.
If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try.
It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule.
Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists at any time for no additional charge.
Celebrate the progress you've already made. Visit BetterHelp.com/OfficeLadies today to get 10% off your first month.
That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/OfficeLadies. Let's talk a little bit about hydration in the new year, particularly about liquid IV. Angela, you turned me on to this, and I'm going to have to give you props.
Oh, thanks.
It's pretty great. You told me that you use this when you travel to stay better hydrated, and I started doing the same thing.
Whenever we go on a road trip, it's like I don't want to drink too much water because then I'll have to pee. And then I find myself so dehydrated. So I use this.
Well, I like it for hikes. Here's what it is. You get a little packet and you put it in your water. And then you are going to get 3 times the electrolytes of a leading sports drink plus 8 vitamins and nutrients.
It's non-GMO and free from gluten, dairy, and soy. It is perfect for daily use before a workout or when you feel run down or after a long night out,
hint, hint,
hint, or even on really long flights.
Rehydrate yourself for the new year. Grab your Liquid IV Hydration Multiplier sugar-free in bulk nationwide at Costco or get 20% off your first order when you go to liquidiv.com and use code OfficeLadies at checkout.
That's 20% off your first order when you shop Better Hydration today using promo code OfficeLadies at liquidiv.com. All right, now we're in Dunder Mifflin Infinity Part 2. It starts with a scene in the conference room, right? Michael is showing them all the gift baskets. But Jenna, there was a deleted scene that would have started this part of the episode.
What was it?
I loved it. I found it fascinating. And it's an alt. They ultimately end up providing this information with Dwyer, but there was a scene with Michael by himself, and it's the start of his day, and he's driving into work. He's doing one of those driving talking heads that Michael does, right?
Oh, well, the last time he did that, it was very dangerous.
I know.
He hit an employee.
He did. So it's the same thing. He's driving into work, and he's sort of showing off his rental car. It looks like a Taurus. I see Ford. I think Taurus. I don't know, guys. Correct me if I'm wrong on that. But we learn the whole backstory, why he's not driving the Sebring. Michael said he had to get a car because his Sebring is in the body shop because Meredith left a big dent in the hood. And then he said, but listen, this rental has navigation, and Michael calls it his invisible driving companion. Aw. And he goes, but, listen, it is really amazing. And it's like a computerized map in your car. And he goes on to say that he loves its voice, that he finds it so soothing. It's like taking a warm bath. And while he's saying how much he loves the voice, Jan calls. and this is what we hear. Sam, will you play that?
Hold on. It is my lady love. Hello.
Where the fuck are my grape nuts?
I
just want to know, did you eat my grape nuts?
No, I hate those things.
Grow up, Michael.
I love. Not a morning person.
No. Yeah. And then after that, he sits in the car in silence and he just hits the navigation button, so it just keeps talking to him. You have arrived. It's like he just needs something soothing. Oh, lady. Oh, wow. Wow. Just a window into his life with Jan. And maybe a little bit of the reason why he trusts the navigation so much, because it's just this soothing, invisible driving companion.
Yeah, I get that.
So yes, this episode actually does start with the conference room. Jenna, did you see the spread on that table?
It was incredible. I remember it from shooting. They had excellent little snacks and treats.
Excellent. In fact, Michael says that he got the finest gourmet items that Scranton has to offer. How much did this all cost?
I love every time you ask that question. You are personally fascinated by how Michael funds all of his extracurriculars, and it's such a good question to ask. This is where Angela Martin, the accountant character, bleeds into your real personality.
It is, because let me tell you, those baskets were not cheap. Look at those I love baskets. My husband says my nickname should be Baskets. I have a basket problem. If I see a basket, I'm going to buy it. And I'm telling you, those baskets are primo baskets.
Angela, I know that you recently did a huge clean out of your garage.
I did.
Will you share with us how many baskets were in the garage?
37.
Yeah, 37. How many did you keep?
12. I picked my 12 favorite. And let me tell you, it was hard for me to let go. I donated them to a church in our neighborhood that does outreach. And I was very, very happy that they got my baskets, but it was hard to say goodbye.
I felt like when you were leaving me messages about this, I was really proud of you for this progress.
Thank you.
With your basket issue.
Thank you. Yeah, that's not counting how many baskets I have inside the house. That I'm using though. Like I have a basket, Jenna, by the fireplace that I roll up and I put blankets in. And then I have a basket in my bedroom that I roll up and put blankets in. Listen, I have a lot of blankets around my house because my husband is a giant mountain man and I'm always freezing. He runs hot. I have baskets of blankets stashed all around. Okay.
That is the title of your autobiography, Baskets of Blankets by Angela Kinsey.
With a side of donuts and a glass of wine. It's a very long title.
1 million copies already sold.
Yep.
All right. Well, Michael has this talking head where he explains what these baskets are all about. He says, Ryan thinks everything is about emails and IMs. It's all about technology, but he's forgetting about the original instant message, which is a letter attached to a basket of food.
Yeah, that's the original IM, you guys. In case you were wondering.
Well, I guess speaking of the cost of these baskets, Dwight is going to turn in receipts for the cost of these gift baskets to Angela.
Yeah.
Who is very, very icy toward him.
Yeah. And before we get into the scene, Jenna, we brought this up before, but for any of you that missed it, 22 minutes, 53 seconds, you can clearly see on the message board under thus, 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 the following caption. In case you didn't notice, there's a lot of colorful Huey on this board.
Well, it's interesting you mentioned that, Angela, because we had several people write in about this whiteboard behind you. Katie E., Julie Bird, and Christopher Neville all said that there's even more stuff on the board now. For example, there is an Anger Management Appreciation Day on Tuesday the 23rd.
Yep.
On the 8th, there is an accounting department meeting and it specifies be prepared to show your work. And on the 10th, it says flex times, which interestingly enough includes Karen, even though she left. And under the flex times on the 10th, it says that Ryan will cover reception, even though he now works at corporate.
Yeah. And what is a flex time?
You know, when I worked in admin, you needed to give the front receptionist a break so that that person could go to lunch. Yeah. And so the other admin desks would rotate in to sit at the desk for lunch. So I was usually the receptionist, and then each day a different admin would take over my lunch hour because you couldn't have no one answering front reception or no one greeting guests. So I always assumed that's what it meant, that like flex time was who rotated to give Pam her lunch break. But I don't know.
I would have loved to seen that scene. I would have loved to seen like just a montage of like different people answering the phones. Well, yes. So Dwight hands Angela the receipt for all the items in the baskets, and she's very icy towards him, Jenna. She just wants it to be business, just business.
Yeah.
And he says, I miss you. And she's like, elevators.
Yeah, and then when they get to the elevators, Angela's making it very clear that it's over.
Mm-hmm.
And Dwight is kind of like, okay, I do want to be friends. I love you.
This is one of my favorite things that Dwight ever says to Angela. I have seen this like stitched on a pillow. I've seen it on all of these Valentine's items. It's really cute. People have written this to their boyfriend or girlfriend, and they've shared it with me online. But that plus a little extra also, I love you. It's so great.
I actually broke up with a guy once, and he was like, I get it, totally cool, can we still hook up?
Yeah.
And I was like, no, we cannot. That is not breaking up.
Yeah.
And he seemed genuinely confused about it, which makes me laugh because we're now going into the scene with Ryan and Kelly in the break room.
What a mess, these two.
Yeah. Ryan and Kelly are arguing, and Ryan is like, you lied about being pregnant. You lied. You don't understand why that's a big deal?
And Mindy as Kelly is so good in this. She's like, oh, why? She's like,
he's like, we will never get back together. And she's like, why not?
It's so good. It's really good. Well, now Pam and Jim are at front reception, and they're being super flirty.
Yeah.
They're flirting. He's saying, you know, oh, is the magic gone now that we're public? And then Pam's being sort of sassy but flirty at the same time.
Well, this is their new way of flirting, which is to pretend that they don't like each other or that they're breaking up. So they do this little bit, and this is a little window into how they still have their sense of humor, even though they're together. Don't worry, everybody. The magic is not lost.
Yeah, the magic isn't lost. We're just all going to have to watch them flirt now. Also, two things from Pam's desk. There is an orange, kind of rust-colored ceramic pot with a very sad, tiny plant. You know, because Pam could care less about plants now, like she ever really cared. But her focus is elsewhere. And then Jenna, Pam, and Angela in real life have something in common.
What?
At 24 minutes, 22 seconds, you can see a whole bunch of yellow Post-it notes that Pam has put in her desk area.
Oh my gosh! Pam did like Post-it notes.
Pam and Angela like Post-it notes.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, I did a lot of prop Post-it note work on the show.
Well, you know who likes Post-it notes in real life?
You.
Me.
You love a Post-it.
I love a Post-it.
Why are you not like some sort of spokesperson for Post-it notes? I don't know.
I actually did a campaign with Post-its a few years ago, and they sent me a humongous box of every kind of different type of Post-it you could imagine. And I was over the moon.
I did a crazy thing with Post-it notes. It was early in the run of The Office. Wired magazine wanted me to do like a nude cover.
Yeah,
but I wasn't nude. their pitch was that I was covered in Post-it notes.
Yeah.
And so they built me like a nude bodysuit, and then I came out onto the set in this nude bodysuit, and then like a prop person had to slowly cover me in Post-it notes. It was super odd. I was like, I guess this is what you do when your TV show is a hit and they ask you to do the cover of a magazine. A man covers you in Post-it notes.
Jenna, you should have worn it to an award show. You would have been all the rage. Remember the lady at the Oscars? She was a wardrobe designer and she made her whole dress out of American Express cards, gold cards. Do you remember that?
Yeah. Yeah.
You could have shown up in a Post-it note couture gown.
Well, lady, I think we know who needs to show up with a Post-it note couture gown to something, and it's you. And this is in your future.
Oh, God.
It'll happen.
Oh, my God. So Michael is going to unveil his plan, you guys, to win back clients. He makes his big announcement. He's going to be delivering baskets door to door. And
unannounced, he's not going to warn anyone he's coming.
Oh, yeah.
It's a surprise gift basket, everybody.
Ryan's not happy. We have a Michael talking head where he's like, you know what? He used to be told he couldn't do things like be on the team or move on to second grade. Jenna, are we finding out in this episode that Michael was held back in first grade?
Yeah, I think we are. I think we're learning maybe he was held back more than once. It sort of sounds
Yeah,
like.
because then he's like, I eventually went on to second grade and I was the biggest in the class. Eventually? Again, what happened in Michael's childhood? Why was he held back in first grade so many times? And now we cut back to the bullpen. And Jenna, people are starting to yell out things, and we have some major Phyllis sass. She says, Michael, this is stupid.
She just lays it out.
Lays it out.
Yeah, and then Andy suggests he give away cash instead.
Yeah.
And then he says, Angela,
cash basket.
Cash basket. You guys, cash basket became an inside joke for all of us on The Office for years and years and years. Every once in a while, there would be some line or some joke that it just struck us as particularly funny in the moment, and we couldn't get over it. And cash basket was one of them. I think, if my memory serves, Angela, there was a take where Ed was maybe late to saying cash basket, and so it came out like this. Cash basket. And that made John Krasinski lose it.
Well, I think it was the very first take, and a few things. We hadn't really heard him say it full out, right?
Yeah.
So it kind of took all of us off guard. And John was like right there next to him when Ed was like, cash basket. And we just lost it. But John he really lost it.
I watched really closely because I was surprised he had a reaction shot of John at all in the scene, because my memory of doing the scene was that John was on the floor in tears laughing the entire time because he couldn't get past cash basket.
Well, I did notice though, because I was looking as well, he kind of is swiveling his chair around, but he glances back towards Andy, and that is just John looking at Ed. That is not Jim looking at Andy. He just has this look of like, man, like this guy is killing me today.
Well, after I watched this episode, it really made me want to go to our office text thread and just text
cash basket. Oh, we should. Well, Michael is just like, forget it, guys. I am going. I'm going to do this. And then Dwight, can I please go with you? I need this. And at 26 minutes, 41 seconds, Angela Martin is looking over the partition. She has a really great eye roll. But guys, look how high my head is over that partition. It's not realistic at all. Really and truly, that partition came up to my forehead. And I would have to stand on my tippy toes to get my eyeballs over it to talk to Jenna. I was standing on the biggest apple box. It made me laugh. When I saw it, I'm like, who is this tall person pretending to be me? And I took a picture, Jenna. I'm going to show you.
That is amazing. Yes, there is no way that is you standing there because your chin never cleared the partition.
I know.
Naturally. No, there's no way.
Reincarnation.
Well, I like this Michael talking head that comes up, Angela, where he says, I'd like to see a website deliver baskets of food to people.
I know, as if it's like a novelty. Hi, that's like half of Christmas is just sending people baskets. I send everyone in my family a whole thing of mixed nuts. I love nuts. They're a big hit.
A basket of mixed nuts?
Yes, all kinds of mixed nuts. For sure. And there's, I mean, guys, there's many flavors. There's the Cajun nuts, there's pecans, or the caramelized ones. Just saying, Michael, people are doing it.
Well, Michael is going to bring Dwight with him, and they're going to deliver this gift basket. And they are in the car now. They're on their way. Here's one question I have, Ange.
Yeah.
These gift baskets are very, very large.
Where are they?
Where are they? Are they going back and forth to Dunder Mifflin?
It looks like there's one in the back seat.
Well, there's a camera operator in the back seat, clearly, filming them.
Yeah.
It seems like there's only room for one more, but we're going to see them deliver a few. Where are they coming from? Can one fit in the trunk? I don't know. I wondered where the basket.
How big is the trunk of a Ford Taurus?
That's a question.
That's a question. Well, I have a thing I'm curious about. So Michael and Dwight are in the car. They're driving. The GPS starts talking to them. By the way, it looks like a Garmin. I remember because I had one for a while. Just saying. Okay. And Dwight's like, why do you use that? It'll let them know where you are. Michael's like, what are you talking about? And he's like, the government, spy satellites, private detectives, ex-girlfriends. And then he starts to cry. And Michael has no reaction. Wouldn't you be like, why are you crying? What is happening?
Yeah,
dudes.
probably.
Dudes not like dudes out there. If your friend cries, are you not like, what's up? Are you just like, I'm gonna ignore it, maybe he'll stop? What is that? Is that a dude bro thing? I don't know.
Well, we had a fan question about this scene. Callie Hendricks and Brendan Cullinan asked, how did you guys do the GPS voicing? Was it a voice actor? And if so, who voiced it? Yes, it was. It was a voice actor. It was an actress named Lynn Ann Zager. And we just hired her, and she GPS voice stuff.
Well, she did great. She sounds like the real deal.
I know.
Jenna, my friend Mika, he's from Australia, and he set his GPS to the Aussie lady. So she's like, "Oh, take a right." No, you can do this. You can have like I know you can have British, but he picked the Australian.
Oh, I kind of want to do this now.
Yeah, I know. Right? Exit for Studio City. Oh my
God, I kind of love that. There's this app, this meditation app called Headspace. I don't know if you've ever heard of it. And you can choose between either a male or a female, I guess, meditation leader voice. I don't know what to call them, but they lead you through the meditation, and you can pick a man or a woman. And the man sounds exactly like our Earwolf producer, Colin.
Really?
Yes, to the point where I had to change to the woman because as much as I love Colin's voice, I felt like I was like, why is Colin, who talks to me about download numbers and ad sales, leading me through my meditation right now? It's really funny.
Jenna, what if we did navigation for people?
Oh my gosh.
What would that sound like?
It would sound like this. Lady, take a right. You are at your destination. I love it.
Oh, that's really good. All right. We should get back to the episode. Oh man, I loved the scene. It's in the kitchen, and Ryan is trying to impress Andy and Kevin about his life in New York City. And he's like, yeah, at 2 a.m., I went to get a sandwich, because you can get a sandwich at 2 a.m. in New York City. He literally bumps into Vince Vaughn. Yeah.
It's incredible. And Andy says, you are so money, but you don't even know it.
But you do know it.
And that was a quote from the movie Swingers.
Yeah.
Do you remember that movie? It was from 1996.
How could I forget that movie? It was like all of my friends were struggling actors. We were all broke and doing all these different odd jobs to pay rent while trying to go on auditions. And it was like this movie, we like felt seen. We're like, this is
Yes.
Oh my God.
It totally encapsulated the sort of like young LA transplant lifestyle. And it was written by Jon Favreau and stars Jon Favreau and Vince Vaughn.
And Ron Livingston.
Yes, directed by Doug Liman. It launched all of their careers. And I remember this. It features that club, the Dresden.
Yeah.
Do you remember the Dresden? It was this big swing dance club.
Very hipster club. Yeah. Well, it's here are the things. I have to read this off because it really got me tickled. You know, Jim is like, I can't believe you guys are impressed with this guy. You know, he's like, whatever, with Ryan and his 2 a.m. sandwich, you know. And Andy's like, listen, this is why Ryan is awesome. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Number 1, killer job. Number 2, he's rich. Number 3, smells like Pierce Brosnan. Number 4, wears really cool rich guy clothes. Number 5, can get any girl he wants.
We'll see.
We'll see.
Well, now Michael and Dwight arrive to their first client. They're going to woo him back with their big gift basket. He is confused why they've come.
Yeah, also he's like, you don't have a website. We went with Office Depot because they have a really good website. Like, what? I don't know why you're here.
Yeah, it's a very funny scene. The actor who plays the client is named Edward James Gage, who, in addition to numerous acting roles, also spent 13 years as a real-life private eye bounty hunter and bodyguard, according to his bio on IMDb.
Okay, well, that's a pretty interesting resume there.
Well, I have a question about this scene. I was a little confused what this business was. So the character's name is Larry. The client's name is Larry. And if you look over his shoulder, what is the crazy machine behind him? I've never seen anything like it. What is it?
I don't know.
And then it got me wondering, what is this company? Where have they gone? Did we ever find out? It bothered me. It was a big mystery for me.
It did not bother me.
But it didn't bother you? It didn't occur to you?
Now I guess I have to go back and look at this machine.
Guys, check it out. What is it? There must be someone out there who knows what it is. They're going to be like, oh, they make widgets for plastic airplanes. It'll be obvious to someone, and I'd love to know.
Okay, me too. Well, back at Dunder Mifflin, Ryan is going to do a real skeezy boss move. He's going to go up to Pam and be like, hey, do you want to do some mock-ups of the new, Dunder Mifflin Infinity graphic? And she's really excited. Her and Jim do an air high five. And then you have a very adorable talking head, Jenna. I literally wrote, she's adorable.
Aw, thanks.
You're just like, yeah, I'm going to do some mock-ups, maybe a splash frame. It's really cute. But you're excited.
Well, Michael is going to deliver his second basket now.
Second basket!
Yeah, exactly. And this is where Michael is so great. I have to say, Michael's argument that the personal touch means something, he walks in, he asks about the client's 11-year-old
Emily. He remembered her name. He remembered she had a nut allergy. I mean,
yeah, impressive and genuine.
Yeah.
But then he had that line that breaks your heart.
Oh, I know. I know what you're going to say.
Yeah, he says, well, I have a few of my own I want someday.
For kids.
Yeah.
Michael.
Well, the client's name is Aaron Grandy. He is a partner in this law firm, and he was played by Kevin Dorff. Kevin Dorff has had recurring roles on Brooklyn Nine-Nine and Arrested Development, but most recently he played Bill O'Reilly in the movie Bombshell, and I loved that movie.
I haven't seen it. Is it Bombshell? Oh. Is it a war movie? Is it like Bombshell?
No, lady, it's not a war movie. It's a little bit of a war movie because there are a couple of women who take on a movement, I guess you could say. It's this amazing film. It's basically centers around Megyn Kelly and Gretchen Carlson and their time at Fox News.
They're news anchors.
News anchors at Fox News, or were, and Kevin Dorff plays Bill O'Reilly in this movie.
Oh, wow.
It's so good, Angela, and the makeup department on this film won an Academy Award, and the transformation that they do to make people look like the real people, like Charlize Theron plays Megyn Kelly, she really, really looks like her. Like, it freaked me out. I once shared a train with Megyn Kelly. I didn't speak to her, but I sat right across from her on a train from New York to Washington, D.C., and so I've seen her in real life as well. And I'm telling you, what this makeup department did was, I've never seen anything like it. But also the movie is amazing.
Okay, well, Jenna, I'll add Bombshell to my queue.
Please do, and we'll discuss after.
Okay. And how cool that Kevin has a part in it.
I know. I also want to say in this scene, though, the background acting behind the glass doors over the client's shoulder. Yeah. You get a glimpse at the law firm. It is hustle and bustle in there. There is so much going on. I mean, the background work is phenomenal.
They're moving and they're making it.
Yeah.
Well, Michael's really trying hard. He wants this client back. He says, we want you back. And Dwight starts getting a little weird because he's just thinking about Angela, and he goes, we had our chance and we killed it. And you just have this feeling that this is not going to go well for them.
Yeah. Well, it's definitely not going to go well because the big moment is about to happen. I think we should take a break.
I like how you're setting this up, though. The big moment is about to happen.
It's a big moment. It was a big stunt.
Hey, it's not every day you drive a car into a lake, guys, and we're going to tell you all about it after this break. All right, we are back. Jenna and I are really excited because we have fun stuff to share with you about this car going into the lake. So here's the scene. Dwight says they have one more client. It's Elmhurst Country Club. I looked it up, Jenna. Elmhurst Country Club is in Moscow, Pennsylvania.
Oh,
in Lackawanna County.
Okay.
So they're following the GPS, and it's telling them to take a right. And Dwight is like, Michael, I think it means bear right? And Michael's like, no, it's telling me to take a hard right. And Dwight's like, no, Michael, that's the lake. It's Lake Scranton. And Michael's like, no, it's the GPS is telling me.
And he drives into the lake.
Right into the lake.
Well, we got a lot of mail about this scene. David B., Rachel K., Rob Holland, Thomas O'Brien, and many others all asked, please tell us everything you can about the scene where Steve and Rain drive into the lake. Did they really drive a car into the lake? Was there a camera operator in the back seat?
Yes, folks, let's break it down, but yes to all of that.
Well, I started by reaching out to Steve, and he said, yes, they really drove a real car into a real lake. He said they did the stunt twice all the way through, and that Randall, our operator, was in the back seat. So, of course, Angela, I had to reach out to Randall.
Oh, what did he say?
Well, first of all, do you know where he was when I...
Listen, knowing Randall, I mean... Was he on horseback somewhere? The guy is an adventure guy. Was he skydiving? Where was he?
He was just finishing up a river rafting trip in Idaho on a freezing cold lake.
Of course.
Yes. But because Randall is awesome, he still broke down the whole stunt for me, which is completely fascinating.
From Idaho.
From on his drive home from Idaho, from the freezing cold lake. When I first reached out to him, he literally said, I'm just getting out of a lake, which was ironic.
Perfect.
But I'll call you on my drive home. I was like, all right,
amazing.
This is great. All right, so he says, first off, they did not actually drive the car into the lake. They put the car on a system that pulled it into the lake and stopped it at a certain depth. So there was a rig to make it look like they were driving into a lake.
So it was on some type of track pulley thing?
Yes.
Okay.
And he said they did this because they needed to control how much water flooded into the car.
Makes sense. Yeah.
Yes. He said the car actually didn't even have an engine. They had to take it out. It didn't have a gas tank. It didn't have any oil. All of that was removed to submerge it in water. I found that interesting.
Yeah.
But he told me he really was scrunched in the back seat with a giant gift basket next to him. So he said at first they discussed just filming it on lipstick cameras that were in the visors. You know, we've seen them do that before. But Randall felt very strongly that it should be shot using the handheld camera from the back seat. So he kind of fought for that.
And is that because it just, the look of it would be better? You would really feel that water coming in because it's just a better camera.
Yeah, and you can't pan the lipstick cameras. Right. They're just like
they're stationary. They only get that one little window that you're seeing. Whereas Randall with a handheld camera could get the whole view.
Yes, exactly. He said that the camera that he was using, it cost upwards of $130,000.
Holy cow.
And he could not get it wet. He was told, you cannot ruin this camera. And they put some kind of like protective housing on it, but he said he still had to like lift his butt off the back seat to keep the camera from dipping into the water.
Oh my God, no pressure. Also, Randall, I mean, he's a big guy and he's scrunched in the back of this Ford Taurus with a gift basket and a camera that costs like, I mean, my God, it's like
as much as a house.
A house. He's holding a house.
Yes, he's holding a house, basically.
Dang.
He told me that for sound purposes, they had a wire on both Steve and Rain, and they used these waterproof mic packs called the Countryman.
No.
Which Randall knew about from Survivor, because remember, he spent all that time on Survivor.
Yes.
He said they also put mics in the visors, and they had boom operators standing outside of the car in water.
So our boom guys were like in like those like rubber pants in the water.
Yes. Randall confirmed that they did 3 takes, but they were losing daylight on the last one. And he's pretty certain that we used the first take because everybody's reactions to hitting the water were just so pure.
Yeah.
And he said that there are only 2 cut points in this scene. So the first cut point is when the camera pans down to the, that's when they cut into the car being on the rig. I mean, you can't even tell it's seamless. I watched it like 5 times and I couldn't figure out
they did a great
how
job.
they did it. And he said, and then after that point, it is all one shot until you see the shot of the basket floating in the water. And that's when they cut away and they reset to get all the stuff of Michael and Dwight crawling out of the lake. But all of that commotion of getting out of the car and like Steve hanging on to the passenger side window and opening the door, that was all one take. And that was what Randall was fighting for. He was saying lipstick cams could have never, ever
captured that.
Yeah.
I have a question. As Steve is making his way out and he's clinging onto the side of the car, he opens the back passenger door. And was that to let Randall out?
Well, we had a lot of people write in about that. They said, is Michael trying to save the camera operator or the gift basket?
Yeah.
And I asked Randall, and Randall said, my instinct would be the gift basket. He's like, I never thought that Michael was opening the door for me. But I thought, it's funny, I gave credit to Michael. I thought Michael was trying to free the camera operator.
Yeah. Well, at 35 minutes, 17 seconds, there is a absolutely perfect shot of our camera operator's shadow across the lake.
I saw that too. I was surprised I didn't see boom mic shadows. I was looking for boom shadows and I didn't see them. I was impressed.
But yes, the camera operator shadow is there. Well, Jenna, I reached out to Rain because I was like, Rain, what was it like driving into the lake? I texted him and he sent us an audio clip. Sam, can you play it?
Hi, office ladies. It's me, Rain. Angela called and asked me if I had any memories about driving into the lake, and my main fear wasn't like drowning or the car or anything like that. It was kind of like, this water is not the cleanest, and there's all these houses all over the place, and I just knew it was pretty sewagey. And I was just really afraid of like an eye infection or something like that. It was like kind of eerily warm. The water was not cold at all, but it was super fun. I mean, I love a chance to do a stunt. I was really excited to be a part of it. And I mean, how often do you get to kind of drive your car into a lake? It was fantastic. So much fun to shoot. And I wish I had more specifics, but it was just one of those kind of days where you're kind of like, wow, this is what I do for a living. Today I'm playing a fictional weirdo and driving my car into a lake, and with Steve Carell, I mean, it was pretty great. Okay, I love you. Goodbye.
I love that Rain's biggest concern was getting pink eye.
Yes.
I don't want to get a sty today, guys. Not today.
I would have had so many concerns doing this stunt.
It did kind of gross me out that he said the water was oddly warm. And you have to remember, we filmed this at Malibu Lake, and that is a man-made lake. So there isn't like anything flowing into it. You know, it is probably a little stagnant. Well, I have to point something out. When the tow truck pulls the car out, Jenna, the passenger door is shut, but Michael opened it.
Oh, yeah.
And then the other thing I was thinking about was, did Michael and Dwight just happen to have their windows down? Because they climb out through their windows. I'm like, were they driving around with their windows down? So there are little moments like that were just sort of like, I was like, okay, guys.
Well, when I was emailing with Steve about this scene, Angela, he reminded me that we got a lot of pushback after this episode aired because of this moment. He said people kind of thought it was a little over the top, that someone would follow their GPS into a lake.
Yeah, people were like, no way, that would never happen.
But he told me that the writers based this on a series of real life incidents of people following their GPS into perilous situations. So I reached out to Greg, and he said this was a pitch by Jen Salata. So of course I had to follow this trail. I reached out to Jen.
What did Jen say?
She said during the hiatus before season 4, she went home to visit her parents in Maryland, and she was sitting in the back seat of their brand new minivan. She specified it was a Honda Odyssey minivan. She picked up the owner's manual and was reading about the minivan's GPS system. She said that on the very first page of the manual, there was a warning that said, do not drive your car into anybody's even if the GPS tells you to. And Jen was like, what? Who would do that?
You know, Honda had to put that in there because someone had done it.
Yes. And she was like, wait a second. You know who would do that? Michael Scott would do that.
Yes, he would.
So she said before she pitched it, because she was a little worried it was too crazy of an idea, she researched this phenomenon, and she said there were so many cases of people doing things like driving their cars off of a cliff or into water because their GPS told them to. She said usually it was a case where like maybe there was a bridge somewhere and it had been taken down and the GPS didn't know and it told you to drive across a bridge that didn't exist. But anyway, she brought it into the room and she pitched it and she showed all of her evidence for why this could really happen. And it made it into the episode.
Well, it's fantastic. And you guys, she is right, because I Googled it as well. There are so many stories online of people driving their cars into things because the GPS told them to. Here, of all of them that I read, and there were so many, I couldn't read them all. Here are 2 examples, just to show you, okay? Okay. In 2009, Robert Jones was using his navigation in West Yorkshire, England, and the road began to steepen and narrow, but it kept telling him to keep going. It kept insisting the path was the road, he later explained, so he trusted it. Jones only realized how wrong he was when his car bumped up against a thin wire fence just inches from a 100-foot drop. The car was taking him on the edge. Like the edge, there was no road. He managed to get out safely, but the car remained balanced on the edge. It took a recovery team 9 hours to haul the car away.
Oh my God.
So this wasn't a road. It just was slowly, like it was like a road that like narrowed into this, hill.
It was like a cliffside.
Yes. And then here's this. In 2011, 3 women were visiting Bellevue, Washington. And they were out after midnight and they were unable to find their hotel, so they asked GPS, right? That seems like a normal thing to do. GPS rerouted them and took them on what they thought was a road that would lead them to the highway. Instead, their SUV ended up sinking into deep water. The road turned out to be a boat launch.
Oh my God.
Yes, and the water was a lake. All 3 managed to get out safely, but by the time the tow truck arrived, the SUV was completely submerged. Quote from and this is the local fireman in Bellevue, Washington, was quoted as saying this: "We've seen sitcom parodies of something like this, but to actually see it is surprising."
Oh, I'm sure they were referring to our show.
I think so.
When Lee and I were first dating, we went to France. This was our first big trip together as a couple.
Oh, that sounds so fun.
Yes, and we drove through the French countryside and we rented a car, but the GPS was in French. We weren't thinking. Well, we've discussed, Angela, that I know a little bit of French.
You know a handful of French.
So I say to Lee, I'll translate it.
This sounds like your first fight as a couple about to happen. Honey, I'll translate the navigation in a foreign country where you're driving and you've never driven here before.
Well, the problem was that it would take me a second to realize what the directions were. And so there was this one turn where it would be like, tournez à droite. And I would be like, turn right, turn right. But I was behind and we missed the turn.
Yeah.
So Lee did this huge circle around to get us back to this spot. And the person would be like, tournez à droite. And I'd be like, right, it's turn right. And we missed that turn like 4 times because of my lag in translating properly. But it was more than she wasn't just saying that. She was like lots of French and names of streets, and somewhere embedded in there would be like tournez à droite, and I'd be like, right, I think right.
I feel like if it was you and I in the car and I'm driving and you're doing that, I'd be like, the real southerner in me would come out like, did she say à droite or not? Am I doing à droite?
Well, you know Lee, Angela, and he is the most level person on the planet.
This man, guys, he is so well-tempered. He's so good-natured, like
unshakable. Well, after the 4th time of me missing tournez à droite, he just goes, well, what the And I was like, oh my God, I broke him. I broke Lee.
Like the first time you ever heard him curse?
Yes, he was just, I was like, oh my God, does he still love me after France? But actually we laughed so hard about it after that very reason. Yeah, I was like, oh my God, I broke you in France. We laughed.
Well, you didn't break them. The navigation lady broke them.
Oh my gosh. Guys, if you ever traveled to a foreign country and you're thinking you'll just rely on your GPS, you have to request the language.
Listen, I won't take us down that road, but Josh and I had a fight in Scotland where he had to be driving on the other side of the road trying to do it. And now for a roundabout. It's like, I can't. Anyway.
Roundabouts are so great, though. They really are so smart. We should have roundabouts in this country. They are wonderful inventions. They're overwhelming at first because they are very foreign to us as American drivers, but truly they are a wonderful way to control the flow of traffic. I feel myself needing to deep dive on the history of roundabouts.
Deep dive, it probably goes back to the Romans or something, but doing a roundabout, driving on the opposite side of the road and exiting the opposite way that you've never exited is a recipe for maybe one of your first big fights in a car. Just saying.
Well, my pet peeve in America is that when we do have roundabouts, we put stop signs in them, which is not the point of a roundabout.
Well, that's not how you do it. We're doing it
Anyway.
wrong.
Okay, well, guys, they do get like they're soaking wet, and their big takeaway from this moment, the thing that they feel determined to do, is to walk back to the previous client's office and reclaim their gift basket.
Michael says they're going to take a stand.
Also, Dwight's phone works.
His flip phone.
Yeah, old tech alert.
What I didn't understand about this was why they couldn't just take a cab. They have to walk.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, because Dwight's phone does work.
Michael's like, no, we're walking.
Well, back at the office, Ryan is reviewing some of Pam's sketches for the new Dunder Mifflin Infinity logo, which, by the way, I thought were great.
Yeah, she did a great job. But that's not what really Ryan was there to talk about. No, he wasn't really getting her sketches. He just wants to take her out to dinner, and he's trying to be sneaky.
Yeah. Ugh. Well, she turns him down, and this is when she informs him that she is dating Jim.
He's like, no way.
Yeah. Ryan cannot get over the fact that both Karen and Pam have dated Jim and not him.
Yeah.
Well, Michael and Dwight make it back to this law firm. I loved this scene so much. I watched it 3 times. It's so good.
I mean, they walk in and they look horrible. They've been in a lake and they've walked in wet clothes.
Yep.
And I mean, Michael seems unhinged.
Steve's performance is so good here. It is rooted in so much truth and hurt and anger, disappointment. It is so good. He demands their gift basket back. When the guy finally brings the gift basket out, Michael notices that something is missing.
The turtles.
The turtles.
And he loses his shiitake. Poor Aaron. Aaron never saw this moment coming. He's like, oh, that's it!
Yeah, he loses his mind over these turtles, and Aaron is like, I ate them. They were mine. This gift basket was mine for a minute, so I ate things from it. But Dwight is like, we'll bill you for it.
Oh my gosh.
It's incredible stuff.
They just did that thing where they might have had a chance of getting him back, and then they just burned it to the ground.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, they come back to the office, they storm in. Michael proclaims that this office will no longer be using any new technology of any kind because he drove his car into a lake.
An effing lake.
Well, Oscar is like, you did what? And he is like, I drove my car into an effing lake. And they bleep it out. And this was rare. We did not do a lot of bleeping on our show, but every once in a while, man, it's just funnier this way. It's just funnier this way.
Yeah.
He also wants everybody to know that unlike technology, gift baskets anybody's lives, and he basically declares himself triumphant.
Yes, he does. And there's a very big Angela Martin eye roll at 40 minutes, 43 seconds as Michael declares himself the winner. But he doesn't just declare himself the winner. This is what he says. To Ryan, his new boss, he says, game, set, match. Point, Scott. Game over. End of game. And then he tries one more, but he can't think of it. So then he just walks into his office.
It's so good. It is so good. Michael ends it all with a final talking head, and we see all of us eating from the gift basket in the conference room. I remember shooting that scene. Remember?
Yeah.
We shot the scene earlier where we were looking at all the things, and I remembered I can't wait until we do the scene where I get to eat all this.
I was not in the conference room. Angela was having none of it. Yeah, it's too bad because they were some good stuff. I know. I remember you guys were actually excited in real life to open up those packages. And then ultimately we end the episode with Orion talking head. He's still gloating about his new schmancy life. He says, you know, he's not saying he had a meteoric rise, but, you know, but I guess he did, and that his haircut was $200. He's just being such a tool. And lady, there are some great extras in the deleted scenes of Ryan bragging about New York. He has a whole thing with Jem about like, well, you know, in New York, and Jem's like, yeah, I've been there, and he's like, no, but it's different. You've got to live there. Like you can't really understand what I'm talking about because you haven't lived there. So you know, sorry. Yeah, but anyway, they're really funny. It's too bad. I really loved the scene between him and Jem. He just would not let it go. Well, that's it, guys. That finishes out Dunder Infinity. Dunder Mifflin Infinity, and up next, Jenna, is what? Lunch party? Launch party. Launch party. Kevin. It's a party. Launch party. All right, guys, we'll see you next week. See you next week. Have a great one. Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey. Our producer is Cody Fisher, our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer, and our associate producer is Ainsley Bubico. Our theme song is Rubber Tree by Creed Bratton. For ad-free versions of Office Ladies, go to StitcherPremium.com. For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE.
Are there negative posts from an ex-employee? Search engines don't always get it right. For right or wrong, it's your reputation on the line. That's where reputation is.
I'm Jenna Fisher. And I'm Angela Kinsey. We were on The Office together. And we're best friends. And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you. Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only two people who were there can tell you. We're the Office Ladies. It's party time, everybody. It's a launch party. Or is it a lunch party? How dare you? Is it a lunch party? Get out. You can get out. That is one of my favorite jokes, lunch party. Yeah, would that be better, Kevin? Would that be better for it to say lunch party? Well, it is a launch party. It is another 1-hour episode, so you know what that means. We're doing Launch Party Part 1 today. This was Season 4, Episode 5, written by Jen Salata and directed by Ken Whittingham. I mean, one of our favorite duos. Oh, yeah, and this was actually Ken's 6th episode that he directed. We love Ken so much. I want you guys to know, if you watch the bloopers, you will see a few times Jen and Ken cracking up, and they whip the camera over on them and bust them. But they were just so fun on set, weren't they, Jenna? They were so, like, light and there for you and ready to laugh. I loved the two of them together. Same. All right, ladies, should I hit you up with a summary? Well, yeah, we got a lot to cover, so let's go. Well, here's what we're going to talk about this week. On the day of the Dunder Mifflin Infinity website launch, Dwight makes it his goal to beat the website in sales to impress Angela. Jim and Pam prank Dwight into thinking the computer is communicating with him, and Michael thinks he got invited to the fancy launch party with sushi in New York, but he is embarrassed to learn he was only invited to attend virtually. Yeah, he was invited to a chat room, which he thought was a club that had a secret password. Exactly. The password is password. Yeah. Is there a www before that club name? Well, listen, this episode also features a very famous cold open from a series. You know the one I'm talking about, Angela. I do. I love it. And Jenna, I have had people write in and tell me that they do this in their office now. Yes, it sort of started a thing.
When I watched this episode with Lee, he said, I've done this. So it's the one that takes place in the conference room and everyone's watching this little DVD square on the screen behind Michael as he is trying to lecture us about, I don't know what, ideas to improve.
Quarterly. Yeah. He's trying to tell us how to improve or spruce up the quarterlies, right? They're boring.
Very boring. Well, we thought that today, in lieu of Fast Facts, we should do a deep dive on this cold open.
We should, you guys, because there's some fun info for you. So we reached out to our writer, Jen Salata, because we heard a rumor that this might have happened to her in her real life. It was somehow based on her, right, Jenna?
Yes.
And she had some great stuff to say. So let's do a deep dive of this cold open.
Cold open deep dive, Sam. Will you play my son's sting?
You gotta deep, you gotta dive. You put them together, get a deep dive.
There it is.
There it is.
All right, so like we said, Michael's having a meeting, and behind him is this TV screen, and you don't really know what's going on at first because it just keeps panning around to everyone in the conference room, and we are oddly riveted by what Michael is saying.
Yeah, and what he's saying is so boring. Like, he's saying, I want to make suggestions to spruce up these quarterly reports. He's saying things like, what if in a bad quarter there's a storm cloud, or in a good quarter there's fireworks, or a race car? And then we all go, ugh. And he goes, not a race car, it doesn't have to be a race car.
So then we go to this Jim Talking Head, and he explains what's going on. He says that they are all wanting to see if this little DVD cube on the TV screen will hit perfectly in the corner. And he says he doesn't think it can happen, and that Pam claims she saw it once when she was alone in the conference room.
And then, Jenna, it cuts to your talking head, and you're so cute in this. You're like, I did see it. Did Jim say I didn't see it? It's very cute. It seems like we get to see a little joke between Jim and Pam.
Yes, so then the boring meeting continues, and then finally it happens. The little cube goes in the square, and everybody cheers, and Michael thinks that it is because he has said something brilliant.
Yeah, his whole Where's Waldo thing was a big hit, and he's so happy. Michael is like, hey, some days you just got it.
Yeah, some days you're just on fire. Yeah. Well, I remember shooting this, Angela. It was so much fun.
But it was also like something we had to choreograph. Do you remember?
I do. And guys, it is true that this cold open was based on a real life experience of Jen Salata in the writer's room. And it was the inspiration for her writing this little cold open. We asked her about it, and here's what she had to say.
So the inspiration for the cold open, where the DVD logo bounces around the TV screen and everybody's transfixed, was definitely the writer's room. I was obsessed with it. We would all watch the little DVD logo, and I remember that I saw it once hit perfectly in the corner, that the edge of the logo lined up with the edge of the TV, and it just felt so good. And I remember there was at least one non-believer in the room, and it would hit like kind of close to the corner, and they'd say, that was it, that must be what you remember, it's not going to hit perfectly in the corner. And so I was transfixed with the logo and watching it a lot of the time, and maybe not paying attention as much as I should have to the task at hand. So that is where the inspiration for it came from.
So basically, Jen was Pam.
Yes, Jen was Pam, and no one believed her, and she was adamant about it, and she wanted everyone else to see it go in the corner to like affirm her. This is what I love about Jen. If you guys have noticed, you've been listening to our podcast, her episodes are so personal to her life experience. Yeah. I mean, the WebMD thing, remember that she wrote about, and now this, and there's always these little moments from Jen's actual life, and I think it is such a nice touch.
And there are always these really ordinary moments that might otherwise pass you by, and something in her brain makes note of these. And that is why when you watch this cold open, it is so deeply relatable.
It really is. I mean, Jenna, you and I both tempt. We sat through boring meetings all the time. And Jenna, you do this. You find little hooks of something happening to get you through it. And it's like sometimes nothing you even like speak about with your other coworkers. You just all like lock onto something. I tempt at this office And all the executive side of the building faced like a nice view of the city, but everyone in cubicles faced a parking garage. Okay, this parking garage became our entertainment. Like every day, it'd be like, what's happening in the parking garage? And they'd be like, oh, you remember Blue Zippy Guy? You know Blue Zippy Guy. He always zips around in that blue Toyota. Oh yeah, Blue Zippy Guy got a new car. What? No. Yeah. And then one day, oh my gosh, it was like it ate up our whole day. There was a couple that would meet in the parking lot at lunch. Lady, I shit you not. It was like their meetup place. What? And yes, they would pull up in two cars. We'd be like, oh, they're here. And then they would get in one car and they would talk. Sometimes they would kiss. Nothing more than just like a smooch or two. But we became so invested in the parking lot couple.
They were having an affair. That must have been an affair. Why would you meet up in a parking garage and in two separate cars and then get into one car and like smooch and stuff? If you're not like sneaking around. That is not normal.
I guess you're right.
Unless it's like their lunch break or something. I don't know.
That's what it was around lunch, and sometimes they would eat lunch together. So I thought, well, maybe they're a couple.
Oh, well, then maybe they're a couple.
I don't know. But also maybe it was tawdry. I don't know. But one day they got in a fight. Oh, we didn't know what it was about. We saw like sort of like hand, like, you can tell body energy in the car. And then he got out and he slammed the door. And he kind of like leaned back on the back. I'm telling you, this is all we could think about. We couldn't think about any of the like work we were supposed to be doing. We're like, oh, he is pissed. Have you seen him? He's leaning up on the back of the car. Have you seen him? Oh, there goes Blue Zippy Guy.
That couple, that parking garage was your DVD square.
Yes. But this is what I love about Jen, is these little tiny moments that are so relatable when you work in an office all day. You have to find little things to get you through.
Absolutely. Well, Angela, you mentioned that when we were shooting this, it was really technical, and we got a lot of fan questions about it.
Oh, let's hear them.
All right. Sandy P, Megan S, Miranda D, Mo Downey, and Amanda McKnight all asked, how in the world did you time the cube to go in the corner at exactly the right moment? Did the show need to create like a special program for the DVD screensaver? You know, Ange, when I watched this, I have to say I was kind of amazed. And I could not remember how we did it. I thought, did they make like a DVD disc and we had to time it all out?
Yeah, I sort of remember Ken Whittingham giving us cues. Did you remember that?
Oh, like hand signals of when to cheer or when to be shocked, or all of our reactions.
Yeah, but I can't be sure. I feel like Ken was giving us hand signals, but you know what? We asked Jen, and she had a little something to say about it.
So I couldn't remember how we actually filmed the DVD logo part of the scene, so I asked Dave Rogers, who edited the episode, and he said that we put the DVD screensaver in later. It was burned in later, so it was just a blue screen on the monitor while we were filming, which allowed us to play with the timing of when the logo would hit the edges of the TV.
Yes, that makes so much sense. There was nothing on the TV.
Nothing. And I think Ken was telling us like either like thumbs up to cheer or thumbs down. And we had certain words that Steve was going to say as Michael, right? That we knew.
Well, I definitely remember that. I remember that Steve's dialogue was written. And this was unusual because a lot of times we would get in these conference room scenes and we could play around and we could improvise, but not with this, because it was too important that we react off of certain things he said.
Yeah, and we all had to react at the same time. So it was very sort of like planned out.
Well, we also asked Jen about writing this dialogue, and here's what she had to say.
As far as dialogue for Steve in the Cold Open, I remember trying to dialogue with the reactions that everybody was having to the much more important DVD logo in the background. Steve always makes everything better, so it's possible that some of the dialogue was changed a bit or just made better. But I remember when we were filming it, we also, with the camera that was on you guys, we had you guys have various reactions so that we could just have them and Dave could edit them in, like just the crazy joy that you'd feel when it hit the corner and how frustrating it would be when it missed, so that we had a bunch of reactions to play with that we could end up giving to Dave at the end when he was trying to assemble the scene. I thought it turned out so wonderfully and captured the excitement of when that cube hits the corner. And I just love so much how Steve plays the fact that he thinks that everything is about him, completely unbeknownst to him, the terribly exciting thing that's happening behind him.
That is so much technical work that went into making this happen. And by the way, Jen sent us a picture of all of us from our point of view looking at that blue blank TV screen. So we'll post that in the pod.
Yeah, that is so great. And what a fun thing that Jen's little idea, this thing that happened to her, ended up being this fantastic cold open. And there is your deep dive of this episode's cold open.
I loved it. I do too. I enjoyed learning all those things about it myself, and I was there.
I feel like we say that a lot. We're like, oh my God, and we were there, and that is so cool, and I didn't know that.
That's how I feel when I rewatch the show sometimes. Sometimes I'm like, but I was there. I'm in that room. That's me.
I did that.
I did that. Exactly.
All right. Well, lady, I feel like we should go to break, and then we'll come back, and let's get into this episode.
We'll break it down.
Break it down, break it down.
Whether your resolution is to save money, eat better, or stress less, HelloFresh is here to help you do all three.
Yes, you guys, I love HelloFresh. Jen and I both love it. You know why we love it. And guess what I made the other night?
What?
It was so delicious. I made their pub-style shepherd's pie.
I've made it.
Yes,
it's so good.
White cheddar and the thyme mashed potatoes.
I know it very well. It's a family favorite.
Well, you know, Josh normally makes dinner, so this was my turn, and I made this, and he loved it, and I was so happy. I was like, I made a shepherd's pie. I'd never made one before.
It's so good. Everyone, you can say hello to your most delicious year yet with fresh ingredients, chef-crafted recipes, all at a price you'll like, delivered right to your door. Go to HelloFresh.com/OfficeLadiesFree and use code OfficeLadiesFree for free breakfast for life.
One breakfast item per box while subscription is active. That's free breakfast for life at HelloFresh.com/OfficeLadiesFree with code OfficeLadiesFree.
HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit. This show is sponsored by BetterHelp.
You know, around New Year's, we all reflect and people really start making lists of what they can do to be their best self for the next year.
Yes, I think, the new year definitely makes you think New Year's resolution. What do I want to change?
New year, new me, that kind of thing.
Yes, but perhaps this year we could be reflecting on what we're already doing right.
Yeah.
And therapy can help you figure out your strengths so that you can ditch this idea that you need some extreme change or this extreme New Year's resolution and just, you can make changes that really stick because they're based on your strengths.
I like that.
If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try.
It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule.
Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists at any time for no additional charge.
Celebrate the progress you've already made. Visit BetterHelp.com/OfficeLadies today to get 10% off your first month.
That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/OfficeLadies. Let's talk a little bit about hydration in the new year, particularly about liquid IV. Angela, you turned me on to this, and I'm going to have to give you props.
Oh, thanks.
It's pretty great. You told me that you use this when you travel to stay better hydrated, and I started doing the same thing.
Whenever we go on a road trip, it's like I don't want to drink too much water because then I'll have to pee, and then I find myself so dehydrated. So I use this.
Well, I like it for hikes. Here's what it is. You get a little packet and you put it in your water, and then you are going to get 3 times the electrolytes of a leading sports drink plus 8 vitamins and nutrients.
It's non-GMO and free from gluten, dairy, and soy. It is perfect for daily use before a workout or when you feel run down or after a long night out, hint, 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 or even on really long flights.
Rehydrate yourself for the new year. Grab your Liquid IV Hydration Multiplier, sugar-free, in bulk, nationwide at Costco, or get 20% off your first order when you go to liquidiv.com and use code OfficeLadies at checkout.
That's 20% off your first order when you shop Better Hydration today using promo code OfficeLadies at liquidiv.com. Okay, we are back for a launch party. And Jenna, before we get into this, I just want you to know something. I think I might have found your soulmate. Now look, I know you're happily married. And Lee, I apologize, but there's something Jenna needs to know. Jenna, Paul Reiser, star of NBC sitcom Mad About You, might be your soulmate.
Why are you saying this?
He did an interview with the AV Club recently where he said, and I quote, "Well, I just won't watch Game of Thrones." Oh, wait, it gets better. He says, "It doesn't come up that often. Nobody's lobbying for me to watch it, but there are certain things that I have learned that I just am not interested in. No matter how many times you tell me it's good, I can't." Are you ready?
Uh-huh.
Then he goes on to say, like last year, I went on Jimmy Fallon with Helen Hunt. And I didn't mean for this to be public, but, you know, they asked, "What are you doing for Christmas?" And Helen said, "I'm going to go home and watch the new Star Wars movie." And Jimmy said, "What about you?" And I said, "Here's the truth." Oh, no. I've never seen one. And the audience gasped like I had said I strangled a puppy. He said, "I've seen pieces. I know what they look like, but it's not for me. I'm not degrading it. They're clearly very good. I'm going to skip it."
Oh, my God. Okay, I am forming a dinner party for myself. I'm going to bring Paul Reiser. And then I got to bring Jon Favreau because I just watched him make some sourdough from scratch. But
Jon Favreau is doing The Mandalorian. He clearly loves Star Wars.
This is a horrible dinner party.
This is going to, do you want conflict at dinner? Oh my gosh, you're so right. Invite me. I'll be the buffer. Okay. Between you and Jon Favreau. But I love that Paul Reiser said, "I'm going to skip it." Oh my gosh. I got so tickled when I read that. I've been saving that. I couldn't wait to share it with you.
I hope that I run into him one day so that we can discuss this. We're part of a very small group of people, but there's more of us out there. I've gotten mail. There's more of us out there who just do not connect to that material.
Oh my God.
And it's very validating to hear from others.
I just bought myself a shirt with Baby Yoda on it.
See, I think Baby Yoda is very cute. I just maybe don't want to watch a whole show about it. But
I know.
I'll hang the ornament on my tree in a hot second, you know?
Well, Baby Yoda got a name, and everyone's a buzz about it, but I know you don't care.
Well, what is it?
Grogu. Grogu. Grogu.
Grogu?
Grogu is his name.
Okay.
Okay, Paul Reiser, I'm going to skip it. You know what? That was some serious PR energy. I'm going to skip it.
What's PR?
Paul Reiser energy. I just love that he ends it with, "I'm going to skip it." It's so beautiful. Perfect.
Well, maybe we should get into this episode.
Okay, I just wanted you to know that I found your soulmate. Anyway, let's get to the episode. You guys, this episode starts with a fantastic scene. Kate Flannery and John Krasinski crush this. I was laughing so hard.
It's all so good.
John's tiny little moments are amazing. So Meredith kind of is like being flirty with Jim. She's like, "Hey, thanks for visiting me at the hospital." He's like, "Well, we all came to see you." And she's like, "Yeah." And then she wants him to sign her cast. She pulls up her skirt and leans her pelvis into him.
Yeah.
And Jim is like, "Okay." No one else has signed it. No one.
She doesn't ask anyone anybody else to sign it.
I know.
She wanted one signature and she wanted it where she could see it when she gets home.
Oh, Lord.
I have a question.
Okay.
We got a lot of fan questions about this scene, but I'm going to start with my question. Do you get a cast on your pelvis when you break your pelvis? Is that even a thing? Should I have looked it up?
I guess we should have looked it up. I didn't think to question it, but now that you mention it, it looks like cast undies.
How do you sit in that? How do you go to the bathroom? I had a lot of questions.
Okay.
Do we need a real-time deep dive on pelvic casts?
I'm looking it up right now. Do you get a cast? This is what I'm typing in. On your pelvis. Oh God, what's going to come up?
You know, I'll tell you what, Angela, I have a lot of weird searches because of this podcast.
Oh, well, I know that.
If someone were investigating me, they would be very, very confused by my search history.
I know. I think that all the time. Okay, so this doctor says it's like a rib. You can't cast ribs. We don't cast pelvic fractures, according to Dr. Rothberg. Is that correct, Internet? That's what Dr. Rothberg says.
Well, Cody is messaging us that she's seeing the same thing, that you cannot cast a pelvis. This was similar to my back fracture. You can't cast it. It's like a rib break. All right, well, moving on to our fan questions on this one then.
Okay.
Hannah Baumgartner, Megan Robinson, Miriam Humphrey, Miranda Dunham, Allison Ellis, and many others said, first of all, how many casts did they make for Meredith? And did John Krasinski sign his real name on this cast? Because it really looks like he wrote John Krasinski instead of Jim Halpert. And Charmaine Marshall asked, did anyone keep Meredith's cast?
Oh, we know the answers to all of that. We reached out to Kate Flannery, the wearer of the cast undies, and here's what she had to say.
Kate Flannery here to clear up any mystery around Meredith's pelvis cast. First question, did they have more than one cast? Yes, I actually had to come in especially, and we did about 8 casts. I literally had to lie down on my back wearing a pair of tighty whities over my clothes, and then they did these like cast strips that they got wet with like plaster Paris, and they built the front of it. So it had an elastic waistband, and I had to pull it off before it got too hard. That's what she said. And I remember doing a MySpace post about it because I had a blog as Meredith, and I wrote a whole thing that said Meredith gets plastered. It just writes itself, doesn't it? I do remember doing multiple takes, although we did get it on the first one, except for the fact that John accidentally signed his real name instead of Jim Halpert. And that is the one that I kept. I still have my pelvis cast. I made a coffee table out of it. No, I don't know what to do with it. It's in my closet right now, but should I hang it on the wall? I don't know what to do. It's so good. Maybe it should be a coffee table. Maybe a lucite box, like an art piece in the shrine that is the office in my house. Anyway, I hope I answered your questions. Bye.
I vote for lucite box.
I would so want that as a coffee table. I mean,
it's a conversation starter.
It really is. Well, you know, when Kate stopped by our little Zoom chat, she showed us, she held up the cast, and there it is. She's got it, and John signed it. And if you're rewatching the episode at 2 minutes, 42 seconds, you can see John's signature plain as day.
Well, I love knowing that that was the first take and that they used it anyway. They nailed it on the first take. Their performance was so good that when they got in the editing room, they were like, we don't care that he signed John Krasinski. We need this performance. It's too good.
Yeah, I also think that was the first time, you know, because in rehearsal, Kate would not have lifted her skirt or any of that, right?
Yeah.
So that was the first time John as Jim like had to see all of it, and his reactions were so honest of like, oh God, oh, she's lifting her skirt. Here we go.
Well, we got another fan question, Angela, from Caitlin Oliver, who noticed Meredith is wearing a purplish eyeshadow. Oh, yeah. She looks kind of cute today. Is this because she's back in the office, or did she dress up specifically for Jim because she planned on hitting on him?
Oh, I love to think she dressed up for Jim, but I noticed that too. Her makeup had a little bit of a zhuzh to it.
Yeah, I noticed it as well. I like Caitlin's theory.
I do too. Well, Caitlin, you'd probably love to know that at 2 minutes 55 seconds, there is a fabulous shot of the plant at front reception.
Tell me more.
Well, there's a stripy pot. Stripy pot is back. Multicolored stripy pot. I remember it. So we are recycling pots. And this is a big leafy plant. We'll see how long it lasts.
I need to reach out to, I don't know who it would be, someone on Michael Gallenberg's team. I need to reach out to him and get more information on the plants. Who specifically, some person on our crew was in charge of those plants each week. I need to know more.
Yeah, I would love that. Oh my God, you know how happy I'd be to do a deep dive on Pam's plants? Get out.
All right, this is my new mission. We're on it.
We're on it. Well, also, I want to put something on your radar for this episode. We're going to track it. We're going to track the short jokes, Jenna. There's so many. I was texting with Jen Salata last night about it. What up with the short jokes? We'll get to it. So, all right, Pam hands Michael a press release. It's a big day in this office, okay? Michael announces that he's going to New York to attend the party with all the important people. Yep, the non-important people are going to be at these satellite parties. And now we also find out that Dunder Mifflin Infinity, the website, will be launching. Yes, and there is a moment when Michael says, hey, I'm going to the fancy party, so if any of you guys have any good stories for me, that I can talk about at the party, let me know. There is a shot of Creed. The camera zooms in and Creed's nodding like, yes, at like 3 minutes, 21 seconds. Yep. Jenna, this would have cut to a deleted scene where Creed goes in and pitches stories to Michael. No. Are you serious? Yes, I am serious. And he talks about like a guy with a bird and then someone jumps in the river and Mike's like, this is a great story. And Creed's like, oh, no, you can never tell this. Oh, but Creed had some fun stuff in this episode that's in the deleted scene.
Oh, that's so good.
I know. And then we have this great talking head by Michael where he says Dunder Mifflin Infinity is the brainchild of his brainchild, Ryan. So therefore, this whole idea, Jenna, is Michael's brainchild.
It is. And he's so proud of it.
He's so proud of it.
I mean, he basically did it.
Yeah.
If you really think about it.
Yeah.
Well, as Michael is continuing to share with the group, he mentions that Dunder Mifflin is expecting record high sales and that they are anticipating that the website will become the new best salesman at the company. Well, this really bumps Dwight. Yeah, Dwight does not want to be beaten by a website. So Dwight is going to challenge the website to a sales competition.
And he's like trying to impress Angela.
She's like, it's a waste of time.
Oh, shorty joke number 1. Angela's like, it's a waste of time. Michael says, what's that pipsqueak? There it is, number 1. So Jen Salata was saying she doesn't think she wrote any of these high jokes. And I told her that Steve used to love, as Michael, to like comment on my size. Yeah, and I know, in fact, the next one we're going to talk about was improvised. But yes, I also loved in this scene, Jenna, that as Michael's reading the memo, Kelly's like, did Ryan mention if he's in a relationship?
Yes, is that in the memo? Does the memo say anything about if he's in a relationship?
The corporate memo.
Yeah. Well, we had a fan question about this scene from Chris Martins and Wyatt Hensley. They said, Dwight has a beard. Is that Rain's real facial hair? And how long was the break between episodes for him to grow this facial hair? They also want to know, is the unshaven facial hair supposed to show how distraught Dwight is without Angela?
Well, I can tell you that the stubble was totally thought out. It was a plot point that Dwight is really distraught from his breakup, and he's kind of let himself go. And there was a talking head that would have supported this. There's a talking head at the beginning of the day, Dwight comes in and Jim kind of takes a double take at him. And he's like, what's up with the stubble? And he's like, Friday you left nothing, Monday you have stubble. So now we know this episode's on a Monday, right? But Dwight just looks at him and goes, I'm a man, Jim. And he's like, okay, all right, buddy. And then Dwight has a whole talking head and he says, yeah, I stopped shaving because my girlfriend broke up with me. And he talks about how he's in pain. And it's comedic, but basically he's saying, my girlfriend broke up with me and it sucks.
Yeah. So it was scripted that he would have this facial stubble, but that part got cut out. So then it sort of leaves you wondering. But guys, in answer to the other question, there was just, like in this deleted scene, a standard weekend break. So we would shoot Monday through Friday, and Rain just had the weekend to grow this stubble. It's his real facial hair. The thing, though, that gets difficult is matching it every day throughout the week. So on Monday, he came in with this stubble, but then they would have to match that exact length on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. So they would have to buzz it a little bit in hair and makeup. But listen, guys, I have worked with men who have to shave twice a day when they're shooting because our shoot days are so long. If they have a clean shaven look, by 4 o'clock, they get a little bit of a shadow and they send them back in to wash their face and shave with a razor so that we can keep shooting into the night and they match.
Oh, can you imagine if you had to shave your legs like halfway through the day?
No.
I'd be so bummed.
Yeah.
That's a lot of maintenance.
It's a lot of maintenance. Those guys would come in the hair and makeup trailers in the morning and they would, first thing they would do is shave. They wouldn't even shave at home, a lot of them, because they wanted it to last as long as possible for the shoot day.
Well, then there's also fellows that have a hard time growing a beard. My husband's one of those guys.
Yeah, and then I've seen in there where they have to put hair on their face if their character needs a beard.
Yeah, they get fakey hair.
Fakey hair. Fakey hair. Well, moving on, back in the episode, Pam has this talking head where she's going to explain this tension between Dwight and Angela. She says Dwight mercy killed Angela's cat, and it's caused a lot of unpleasantness. Angela has been in this real foul mood.
She has. He put her cat in the freezer.
I'm not blaming her. I would be in a foul mood. By the way, this is setting up the runner between you and Phyllis in this episode. That is one of my favorite of all time.
You know what I noticed in this talking head is that Pam has on that unicorn necklace again.
Oh, she switched from her butterfly to the unicorn.
Yeah. She's a unicorn again, and Angela has a gold cat necklace.
I noticed that, and it's real cute.
I know, I would wear it.
I would wear it.
Well, back in the bullpen, Stanley is dancing to the music on his new website, and Phyllis is so tickled. And it's just a small moment, but these are the moments I absolutely love about our show.
Yeah.
Just these little glimpses into the different desk pods. I just love it.
Well, then we go to corporate Ange, and we have a Ryan talking head. He is in this gorgeous corner office in a skyscraper, feet up on the desk. And you know what? He wants you to know, yeah, he created a website.
Yeah,
he created it.
No big whoop.
No big whoop. He's not trying to reinvent the wheel, but he's taking it to the streets while keeping an eye on the streets, Wall Street. You know, paper buying just became fun.
Yeah, boom.
But then you hear a voice of someone who's like, I told you not to do these interviews in my office.
So, first of all, it's like, how many of these has he tried to do in this guy's office? It's not his office. Ryan is such like, oh my God, he's such a cheeseball.
Well, and then the camera pans down and you see a nameplate on the desk that says Thomas Dean. And we got a fan question about this from Miles Peterson. Does the name Thomas Dean have any significance? Yes, guys. Tom Dean was our PA, and that nameplate was in Tom's honor.
Okay, Jenna, I think the voice of Thomas Dean is our editor, Dean Holland.
I think it is too.
Right?
Yes.
I would have sworn he was in the room with me. What I got? It's got to be him.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Well, I want to take us now to the scene with Andy and Dwight. I love that Dwight has his little champion. That Andy is so rooting for him in this. He's gotten really into it. And he says to Dwight, you know what? You need like a noise or something for like when you make a good sale, right? Yeah. He's got his dry erase board. It's Dwight against the computer. And now they're brainstorming, what's the noise that goes off whenever Dwight makes a sale, right?
We think we need a noise.
Yeah. Here's Andy's suggestion. He could say, kudos. Job well done. A chime, a bell, and Jim is peppering in these little smart-ass comments. He's saying, how about zippity-doo-dah? A gong? And Dwight's like, ignore him. Here's what we're going to do. Here are the keys to my car. Go out under a whole bunch of pelts. Amazing. There's a bear horn. Get that.
And he does.
Yeah, he does.
Andy is going to blow a bear horn every time Dwight makes a sale. Well, now we go to a scene that I've been waiting for. Angela and Phyllis, they're unrolling a banner for the launch party. But Phyllis has printed a banner that says lunch party.
Angela is furious. She is so pissed off. She actually looks at Phyllis and says, what is wrong with you?
Oh, Angela is in rare form.
She's in rare form, and there was a deleted scene that might give us a window, okay, about this. First of all, we know the breakup, right? She's still mad about Sprinkles. She's ticked off. Well, there's another layer to it. There's a talking head where she says, tonight, my party will be broadcast out to 5 other states, which means it will be compared to Denise Stim's party in Buffalo.
Oh my God.
There is a party planning committee rival.
Denise Stims in Buffalo?
Yeah. And Angela hates her. And they get their parties compared.
What is the backstory between Angela and Denise?
Oh, it goes on from there. She throws major shade at her. She's like, Denise, but we can all defrost hors d'oeuvres in a microwave. All right, that's what she does every party. And also, Denise, you're not fooling anyone with those curls. We know you get a perm, okay? Like, it goes, oh my God, Denise Stims. So she's got her breakup. She has our cat in the freezer. Phyllis cannot handle one simple task, and her party will be compared to Denise Stims. So Angela is not having it.
The stakes are high for Angela.
Yeah.
Well, this cuts to a Phyllis talking head where she explains that basically she's going to keep her cool and she's going to try out some new tactics for dealing with Angela. She has printed out all of this advice on how to deal with difficult people. She actually says she Googled how to deal with difficult people. Well, you know what, Ange?
What?
Obviously, I had to Google how to deal with difficult people.
I wondered if you would. What'd you find out?
Well, what I found out is that a lot of the tactics that Phyllis uses in this episode are the advice for dealing with difficult people. Asking the difficult person how they're feeling, like saying affirmative things like, I could see why you might be upset, like things like that.
Well, I'll tell you something. If someone had made a banner that said lunch party and then turned to me and said, how do you feel about the fact that the banner says lunch? I would probably say, I feel like you're a dumbass. That's how I feel. Like, that is not something you say to someone who's already annoyed with you. So that cracked me up when Phyllis said that. I was like, if I was Angela, I would still be pissed off. That would not have helped my situation. And, you know, it's not helping. Kevin is now involved in this discussion. And then Michael walks up and says, nobody cares about this party anyway, booster seat. Shorty joke number 2. Shorty joke number 2. And I want you to know that Steve improvised a whole bunch, and I never knew what he was going to say. And there's bloopers of me cracking up. There you go. Angela's ticked, and no one is helping.
Well, this is when Angela has her talking head that I love so much. When she says that she's asked to plan a party with only a $65 budget and 4 idiots that are doing nothing but weighing her down. Oh, and her cat is still dead.
Yeah, and the entire world will see it, including Denise Stims.
Yeah. Well, listen, I think we should take a break because when we come back, Dwight is going to fuel up for his big competition against the computer.
He's got to. He's got to refuel. Yeah, big day.
All right, we'll see you in a sec. All right, we are back, and like we said, Dwight is fueling up. Literally, he's squeezing some kind of power protein gunk in his mouth.
Yeah, it's a power gel. Of course, I had to look it up, Jenna.
Oh, it's called power gel?
Well, their power gels are energy gels, right?
Okay, yeah.
And I looked them up. Here's what they are. They're like a liquid carbohydrate, and they're used by endurance athletes to fuel their training. Like when you see guys running marathons or, the triathletes or these people who do the whole like Tour de France,
Yeah.
And they're squeezing these little tubes of things in their mouth. That's what this is. But it's for high endurance athletes to like replenish everything that's been depleted from the running and cycling. Jenna, there's so much online about these. Oh my gosh. There are multiple YouTube videos about how to eat one, when to eat them.
Are you supposed to eat them before doing the endurance activity, while doing it, or after?
While doing it, like when you get depleted,
Okay.
And talk about your random history in your search engine.
Yeah.
Jenna, I was watching a video of these two guys cycling in England who were talking about their energy gels. I'm like, what am I doing watching these two guys in England? Oh my God. Also, there's a ton of like options for you if you want energy gels. And I found one that I really feel like Dwight inspired. What is it? It's called Beat Elite. No! Yes! Beat Elite Energy Gel.
This is what Michael needed during Fun Run.
Yes! Not fettuccine.
No.
He needed a Beat Elite.
Well, Dwight is being very annoying. He's annoying Jim. He throws his gel packet onto Jim's desk.
Yeah.
Jim has to get rid of it. So Jim goes up to Pam and says, do you want to pull a prank on Dwight because he's being super annoying? And Pam she's torn. She's like, well, he's going through a breakup. But then the bear horn.
Yeah, so then Dwight like fires off the bear horn. It's really loud. And Pam's like, you know what? I'm in. What are we doing?
So Jim hatches this plan where they are going to direct message Dwight as the computer system. They're going to send him messages as if the computer has come alive.
Yes. And this is perfect for Dwight.
Yeah.
This is the perfect prank because, of course, Dwight would entertain this.
So when Pam is typing to Dwight these DMs, we had some fan questions from Amanda McKnight and Matthew Lister. When Pam's typing all of the instant messages, was it Jenna typing with her crazy good typing skills, or was it the computer? Well, I'll tell you, it was both. So when they do these scenes where something specific has to show up on the computer screen, they've created a program where it doesn't matter what button you press on the keyboard, the words come up as they should. So you can't mess it up.
Fun.
It's actually, yeah.
It does. You can hit any key. You can hit the space bar 5 times. The sentence will type.
Yes. And at the end of the scene, you hit escape, and then you would usually hit like F1, and then it starts the program over again. So they're super fun to play with. It sort of takes you back to your childhood when you would want to pretend like you were doing something. I always love these little programs. But at the same time, I was personally compelled to type out the words correctly. But this caused a problem because it was too many strokes of the keyboard, because each time I hit a key, it translated into more than one letter, right? So it would be like, in order to run this program, I would have to type 24 things, but to actually type the sentence, it would be more like 48. So I had to like really hold back. It was tough for me.
I know it was. Yeah, because your integrity as a typist, you're like, that's not correct. That is not the keys you hit to spell the word hello.
That's right. And I made my living as a transcriber for many years.
I know.
So I need to type what I hear. And it was real hard.
Well, you did it.
I did it. I got through it.
You got through it. But it's a really runner for Jim and Pam, and it's making Dwight crazy.
Well, he says in his talking head, sometimes computers come to life, but he is not scared. It is the computer that should be scared because he has been salesman 13 months out of the last 12 months. You heard him correctly. In February, instead of a raise, Dunder Mifflin awarded him 2 plaques.
I really feel like Dunder Mifflin has overlooked Dwight.
I agree.
I mean, he is clearly the best salesman and has been for a long time, and he never gets upper management, and this is going to go on for years for him. Now, listen, he's salty. He's a salty character, but I feel like Dunder Mifflin could do better by Dwight. There, I said it.
I'm glad you said it.
Thank you.
It needed to be said.
Michael is now really needing the ladies and Oscar to weigh in on his outfit for the fancy party he's going to go to. This shirt is ridiculous.
Ridiculous. It's bright purple.
It has like a sheen to it. Yeah, like light bounces off of it.
And it is so tight. And Oscar has a great line. Oscar says, "Is this why I'm in here?" And he just gets up and walks out.
I know. And no one likes it. All the women are like, no. Also, Jenna, did you notice how long it is?
Very long. He insists that it's European cut, which is the same thing he said about the woman's suit that he bought. Michael is very attracted to this idea of a European cut. He thinks that this is style.
Yes. It could also be what you say when something doesn't fit you right. Like the next put on a pair of sweatpants that are like too long in the crotch or something, I'm going to say, oh, it's European cut.
European cut. Well, then Jan calls in the conference room. And it's clear that Michael is unsure about taking this call, but he does take the call.
He does not want to talk to her. And he takes the call. She does not want to go to the party. She doesn't want to go.
But why? All her friends will be there.
She's like, Michael, I was fired.
Yeah. She's like, they're not my friends. So Michael asks if he could bring Carol instead.
She's like, what? And he's like, fine, I'll find someone I didn't sleep with.
Yeah. But he doesn't want to know. That's the point.
Well, there is a deleted scene. Michael and Jan go on to have even more conversation. And Jenna, it's all delicious. It is all amazing. If I could, I would have asked them to leave it all in. I am telling you. She says, you know what I want to do? I want to make a pot roast. Why don't we stay home? I'll make a pot roast. Oh, do you know what I did today? I went to Costco. I got some more Zen. Oh, and I bought a bike. Guess how much the bike was? And he's like, I don't know, $60? She goes, why would you say a bicycle was $60, Michael? Why would you say that? And he's like, I don't know. And she goes, it was $500, Michael. Oh my God. It's just more of a window into their relationship, and I can't get enough of it.
I can't get enough either. It's all so good.
Oh, she bought a bike at Costco for $500. What is she doing all day?
Wait, did she buy the bike at Costco or she went to Costco?
She bought the bike at Costco.
Oh, I see. Well, listen, the competition is on between Dwight and the website. Dwight is not doing well. But in the meantime, Pam and Jim, they're in the break room, the flirt room. They're having a snack. 12 minutes, 2 seconds, baby carrot alert. John Krasinski's eating those baby carrots again.
Oh, he's back on his healthy kick.
Well, yeah, he's no more popcorn. He's back to the carrots. Michael walks in and says, hey, what are you guys doing tonight? Because I've got 2 tickets to the party in New York. You want to go?
And they're like, you know what? Why not?
They're like,
Let's
sure.
go to New York together. Let's do it.
But then he says, all right, great, but you're going to have to duke it out. Just let me know who wins. And that's when Pam realizes, oh, one of the tickets is for Michael. Mm-hmm. And then she says, as soon as he leaves the room, not it.
Smart.
Yeah,
smart.
So Jim is going to go to this fancy sushi New York launch party with Michael.
I bet he's so excited. Now Dwight is on the phone and he's yelling at a client for ordering through the website rather than through him. And Jim and the computer both insist that Dwight seems worried, right?
Yep.
It's like the computer is like heckling Dwight. He's kind of trolling him. And Dwight writes a very long message at 1301 in binary. And I looked it up on the internet.
I looked it up as well.
Okay, what did you find?
Well, Pam says that Dwight said, why don't you 011 1111 011 011? Yeah. I ended up on Reddit.
So did I.
Well, oh boy. Yeah. And someone said that in the way that Pam reads it, it means nothing.
Right.
But if you add back the zeros that I guess would normally be there in binary code, that it spells FO. Like F off. Why don't you F off? Did you read the same thing?
I read the same thing. There was a lot about the two ASCII codes in binary. It was like, a little detailed. But according to that Reddit thread that I think we both read, hi Reddit thread folks, Dwight's telling the computer to F off.
There you go. Well, now Angela is very angry about some spoons.
This is one of my favorite scenes I ever did with Phyllis for the whole run of the show. I was texting with Jen. I was like, Jen, I love this scene so much. And she said it was one of her favorite things to write, this whole exchange. And I want you to know we could not stop laughing.
Well, I know that, Angela, because you can't see me, but I sat at reception the entire time you were filming this scene.
Yes. And we were cracking up.
It was so funny.
And it's in the bloopers. And at one point, I was finally holding it together. And then Jen Salata, who's sitting on the sofa by reception, starts laughing.
Yeah.
And I was like, Jen. And so if you watch the bloopers, you will hear Jen laughing.
I'll tell you the line that got you guys every time. I remember it so clearly. It was when Phyllis says the word tone.
She couldn't get through that word.
Couldn't say tone.
She couldn't say tone without laughing. And then I started anticipating her little mouth saying tune. And then I couldn't keep it together. Sam, will you play this scene? It's at 13 minutes, 30 seconds.
I asked for assorted cutlery and I got back spoons. These are worthless. I want to understand what you're saying, but it's difficult for me when you use that tone. Phyllis, these are spoons. Spoons have rounded tops and are used to scoop things. What we need are forks, which have prongs or tiny spears on top. And we need knives, which have blades. Do you understand me now?
I have to say, you can't see it when you listen to that clip, but one of my favorite moments is the hand gesture you make when you say blades. You do this little scoopy thing with your hand. You're like, blades.
We did a few takes, and in one take I did forks like this, like I did like prongs with my fingers, but that looked too weird. So then I thought I'll only do one hand gesture and I'll save it for the knife. So good. And my cheerleaders out there, you know that. You know blades, candlesticks. Come on.
Wait, that's actually a hand gesture in cheerleading for a blade?
That's blade. Okay. Yeah, candlesticks.
Candlestick is a fist. Why did these need special names?
I don't know. It was cheerleading camp, and who even knows if it's universal? Maybe it was just my cheerleading.
Are there any more? I'm dying to know.
Well, jazz hands.
Jazz hands I get. That's a whole thing. I mean, you have to like put all your fingers out and kind of like flutter your hands. I mean, that makes sense to me.
And then this is candlesticks.
Candlesticks is fists.
And blades.
Blades is just your palms up.
Yeah, like what I did in the scene.
Yeah. All right.
Okay.
So like when you're doing cheerleading and you're choreographing your cheer, In your head, are you thinking like, blade, blade, jazz hands, candlesticks, blade, blade?
Yes. And you're like, ready. Okay.
Blade.
Candlestick. Candlestick.
Okay. Blade.
I'm doing this and no one can
No one can see us, but I am enjoying it immensely.
Okay.
This is another thing Angela did in high school, everyone. Also a cheerleader, in addition to all of the musical instruments and sports that she played.
Well, I was the mascot for football.
And the mascot.
I was the mascot for
Did you
football, and then
sleep?
I cheered for basketball. No, but I told you my mom's theory is keep them busy. They stay out of trouble.
Yeah. And also nothing good happens after midnight.
Nothing good happens after midnight.
Well, listen, Daryl is about to deliver some paper to Kelly. And there's some flirty flirt that happens in that annex.
Well, Dwight is so furious that Kelly ordered off the website. He's like, do you know what this means? And he's yelling at her, and Daryl's like, step off.
Well, listen, she explains. It's really cute. You take the paper and you put it in a little shopping basket, and it makes a cute little sound.
This is all Kelly could ever hope for.
Yeah.
Online shopping. Like she has arrived.
But Daryl comes to her defense, like you said. And suddenly she's not missing Ryan so much, is she? There's a little moment here.
Yeah.
So now we're going to move into some sabotage.
Did you say sandwich?
Dwight gets out this little red box. He unlocks a lot of things, and then he unlocks this little box. And he explains that when he left Staples, he took some of the Staples leads as a souvenir. He doesn't know why he did it, but maybe it was to use them one day, and he's going to use them today.
Yeah, he has got to beat the computer. In his mind, if he beats the computer, he wins Angela back. I think that's where his rationale is.
Yes, exactly. And it's working. He calls up and they're like, how did you get this number? And he's like, it's not important, but do you want to save money? And they clearly say yes, because he starts logging all of these sales. And it's a very big deal.
It's a big, big deal. And while this is happening, Michael and Jim are getting ready to leave for the party. Michael sort of does this sing-songy and tells everyone that he'll be back tomorrow, you know, the way he does his little sing-talky thing.
Yep.
And
he's leaving in Jim's car.
And he tells everyone they can leave early. And Angela's like, no, they can't. I've been planning a party for weeks. You can't leave early. And then he makes fun of her. And he's like, you must be this tall, or you may not ride the roller coaster. Shorty joke number 3.
That's my favorite one. That was my favorite.
Jenna's like, Angela, I do not remember writing those. I don't think they were in the script. And I think Steve was just having fun.
After Michael and Jim leave, the competition is over and Dwight wins. He beats the computer. Like you said, Angela, he really does not get the attention he deserves from this company. He beat a computer. Yeah. I mean, yes, he had to use the stolen leads, but he beats a computer.
He beat the computer, and he starts blowing this bear horn like crazy, and Angela is not having it. She's just like, just stop it.
Well, when I watched this episode with Lee, at the end of it, he said, I have one question. Did that bear horn really make a sound? Or did they put that in post?
Okay, well, here is my memory of this particular moment. Now, I don't know about the other moments where it went off, but in this moment where I walked by, I was just supposed to walk by and sort of like glare at them and cruise on past. And that whole thing where I'm like, give me that, give it. That was all improvised because Andy, well, Ed is Andy, is just kind of having fun with that thing. He's like, bah, bah. He's doing a dance, bah, bah, bah. And so I had to grab at it a few times to get it. So I just sort of improvised all of that. And I can tell you, he was really shooting it off in that moment.
I told Lee, my memory is that they gave Ed a bear horn and Ed had a great time with it. Yeah, I remember it going off constantly. This reminded me when they gave Rain the keyboard in the Dundies.
Yes.
Do not give these guys things that make sounds.
No props that make noises. They cannot stop using them.
It was really funny.
So yeah, I was just supposed to walk by and just kind of grab it and give him a look, and that's like me legitimately trying to grab it out of Ed's hand. Like, give it here.
Well, now we cut to the car where Michael and Jim are driving to New York City, and I noted something in this scene.
Was it when Michael blew a kiss to Pennsylvania?
Well, he blew a kiss, one for him and one for Jan.
I know. I thought it was the cutest thing. My kids, whenever we leave a city, say goodbye to the city. If we're driving, yeah, we wave goodbye. Like if we're driving to the beach or up to the mountains, we're like, goodbye, Los Angeles. Goodbye, beach. And to me, it was this very sweet, childlike moment of Michael.
Well, I'll say the moment that struck me in the car was when Michael says to Jim, you should come over for dinner on Friday night.
Oh, girl. I was like, ding, 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 it's coming. Dinner party is coming.
And also that deleted scene you talked about where Michael and Jan were on the phone, and she's like, we should make a roast this Friday. All of these things. I feel like that's planting a seed for her ossobuco. Is that how you say it? Ossobuco.
Her 5 hour.
Yeah. With no sex out. Who does that? Who doesn't offer a cheese plate? We'll discuss later.
Get there.
Yeah, we will have a lot of discussion about it. But I felt like this planted the seed, this idea that Michael was going to want Jim and Pam to come over for dinner. Michael has also purchased a gift for Ryan. He wanted to get Ryan Oh, the Places You'll Go by Dr. Seuss, but it wasn't available, so he got green eggs and ham. It's kind of the same thing, he says.
And what is Ryan going to think when he opens this? And it's green eggs and ham.
I don't know.
Also, Oh, the Places You Will Go is such a personal message to someone. And again, Michael doesn't have this kind of relationship with Ryan, but is convinced he does.
Yeah, and also, hasn't Ryan already gone to the places he'll go?
Well, there's that.
I don't know. Well, finally on this drive, Jim asks Michael for the exact address of the party. And Michael says it's at a bar called Chat Room. And there's a password to get in.
And Jim's like, Michael, you're invited to the satellite party. That's our party.
Well, first, he just pulls the car over. Yeah, as soon as he hears this, he's like, I don't even need to hear it anymore. He just starts slowing the car down, and he's a Yui. He's like Michael.
Yeah. And Michael is on the phone to Ryan. He's like, what do you mean? I'm already in the city, part of the city. I'm in the city. How could you do this? He's so upset. He feels so rejected.
Yeah.
And he throws the book out the window.
Yeah. He's not going to give that book to Ryan anymore. And now Michael is going to have to go back and celebrate this launch with the rest of the folks in the conference room.
The losers at the satellite party.
Mm-hmm.
And Dwight is convinced that winning and beating the computer, that Angela's going to be impressed. It's going to be the thing that turns the tide. She's going to want him back. And she is not impressed. In fact, she's annoyed by it. And she has a talking head where she's like, how do you tell someone it's over? You send them a notarized letter, right? But what if your ex is your notary?
Yeah,
it's really perplexing. And she makes a big to-do of going up to front reception and telling Pam that she would very much like to date a man.
Mm-hmm.
And if Pam could please set her up.
And she says it loud enough for Dwight to hear.
Mm-hmm.
And then Dwight is just, he's just brokenhearted, and Pam sees it. And so in this way that we have these little moments with Pam and Dwight, Pam sends him a little direct message as the computer, congratulating him on his win and telling him that he is the superior being. But it doesn't help much.
It doesn't. Dwight's heartbroken.
Yeah.
It's heartbroken, and that is the first part of Launch Party, part 1.
Yes. Next week, we're going to see Angela's party in the conference room, and Michael is going to take the pizza delivery guy hostage.
Michael's going to be Michael. Michael's going to be in rare form.
And Andy is going to make a play for Angela.
Yeah.
Good stuff next week.
There's one runner in deleted scenes before we go I wanted to tell you about, Jenna, because I think you really should watch it. You would get a kick out of it. You personally, Jenna Fisher, love the character Toby.
Yeah.
Love Toby. And there is a Toby runner where he is taking an online driver's school course or something. And there's a series of scenes where we find out that Toby is a horrible driver.
This is such a random runner.
I know. It's not related to anything else. And Oscar has a great talking head talking about what it's like riding in a car with Toby. Anyway, apparently Toby is a horrible driver. And it just was so delightful. It made me laugh.
They probably created that for Paul so that he didn't have to be in any of the main scenes. They created a reason that his character was off doing something independently so he could actually be in the writer's room. They would do that a lot.
Yeah, so he was through this whole episode, Toby is taking this online driver school course, and we find out what a crappy driver he is.
I love it. Well, guys, that was Launch Party Part 1. We'll be back next week with Part 2.
Yeah, look out, Denise Stims. Look out.
I don't think that Angela's going to win this one. I'm sorry. I don't know.
I hate to tell you, Buffalo's going to show you up.
All right, we'll see you next week.
You guys. Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey.
Our producer is Cody Fisher. Our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer, and our associate producer is Ainsley Bubico.
Our theme song is Rubber Tree by Creed Bratton.
For ad-free versions of Office Ladies, go to StitcherPremium.com. For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE.
They don't go through the 5 steps. They just seem to luck out. How does that in some respects? This is some people are seemingly blessed.
I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
We were on The Office together.
And we're best friends.
And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you.
Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only 2 people who were there can tell you.
We're the Office Ladies. Hey, gang.
Hey, everybody.
We are here this week to finish talking about Launch Party. It's Launch Party Part 2, and it is a launch party of the Dunder Mifflin Infinity website.
It's a big deal. Jinx.
Buy me a Coke. It's Season 4, Episode 6, written by Jen Salata and directed by Ken Whittingham. Here is a summary.
Do it.
This week, Michael returns to Scranton after realizing he was not invited to the big New York launch party for Dunder Mifflin Infinity, but instead he has to celebrate via webcam. So he decides to ramp up the launch party in Scranton, and he gives Angela a very long list of demands. Then he orders pizza. But when the pizza delivery guy refuses to honor Michael's half-off coupon, he holds him hostage in the conference room. Meanwhile, Andy tries to woo Angela to the dismay of Dwight.
Does he? He's relentless.
And a little charming.
And a little charming. And a little douchey. We'll get there.
All right. Fast fact number 1. We have a big guest star alert.
Yes, we're so excited, you guys.
The pizza delivery guy was played by Kevin McHale. Now, you guys probably know Kevin because he would go on to be a regular on the TV show Glee. But this was about 2 years before that happened. This appearance on The Office was one of his first television acting jobs. So we reached out to him to hear how it all went down.
Yeah, Kevin, thanks for letting me slide into your DMs.
Angela really slid into his DMs.
Hey, I always feel so weird, but he's a very nice person. I was like, hi, Angela Jenna here. Hello. And he was wonderful. He sent us in audio clips, and here is what he had to say, you guys, about coming in to audition for the role. It's so charming. Sam, can you play that clip?
So what I remember about the audition is actually the callback, because the initial audition, no memory, but the callback, I was waiting in the stairwell. It was me and Dave Franco and a couple other guys. And then one of the casting assistants comes out and says, oh, we're going to start in a few minutes, but we just have to wait for Steve. And I'm someone who has terrible nerves. And I don't know if my manager didn't know and didn't tell me, but I was very unaware that Steve Carell was going to read with us for the callback. And I went in, I sat there and tried with all my might just to get the words out. And at some point, Steve Carell chuckled, looked at the casting director, and they chuckled, and I was like, oh my God, I made him laugh. And that was it. If I didn't get the job, I was happy enough just with that I made he and Allison Jones laugh. By the way, Allison Jones, casting director, she was the first casting director to just continuously give me a chance when I hadn't worked or booked anything, and she kept getting me further and further along in these jobs like this or Superbad, and she just kept putting me in the room, and I have her to thank for giving me any confidence to even continue to pursue acting at all.
That's Allison Jones.
Yeah, and then also Steve, just so gracious, coming here for those callbacks and being there in the scene with him like that. I mean, I just loved that story.
But I see why they asked Steve to pop in on this audition, because the pizza delivery guy, it's all him and Steve and Rain.
Yeah.
And Steve was a big star. And the last thing you want to do is hire someone and bring them to set, and then they freeze up because they're now performing not with a casting associate, but with this big star. So he did it. He made it through and he got the job.
Yeah, I like when he said I was just concentrating on getting the words out.
Well, he does a great job in this part. And guys, he sent in a few other audio clips that we'll sprinkle in throughout the episode.
Yeah. All right, so what's your fast fact number 2?
Okay, my fast fact number 2, Ange, when I was researching this episode, I was going through my archives and all this stuff started popping up from the 2007 Emmy Awards.
Yes. Oh, that was a fun one.
Yes, we shot this episode right around the same time as the Emmys. And this was the year that I was nominated.
I know, it was a big deal. We were so excited.
It was so cool. And I found a blog that I wrote on MySpace about getting the nomination.
Oh.
And it's so cute.
I gotta hear the ye olde MySpace blog. Let's hear it.
Here's what I wrote. Man, I am so excited. I just can't tell you what this means to me. Not because it is an award or something like that, but because it feels like it's for our gal Pam. She's a shy girl who doesn't get recognized very often, you know? It's like that shot from the episode with the art show where Pam is standing in front of her display waiting for the first visitor to come by. That just sums it all up for me. So I guess I feel it in that part of me that is Pam. The part that still gets excited to show my art and know people are responding to it. It's like, hey, people showed up to my art show.
Oh, that is so sweet, Jenna.
And you know what? I remember I did not win the Emmy. And I remember thinking, damn it, I wanted Pam to go up there and get her trophy. It was like her Dundies moment. I really wanted to say, I feel God in this Emmys tonight.
I know, you were so excited. You had your opening line. Gosh, you would have crushed it. I would have crushed it.
But lady, you were my +1.
I know. I was about to say, I remember this year because you had a really hot date. It was me. We got to go together and it was a blast.
But it was also, if you remember, Angela, it was in the round.
I will never forget it. It was so bizarre. So, normally the Emmys, it's like in a traditional type theater where you sit in theater style seating, right? One row in front of the other. Well, this year, it's like the Television Academy decided to mix it up. and they put the seats in a circle, and the stage in the middle, a big circle. So it was like theater in the round. And Jenna, I remember where we were seated.
Oh, I knew the minute we took our seats, I wasn't going to win.
Oh, honey. We were in the back of the circle, so we faced everyone's butt all night. All night, we just saw real fancy people's asses. That's what we saw.
And we kept thinking, at some point, are they going to turn around and face our section? No, never once. The entire thing was performed as if there were not people sitting behind the speaker.
It was so bizarre. And, you know, sometimes someone who would win would, like, sort of glance over their shoulder like, hey, guys, how are you back there? And we would get so excited. We're like, we're good, hi. But yeah, it just was an evening of fancy TV butts. That's what.
Yeah, it was very funny. But something else I noticed when I was seeing all these photos pop up from this time, Angela, was that my back was still not healed at the time. And there were a lot of restrictions on what I was allowed to wear and not wear. I couldn't wear anything that was too tight on my rib cage, too tight on my waist, and I could not wear high heels. So I have all these pictures of us on different red carpets, going to the various, you know, pre-MS events and things where I'm wearing these baggy dresses and like bejeweled flip-flops.
Yes. Yes. And I mean, I just felt like in that moment, you were like family for me because my sisters love a bejeweled flip-flop. They love it.
Yeah, I wore bejeweled flip-flops to the 2007 Emmy Awards.
And you got to look at people's butts. There you go. It was a special time. I was really bummed you didn't win, though. And I have no poker face. It's like when Steve didn't win year after year. You know, it's a good thing the camera's not on me or whips away fast because it's all across my face. It's what the fuck?
You know, they really missed an opportunity for some good television by not having the camera on you every time one of us lost.
Oh, yeah. That's the before the day of like the memes. My face would have been a meme. For sure. For sure.
All right, lady. Well, I'm going to move us on to fast fact number 3 because I've got a great big surprise for you.
I know. You've been a little braggy about this in text to me leading up. She's like, just wait for fast fact number 3. I'm like, okay, what is it?
I got the deep dive on Pam's plants.
Shut up!
Shut up! I know everything about Pam's plants and who's responsible for them.
Oh my gosh! I have to tell you, I was with Jen Salata last night, and Jen texted me. She said, "Ange, I didn't even know that Pam had a plant at front reception until I started listening to your podcast. I need to know all of this. What? Tell me."
All right. I reached out to our set designer, Michael Gallenberg.
Yes.
Who told me it was Steve Ducherer,
Steve,
the lead set dresser. Yes, who was in charge of Pam's plants.
I had a feeling it would be him because he sort of like set that whole area every day.
Yes. Well, I called Steve.
You did?
Angela, yes, we had the best conversation. So I remembered Steve mainly as the guy who was always having to deal with our computers.
Yes, he would come, and also like if our lamps went out, sort of like all the things on our desk that needed attention.
Yeah. Well, I told Steve that because he said, "Jenna, do you remember me?" And I said, "Yes, Steve, my memory of you is that you were always crouching under my desk dealing with my computer." And he laughed so hard. He said, "Well, that was probably 80% of my job. Was just dealing with all of the computers at your desk." He said he was the one that was in charge of finally setting up the speaker on Oscar's desk. Remember?
Yes.
Yeah, all of that. So we really went down memory lane. But he also told me that he was in charge of all of the items on our desk, including all of the plants in the office. So here is what he told me about Pam's plants at reception.
Wait, did you tell him that I'm obsessed with them?
Yes, because I had to explain why I was suddenly calling him to ask him multiple questions about the plants on the reception desk. I had to give some context.
So he didn't think you were crazy.
No, I mean, he might still think we're crazy, but I mean, he's like retired and living in Oregon now. So, all right, here's what he told me, Ange. So you might remember he had a little office on our stages that was behind Michael Scott's office.
Oh yeah, I remember it. It was like a wooden, like they built him like a wooden kind of shed right there.
Yes, and lining his walls were all kinds of tchotchkes and things that he would place all around the office.
Yes.
So right outside of his office, he had a tiny like grow station and a plant care station for all of the plants in the office. He said for Pam's desk, he had only about 3 different plants, and they were in plastic pots, and he would rotate them randomly, but he had an assortment, as we've noticed, of ceramic pots. So that was how he make them look different. He said that it was absolutely, totally random what plant he put on the desk, because I asked him about the flowering plant for beach games and if it was symbolic that Pam bloomed in that episode, and he laughed and he said, no, that's just a wonderful coincidence. He told me that Greg was very, very strict about the set decoration and that they were not allowed to change anything without Greg's permission. Tiny details, they would get in trouble. He said Greg never noticed the changing plants, and he never consulted Greg about the plants. It was his own little thing that he did each week.
Is his own small act of rebellion?
I think so.
Different plants.
Yes.
Well, Steve, I noticed.
Angela noticed, Steve. He said that he thinks he did a Christmas cactus once, and that over the holiday episodes, he would always try to do something maybe a little different. But mostly it was just these little ferns.
I will be looking for that Christmas cactus.
Oh, me too. I got so excited. I was like, oh, I don't think we've seen that yet. We haven't seen Christmas cactus. Everybody look out for Christmas cactus.
I'm going to have to go back to the Christmas episodes, but I do not remember a cactus.
Well, here's the other thing he told me, Angela. He would have to water all those plants. And if we ever went on a week-long hiatus, he would take all the plants off the set and he would put them under grow lights, and Tom Melby would come and water them on our
I
rakes.
believe that, Tom Melby. That's so sweet. I remember, Steve, he would walk over to accounting and water the plant that was on the file cabinets between accounting and reception, and we would chit-chat.
Well, here's the other thing he told me.
What?
Not plant related. Steve Ducherer was also in charge of all of the plaques around the office. He made all of them, including that one that trolled Kelly Cantley.
No.
Yep. He was also in charge of the whiteboard by accounting, and he said he was the one who wrote that Steve was robbed after the Emmys that one year.
Oh, I love it. Steve, look at you. You're like over there mixing up plants. You're writing secret messages on the message board.
Yes. He told me that this job was just his favorite, and it was wonderful. And we just talked about what a special thing we had. And he retired when the show ended. He was like, I don't think it's going to get better. And he retired.
Yeah. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. We've worked on other shows and we've had good experiences and things, but I have to say, it'd be pretty amazing to be able to just ride off in the sunset after a show like The Office, because it was that special.
Well, lady, you know you got me that Morgan Gassel watercolor of the Beasley's Botanicals for Christmas, everybody. Angela got me this.
Yes.
I could not be more excited.
This is Jenna's Christmas present from me. I got her, Morgan, you're so talented. You painted all of Pam's plants, and Morgan gave me the original. She also gave me a painting of all of Angela Martin's weird blouses.
Yes, I've seen that.
Yes, and Jenna, and a coffee mug of Pam's Botanicals. Jenna,
Amazing. Amazing. Well, I sent a print of Beasley's Botanicals to Steve as a thank you.
Oh, that is so sweet.
I thought the man in charge should have a print as well.
Yes. Oh, I love that.
He also sent me a photo of himself in his office on stage. And now that I've told you, I can send it to you. And guys, he said we can put it up on Office Ladies Pod as well.
Oh, we will. And we'll put up some of Morgan's stuff so you can see in our stories. And this was wonderful. I loved it.
And guys, if you want to get one, go over to Society 6, it's the number 6, and search for Beasley's Botanicals. And it'll pop up and you can get one yourself. Well, let's take a break. And then when we come back, we will really get into this episode. Michael is not going to react well to the pizza delivery. Oh no, it's not going to be good. Whether your resolution is to save money, eat better, or stress less, HelloFresh is here to help you do all three.
Yes, you guys, I love HelloFresh. Jen and I both love it. You know why we love it. And guess what I made the other night? What? It was so delicious. I made their pub-style shepherd's pie.
I've made it.
Yes, it's so good. White cheddar and the thyme mashed potatoes.
I know it very well. It's a family favorite.
Well, you know, Josh normally makes dinner, so this was my turn, and I made this, and he loved it, and I was so happy. I was like, I made a shepherd's pie. I'd never made one before.
It's so good. Everyone, you can say hello to your most delicious year yet with fresh ingredients, chef-crafted recipes, all at a price you'll like, delivered right to your door. Go to hellofresh.com/officeladiesfree and use code officeladiesfree for free breakfast for life.
One breakfast item per box while subscription is active. That's free breakfast for life at hellofresh.com/officeladiesfree with code officeladiesfree.
HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit. This show is sponsored by BetterHelp.
You know, around New Year's, we all reflect and people really start making lists of what they can do to be their best self for the next year.
Yes, I think, the new year definitely makes you think New Year's resolution. What do I want to change?
New year, new me, that kind of thing.
Yes, but perhaps this year we could be reflecting on what we're already doing right.
Yeah.
And therapy can help you figure out your strengths so that you can ditch this idea that you need some extreme change or this extreme New Year's resolution and just, you can make changes that really stick because they're based on your strengths.
I like that.
If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try.
It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule.
Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists at any time for no additional charge.
Celebrate the progress you've already made. Visit betterhelp.com/officeladies today to get 10% off your first month.
That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/officeladies. Let's talk a little bit about hydration in the new year, particularly about liquid IV. Angela, you turned me on to this, and I'm going to have to give you props.
Oh, thanks.
It's pretty great. You told me that you use this when you travel to stay better hydrated, and I started doing the same thing.
Whenever we go on a road trip, it's like I don't want to drink too much water because then I'll have to pee, and then I find myself so dehydrated. So I use this.
Well, I like it for hikes. You get a little packet and you put it in your water, and then you are going to get 3 times the electrolytes of a leading sports drink plus 8 vitamins and nutrients.
It's non-GMO and free from gluten, dairy, and soy. It is perfect for daily use before a workout or when you feel run down or after a long night out,
hint, hint,
hint, hint, or even on really long flights.
Rehydrate yourself for the new year. Grab your Liquid IV Hydration Multiplier sugar-free in bulk nationwide at Costco, or get 20% off your first order when you go to and use code OfficeLadies at checkout.
That's 20% off your first order when you shop Better Hydration today using promo code OfficeLadies at liquidiv.com.
All right, we are back, everyone, and we are going to open this episode with Michael and Jim returning from their very short road trip where they got, I don't even think, outside of Scranton before realizing that
they're not invited to the big New York party. So they come back and Michael makes a big announcement. Like, he actually wanted to be at the Scranton branch party. He actually didn't want to go to New York, right?
Yes, and Stanley's like, wait, so we're not going home early?
Yeah. Michael's like, no. In fact, Michael calls Angela into his office and he says to Angela, I want this party to be sexier, cooler, and more important than the one in New York. And he gives her a list of demands. Yeah, let's just talk about this list for a minute, okay? Now, remember, the party starts in 1 hour. Yeah, this is the list. Ready? Beer, light beer, streamers, orchids, better lighting, something made of ice, pizza with mushrooms, pizza without mushrooms, white pizza, steak, chocolates, someone famous, cool music, confetti, go-go dancers, maybe Al Roker. Yeah, guess what? Michael says he'll get the pizza since Angela's going to do all those other things in 1 hour.
Yeah, I mean, he wants the people in New York to be jealous that they got Al Roker to attend in Scranton. How is that so hard to understand, Angela?
I don't know. Just go get some go-go dancers and some steak. Possibly change the whole lighting scheme of the office. That'd be great. Thanks.
But he tells Angela if anyone can do it, it's you. But actually, if there is someone who could do it better, could you let him know? What was it like for you to do that scene with Steve? Were you improvising any of the things on that list as you were reading them off, or was that pretty much scripted?
No, that was pretty much scripted. And it was really fun because Steve has to interrupt me. And I just loved doing scenes with him. It felt like I got to be like in this comedic dance, you know, and except I'm dancing with like the best comedian in town. It just was so fun. I was like, you know how you have like a body buzz, you know? Yeah, I had that kind of feeling going in there to get to do scenes with him, and I loved every single second. And he would be so generous. We've talked about this, but he'd let me have a moment, like when I say steak and I look at him, you know, like he just let all of that breathe.
I know exactly the body buzz you're talking about because I would get that feeling every time I'd get a script and be like, oh, there's a Pam Michael scene. I get Steve all to myself.
Yeah, and he's just so good. And I feel like every person in the scene with Steve makes that person better.
Oh, yeah. Well, I love that scene. I watched it, I rewound it and watched it a second time just because it was so delightful.
Yes. And I had to memorize that list, guys. I'm not reading off.
Oh my gosh, that wasn't written on the piece of paper for you?
No, I mean, maybe the prop department had a list, but I had to learn that.
Well, and it's important because some of those elements are going to come up later, right? So you had to make sure you said certain things.
Yeah.
Well, next up, Andy is trying to talk to Dwight to see, what does he think about Angela? Does he think that Andy should go after Angela? And Dwight is like, no.
The first thing he says, which if you speak Dwight, you know is one of the highest compliments he could give anyone. He says, she's efficient.
Well, that's like stabbing Dwight in the heart right there.
Yeah.
That he's lost such an efficient woman.
Yeah, and Dwight does not obviously want Andy to make a play for Angela, so he tells her it's inappropriate to date someone at work, and he could actually date Kelly because she's in the annex. Like, he can date Kelly or Toby,
but not anyone in their immediate bullpen. Well, now Michael triumphantly announces that he has ordered pizza from everybody's favorite place. Everyone gets kind of excited until they learn that Michael ordered pizza from the wrong place.
Well, clearly the favorite of Dunder Mifflin is Alfredo's Pizza Cafe. And Michael has ordered from Pizza by Alfredo's, which Kevin describes as like eating a hot circle of garbage.
Well, Michael asks, what's better, a medium amount of good pizza or all you can eat of pretty good pizza? And everyone is like, a medium amount of good pizza.
Yes. Jenna, this sent me on one of the craziest deep dives I have done in the year that we've been podcasting together.
Well, I hope that you're going to tell me some stuff about Alfredo's Pizza Cafe because we got a fan question about this.
Oh yes, and more information than you'll ever want to know.
All right. Well, Catalina Rizzi and Paisley Zeladon would like to know, are Pizza by Alfredo and Alfredo's Pizza Cafe actual pizza places in Scranton?
Well, Alfredo's Pizza Cafe is in fact a real pizza place. It's open every day. It's still open in Scranton. And Pizza by Alfredo is a made-up place that the writers made up. But Alfredo's Pizza Cafe is in Scranton, and you can still get pizzas from there today.
And Angela, I'll have you know, Angela, the character, could have ordered steak because Alfredo's Pizza Cafe also serves steak, burgers, and pasta.
Oh yeah, it's a cafe. It's like a restaurant.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Well, I was very curious. I just wrote in Alfredo's Pizza into my Google search.
Okay.
Because I was like, I wonder if this is just in Scranton, or do we have Alfredo's Pizza other places, right? Yep. So here we go. In Homewood, Alabama, there's Alfredo's Pizza Cafe. In California, there's Alfredo's Pizza. In Los Angeles. In Colorado, there's an Alfredo's Pizza in Denver. In Connecticut, there's an Alfredo's Restaurant and Pizza in Gaylordsville. In Delaware, there's an Alfredo's Pizza Gallery in Seaford. In Florida, there's an Alfredo's Pizza and Restaurant in Cooper City. In Illinois, there's an Alfredo's Pizza and Pasta in Lake in the Hills. In Iowa, there's an Alfredo Pizza. We'll let it slide, Iowa. That's in Sioux City. In Maine, there's Alfredo's Italian Pizzeria in Wells. In Maryland, there's Osteria Alfredo in Easton. In Massachusetts, there's Alfredo's Italian Kitchen in Boston, Somerville, and Medford. In New Jersey, there's an Alfredo's in Carteret. There's an Alfredo's Restaurant and Pizzeria in Point Pleasant. There's a Cafe Alfredo's in Somerset. In New York, there's an Alfredo's Pizza Cafe in New Rochelle. In North Carolina, there's an Alfredo's Pizza Villa in Chapel Hill, Alfredo's Ristorante Italiano in Clinton. Wait for it. In Ohio, there's Alfredo's Pizzeria in Salem. In Pennsylvania, there's Alfredo's Pizza and Restaurant in Scranton. And Alfredo's Pizza and Grill in Swiftwater. In South Dakota, there's an Alfredo Pizza in Vermilion. We'll let it slide, South Dakota. In Texas, there's Alfredo's Pizza and Pasta in Dallas, Alfredo's in Plano, and Alfredo's in Louisville. Utah has Chef Alfredo's in St. George and Cedar City. Virginia has Alfredo's in Bristol. Now, are you ready for this? Who has the most that comes up in a Google search? West Virginia. West Virginia has Alfredo's in Somerville, Alfredo's Italian Pizzeria in Petersburg, Alfredo's Pizza of Rainville, Lewisburg, White Sulphur Springs, Buckhannon, Alfredo's Italian and Greek, because, okay, in Marlinton, and Alfredo's in the Crossroads Mall in Mount Hope.
I love you.
There's Alfredo's everywhere.
I love you.
There's Alfredo's everywhere.
Guys, I watched Angela as she listed all of the Alfredos, and it was 3 pages long.
Well, if I didn't say your state, it's because there was no Alfredos that came up in the Google search, but I looked up every single state.
Well, you know, the one in Scranton is not actually called Alfredo's Pizza Cafe. It's just called Alfredo's Cafe.
That's right. And it says their slogan.
Please tell me their slogan is "We're not a hot circle of garbage." Because if that's not their slogan, it should be.
Here is Alfredo's Cafe's slogan. We're not fine dining. We're just fine food.
I like it. I still think not a hot circle of garbage might be something they should consider.
Well, Alfredo's, you heard it from Jenna. Get your marketing team on it. Yeah, she's not wrong.
I want to talk about something from this scene that has nothing to do with the pizza.
Okay.
Can we please talk about your weird ass blouse in this episode?
Oh, Jenna.
I'm sorry to curse, but guys, it is weird.
It is so weird. And actually, now listen, later in the episode, I'm going to give you a time code that really zooms in on the sweater. In particular, the part I want to talk about. But just know it's called the elbow poof.
All right. Well, I'll wait till we get to the appropriate time code.
Yeah, but it's a bizarro sweater. It's got a poofy part at your elbow.
Well, moving us along then, Angela, in this next scene, Phyllis comes into the conference room to confront Angela again. She maybe is using some of her techniques from the last episode on how to deal with difficult people, and she has placed items on Post-it notes and then put a Post-it note on each finger, and she says to Angela, you can pick one of these. One of these, I'll do one. All of these. This is her visual way of showing you how you've overwhelmed her with too many tasks.
Well, let me tell you, this is some serious Phyllis sass. She wads him up, she throws him in my face, and I want you to know, it did kind of hurt. That was kind of honest, because when you crumple up paper, it's like pointy. Yeah, and also, I think that was the only usable take. I'm not kidding. Phyllis laughed every time she threw him in my face. She would laugh every time. And so that, to me, when I was watching it, I just was remembering us cracking up, and it just made me so happy.
Well, anytime Phyllis has to do something like that, she can't do it because it is so against her nature. It is so against her sweet, kind, loving nature that she just giggles. She gets the giggles.
Yes.
Well, next up, Angela, we have this scene, and I have some things to ask you about. Andy is attempting to ask Angela out, but she is searching through this box of party supplies. What do you think you're going to find in there? What are you looking for in this box? A steak? An ice sculpture? You think any of the things on Michael's list better lighting? It's a small box.
It's a busy work box, Jenna. It's a box so I could look busy and I could ignore Andy. And what I gave to myself was like, clearly I'm looking for more of those weird blue spiral thingies that I'm going to hang in the conference room later. She had a vision of blue spiral thingies, and she needed more of them, and so she's digging and digging. But who uses this as a pickup line? Who thinks that a woman is going to like stop everything she's doing and just be like, you're right, there's not dinner and a movie in this box?
Well, lady, we also have a fan catch here from Abby Tilford. She says, in Lunch Party, around 16 minutes, 25 seconds, so this was a moment from last week's breakdown, Angela has been working on the party for 2 weeks. But now, at 25 minutes, 21 seconds, she says she's been planning it for 3 weeks. Is this just Angela being dramatic? What is this? This is a bit of a continuity catch. And I looked, she's right.
Oh, no, she's right. It's a continuity error. And maybe we can justify it by saying that Angela feels very put upon all of a sudden. So maybe she's exaggerating. And I have an improv catch. I improvised the last line as I walked away. I said, and Kevin had Greek food for lunch again.
I love that. That was an improv?
Yes, that was an improv. And what you don't see is that sound cut over to Brian as Kevin, and he was like, hey.
I love that your character's go-to is always to find some subtle way to insult Kevin.
Yeah,
because he's a constant annoyance for her. Constant. All day long.
I'm telling you, I think she requested the glass partition. He drives her crazy. She needed a barrier. Well, now we have a little bit of Pam sass coming up. The pizza guy has arrived, and Pam calls Michael and says, hey, the pizza by Alfredo guy is here. Michael says, you don't have to say it like that. And Pam says, I said it normal.
I did say it normal.
I know, but I just love that Pam, this is this new, I'm in love Pam. I give 0 Fs. I say what I think. And I loved it. But yes, the pizza guy is here. And oh man, this starts a whole Michael spiral. Everything he is feeling about Ryan and feeling left out and not treated fairly, he is going to pile on this poor teenager who's just a pizza delivery guy.
Yeah, he is mad because the pizza kid will not accept his half-off coupon for all of the pizzas. He explains, you can have half off 2 pizzas, but not all of the pizzas. And Michael is like, it doesn't say that anywhere on the coupon. And the pizza kid is like, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, he's basically like, if I give you half off all these pizzas and I go back, I'm going to get in trouble. This is not, I mean, it's not my decision to make. I can't authorize your new use of this coupon.
Well, and listen, the pizza guy does have a little bit of that teenage sass, though, because he's like, not my problem.
A little bit full teenager sass.
Listen, this truly isn't his problem, and Michael needs to lighten up, but the kid is also kind of an ass.
For sure. Well, Michael's response to this is to have Dwight lock him in the conference room until he decides to honor the coupon. It's so irrational.
He says that he needs to learn about respect and accountability and follow through. He's saying all this crazy stuff. And then, of course, he really loses it and is like, the guy is like, this is stupid. And he's like, you don't even know what stupid is. It's about to get all stupid up in here.
This is such an outrageous storyline. As I was watching this episode, I just kept thinking, I can't believe we are doing this storyline. It is so funny.
It is really broad. It's really broad. But yet at the same time, you kind of believe that Michael would do it. That Michael would be like, no, you're going to stay here and you're going to learn a lesson. And everyone around him is like, you have just kidnapped someone. You are currently holding someone hostage. And he's like, no, I'm teaching them a lesson.
Well, yeah, Kevin, Oscar, Stanley, they've all started researching kidnapping and accomplices to see if they can be charged as you know, accessories to Michael's crime. But this is what Michael does, you know? It's like in the episode when he drives his car in the lake, he takes it out on the guy who ate the turtles from the gift basket. He always like shifts the blame and responsibility. If Michael is embarrassed or if Michael is upset about something, he takes it out on a very ordinary moment. And it's so funny.
And we've all sort of been there, right? We've all had that displaced anger. Like, I'll never forget one time my dad had ordered this new barbecue grill, and Jenna, this guy in my hometown makes them, you know, like a smoker, and he's a welder, and he made my dad this smoker. And it took him a while because he makes it, you know, by hand, and he's out there welding. And my dad went to get it, and he got a flatbed trailer to put it on and pull it behind our truck. He was so excited. We'd waited so long, and he's driving down the driveway with it, and he didn't let her in like the overhang of the carport and dented in the new smoker. Oh no, yeah. And for whatever reason, we were all like, don't say anything, don't say anything. He got out of the car and he was like, if that tree hadn't been there, then he was like going to cut down the tree. And my mom was like, it's not the tree's fault. Leave the tree out of it. You know, but we've all had these moments where we're so like upset and irrationally, we're like, that's it. It's the tree.
Oh my gosh. Well, speaking of tree, that happened to me this year, Angela. We were all set to get our Christmas tree.
Yeah.
On this one day, we were going to set up the Christmas tree, and I can't remember what happened. It was like something, and it was the night before. And I said to Lee, I said, so we're getting up early in the morning. We're going to go get our tree. We're going to decorate the tree tomorrow. And he said very casually, well, I don't know. I mean, tomorrow or another day. And I was like, what? It's going to be tomorrow at 9 a.m.? And I was like a mess. I was like screaming and yelling. And he sat there, and then he looked at me and he said, babe, is it really about the tree or is something else going on?
Yeah.
And then I was like, oh yeah. It was that the tree was the one Christmas tradition that I knew we could do in a pandemic. I could still put a tree in my house and I could decorate it and we could drink hot chocolate. I couldn't do any of the other gatherings or parties or seeing of people or seeing my family. All of my just turned into Zoom exchanges. And I had been holding on to of putting on Christmas music and decorating our tree, and the idea that we might not do it on that Saturday, but maybe we'd do it Sunday, I was like, I had a real real big reaction.
Yeah.
So guess what? We got our tree that next day at 9 a.m.
Well,
We went ahead and got it because Lee was like, we clearly need to get this woman a tree.
well, my dad cut down a few limbs off that tree. So, to clear the driveway, he said, even though we all know it's because he didn't measure and he pulled into the carport and he put it in the top of it.
So we've all been Michael.
We've all been Michael, you guys, and yeah, and it's going to get worse before it gets better.
Well, yeah. Dwight and Michael go into the conference room and they confront this pizza guy.
Yeah,
Kid. It's a kid. He's a teenager.
And they're sort of like interrogating him. He doesn't own the company. He doesn't set the prices. And listen, the pizza guy is just like, you guys can kiss my ass. Like, he's not having it.
Well, we had to ask Kevin what it was like to do these scenes with Steve and Rain, interrogating him because they are being so ridiculous. And guys, here's what Kevin had to say.
It was definitely one of my first jobs. It was absolutely, without question, the biggest job I had ever done, even though it was just one episode. It was on one of the biggest TV shows in the world. And I just remember more than anything, obviously, I was very nervous and scared to work with Steve, but I was just as nervous to work with everybody else, because there's something about, one, I think I was 17 years old. I was the only kid. Everyone else was, a fully realized person. And I feel like I had tricked everybody into letting me get on the show. And everybody was just so good, and I did not understand how they could keep a straight face. And Rainn Wilson and Steve would ad-lib the craziest stuff. And I'm locked in a room, and Rainn would just be yelling at me. And watching it back, I'm frowning almost every scene I'm in, because that was my only way to stop from breaking. And that was the only thing I really remember in terms of working with them specifically, because I was just trying not to break, because they're obviously comedic geniuses.
That's very funny. And he's 17 in this scene, you guys. Yeah, I would not have that kind of composure at 17. I'm so impressed by that.
No, I mean, I was 30 years old when I got my job as Pam on The Office. I couldn't imagine if I had been 17 years old and paired with someone like Steve Carell and Rainn Wilson in those scenes. I couldn't have done it.
I know. Same. Well, now, Angela interrupts sort of Dwight's interrogation. She comes in very matter-of-factly and says, I have to hang these.
I mean, because if she didn't hang those two blue spirals,
what would happen? She literally walks in holding two little blue spirally decorative things. That's it. But she has to come in. She has to hang them.
Yeah, and it's going to take her all of 45 seconds.
Mm-hmm. But Dwight looks at her longingly, and the pizza guy's like, why are you looking at her like that? He's such a punk. I love this kid.
Well, now there's a scene coming up, Angela, that I love, because Kevin is going to have a moment where he takes charge.
He's hangry. He is.
He walks into Michael's office and he says, listen, everyone is hungry, and we would like to make a request that we order the good pizza so that we can eat it while we're waiting for the hostage negotiation over the bad pizza to end. I mean, this is the most sort of yes.
Yeah.
Have we ever seen Kevin take a stand before?
I feel like the time we really see who Kevin is outside of the office is when he plays poker with his hat and drums, and clearly when it comes to pizza.
Yeah. Strong feelings.
Well, let's take a break, because when we come back, the party is in full swing.
Yeah. Who's that woman from the other office who's going to judge Angela's perfume?
Oh, Denise Timms in Buffalo.
I don't know.
Damn you, Denise. All right, we'll be back. Well, we're back in the conference room. The party is underway. Angela really wishes she had just had one more hour to hang more blue thingies.
Yeah.
And possibly get, some dancers or something. Meredith says she thinks it looks good. Meredith is so nice to Angela in this moment.
Yeah, she's trying to build her up. She's like, I think it looks great.
And Angela just is like, well, that describes a lot. I don't know what she says.
Angela says, well, that's why you're never in charge of these things.
So snarky.
So sassy and snarky.
Yeah.
So uncalled for. This is why no one is nice to Angela, by the way. You have given me grief. Why doesn't Pam help Angela? Why isn't Pam nicer to Angela? Because anytime anyone tries to be nice to Angela, Angela sasses them.
Well, isn't Angela just having her moment here? Down the tree branches. She is upset and she's going to take it out on Meredith.
But then Andy's got a surprise.
Andy walks in, rolls in, I should say, this humongous ice sculpture. And you guys, it was huge in real life. In real life, it was enormous. I don't know if it really does it justice like on TV watching it. It was so big. It was two swans kissing
in the shape of a heart.
Yeah.
Yeah. I remember they had a bunch of them and they had them in this big walk-in freezer on these carts, and they would have to wheel them in because they would sit there then in the background for a while and they'd have to change them out.
Yes.
So Phil Shea had to place an order for multiple swan heart giant ice sculptures.
And you have to know that there was probably a meeting between Phil and Greg where there was a flip book of all the different ice sculptures he could order. This is the one they settled on.
100%.
Well, I texted Jen Salata and I was like, Jen, what was the backstory of this ice sculpture? Like Andy says he stole it. Was there any backstory that we didn't get to see? And Jen said her idea was that Andy went into a wedding reception and stole this. That he stole it from a wedding reception. Isn't that hilarious?
That explains the heart-shaped swans kissing for sure.
Yeah. But I thought that was a really funny little detail.
Well, listen, the virtual part of this party is about to begin. I have to say it was so crazy in this new world of Zooms and virtual meetings that we're in right now to see this multiple webcam party.
Yeah.
Because back then this would have been just very cutting edge.
Very cutting edge. And now it's all we do.
It's the only way I see you.
We're doing this right now, closet to closet.
That's right. Well, Pam tells Michael that Ryan is going to introduce him in a few minutes, and when that happens, they're going to cut to our conference room, and all Michael has to do is smile and wave.
Yeah.
And Michael's like, yeah.
Yeah. You know it's not going to go well. Well, in the meantime, Jim very charmingly invites Pam up on the roof. He said he's going to grab pizzas, tells her to grab some napkins and plates and stuff. And they go up on the roof and they have a rooftop dinner date.
Yeah. Well, this is a callback to the client episode when Pam and Jim sneak up to the roof after they've read Threat Level Midnight and they share some grilled cheese sandwiches. Now they're going to go up and they're going to share some pizza.
And they're also going to talk about when they knew that they liked the other person, right? Because now they're dating. Now they're not these star-crossed lovers. Now they're actually a couple. And I thought that was kind of interesting to find out for sure. Pam was there first. We find that out in this scene.
Yes, but then there's other episodes where Jim talks about Pam's first day.
What?
It's in complete conflict.
Yeah. Well, here in this scene, Jim says, do you remember what you said to me on my first day of work just before you walked me over to my desk? So clearly, it's like Pam is showing him around.
I know, but I'm telling you, there's another episode where Jim says, I remember when Pam first came into the office.
Oh, continuity error. That's a big one. That's a big story point. I like the idea personally that Pam worked there first. It makes sense to me. And I love this moment when Pam goes, yeah, I said to you, enjoy this moment because you're never going to go back to this time before you met your destiny twice.
It's all American Vision, and we're very excited about it.
And then Pam says that she knew that she liked Jim when he warned her that her mixed berry yogurt that she was about to eat was expired.
And you know what? I get it.
Me too.
I get it because he had so just observed her, seen her, knew her. It just is such a window into how much attention he paid to her.
Well, listen, when Lee and I first started dating, there was this moment where I had moved into a new house and I wanted a grill. Speaking of grills, you were talking about your dad getting his big grill.
Yeah.
So I got this grill and it needed to be assembled. And I was a little bit like, oh, but I guess I'd been talking to Lee all about how excited I was to barbecue because it reminds me of home. My dad grilled a lot, and he taught me how to grill. So he said, hey, how about I go over to your place while you're at work and I'll put together that grill for you and we could grill some food when you get home from work. And I was like, really? When I got home from work that day, there he was in my backyard. He had put together the grill. He had broken down the box.
Oh,
he had gotten rid of breaking down the box is everything.
Come on, getting rid of the mess. I mean,
the giant box. The box was as big as me.
Yeah.
And then he had marinated some chicken for us to grill. That is the moment I knew I am probably going to marry this man. This is amazing. And I'm sure that Lee, if he asked me and was like, what was the moment you knew? And I was like, it was that day that you broke down the box for the grill. And he was like, that was the moment?
Well, listen, building a grill is no joke. I have done that. I've assisted, and it's like building a small Cessna. It's so many parts. And then to break down all the mess. Come on. Of course you're like, I think this one's a keeper.
Yes. Listen, so I get where Pam is coming from. That is a sweet, wonderful detail of everyday life. That's intimacy. It really is. That he tracks her yogurt. It's adorable.
Well, I had a really long drive for work. I had a long commute coming up. And Josh dropped off a mixed CD of music because I was saying I didn't have a lot in my music library. I'm really bad about that, you guys. Like, I'll hear a song and like it, but I don't ever put it in a playlist, and then music's all over the place. And probably, actually, as I say it, you're probably like, Angela, this sounds very on brand. Like, yes, if I could write all the songs I like on 100 different Post-it notes. But Josh made me this driving playlist for my long commute. And I was like, that is so stinking thoughtful.
Yeah. Guys out there, it's the little things.
Yeah.
We like that stuff.
Break down a box and make a playlist. You're in.
If you want to really get your wife turned on.
Oh Lord, here we go.
Take out the trash without being asked.
Take it out before it's overflowing. Do you know what I mean? Take it out before you've tried to cram it back in.
That's right. And then pour her a glass of wine. And subtly walk her past the empty trash can. And you're in. Telling you, if you want to land a lady like me or Angela, take out the trash without being asked. And you got us. Or notice the new bath mat that I bought and be like, oh my gosh, babe, did you get a new bath mat? I love it. It's fantastic. I'm like, boom, chicka, bow, bow.
Or how about this? You know what? Those extra Christmas seasonal pillows that you had to have really made the place feel homey.
Oh my gosh. Yes.
You notice my seasonal pillows? Bow, chicka, bow, bow.
Guys, we're telling you. Write us. Try one of these things and then you write us about the night you had because it's on.
Well, give us the overview of the night you had.
Just tell us. It worked.
I don't need all the details, Jenna.
No, I don't want the details. Please, no unsolicited pics.
Oh my God, who's asking for pictures? Now you put that in their brain. Pictures of what?
Their night.
That's inappropriate.
That's what I'm saying. Don't send them. I don't want photos. I don't want details. Tell me, oh my God, you guys, it worked. Okay.
So now the party is really underway, and we see a little bit of a callback to a character at 32 minutes, 58 seconds. We see Dan Gore, the regional manager. He's back. And now we're coming up to the point where Scranton is going to get its shout out, right? Mm-hmm. This is what Michael says. He says, "Hey, I just think you should know one of my salesmen beat your stupid computer. So take that, asshole."
Yeah, and then Kelly takes her pizza and smashes it onto Ryan's face on the TV screen.
That's Scranton's moment in this corporate event.
But wait, then the pizza kid runs up to the webcam and says that he's a minor being held against his will.
Yes. How does anyone in this branch still have a job?
I don't know. But meanwhile, just as all of this is going on, Andy tries to scratch Angela's back.
Andy, what are your moves? Tell me, what are your moves to like get a lady interested in you? First, you have ridiculous pickup lines, like the movie in the box, and then you go up to someone you don't really know and scratch their back. Are you crazy?
Well, she said she had an itch she couldn't reach.
She did, but yeah, that wasn't an invitation, Andy. Don't go scratching people's backs unless you're invited to scratch their back. And Angela definitely does not seem interested. And then there's a scene, Jenna, that I love. It's something our show does that I love. It's never explained. It's just Dwight and Andy standing outside the men's room. Mm-hmm. Dwight is clearly on guard by his whole physical posture. So we're just left to assume Pizza Guy's in there on his bathroom break. He's been let in there. And Andy and Dwight have this whole conversation outside the men's room. And at one point, Dwight kicks open the door and says, "Unless you're going number 2, you've got about 15 seconds left," or something to that effect. And I just have to say, I really loved Rain's choice here. Like the way he kicked the door, he looked very official. He did. And Rain, I feel like his performance in the scene is so great. It's all these little moments. He's slightly like pleased, right, that Angela has rejected Andy. He's still crestfallen. He's still upset that Andy wants to continue to pursue her. But yet he has a job to do, and that is to make sure the pizza guy doesn't escape.
Well, the Dwight is such a great character because he is so invested and committed to being Michael's number 2. So much so that in a minute, he's going to be interrogating this pizza kid, and Michael is now going to suddenly realize what they've done, that they have kidnapped someone, and he starts freaking out. And it takes Dwight a second because he was so committed to the other choice, but then he becomes just as committed to the new choice, and he pays for all the pizza.
Yeah, he's so loyal to Michael. And it is a little bit like creepy. It reminded me a little bit of like Lord of the Flies. Like, you know, it's like all of a sudden, you know, when people follow someone who they shouldn't be following, and then where does that lead them, and what are they capable of? What was Dwight going to continue to do to this pizza guy?
Well, it's such a crazy storyline. We talked about it, and I feel like so much of it really hinges on Kevin's great performance.
Yes, I absolutely agree. He was perfect all throughout the scenes. Yeah. And we just asked him if he had any memories from his time on the show, and here's what he had to say.
My biggest memory or takeaway from the entire experience, period, was honestly the generosity and the kindness from everybody. Everybody went out of their way to accept me, to welcome me with open arms. I sat with, you know, a lot of the cast for lunch every day. I think they, you know, I was totally a fish out of water, and I think everybody can see that. And it's one of those things where you come on set, they welcome you to set and rehearsal, and everybody cheers. And that is something that I've taken with me. And I remember going into Glee, how it hit me at some point of like, oh, I'm now in their position as the person who's on this show every week. And when people come on, I need to treat them how the office people treated me. And whenever I would see people, see Kate, I would see Mindy out at events or whatever it may be, and everyone was just still so nice to me, and they'd come up and be like, "Oh, I'm so happy, like, the Glee is doing so well." And it was one of those things where me coming onto a show that was so big and all these people were so very famous and successful, that even though I was now on a show that was successful, I still felt very much like the fan. And the fact that they could come up to me and they just always treated me with kindness and as an equal, and that's something I will never ever forget. And I say they, but I realize it's you guys. So thanks for being so nice.
You know, lady, it's so sweet for him to say that. And it really takes me back, because when I was an aspiring actor and I would get those guest star roles on shows, it would be such a big deal to me. But I would go on the set and I would feel just so alone. And most of the time, people didn't invite me to eat lunch with them. And they were in their own world because they had that job every day, so it wasn't particularly special to them. And I would just feel, you know, like I was really on my own. We've talked about it, like a kid in a new school on the first day of school.
Yeah, with all the like the new day and the new place and the new work and all of it.
Yeah, and people did not generally go out of their way to try to make me feel better. And that was fine. But I think all of us on The Office had been knocking around for so long and had experienced that feeling so many times that whenever we did have a guest star, I would watch as everyone would go out of their way to introduce themselves, say hello, shake hands, invite that person to eat lunch with them, show them where the craft services was. I do have this memory of us just being so hospitable. It was like, welcome to our house. Let's show you around, give you a tour. Do you know where the bathrooms are? And I think it was because all of us had been around for so long, experiencing it the other way, that we wanted our show to be different. And we just did it. We never talked about it. It was just this collective thing that we all did.
Yeah. And you definitely remember with each job, especially when you're starting out, if there was one person that showed you kindness, you just like remember it and you hold on to it. And I'm so glad that our show was like that for Kevin, you know, and that he took that same philosophy to Glee with him.
Yeah, that's really cool.
Well, we also asked him if he, after all this time, still gets recognized as the pizza guy from The Office, even though he's gone on to all these other amazing projects. And here's what he had to say about that.
The amount of times I get recognized for The Office is mind-boggling. Truly. Like, even in the midst of Glee, even after Glee, I get recognized a solid quarter of the time from The Office, from one single episode. I did 120 something episodes of Glee, but the one episode I did of The Office, I get recognized that much. And it's absolutely a different demographic, and you can always tell, but it's still just surprising, because I think I look pretty different. That was almost 15 years ago. So I'm always baffled, and it sort of makes me feel very proud every time. It's like, yeah, that's right. I was on that show once. Well, 4 days.
I love it. Well, I'm glad he had such a great experience on the show, and I like that the legacy has endured for him. Let us tell you where you can find Kevin. On Instagram, he is just his full name, Kevin McHale. That's Kevin, MCHALE. And on Twitter, he is Druid Dude, DRUIDDUDE. Well, now, Angela, we have my other favorite scene from this episode coming up with you in it again. I love that scene with you and Michael where he's giving you all of the instructions. And I love when Andy comes over to serenade Angela over speakerphone with his acapella pals. This was, did you say acapella pals? Acapella pals. Acapella pals. His acapella pals. His acapella pals. What? Acapella pals. Yeah, this scene was so much fun to do. And oh my gosh, more went into it than you'll know. I mean, it was pretty like a tech heavy moment.
Oh, for sure. Well, we actually asked Jen, how did she come up with this idea for the serenade, or how did she pitch this idea? Because this was brilliant and so charming. Here's what she had to say.
I remember pitching to Greg that Andy could sing Take a Chance on Me to Angela with backup singers, and Greg was like, cool, go tell Ed so we can start thinking about how we'd want to sing it. And I walked down to Ed's trailer, and I'm just awkward in general, but then also I had a bit of a fangirl thing because I loved Ed on The Daily Show, and I was still so excited that he was on The Office, so I just awkwardly knocked on his trailer door and told him, hey, we're thinking about having Andy sing Take a Chance on Me to Angela, and we just wanted you to start thinking about the song. He's like, what song? I said, Take a Chance on Me, Mamma Mia, ABBA. And he didn't know the song. And I'm thinking, oh God, how can you not know the song? Maybe slightly predicting the horror that was about to come. And he's like, how does it go? And I am a terrible singer. I cannot sing at all. And so I was like, oh, it's like, you remember Mamma Mia? And do you know the song? And I just tried to figure out how to say it without singing it. And then we ended up walking around the parking lot, and I had to sing Take a Chance on Me to Ed. And it was so embarrassing, but so lovely. He was so wonderful about it. And I love that scene so much. I just thought he killed it and was so excited that he was able to do such a fantastic job with it. It was just exciting.
That would be me. I'd be so nervous if all of a sudden I had to sing something to someone, because I hate singing in front of people. I love to belt it out, at home, in the shower, or like just in the kitchen with the kids. But I had to oh my God, like have someone like Ed or like Steve or someone be like, okay, how does that go? I'd be so nervous and embarrassed.
Well, we also got a lot of fan questions from Jen Reynolds, Sarah Thorup, Stephen Jackson, Roxanne Hoffman, and Becca Harrington. They wanted to know who sang the backup on the telephone for Andy. How was that accomplished? Were they actually on the line, or was it pre-recorded?
Oh, Jenna, my memory is we did that in real time. And I'll tell you why, because I had to be there reacting. And I thought, whatever you do, Angela, you cannot mess this up for these guys, because they had it all timed out. And we actually asked Jen Salata about it. And this is what she had to say.
One of the singers we were so lucky to get for the acapella Take a Chance on Me was John Michael Higgins. You'll know him from Christopher Guest movies. He's just brilliant. And so we were super, super excited. I don't know who the other singer was, so I tried to track it down and I was unsuccessful. I believe we recorded it on the day in that John and whoever else, maybe besides John, were in the little office that the writers used to hang out on set, and they called in and sang through the speakerphones, and then I'm sure we recorded a clean version too of it. Not through the speakerphones, so that we could have it in the mix and then just make sure that we got the sound quality great. But it was a really fun day. I just thought that they killed it.
Well, I remember that, Angela, because I remember listening to Ed and those guys practicing before they divided up and went into the sort of speakerphone situation.
Right.
But it was a big deal. And what a big get for just this voice on the phone that has gone completely uncredited.
I know. And I am such a fan of John's. Like, he is such a comedic genius. And he and Ed, and how they put this all together and did it was so fantastic. I loved every second of it. It was hard for me not to fully smile because it was so charming and delightful. And, Angela's trying not to tip her hand too much. She only has a very slight smile at like one or two parts, right? Yeah. But I have such fond memories of this. And I just felt like we had to hear it.
If you change your mind, I'll be first in line. Honey, I'm still free. Take a chance on me. If you need me, let me know. Gonna be around. If you got no place to go, if you're feeling down, if you're all alone, when the pretty birds have gone, honey, I'm still free. Take a chance on me. Gonna do my very best, and that ain't no lie. If you put me to the test, if you let me try, take a chance on me. That's all I ask of you, Angela.
I mean, come on, how they harmonized at the end like that?
All right, I got goosebumps listening to that. I got a little choked up. I don't know if I just miss Ed a lot and he's so charming in this scene, or if it's just the time we're in. I don't know. I've also just fallen in love with Andy during this rewatch. You know, we've talked about how I have this new appreciation for Ryan, right? Also just have been loving the character of Andy and his journey. But I don't know, Angela. I also have to say, I know I mentioned that the weight of my heart is to put together a grill and break down the box. But I think that if there was a guy that I actually was not that interested in, if he did this, I would be like, okay, all right. It is so sweet.
It's so charming. You know, my husband is a really good singer, and he doesn't really sing around people. But when we first started dating, we went out and there was karaoke, and I didn't really know this side of him. He's like an a cappella guy. And he got up and sang Journey. And he brought down the bar, and I was like, oh my gosh, that is amazing. But it was just so sweet in this moment. Andy, you know, and Andy will go on to sing to Angela again. But you know he must really like her if he's going to bust out the a cappella group.
Yeah.
He's all in.
I hope one of those guys was Broccoli Rob.
Oh, it had to have been.
Yeah.
And Angela just looks at him and says she has to go clean up the party. And then we reveal that the whole bullpen has watched this.
Yeah.
Including Dwight. Yeah. And before we move on, Jenna, 38 minutes, 15 seconds. Prime elbow poof. Prime elbow poof of the sweater. I don't even understand this sweater, you guys. It was skinny at the top, then had a big floofy poofy part right at the elbow, then skinny again down to the wrist. And it also had lace sewn in to the V-neck.
Yeah, I mean, I think that we have to acknowledge that Andy serenaded Angela while she was wearing this terrible blouse.
Yeah.
No other man was going to hit on Angela today.
Well,
I'll tell you that because that blouse is a repellent.
I think we have a callback to a flirty shade of beige here.
Yes, very flirty shade of beige again. Yes.
Well, actually, it's like a Victorian shade of beige with the poofy sleeve, right?
Yeah.
The poofy elbow. Dwight ogles her in this flirty shade of beige, and Andy sings to her. So clearly, something was working.
It's a shocker. Well, now we go into Michael's office, and he and Dwight are just both miserable over this day.
Yeah, they've had a day.
And Michael says, more than anything, he's that he did not get to have authentic New York sushi. Not a thing. Yeah. New York has very good sushi. Yeah. But it is certainly, I don't think, the sushi capital. But whatever. Michael is really, really bummed.
Yeah.
And he says to Dwight, I think we should go to New York and get that sushi. You're driving.
Dwight is so excited. He can't wait. He can't wait to drive all the way to New York to crash the tail end of this corporate party and get the leftover sushi that no one else wanted to eat.
That's been sitting out for a while.
For a long while.
I just want to say. So that's what they do. They get there, they go into the party, they get kicked out pretty much immediately. There's no one there, but they grab a plate of sushi and then they go and they sit on the hood of Dwight's car. And guys, they did not go to New York to shoot this. Obviously, this is a little parking lot that they found in downtown LA, I believe. I recognized it because I think I've shot there.
Mm-hmm.
They are just eating this sushi and they are making fun of Ryan.
And someone leaves the party and says to Michael, hey, that was pretty awesome, you know, when you called Ryan out like that. And it's like all he needed, right?
Yeah.
He feels seen, and they're eating sushi, and they're in New York, and now he can go home. And he sets the tray of sushi and soy sauce on someone else's car, and they go home.
It's pretty amazing. And then we have just a little tag at the end. We just see Ryan in full douche mode, winking at the camera from his New York party that's in full swing.
Oh, yeah. So pleased with himself. Well, I don't know if you thought about it, but this scene had basically 3 couples in it having intimate moments. We have Jim and Pam, dinner on the roof. We have Andy and Angela, serenading and accounting. And we have Michael and Dwight having dinner in a parking lot.
Yeah.
He said the attack hit over
Very sweet.
Very sweet. And we had one hostage, but we let him go.
Well, guys, that was Launch Party Part 2.
And a big thank you to Jen Salata and Kevin McHale and Steve Ducherer for all the behind-the-scenes details.
Yeah, guys, thank you so much for always letting us reach out to get those details each week. We really appreciate it, and
we're going to be doing it for like 3 more years. So don't get tired of us.
Everyone, check your DMs if you've ever had anything to do with The Office. Please check in. We'll be there.
There's a good chance Jen and I are there saying, hey, what's up?
All right, guys, we'll see you next week. Take care.
Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey.
Our producer is Cody Fisher. Our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer, and our associate producer is Ainsley Bubko.
Our theme song is Rubber Tree by Bratton.
For ad-free versions of Office Ladies, go to StitcherPremium.com. For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE.
Track and remove all rats. Stuff is so confident that they can stop your rat and mice problems that they provide a lifetime guarantee. Read all the 5-star reviews.
I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
We were on The Office together.
And we're best friends.
And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you.
Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only 2 people who were there can tell you.
We're the Office Ladies.
Hi, everybody. Hey there. You guys, I'm so excited to be here today. Not that I'm not always excited, but I don't know. I just really enjoyed this episode. It cracked me up.
I liked it too. It was a surprise to me. I had kind of a little bit about this one.
Yeah, I hadn't seen this in a good while, so it was just fun to be an audience.
Well, let's tell everyone what we're talking about today. It is Money, Part 1, which is Season 4, Episode 7, written by Paul Lieberstein and directed by Paul Lieberstein.
Yes.
Should I hit you with a summary?
I was hoping you would.
I knew you were. I knew you wouldn't let it go by without a summary. A great summary.
I would
An amazing summary by me?
I'm hoping for a summary and 3 fast facts. I mean, come on.
Oh, lady, you're going to be happy.
Good. I'm going to sip my tea and listen and only judge a little. Go for it.
What? All right, here we go. Here's a summary. Michael is forced to confront his money woes as Jan renovates his condo. He has to take a second job as a telemarketer. Pam and Jim spend a night at Dwight's family beef farm, which he is now running as a bed and breakfast. Kelly and Daryl work on their relationship, and Andy tries to woo Angela.
Oh,
thank you. Any judgments? Any judgments there?
No.
Oh,
not yet.
Good so far. All right. Well, fast fact number 1. Now, I mentioned that this episode was written by Paul and directed by Paul, but this was actually the first episode directed by Paul Lieberstein.
Ah,
Yeah. So he will go on to direct many more, but this was his office directorial debut.
Oh, gee.
Yeah. So I reached out to him because I was like, I mean, he wrote it, he directed it, let's hear from him. And he told me that he wrote this episode while he was on vacation in Russia. What? Yeah. I didn't know he'd ever vacation in Russia, Paul. Would have been a really interesting thing to banter about while we were on set, waiting for lights to go up and stuff. It's holding back.
I did know he'd been to Russia.
Oh.
So
There you go. How was it? Was it great?
it was great. He had a great time.
Well, he said that he was so excited to be able to write and direct this episode because it featured the first visit to Dwight's farmhouse at Shroot Farms. Because we've been there, we saw the barn and the initiation and all that, but he got to completely invent Dwight's home and what it looked like and all of that stuff. And he said that he got the idea for Dwight to run a bed and breakfast during a trip to Italy a couple years before. He is a world traveler.
He's well traveled.
Yes. So while he was in Italy, he had seen a bunch of signs for this farm B&B stay. You go stay on people's farms in Italy. Sounds amazing.
I just want Paul to know, if you're listening, Paul, you don't have to go all the way to Italy for that. You can have a farm B&B right here. I'm sure, like my family farm in Texas would take you in.
I would love to have a farm B&B experience at your parents' farm.
I would love that so much. I would love to get up in the morning and go check on the cows with you.
Oh, lady, you're speaking my language. Well, Paul just said he loved imagining Dwight as a proprietor of a bed and breakfast. And he also told me he did so much to prepare for this episode. He really over prepared because it was just a really big deal to him and he wanted it to be full of so many details. And it was.
Oh, yes. There's so many cool details and we're going to point them out to you as they come up.
Definitely. All right. Fast fact number 2 is a location breakdown.
I knew this was coming. The Shroot Farms location breakdown. I have been to this farm many times. Let's hear what you got.
So we mentioned before that we shot Shroot Farms on the Disney Ranch in Santa Clarita, California. We went back for this episode, and this time we used the Olivia's house location. That is the farmhouse that we transformed into Dwight's B&B.
Yes, you guys should know this is a vast property, and they have different areas where they film. So they have the barn, right, where you saw the initiation, and then they have little houses and different areas that you can use to create sort of this rustic look for TV and film.
But these houses, they're just shells. There's nothing in them, nothing. They're just like exterior shell walls. The walls are not insulated, so it got very, very cold at night. Any of the night scenes, we were freezing
And drafty, and everything is a little bit dusty. Like if you sit on something, like a little cloud of like, poof, yeah, it kind of comes out of it.
And our set designers had to go in and they had to meticulously decorate every single room. Every item you see, we put there.
That's right. That's right. I have a feeling they went in first and cleaned and then decorated. Why is my memory of Shroot Farm so dusty?
Well, I remember racing a lot. It's dusty. It's old. It's run down. You know, you wouldn't want to lean against the wall. I'll just say, you might go right through it. But now we have another location in this episode. Michael takes a job as a telemarketer, and I asked Kentapedia about this location. The exterior, when you see him walking into the building, we shot that in Van Nuys. That was near our studio. But the inside of the building, we shot on the 10th floor of the LA Times building in downtown LA. Now, this shocked me. This shocked me because this building is stunning. Stunning. It housed the Times until 2017. It was designed by this man named Gordon B. Kaufman in the Art Deco style in the 1930s. It won a gold medal at the 1937 Paris Exposition. And it's so weird to me that this very ordinary telemarketing office is housed inside this gorgeous piece of architecture.
I know, that is so wild because we don't do that building justice at all. We make it look just like any cubicle office anywhere, right?
Yeah.
Well, I shot a commercial in my 20s in downtown LA, and I was really stunned because it was a gorgeous building, and we were, and then they had like craft and service on a different floor. You know, they used a few floors, and it was like 3 floors in a row with no people, no one.
Wow.
So I think there are like sort of buildings downtown that have just a lot of vacancy.
Yeah, there must be.
I know, it was really eerie because we were filming at night and it was like a dark corridor. I was like, ooh.
Well, I visited the LA Times back in college as part of a film and television summer workshop that was coordinated by UCLA, and we got to go in and see how they make newspapers. And I remember the lobby, it has this great big globe, and I have all these pictures. It was just amazing.
I would love that. I would sign up for that.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, I love a tour.
We would sign up for almost any tour, I feel like.
We would. I mean, I feel like we could do a podcast where it's just you and I taking tours and talking about today we went to the peanut factory.
Oh, lady, that's a brilliant idea. We have to do that.
We should travel and go on tours and then tell people about the tour we went on.
I mean, selfishly, I want to do that. That sounds great. Okay, well, speaking of travel, fast fact number 3, TripAdvisor features very heavily in this episode.
Yes.
And I want you guys to know, we really did create a page on the real TripAdvisor for Schrute Farms. And our producers made 2 profiles and gave 2 reviews. So you could go on after watching the episode and see these 2 reviews and see the page. We hear one of them in the episode. That's the one from Jim and Pam, and their profile name was J&P2. Mm-hmm. But the other one that you don't hear in the episode, Angela, was from Sprinkles Mom.
I know, and it's a really negative review.
It's very negative. Did you find it too?
I did. It says, "Stay away. Proprietor is crazy."
Oh my gosh, you have to read it. You have to read it.
Okay, it says, "I have to warn people about the proprietor of Schrute Farms. He may portray himself as a gentleman farmer, but he is not what he seems. He killed my cat Sprinkles. Who knows what he might do to you or your loved ones."
Oh. So the profiles are no longer there and those reviews are no longer there, but Schrute Farms is still a page on TripAdvisor. It has over 1,300 reviews and it has 4 stars.
I went on the Schrute Farms TripAdvisor page, and I want you guys to know it's got a little write-up, it's got a photo. This is something that cracked me up. It says, "Here are the languages spoken at Schrute Farms." Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Now we know this is just Dwight and Mose, but here are the languages spoken. Okay, Azerbaijan, Bosnian, Burmese, Hebrew, Hindi, Hungarian, Icelandic, Portuguese. Oddly not on the list is German, and Dwight answers the phone, "Guten Tag."
Aha.
So TripAdvisor, you might want to update that. TripAdvisor's like, "Guys, this isn't real. We just agreed to do it." And then the other thing I thought was kind of cool about this, and it's a little bit of a callback. This was also a task in the Dunder Mifflin Infinity online game. Posting a review of Schrute Farms was part of Dunder Mifflin Infinity's game on their website.
That is so cool.
And you can still post, as Jenna said, your review today. And I just read one as recent as December 2020. Someone made up a review.
Now, I read one, Angela, and I wasn't sure if it was real or not.
Oh, yeah?
But a person wrote, "Guys, this place is not real. I drove all the way there, and there is nothing there, and I was very disappointed."
Oh, no.
And I was like, wait, did this person really drive to this weird remote location in Pennsylvania hoping to find Schrute Farms?
You've got to know there's at least one person, right, that doesn't know that it was part of the show and just is wanting to go see it, right?
Yeah. Oh, sorry, person who drove there.
Sorry, buddy.
Well, that's all I got, lady.
Well, I thought those were fantastic fast facts. No judgy. No judgy, lady.
Oh, I get a no judgy.
A no judgy for you today.
That is high praise.
Well, we go to break. We have some great news to share with you guys.
It's very
exciting. I'm very excited. I'm very excited. Thanks to the Office Ladies fans, we won iHeartRadio's Podcast of the Year. Podcast of the Year, guys. Woo! Of the year. Thank you so much for voting for us. You really have no idea how excited we are about this. We are very, very proud. I mean, lady, we put our heart into this podcast every week. We do. And I am going to cherish this award in a very prominent spot. I'm going to make people pass by it and ask me what it is whenever they come to my house. Oh, I'm going to be super braggy about it, and I'm not going to apologize. No, you are not. This just means the world to us. You know, we love this show. We love rewatching it. We love the community that has come here to do this journey with us. And we get to work with our best friend. You guys, it's such a blessing. I am so thankful. I have such gratitude. I already know where I'm putting mine. I'm putting mine right between my Tight Ass Dundee Award and my She's Kind of a Bitch Award. Those are my two Dundies, and it's going right in between them. Well, you're going to trip over mine when you walk through my door. That's where mine's going. It's going on the floor. No! Right in front of my door so that everyone has to say, what's that, as they walk into my house. So there you go. It's going to be a really weird spot. Thank you guys so much. It really means a lot. Yeah, thank you. All right, we'll take a break and we'll be back in just a moment. Well, folks, you know I have a lot of family in Texas, and I just want you to know, if you travel to Texas, there are vast landscapes, cultures, regions, destinations, activities that allow for an infinite number of different travel experiences. You can have fun in the sun. Texas has 350 miles of coastline. That's right. Or if you like more of a rugged vacation, there are campgrounds, hiking trails, state parks. In the food, can we talk about the food? Tex-Mex and barbecue, live music, art museums, cowboy experiences. Come on. Right now, Travel Texas offers a one-of-a-kind online trip builder that allows users to generate a custom visually led trip matched to their unique interests. So you go in there and you click your interests and it'll say, here's where you want to go in Texas. Visit traveltexas.com/get-your-own to get the only trip to Texas that matters, yours. That's traveltexas.com/get-your-own. Whether your resolution is to save money, eat better, or stress less, HelloFresh is here to help you do all three. Yes, you guys, I love HelloFresh. Jen and I both love it. You know why we love it. And guess what I made the other night? What? It was so delicious. I made their pub-style shepherd's pie. I've made it. Yes, it's so good. White cheddar and the thyme mashed potatoes. I know it very well. It's a family favorite. Well, you know, Josh normally makes dinner, so this was my turn, and I made this, and he loved it, and I was so happy. I was like, I made a shepherd's pie. I'd never made one before. It's so good. Everyone, you can say hello to your most delicious year yet with fresh ingredients, chef-crafted recipes, all at a price you'll like, delivered right to your door. Go to HelloFresh.com/OfficeLadiesFree and use code OfficeLadiesFree for free breakfast for life. One breakfast item per box while subscription is active. That's free breakfast for life at HelloFresh.com/OfficeLadiesFree with code Office Ladies Free. HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit. This show is sponsored by BetterHelp. You know, around New Year's, we all reflect and people really start making lists of what they can do to be their best self for the next year. Yes, I think, you know, the new year definitely makes you think New Year's resolution. What do I want to change? Your new me, that kind of thing. Yes, but perhaps this year, we could be reflecting on what we're already doing right. Yeah. And therapy can help you figure out your strengths so that you can ditch this idea that you need some extreme change or this extreme New Year's resolution and just, you know, you can make changes that really stick because they're based on your strengths. I like that. If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try. It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible. Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists at any time for no additional charge. Celebrate the progress you've already made. Visit betterhelp.com/officeladies today to get 10% off your first month.
That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/officeladies.
Okay, so we are back, and this scene starts with Michael walking in, and he just throws his coat on Pam. And I know that's what you're all here for, but at 1 second, there's a fantastic shot of the plant at front reception. Tell us all about it. Okay, it's got an orange pot, and I'm very curious what kind of plant this is. It's got very skinny stems and then kind of wispy, floofy leaves. What kind of plant is that? My plant people, hit me up. I want to know.
Well, when I spoke with Steve, our set decorator, he told me that most of the plants that he put at reception were of the vine variety because they did not flower and they stayed pretty consistent for a whole week.
Well, I am familiar with the vine plants, and I don't know what this one is. So our experts out there, hit me up. Let me know what kind of plant that is.
It's at 1 second.
Thank you.
Well, this whole cold open is very funny. We find out from Pam in a talking head that Michael has been watching the movie The Devil Wears Prada, but he doesn't watch it all at once. He watches it in little clips. He's a big Meryl Streep fan, so he's clearly identified with her character, and now he is treating Pam the way Meryl Streep treats her employees in the film.
It cracks me up that he watches it in little clips, because if you really look at the scene, you can tell, because he clearly just sees the part where she goes, steak, give me a steak. You know, so he'll just come out and sort of like just regurgitate what he just watched in like 10 seconds.
Well, we had a fan question about this from Amy S., Louise M., Ellen P., and Hannah C. Is John Krasinski with Emily Blunt yet when Michael does these references to The Devil Wears Prada, or was it just a coincidence?
It was a coincidence, you guys. I watched this with my daughter, and Isabel said, Mom, Devil Wears Prada. Isn't that John's wife? Yeah.
Well, listen, this is not the only coincidence, and it brings up a very interesting set of trivia that I have called 6 Degrees of Devil Wears Prada.
Oh, I am in it. Let's hear it.
The Office cast has a lot of connections to the cast of The Devil Wears Prada. Do you want to hear them?
Yes, because I can only think of 2. Okay, go.
All right. Well, we know that John Krasinski will marry Emily Blunt.
Mm-hmm.
Steve Carell will go on after this episode to star in Get Smart with Anne Hathaway.
Ah.
Rainn Wilson was in with Adrian Grenier.
Oh, that's a good one.
Rich Summer, who was also in Devil Wears Prada, will later appear on The Office as Pam's art school friend. And listen to this one. The movie The Devil Wears Prada was based on a book written by Lauren Weisberger, and she's from Scranton. What? Yeah. Angela, you and I will eventually fake laugh at an award show with Meryl Streep.
We will.
I feel like that counts.
She will have no idea and does not remember that moment. But we did walk up to her fake laughing.
And finally, this one's a little bit of a stretch, but Stanley Tucci will marry Emily Blunt's sister in real life.
That's the other one I was thinking of. I love that, by the way, that's a stretch, but us laughing adjacent to Meryl Streep is not a stretch. Okay, I want you guys to know, though, a few months ago, this video went viral of Stanley Tucci making a cocktail. It is fantastic. I highly recommend you watch it start to finish. He just seems really cool. It's like, I want to hang out.
Yes, I want to sit on a stool in his kitchen while he makes me a cocktail. Yes, everyone does.
Stanley Tucci, you heard that. So you're going to have 2 uninvited guests at some point.
We'll be over soon.
So this cold open ends with a Pam talking head that is really funny. And Jenna, I want you to check out the bloopers, because you and Paul Lieberstein, you can hear him laughing off camera. The 2 of you could not get through this talking head about $1 Million Baby. You kept cracking up.
Yes, when Pam has to realize that Michael is going to kill her, we couldn't get through it. We couldn't get through it. I couldn't hold it long enough afterwards without laughing.
Well, it's hilarious, and there's fun bloopers, so you can check it out.
Well, this episode opens with Michael and Jan. Jan's in another Juicy Couture tracksuit, and it's all she wears now. And yeah, absolutely. And they're picking out fabric for the condo. They're doing some redecorating. Yeah, there's a whole runner in deleted scenes where she comes in with this box of all this sort of fabric and curtain and all this kind of like samples. And Michael is just avoiding going into his office to talk to her. He like starts talking to Phyllis out of nowhere and Stanley, and they're like, "What are you doing? Jan's waiting for you." Well, he has a talking head where he explains why he might be avoiding things because money is really tight. Jan is insisting that they spend all this money redecorating the condo. But you know, at the end of his life, when he's sitting on his yacht, he's not going to be thinking about money. He's going to be thinking about how many friends he has and his children and his comedy albums. And by the way, he has a yacht, so he probably did pretty well money-wise. I thought that was so funny. Well, Jenna, as I remember, you have some very strong feelings on yachts and yacht ownership. I do. I don't get it. There was this time when I felt like every time I opened Instagram, every celebrity was like yachting. They were getting on a yacht. And I was like, what is this world? I don't get it. This yachting vacation world. You're cooped up in a small space on water. I have to imagine you get seasick. And there's a crew right on top of you. Like, I like privacy when I'm on vacation. I mean, listen, that's a whole other thing that I have. And I think it's because I spent so much time in the service industry being a caterer or whatever. You know, people don't see you when you're a caterer or something, when you're bringing them the drinks and the hors d'oeuvres. But newsflash, we can actually hear you and see you and everything you're doing. And I can't tell you how many like fancy Hollywood parties I catered. I observed so much stuff. People just act like you're invisible. I wouldn't be able to relax on a yacht. I wouldn't be able to relax because I would know that they're watching me. They're listening. I love it. How do guys behave this way? How are they relaxed? I don't get it. Your pivot about yachting. Like I thought we were going to talk about how it seems wasteful to spend that much money on a boat, but you're like, but also they're watching you. They're watching you. No, it is also, I don't get that part. But ultimately, I think what it is that I like cities and museums, and I like walking on my vacations. I'm not like a sit on a boat and take selfies person. Like that's not for me. I love a boat. I love the ocean. I love getting out on the ocean, but I don't need to vacation in the boat. Do you know what I mean? Like I like to be on land, but then take the boat places like adventures. I want to go diving or snorkeling. Yes. Then return to land for the sleeping part. Yes, and the hanging out part and the eating and all that. Yeah. Well, we're not yachters. You know what you're not going to hear on Office Ladies? An ad for yachting. You know what else you're not going to hear? Oh my God, I was on the most fabulous yacht. Oh my God, cut to 2 years from now when like we're yachting, we're on a yacht. That's what happens in the universe. You put something out there and you're like, I would never. And then all of a sudden the universe is like, joke's on you. You're a yachter. We get invited to tour the factory where they make yachts. And we love them. And they take us out on one. And then we take a selfie on a yacht. Listen, I would love a yacht factory tour. I know, I would too. So now we're at Jim and Dwight's desk pod, and Jim overhears Dwight taking what sounds like a reservation for a bed and breakfast. And Jim's like, what? What's happening? It's so funny. Jim is clearly on hold with someone or has just made a call, and he hangs up so he can better focus on Dwight's phone call. Yeah, it's really good. And for our background catchers, there is a great shot of his computer screen, and it just looks like a paper order. So way to go, props. You can't see what Rain was actually surfing on the internet. I have a couple of other background catches here. At 3 minutes, 30 seconds in the background at reception, I am smiling at Randall, our camera operator. Oh, I didn't realize we had started rolling. Oh, that's so see me share a moment with Randall and then quickly get into character. Also in the background on Creed's computer, he is playing an epic game of solitaire. That sounds about right. Mm-hmm. Well, Dwight has this talking head about agro-tourism, and it's more than just a B&B. It's about people visiting a farm, and you give them a bed, and it's like a whole experience. And Pam calls to sort of make a fake reservation, but ends up like booking a trip to Shrimp Farms. Yeah. It's gonna be Jim and Pam's first night away together. Okay. I love that, actually. I think that's super sweet. Well, it's definitely like a weekend they'll never forget. Michael has a talking head where it explains they used to have 2 cars, but they traded them in. Now they just have 1, and the new car is a Porsche for Jan. Yeah, I mean, Jan is just dismantling his whole life. And when he says, I need the car tonight, she's like, for your improv, can't you just improv driving there or take the bus? Like, she doesn't even know where he's going or what he's doing. She has no idea the big hole financially that she's creating and how he is scrambling. Yeah, I know. It's very sad. It made me sad. Well, we had a fan catch here from Matthew L., Colby Shannon, Joseph Stevens, Catherine A., and McKenna H., among others, who said, Michael says that they traded in both of their cars to buy a Porsche for Jan, but wasn't Michael Sebring a company lease? How would he have traded it in? Good catch. Maybe if you don't any car, you get some sort of cash credit, and he used that for the Porsche. That sounds like a good. Do we like that? I made that up just now. I like it very much. Okay. Well, now, lady, we've got this great scene of you and Dwight in the parking lot. You're getting some of your belongings back. Yes. Dwight gives Angela her cardigan, her sleeping cardigan, her sleep apnea mask, and then Angela asks, well, where's my chair figurine? And Dwight says, I don't know what you're talking about. You didn't leave it there. I looked all over. I've scrubbed the room of your memory. And she's like, fine. Well, I have a few questions about these items. For example, the sleeping cardigan. Yeah. Is it a thing? Let me tell you, because I Googled it. Oh, it is! If you type in sleeping cardigan on Google, one of the first things that comes up is a sleep sweater from Target. What? How do you not already know about this? I don't know. Target expert. I know. It said sleeping sweaters. You can get them at Target. Sleeping sweaters. Well, I shot a movie in Detroit. It was the movie that I fell in love with Lee. Aw, giant mechanical man. And it was very cold, and we were staying in this hotel, and I could not get warm, and I wore a sweater to bed and a hat. I was like fully dressed when I went to sleep. Oh, I go to sleep with like 3 layers on, and Josh is in like his undies. Well, it's ridiculous. You clearly need a sleeping cardigan from Target. I guess I need a sleep sweater, is what Target calls it. And then Angela also gets her sleep apnea mask back. Did we find out that Angela has sleep apnea? I mean, this is a serious sleep disorder. Well, we got a fan question from Rachel Nielsen about that. She was very surprised when Dwight handed Angela the CPAP machine. She said, as someone who used to work in the sleep disorder industry, this was very interesting to me because Angela does not fit the typical CPAP profile. I would have thought Dwight used it. Was there any thought process or backstory for Angela on this, or was this a total surprise? And no backstory for me. I think this made the writer's room chuckle, and it went in the script. Well, I feel very worried for Angela, knowing now that she hasn't had her sleep apnea machine for a while. I know. This caused me to feel anxious. I don't like thinking that people are without the necessary tools or medicines that they need for any period of time. You know what really bothers me? What? It really bothers me if I'm watching a movie and someone gets even a minor injury and they don't deal with it immediately. It really, I'm very distracted. Like someone gets a cut and they don't like wrap it up right. It happens a lot in action films and it really bugs me. But what really bothers me is after someone gets an injury, when the villain presses on the injury. You know, like someone gets like a bullet to the shoulder and then when they're being interrogated by the villain presses on their wound. I can't. It's the heebie-jeebies for me and I can't deal with it.
Well, do not watch the show Alone, where they drop people off in the middle of nowhere and they have to just survive because they get injured and they have to try to patch it up on their own. Now, if it gets really bad, they send a medic in, but it's got to get bad for the medic to like chop her in.
No,
couldn't do it.
I can't.
I couldn't do it. And then you know, of course, you're constantly seeing like their banged up thumb as they try to fish.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying. I can't.
You can't do it. You can't do it.
No.
Well, the last thing on the list, of course, is the cherub figurine, and I want you guys to know I own one.
Do you have the one from the show?
No, it's so funny to me. I was given one as a gift. I don't know when, even like in high school, from like, I don't know, Aunt Brenda, did you give it to me? Anyway, I have a little cherub figurine and it went with me to college and sat on my windowsill and it made its way all the way to California. And it was on my dresser with like my dresser in the bedroom. And I need to go see if it's still there because at some point Isabel thought it was cute. And then Isabel would like I think put it in her room. I'm trying to track it down, guys. Anyway, long, boring story to tell you. In real life, I have a cherub figurine.
Also at 6 minutes and 24 seconds in the scene, Angela, you are wearing very high heels. Why? So high.
Oh, probably because I had to stand next to Rain. Because normally in my scenes with him, he's seated. And if I have to stand next to him, he's 6'3", I am 5'1". You get the big heels get brought out.
Well, these were massive. Guys, check it out. 6 minutes, 24 seconds.
And also, if you toggle back to 6 minutes, 9 seconds, there's a great shot of my cat hair clip that Kim Ferry, who did my hair, made herself with like a glue gun. And years later, she gave it to me in a shadow box, and I have my cat hair clips.
Aw,
I know. So now we're going to move on to the scene where Kevin makes a big announcement to the bullpen that he would really love them to come see his band. It's like a Battle of the Bands night. And there's going to be an applause meter, and he will only win by clapping. And he wants everyone to come and clap for his band, Scranton the City 2, not Scranton the City, which he is no longer a part of. There is clearly some bad blood that we don't know about. But he invites the whole office to please come.
Well, we had a fan question about this.
Okay.
From Naomi Y, Beatrice W, M. Rains, Allison Quigley, and Elizabeth Shannon. They said, why didn't Pam go see Kevin's band? No one came to her art show and she felt so hurt. Wouldn't she want to see Kevin so he wouldn't feel unsupported the way she did?
Wow, that's a really good call.
Yeah. Here's what I'm thinking, guys. I'm thinking maybe she has gone to see his band. Maybe she went to go see Scranton the City. Maybe everyone in the office has gone to see it. And this is like another request to come see the band. You know those people, right? Like they're in the band or they do stand up. And you're like, dude, I've seen 7 of your stand-up shows. Like, I can't come to this one tonight. I just can't do it. Maybe that's what's happening.
I think I was this person because I was always in an improv show. I was always like, hey, catch my improv show. And people are like, you perform 3 times a week for like the last 4 years. I can't come see you do improv anymore. Stop asking me.
I can relate too because I did all that stuff too. And I know that especially with stand-up, like at least at the level that I was performing. Guys, I didn't do stand-up. I did this really weird comedic magic show. I won't go down that rabbit hole now.
What?
Yeah.
What?
I did. It was like I was a silent comedic magician.
What?
And I performed to music in comedy clubs.
Jenna, this is so amazing. I cannot believe I didn't know this about you. We've been friends for so long. You were like a comedic mime?
Yeah.
What? I would give anything to see that. anything. I did magic tricks using my hands, and they weren't really magic. It was a joke, but I performed it as if I was a great magician. So it was like an ironic kind of like. And you did it to music. And did you speak? No, there was no speaking. Oh, lady. Yeah, I need a photo. I need a video. I need something. Okay, I'll do the show for you sometime. This was my only foray into what? Promise me we will have wine together and you will do this for me. Promise. I'll do it. I have my tuxedo and shut up. Yeah, I still have it. You wore a tuxedo. Yes, I was a fancy magician. I wore a coat and tails. Oh my God. Yeah. So listen, my point is, I don't know how to come back from that. I don't know. It's going to take me a beat. Okay, well, listen, what I'm saying in relation to Scrantonicity 2 is in my experience performing this show, the number of people you brought in who bought a ticket to like the comedy show that night, that determined your placement in the show. So like if no one came, you'd be at the end of the night and you'd be performing to a room of like 3 people, right? So, you know, this is why Kevin needs people to come, I think, because, well, he has the applause meter. I don't know. This has gone very off topic, everyone. I'm sorry. My heart is so full. I am, this is a gift I was not expecting today. I have all of these visuals in my head of you in a tuxedo miming magic tricks at a comedy club. It's, it's just 100% awesome. Okay, well, now, Michael also says he cannot go to Kevin's show, and Jim and Pam, they're like, ooh, light bulb. This is when we tell him we should have dinner, because they know he's not available. Sneaky, you two. Yes. Also, very sweet to realize that if Michael was available, he probably would go to Kevin's show, because that's Michael, right? Of course, he goes to everything. Yeah. And also, maybe now it's a opportunity to get away from Jan. Yeah. There's a whole deleted scene runner where he's just avoiding having to talk to her. Well, the reason that Michael can't go to this show or have dinner with Jim and Pam is because he has taken a second job as a telemarketer to pay his bills. And Paul does this very beautiful thing, I think, in his directing. As Michael's riding the bus, getting off the bus stop, walking into this building, you hear this dialogue, and it says, "I'm sorry, Mr. O'Brien, I didn't mean to interrupt your dinner. I just have a very exciting offer. My records indicate that you have expressed interest in losing some weight. Well, what if I told you that I have a pill that will make you 50 pounds lighter in 5 minutes? How does that sound? Amazing, right?" And it's this wonderful way that we now as an audience know exactly what's happening. Yeah, before we even see what's in the building. I thought it was so brilliant. Yeah, that's some beautiful writing. Well, now also Pam and Jim are arriving to Schrute Farms. Yeah, Pam is clearly in super pun mode. She's calling it the Beats Motel, the Embassy Beats, the Radish Inn. She's in rare form. Well, this scene of Jim and Pam driving up to Schrute Farms, this is the scene where John turned on the seat warmer on my side of the car. We talked about it when he came on Office Ladies. Yes, he called it his Clooney joke, right? Yes. I just kept getting so hot. I was like, John, I am so hot. Are you hot? He's like, no, I don't know what you're talking about. And he had turned on my seat warmer. Oh my gosh, I love that. Because you couldn't have the AC on in the car. That was the thing, because it messed with the sound. Right. So we had to have, the car is getting warm. It was warm in the day. And then on top of it, your seat is heating up. It's so great. Well, I want you guys to know, right as they turn down the road to go to Schrute Farms, when this scene is happening, there's a great shot of the Schrute Farms mailbox. And many times that I filmed there with rain, one time I took my camera and I took all of these kind of artsy photos, and I took an artsy photo of the mailbox. I love it. I actually think it'd be really cool. Like, I should like blow it up like canvas size. I think it looks really cool.
We had a fan question about this scene of Jim and Pam arriving at Shroot Farms from Amaya Norsey. She said at around 8 minutes 21 seconds, Mose appears behind their car and starts running alongside them. How was that decided? Because it's really funny and it creates Mose's personality. I reached out to Paul.
I would love to hear what he says.
Well, first of all, he came up with the idea for Mose running alongside the car while in a cafe in Russia. I love how
It's like his inspiration is in Russia. It's hilarious.
I love how he's always in these like foreign countries when he is writing these scripts and having his good ideas. But he said he started laughing out loud at the idea of Mose running alongside the car, quote, like a dog. And that's what he wrote in the script. So that moment was totally scripted, that Mose would run alongside the car like a puppy dog to greet the new visitors.
And it was written by an American tourist in Russia, laughing out loud by himself. No one. In a cafe. Well, I wanted to commend Mike Schur on how fast he is. I was so fast. Dang.
And you guys, we filmed that several times. We filmed that arrival because we had to film it with a cameraman inside the car, but then we also have a shot of us driving where we took the cameraman out of the car and they just shot John and I. So, Mike ran a lot that day.
Well, I think Mike was put through the ringer in this episode. There is a whole where he is jumping on a kind of busted trampoline for Pam and Jim and doing all of these things. Helicopter, look over here. And he's doing like constantly. He was on that trampoline doing tons of stuff.
He must have been so sore after this day.
Hot and tired.
Yeah.
Well, lady, why don't we take a break? And when we come back, we're going to meet Nick Figaro, manager to the Stars, and also take a look inside Shroot Farms.
I like it. All right, I'm going to take a break, and I will not be on a yacht, but I might be doing some magic. Let's talk a little bit about hydration in the new year, particularly about Liquid IV. Angela, you turned me on to this, and I'm going to have to give you props.
Oh, thanks.
It's pretty great. You told me that you use this when you travel to stay better hydrated, and I started doing the same thing.
You know, whenever we go on a road trip, it's like I don't want to drink too much water because then I'll have to pee, and then I find myself so dehydrated. So I use this.
Well, I like it for hikes. Here's what it is. You get a little packet and you put it in your water, and then you are going to get 3 times the electrolytes of a leading sports drink plus 8 vitamins and nutrients.
It's non-GMO and free from gluten, dairy, and soy. It is perfect for daily use before a workout or when you feel run down, or after a long night out, hint, or even on really long flights.
Rehydrate yourself for the new year. Grab your Liquid IV Hydration Multiplier sugar-free in bulk nationwide at Costco, or get 20% off your first order when you go to liquidiv.com and use code OfficeLadies at checkout.
That's 20% off your first order when you shop Better Hydration today using promo code OfficeLadies at liquidiv.com. So now we are back. Michael is in his cubicle at the telemarketing company, and his boss, Nick Figaro, notices the camera crew. He walks over. He's like, "What's happening here?" Michael's like, "It's okay. They're with me." And then he has this very funny speech where he's like, "We're a legitimate operation." Like, clearly they're not, because he clearly not. He has to like point that out.
Well, the actor who plays is Alan Wasserman, and here are some other roles that he has played. He's done a ton of television shows, but it's interesting that he played the gym teacher in the Tom Hanks movie Big, and the job interviewer in the Tom Cruise movie Cocktails.
Oh, wow! Oh, those are 2 great movies.
Well, my favorite thing is when he does what Michael always does. He calls a conference room meeting.
5 minutes.
Yes.
Oh, these things are useless.
Yes. And then in this conference room meeting, when Nick Figueroa is trying to explain how to make a sale, Michael is just making jokes under his breath.
Yes, and his coworkers love him.
He's the Jim of the telemarketing office.
He is, and they just want him to hang out with him. They're constantly inviting him to go hang out. There's deleted scenes where they hang on his every word.
Well, I got very interested in this scene at 10 minutes, 25 seconds. There is a couple. Did you see them? The woman is pregnant, very pregnant, and this man, they're all over each other, very lovey-dovey, right?
And they are in all the other deleted scenes too. They're always sort of like in some kind of embrace.
I became a little bit obsessed with them. I was like, is this woman really pregnant? Were they hired as a couple? What is the story here? So I did a bit of a deep dive. Okay. I found out that the woman is, and then I found out that Ann Maddox is our producer Cody's friend. What? They're friends on Instagram. I deep dived. I was like, how can I get an in with this woman, Ann? So Cody reached out to her friend and she answered all my questions.
Oh, give me all of it. I want it. Give it to me.
Okay, here's how it went down. Ann was a performer at UCB, and she said that there was a request for female performers to come in for a role on The Office. She was not pregnant in real life, but the role was for a young pregnant woman working nights alongside her baby daddy. And it was scripted that this couple would be lovey-dovey and affectionate constantly. So she auditioned, she got the role, and then she got paired with this other actor randomly. But here's what she said. She said, I remember that one of the cameramen did not know that the cuddling was in the script. And he kept saying to me and my co-star, you guys are so affectionate. And then he turned to the other camera operator and said, they've been like this all day. It's so funny. And she was like, no, it was scripted. It was scripted. She also remembered that they shot in the LA Times building. She remembered that we had amazing food and that the cast and crew were so nice. But she said what's so heartwarming to her about that memory is just how everyone on set treated her like a friend. The crew, the cast, she said she just had the best time of her life and she'll cherish the experience forever. It was so nice.
I love that. I also love what a very specific thing that Paul did. Paul was so thoughtful in filling out the world at the telemarketing company that he wrote in the script there would be a young pregnant woman and her baby daddy, and that was so specific.
Yeah, I love that we often did that on the show where even minor characters who show up for just one episode.
I just love it.
And there were a lot of deleted scenes. There's a lot of scenes you don't see of this couple and of all these people interacting with Michael.
Yes, this couple loved Michael. They invited him out to dinner. There's a deleted scene with it. And once again, Jenna, I feel like our set decorators were having fun because there's all of these cartoon clippings.
So many.
So many. And then there's a white piece of paper that says, constant, continuous, Roger demands.
Don't know.
Don't know.
Very strange. I saw it too. I don't know what it means.
Well, Alan Wasserman as Nick Figueroa was fantastic. I thought he was perfect. I loved his whole make the call, say the lines, make the sale. He was just like, I believed him 100%. He was this guy.
Well, you know, Ange, in addition to being a silent magician, I also worked as a and I can tell you that Alan Wasserman's performance is right on. He's like every boss I ever had in my telemarketing days.
Well, you know, I worked at 1-800-DENTIST as an operator, and I would constantly get in trouble for not saying line number 13 correctly.
Oh, yeah, the scripts are very specific. Like they've been researched, they've been put through focus groups. My job was to call people and get them to subscribe to the St. Louis Post-Dispatch newspaper. And we had a big deal on the Sunday paper, and I was supposed to push the Sunday paper.
Well, line 13, if I remember, was something about like you would say what their ailment was and tell them the dentist you were going to send them to. And it was so stilted. And I remember I would say, like, you know what? It sounds like to me you might need a root canal. I mean, that kind of pain like that sounds like an abscess. And literally my manager would come in waving his arms and he'd be like, you are not a dental professional. You cannot diagnose. You have to say this line exactly. Well, let me help you with that toothache by finding a dentist for you in your area. Like, I can't say, sounds like a root canal to me. You can't, what are you doing, lady? So I would get in trouble.
Well, Jenna, should we get to Shroot Farms? Let's go to Shroot Farms. Jim and Pam are sitting on a couch in what looks like a sort of reception/lobby area. And Dwight is explaining that there are 3 types of rooms available. He's checking them in. They can stay in America, irrigation, or nighttime.
Anytime that you've got airplanes that don't have what we call untorqued hardware, or where things haven't been properly secured, it's, to me, an opposite situation of a production line that's getting in a hurry, trying to do everything that they can to dispatch airplanes more interested in speed than they are in safety.
Which is weird. I mean, like, Boeing used to be kind of known for its meticulous safety record, but is that's kind of falling by the wayside apparently?
Yeah, it is, but I tell you, it really came off the tracks with the Boeing situation a number of years ago.
Refresh our memory about that, because the MAX had just been released and it had just started flying, and then we had, I think it was 2 crashes, right?
Yeah, totally redesigned this aircraft. In the aircraft, the way it was, they had to move the engines slightly, and it affected the airflow over the aircraft, so that when it was flying, there was this tendency for the nose of the aircraft to nose up just a bit. Now, in flight, if it noses up too much, it disrupts the airflow over the wings, and it could create a stall. And a stall is very bad in aviation. So the thought is that they would develop this software system that would cause the aircraft nose to come down just a bit if the program detected that the nose was going up on the aircraft. It was an automatic system. It's called the MCAS system, and it was new. So what happened was they put it on this airplane, and it malfunctioned. And it malfunctioned to the point that it took control of the airplane away from the pilots for 10 seconds as it tried to correct it, and then it would give pilots control back for 5 seconds. And what happened was we had 2 crashes where pilots were fighting this new MCAS system, and here was the kicker. Boeing told the pilots nothing about it. So they didn't know what they were fighting. When American airline pilots went to Boeing engineers saying, why didn't you tell us? They said, well, we didn't want to inundate you with a lot of needless information. It wasn't even the checklist in their cockpit. So Boeing for a number of years has had issues with that system. They've since corrected it, but it was obvious for a number of years they were hiding information from pilots, from airlines, as well as the FAA inspectors. They were fined quite a bit of money for that, and they promised to turn things around. But here we are again just a few years later, where they're back to producing airplanes that aren't really ready to fly. And the bottom line is Airbus, which is the European aircraft manufacturer, kicking Boeing's butt right now. I mean, they're producing and selling more airplanes than Boeing, and Boeing's trying to keep up. And they're doing that by trying to rush the production, and that's why we're seeing the problems we are.
Wow, that's just so scary. So and since this happened, and thankfully nobody was hurt, but since this happened, United and Alaska say they did find on their planes some bolts that were loosened.
Mm-hmm.
And so, some that what?
Yeah, some that just were barely put on by hand. You could tell that they had just started to thread them so they could use the automated torquing system to tighten them down, and those were never done. And some of the mechanics from some of the airlines involved around the world have sent me pictures. It's unbelievable that could be considered done. Nobody would see it, and it would go on. And the issue with Boeing is, a number of years ago, they got rid of a lot of their inspectors. They started having their employees to self-check their own work. Now, some Boeing whistleblowers came out saying, look, this is horrible, because that extra set of eyes would catch a lot of problems that took place.
Yeah.
Now that they've removed that, it's kind of like, you're in high school, you grade your own test. Okay, thank you very much. We've got an A+ here. but the production schedule is so rushed right now, and there's so much pressure we're being told on the Boeing employees that it's a matter of schedule is king. We've got now, and you're right, Boeing used to be the industry world leader in safety. They were the top of the rung. But right now, it almost seems as though safety is an afterthought. And of course, the CEO for Boeing is promising to be transparent, blah, blah, blah. It's obvious they didn't learn their lesson from just a few years ago. They're still stuck on trying to rush planes through production. And that's one of the reasons right now we're seeing a lot more airlines say, look, I'm going to buy my future airplanes from Airbus instead of going with an American-made product, because we simply can't trust now that those airplanes are going to be safe to fly. And not only safe, this airplane that came out from Boeing for Alaska Airlines was in service for 2 weeks. So there's a problem, and now you have to take all of those out of service like a week to inspect them. But for Alaska Airlines, that's 20% of their fleet. So it's a really becomes an issue where even if it's not dangerous, which this could have been, it's an inconvenience, and it affects your bottom line. And when that confidence starts to erode, it affects the decision makers for airlines, and rightfully so, to go with the product that they can better trust.
Yeah, and it's like in an effort to compete, Boeing is shooting themselves in the foot. You mentioned the cancellation. Alaska has grounded its MAX 9 fleet until at least this weekend so they can inspect the planes, and that's 150 flights a day.
It is.
And that's just canceling those flights.
It is, and thankfully this wasn't a month ago when we were dealing with a lot of soon-to-be holiday travelers, but it's still not convenient because we're still seeing a lot of people that are wanting to fly. I think United has 72 of these, but it's only about 8% of their fleet, so they're able to absorb this a little bit easier than Alaska Airlines. But the real key is, and kind of the question lingering in a lot of people's minds are, okay, we had that issue at the end of December where they said, look for bolts loose in this part. We are now finding loose bolts in this part. Are there other parts of the aircraft that we're soon to find out that aren't properly secured that are going to start giving us some problems?
All right. Well, we will be watching, and hopefully this is going to lead to some changes and some fixes. So thank you so much for your information and expertise, Jay Ratliff. Appreciate it a ton.
It's always my pleasure. Thank you.
All right. Hey, this Sunday morning at 10, you can catch the action of the AFC wildcard game between the Pittsburgh Steelers and the Buffalo Bills on your radio, home of the NFL, AM 570 LA Sports, presented in part by Rotolo Chevrolet. See what the fun is all about at Rotolo Chevrolet. When we come back, we're going to be talking about your dream home with the House Whisperer and the host of Home on KFI, Steve Sharp. Southland weather from KFI. We've got a frost advisory until 9 this morning in the valleys and inland. Higher temps expected to dip below freezing. Sunny skies this afternoon, highs in the low 60s at the beaches, Metro LA and Inland OC, upper 50s to mid 60s in the valleys and IE, 40s and 50s in the high desert, a mix of sun and clouds with highs in the 60s through the weekend. It's 42 in Anaheim, 45 Redondo Beach. We've got Crash and Hysteria on the 15th.
Maybe a couple of them actually going up here on the southbound side of 15. So one being reported a little closer to Joshua Street has a left lane down, and further south.